Reverend Insanity Chapter 895 to Chapter 946. 2 months later. Swoosh. Somewhere in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing stood on a cloud silently, waiting for Shark Demon and the rest. The sun was setting, there was a huge patch of burning clouds in the west. The sea below their feet was also dyed red. The waves surged elegantly, and the rays of light that shone on the peaks of the waves were red and bright. It was a beautiful sight to behold with the burning clouds in the sky. Every time I see such a beautiful scene, I often stop and immerse myself in it, gasping in amazement. Tai Baiyunxing's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he sighed with emotion. Now, I can be considered as someone who has achieved the Tao and ascended to become an immortal. But I can feel that this piece of heaven and earth is vast and majestic. It makes people feel insignificant and humble. Compared to heaven and earth, humans are truly insignificant. Maybe only rank 9 venerables have the qualifications to challenge heaven and earth. I can't do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Tai Bai, don't look down on yourself. Do you remember the story of the mini-man inn? Since we realize our insignificance, we need to become stronger. We are insignificant to begin with, it is just that we have become aware of our own insignificance. You feel pain because you are growing. Xianxia, you are still so ambitious. Ha ha ha. Tai Baiyunxing was stunned before laughing heartily. The two were talking when a Gu immortal suddenly flew out of the sea below them. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted. Lords, please don't blame me, I am Xianxia, I was sent by Lord Shark Demon to receive you. The person smiled as he greeted. Xianxia flew up, in a few breaths of time, he arrived in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. He was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He was short and muscular. There was a copper hoop on his bald head, his pupils were ice blue. His skin was like an old tree, his hands and feet were exposed. There were webbing between his fingers, his ears were also in the shape of shark fins, the sharp tips of his ears extended to the back of his head. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and calculated. He suddenly said, Jinglan celestial walking immortal zombie body? The smile on Xianxia's face froze, he stared at Fang Yuan and cupped his fists. Sir, is the wisdom path Gu immortal Xianxia? He was indeed powerful. My scenic blue traveling immortal zombie body is self-created and I just came out of seclusion. No one knew. Your Excellency was able to reveal its name with just a simple calculation. He. Fang Yuan laughed. I am not a wisdom path Gu immortal, I mainly cultivate star path and only cultivate wisdom path on the side. I was just making a wild guess just now. I was just lucky to bump into it. Fang Yuan appeared very humble. Tai Baiyunxing was watching from the side, laughing to himself. This was the first time Tai Baiyunxing had met Xianxia. Because of this, the scene from before happened. Xianxia used an immortal killer move. He sneaked over and arrived at the sea where Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing had descended into the mortal world, his traces were exposed by Fang Yuan. This was Xianxia's tactful probing. Soon, Fang Yuan returned the favor. After some deductions, he deduced Xianxia's immortal zombie body's name. When Gu immortals interacted, strength was the foundation. They probed each other. They won the respect of both sides. Xianxia did not dare to be careless, he showed a solemn expression. He nodded at Fang Yuan. With a respectful expression, he turned to Tai Baiyunxing. Please follow me closely, Lord Shark Demon's group is already attacking Yulu Blessed Land. A moment later, the three moved through the seawater and saw a door at the bottom of the sea. This door was circular and had a light color, as if it was carved from light jade. The door was circular and light in color, as if it was carved out of light jade. A curtain of crystal beads, strung together, blocked the light jade door. Fang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. He would never believe that this towering door was really made of jade. This door was the entrance to Yulu Blessed Land. It was only the outer appearance, but in essence, it was the bridge between Yulu Blessed Land and the outside world. Portals were extremely important to small worlds like Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Once the door was closed, the immortal aperture world would become a sealed small world, isolated from the outside world. It was extremely difficult for Gu immortals outside the immortal aperture to enter. It could be said that the door was the first obstacle in conquering the paradise and grotto heaven. Back at the Crane Gate, He Fengyang and Fairy Song Yu joined hands to attack Feng Yuan's Who Immortal Blessed Land. To overcome the door, he used Fengjing and blood path methods to locate it. Only after confirming their location did they enter Who Immortal Blessed Land. When Qin Baixing's group attacked Langya Blessed Land, they used the Hairy Man Gu Immortal Trader's soul to locate it and enter Langya Blessed Land. Thus, even if Feng Yuan did not capture Fengjing for blood deity, he would kill Fengjing for the sake of Who Immortal Blessed Land's safety. This way, there was no way to locate it. Even if they knew the exact location of Who Immortal Blessed Land, even if they could shatter space, they could not enter the Blessed Land. The three arrived in front of the light jade door. Xianxia activated his goo worm, the crystal curtain was lifted and the door slowly opened. "The two of you, please come in," Xianxia invited. Tai Baiyunqing saw this and smiled. "Your alliance has amazing methods, you have already taken control of the door." Xianxia laughed lightly. "Sir Tai Bai, you might not know, but ever since the failure 2 months ago, Lord Shark Demon returned to Zombie Alliance's headquarters and spent a lot of sect contribution points to invite a Wisdom Path rank 7 immortal zombie. Right now, he has already broken through Vanish Immortal Powder and is deep inside. This door was also completely controlled by our alliance a month ago." Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing nodded as they stepped into Yulu Blessed Land. After entering the Blessed Land, they did not see the true appearance of Yulu Blessed Land, they were instead in a world of ice and snow. This is the third round after Vanish Immortal Powder, a battlefield killer move called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Every hour, there would be a mighty hail rain, and at the same time, there would be attacks from the snow monsters. Lord Shark Demon's group is not far away. Xianxia took the initiative to introduce. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Feng Yuan muttered as he looked around, showing great interest towards this battlefield killer move. Because he had gained Star Path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Feng Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Xianxia's traces were exposed by Feng Yuan because of this Star Path investigative killer move. His current battle strength. It had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Feng Yuan lacked now was. It was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Feng Yuan sought Fairy Li Shan's help, but Fairy Li Shan refused. Feng Yuan thought hard, he was a shrewd person, he thought of a way to advance by retreating, he would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Gu Immortal, Xianxia, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai Baiyunqing. They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. "Brother Tai Bai, we meet again." Ha ha ha. After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Baiyunqing's shoulder before turning his gaze to Feng Yuan. "Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xianxia? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon." "I am a wild lone cultivator, I do not dare to call myself that." Feng Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's, he looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Baiyunqing. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, said, "Xianxia, don't be modest, I heard that Sir has good wisdom path attainment, can you show us your skills now?" Feng Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Baiman in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie. But one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of Beauties, Tomb of Heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Baiman. Immediately, Feng Yuan did not hesitate, he agreed, "Then I will try, please forgive me if it is inappropriate." "Sir Xianxia, go ahead and try, even if you fail, no one will blame you," Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality, He usually looked at people coldly. This was the first time he met Fang Yuan, but he had a warm attitude. It was because of Tai Baiyunxing. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Baiyunxing's man as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow. It was pure white, as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan secretly activated the wisdom path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone, he used many investigative wisdom path killer moves. But there were no flaws, the whole battlefield was a single entity. Fang Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Even though he had been training hard these last 2 months, he was very familiar with many wisdom path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple. It was created by Fairy Yu Lu. Fairy Yu Lu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yu Lu set up was no small matter. Amazing! This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yu Lu Blessed Land. It seems to be created using the Tao marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Xianxia Blessed Land. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Xianxia did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Baixing's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. Land Spirit of Xianxia was afraid that the temporary Tao marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most Gu immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Once the temporary Tao marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the Tao marks of the immortal aperture small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer backlash, or the Tao marks would reject and cause terrifying damage. The blessed land could be destroyed and the Gu immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of Gu refinement. But Fairy Yu Lu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced. It was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. He even threw Xianxia Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away. Inside the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions. Swoosh, Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was made from the Tao marks in Yu Lu Blessed Land. It was not a temporary Tao mark, it was more troublesome. Shark Demon and the rest could not destroy this battlefield killer move with brute force. Destroying it was equivalent to destroying Yu Lu Blessed Land's Tao marks. This would cause irreversible damage to Yu Lu Blessed Land. This was equivalent to Qin Baixing snatching Refinement Cauldron, causing Xianxia Blessed Land's Tao marks to decrease sharply. It was a huge loss. Shark Demon and the rest attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land for the inheritances and resources inside. Moreover, to destroy a battlefield killer move with brute force, it required an extremely powerful offensive immortal killer move. It also expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Considering the cost and benefits, Shark Demon and the rest could only break the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move head-on. Thankfully, this Yu Lu Blessed Land was ownerless. It was unknown whether the land spirit existed or not. Fang Yuan had many Gu immortal guards around him. It gave him a relaxed environment to research and decipher it. Fang Yuan squinted as starlight shined in his pupils. Right now, in his mind, countless star thoughts were moving and colliding as they rotated and collided, deducing rapidly. This time, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to deduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Firstly, researching this outstanding battlefield killer move could give Fang Yuan a lot of knowledge and inspiration. Even if Fang Yuan could not find a battlefield killer move that suited him, this knowledge and inspiration would be the solid foundation for Fang Yuan to create his own battlefield killer move. Secondly, Fang Yuan's goal in entering Eastern Sea was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. This was the first time he met Shark Demon and the rest. He was about to display his value. Let Shark Demon and the rest look at him in a different light, and help him join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. He was thinking and calculating at a rapid speed. Time passed quickly. Time is almost up. Soon, there will be another freezing rain. Snow monsters will form and attack. How much longer does Sir Xianxia need? Among Shark Demon's group, a Gu immortal asked impatiently. He was Budan, a goo immortal of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was not an immortal zombie, he was a living person. However, after joining the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, his status was not high. Because he had some wisdom path attainment, he was brought into Yulu Blessed Land by Shark Demon several times to participate in the invasion plan. Before Feng Yuan appeared, Budan was the only half-wisdom path goo immortal in the group. Xianxia's appearance had threatened his position and benefits. If Feng Yuan was able to deduce the result, wouldn't that show his incompetence? Seeing that Feng Yuan did not make any progress for a long time, Budan finally could not hold it in any longer and spoke up, vaguely pressuring Feng Yuan. The other goo immortals were also paying attention to Feng Yuan's performance. Budan asked the question that was on their minds. Feng Yuan chuckled softly, but he did not try to maintain his dignity. Instead, he said directly, "I'm ashamed. This battlefield killer move is very profound, I studied it for a long time. I only managed to understand a little of it. In fact, this battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth was indeed created by the rank 8 grade expert Fairy Yu Lu." Feng Yuan used many wisdom path methods, but there was no progress at all. It was like he was facing a huge tortoise shell. It gave off a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. "Is that so?" Su Baiman sighed, saying in a disappointed tone. Feng Yuan was not willing to give up. "Give me some more time, I will continue to deduce." Shark Demon nodded. He said, "Xianxia, go ahead and deduce with all your strength, we will block this attack for you." At the same time, Shark Demon had a different thought. Xianxia was highly praised by Tai Baiyunxing, but now it seems it is not like what the letter said. Sigh, the last time I encountered the battlefield killer move Endless Space Essence, I had to pay a huge price to invite a rank 7 wisdom path immortal zombie from Zombie Alliance. I have already invested too much in Yulu Blessed Land, I need to live frugally now. If this Xianxia can really unravel this battlefield killer move, that would be for the best. This way, the other goo immortals no longer looked at Feng Yuan with much anticipation. Budan watched coldly, laughing internally. In the previous battlefield killer moves, I could at least find the hidden goo worms behind them. But this time, I have no clues about this battlefield killer move. I want to see how you can find a breakthrough point. Sure enough, a moment later, in the sky of this battlefield, icy rain started to fall. These raindrops were all ice needles. Rather than calling it rain, it was more like the sky was filled with ice needles. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Feng Yuan and the rest. The goo immortals quickly activated their defensive methods. Budan did not have an immortal goo, he was protected by Shark Demon's immortal defense. Feng Yuan was also protected by Shark Demon. Countless ice needles shot down but were blocked by the light barrier. Because the ice needles were extremely fast, sparks were created on the light barrier. Feng Yuan willed, he activated Star Cloud Grindstone and entered it. He would not place his own safety in the hands of others. Seeing that Feng Yuan used an immortal-level defensive killer move, the other goo immortals' gazes shined, their attitudes changed slightly. Feng Yuan could use an immortal killer move, he definitely had an immortal goo. A goo immortal with an immortal goo was not to be underestimated in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Not all goo immortals had immortal goo. In fact, most rank 6 goo immortals could only use mortal killer moves, they could not obtain immortal goo. The rain got heavier. The ice needles turned into stronger ice darts. The ice darts tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds. The goo immortals defended together, maintaining their defenses meticulously. They had solemn expressions as they calculated their immortal essence expenditure. After this battle started, there was a change, a small flaw appeared, I can take advantage of it now. It is no longer like before, I had no clue at all. Feng Yuan's heart shook, he felt a sense of joy and joy. The movements of his hands immediately increased by more than 2 times. He used mortal killer moves at times, and threw out wisdom path mortal goo at times. These killer moves and mortal goo hit the air, smoke rose, thunder exploded, or jade green acid splattered everywhere. Feng Yuan was using all sorts of methods to test this flaw. But the effect was not good. This was an ice dart rain, it had already turned into an ice spike storm. The goo immortal's immortal essence expenditure was increasing rapidly. Thus, it was increasing rapidly. Roar, with a loud sound, a tall snow monster. Amidst the icy rain that filled his field of vision, he charged over recklessly. Snow monsters were the prey of snowmen. They devoured the flesh and blood of the snow monsters. Snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even extend their lifespan. A 10-meter-tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 goo master. A 40-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 4 goo master. A 50-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 5 goo master. But now, this snow monster was rank 6. This was a desolate beast-level snow monster. It could not be underestimated. Try not to kill them. Even if these snow monsters die in battle, they will revive immediately. They are very annoying, Su Baiman quickly reminded. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Snow monsters that cannot be killed? How can we fight them? Tai Baiyunxing was also moved. Don't worry, once the time passes, these snow monsters will disappear. When the next icy rain comes, they will appear again. Shark Demon explained. A goo immortal on the left of Shark Demon sighed with worry. This freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move already has the hint of reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Yu Lu's master is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She might have already obtained the profundity of reincarnation. Roar roar roar, snow monsters appeared one after another, causing Shark Demon and the rest to have a hard time defending. The charge of the snow monsters. They had great momentum and did not lack agility. The goo immortals were not willing to face them head-on. They continued to attack and use immortal killer moves. They interrupted the charge of the snow monsters and delayed their speed. Fang Yuan's expression became even more joyful. He sensed the appearance of the snow monsters. There were even more flaws in this battlefield killer move. There's hope. Fang Yuan encouraged himself inwardly. He had only obtained the wisdom path inheritance for a limited time. His wisdom path attainment level was at the bottom of ordinary. Even though he trained hard, he did not slack off or relax. But such things. In the end, it still took time to accumulate. To say that Fang Yuan was a dabbler was a huge exaggeration. To say that Fang Yuan was a wisdom path novice was not an exaggeration. But now, this wisdom path novice was trying to break the freezing rain frozen earth killer move. For example, on Earth, it was like a primary school student solving a high school math problem. Fang Yuan tightly grasped the flaw he found, and with an aim in mind, his hands moved faster and faster. Finally, under his deductions, he found a goo worm. This was a mortal goo. Together with other mortal goo and immortal goo, they formed the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth. Go! Fang Yuan willed. A star snake rope flew out and coiled around this mortal goo. But just as Fang Yuan was about to drag this mortal goo back for research, this mortal goo self-detonated. The star snake rope was empty. It could only return to Fang Yuan's side. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of other goo immortals. Because of this mortal goo's destruction, the freezing rain weakened by a lot. He actually found a flaw? Budan was shocked. He had also tried to find a flaw when attacking, but there was no result. Budan's wisdom path inheritance was too incomplete and low level. His methods were limited. In contrast, Fang Yuan's inheritance was extremely outstanding and had an extraordinary origin. He had created many powerful wisdom path goo immortals. The previous one was the number 1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori. Even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could still find the flaw of freezing rain frozen earth. It showed how outstanding his wisdom path inheritance was. Good. Shark Demon praised. But the moment he said that, the rain above the immortal's head suddenly became twice as intense. Swish swish swish, the rain poured down. The icicles were sharp, suppressing the goo immortals to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xianxia, what did you do? Budan immediately grabbed the chance and shouted. Fang Yuan was also shocked. He knew he was rash. Even if he found the goo worms that formed the battlefield killer move, he could not casually destroy them, otherwise, it would trigger an even stronger attack. But soon, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. After this mortal goo was destroyed, the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth had 2 more flaws. Soon, using the star thoughts in his mind to make deductions, Fang Yuan found the locations of several goo worms. These locations could not be found by investigative methods. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a total of 4 locations with goo worms, but they are all mortal goo. They are really well hidden. Even if I have a star path investigative killer move, I cannot find them. With his previous experience, Fang Yuan did not directly attack and destroy these mortal goo. He did not move, he continued to observe and deduce. So close. Soon, he sighed inwardly, finding a dangerous location. The mortal goo hidden in this location was a crucial location in the formation of the battlefield killer move. At the start of his deductions, Fang Yuan found that as long as he destroyed this goo, he would be able to reduce the power of the icy rain snow monsters by 50 to 60%. But after further deductions, Fang Yuan made even more discoveries. If he really destroyed this goo, it would be terrible. This time, the power of the attack would indeed fall sharply, but the next attack would be launched earlier, and its power would increase by nearly 2 times. In this attack, Shark Demon and the rest were already having a hard time defending. The icy rain continued, causing a lot of immortal essence expenditure. The immortal zombies were having a headache. More than 60 feet tall snow monsters appeared. The goo immortals did not dare to be careless. If the power increases by 2 times, I'm afraid ancient desolate beast level snow monsters will appear. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. The risk of unraveling this battlefield killer move was very high. If he was not careful, he would end up worse off. And this was just unraveling mortal goo. These mortal goo were the outer layer of the formation. If he dealt with the inner goo worms, if Fang Yuan's method was not good enough, he would even suffer a strong backlash. Fang Yuan went around this crucial location and continued to target other locations. He probed. Time passed quickly. Fang Yuan made no progress. This is the 4th attack. Sigh, how much longer do we have to last? An immortal zombie sighed. He had participated in this attack. The immortal essence expenditure made him feel heartache. With the current situation, no matter how much celestial core power is consumed, what's the use if it doesn't improve? Budan said meaningfully. Shark Demon and the rest were a little impatient. They turned their attention to Fang Yuan. This was the first time they met Xianxia. They did not know about Fang Yuan's wisdom path strength. Budan could not do it anymore. Now that the burden of deciphering the battlefield killer move was given to this stranger, was it reliable or not? Lord Xianxia. From the beginning until now, you have been using mortal path methods to probe. You see, although the current situation is not critical, it can be said to be difficult. Why don't you use immortal level wisdom path methods? Don't worry, according to the rules, you will get a fixed amount of immortal yuan stone as compensation for your immortal elemental power consumption. You don't have to worry about the loss, said Budan. Fang Yuan frowned. Budan's intention was sinister. Again and again. Again and again, he tried to sow discord. Fang Yuan knew about the predicament of immortal zombies. Immortal essence was hard to obtain, he cherished it. But now, his losses were huge. There was no progress, even Shark Demon was silent. Subaiman was solemn. The other immortal zombies were very anxious. Budan was targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could understand. However, this kind of provocative behavior was one thing. This was simply stabbing Fang Yuan in the back. Immediately, Fang Yuan took a deep look at Budan. Next, he secretly used moving perspective cups goo to send a message to Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing immediately cooperated, saying, Budan, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Shark Demon said that we need to endure this attack and buy time for Xianxia. Right now, this offensive is only halfway through, and you want to run away before the battle? Or do you think you have contributed too much? Budan's expression changed. He said with grievance, how would I dare? Lord Tai Baiyunxing has misunderstood me. He knew that Tai Baiyunxing was Shark Demon's favorite. Looking at Shark Demon's warm attitude towards Tai Baiyunxing, anyone could tell. Moreover, Tai Baiyunxing had an extraordinary precious immortal goo. He was an expert healer, he could not be offended. Alright, stop arguing. Shark Demon maintained the situation, looking at Fang Yuan. We have already experienced 3 rounds of attacks, a 4th is not a big deal. Fang Yuan felt Shark Demon's gaze, his heart sank. It seemed that Shark Demon's group did not think highly of him. How could this work? Fang Yuan knew the importance of first impressions. he still wanted to borrow Shark Demon's help to get him to join Eastern Sea's immortal zombie headquarters. If he failed the first time and left a deep impression on Shark Demon, it would be difficult in the future. Even if he showed his value in the future, in Shark Demon's heart, it would be discounted. On the contrary, if he succeeded this time, even if he failed in the future, in Shark Demon's eyes, it would be pardonable. Who would not fail at times? Hearing Shark Demon's tone, it seems that before the fifth attack, he does not want to stay here any longer. After all, he needs to consider the cost of attacking this place. Forget it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, before finally making up his mind. He suddenly attacked the goo worm from before. With a soft sound, the goo worm shattered. Another goo worm. Haha. Tai Baiyunxing cooperated with him, immediately laughing. A joyous expression involuntarily appeared on the faces of Shark Demon and the others as their morale rose slightly. Budan did not make a sound. Tai Baiyunxing did not let him go under Fang Yuan's instructions. How is it, Budan? Methods do not differ between mortal and immortal, as long as they are effective, it is fine. Budan nodded, smiling. Lord Tai Baiyunxing is right, I was too impatient earlier. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, he did not resist, but gave in. Evidently, such a petty person was harder to deal with than a person who resisted head-on. Tai Baiyunxing continued, you might not understand, but I have known brother Xianxia for a long time, I know that his wisdom path methods are very powerful. Tai Baiyunxing showed his loyalty to his good friend. At this time, Fang Yuan acted like he had made great progress, saying, I finally found a vital spot. This discovery has greatly increased my confidence in deciphering this battlefield killer move. Is that so? Su Baiman's eyes brightened. He was somewhat doubtful. But soon, facts spoke louder than words. An immortal zombie shouted, look, quickly. The icy rain in the sky has weakened, many desolate beast snow monsters are collapsing on their own. The immortals were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed a lot. They had only taken Tai Baiyunxing's words for granted, but now that they had seen it for themselves, the immortals' attitudes changed. Maybe this Xianxia can really decipher this battlefield killer move? Earlier, Budan was helpless, but once he arrived, he destroyed 2 goo worms. He even reduced the battlefield's offense by half. It seems that his wisdom path attainment is higher than Budan's. I have to admit that the barbarians of the northern plains are indeed skilled. In everyone's heart. All of them were filled with hope. Budan was all smiles, but his heart was very gloomy. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance further accentuated his incompetence. Budan was very unwilling, he used his wisdom path methods to observe the battlefield again. With this observation, his heart shook, and he was filled with boundless joy. It turned out that Fang Yuan had unraveled 2 mortal goo, and had also relied on Budan's ability during the battle. He also found 1 or 2 flaws. He hurriedly calculated in secret. This was also one of his cleverness. Before there were any results, he restrained himself. He was silently accumulating strength for a counterattack. Fang Yuan secretly retracted his gaze from observing Budan and inspected the battlefield killer move in front of him again. After destroying that mortal goo, it was like a veil had been lifted. Freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move revealed another 6 to 7 flaws. However, Fang Yuan was not happy at all. His heart was heavy. These 6 to 7 flaws. The price he had to pay was too high. In a short period of time, Shark Demon and the rest were kept in the dark. When the next wave of attacks arrived, they would feel the pain. Fang Yuan continued to deduce, he had already expended over 10,000 star thoughts in his mind. The battlefield attacks gradually stopped. Shark Demon and the rest let out a breath of turbid air, the pressure on their defense was very heavy. Now that they had passed the 4th round of attacks, their pressure was greatly reduced, but they did not let down their guard. Fang Yuan had also made some progress, but he did not make a move. He did not even use the probing methods that he had used earlier. He sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes, as if he was deducing with all his strength. But he was thinking inwardly, this battlefield killer move has its pros and cons when used to defend blessed lands. One of the biggest cons is that the battlefield killer move can form a temporary world, it is called a quasi-blessed land. Mortal goo and mortal killer moves could be used here. It was not like the blessed land where mortal killer moves were restricted. But all in all, the pros outweigh the cons. These battlefield killer moves greatly delayed the progress of the blessed land. Up until now, Shark Demon and the rest had not seen the true appearance of Yulu blessed land. And even if they could use mortal methods, the attacking goo immortals would not be able to save much immortal essence. Because once a battlefield attack is activated, the goo immortals would have to use immortal methods to advance and retreat. If I can obtain some battlefield killer moves in this Yulu blessed land, and use the blessed land's Dao marks to construct layers of battlefield killer moves, that would be amazing. When I relocate star form blessed land in the future, I can use this method to form layers of defensive lines. Who immortal blessed land can also be used, in case who immortal blessed land is suddenly attacked in the future. These battlefield killer moves can give me enough time to move the blessed land's resources. Because they were afraid of interfering with Fang Yuan's deductions, Shark Demon and the rest remained silent. Fang Yuan's earlier performance made them wait patiently. But they did not know that Fang Yuan looked like he was deducing, but he was just letting his imagination run wild. Right now, the most anxious person was not Fang Yuan, nor was it Tai Baiyunqing who was worried about Fang Yuan, nor was it Shark Demon and the rest. It was Budan. Budan was anxious. He was not resigned to being suppressed by Xianxia. Earlier, he could not find any flaws, so he was helpless. But now that he found a flaw and had a clue, he tried his best to deduce. Time passed, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but Budan found a place where mortal goo were hidden. Moreover, after removing these mortal goo, there was little danger. It was an effective way to unravel the battlefield killer move. Budan had some ability, otherwise, Shark Demon would not have brought him along to attack Yulu blessed land. With this discovery, Budan was secretly excited. He thought to himself, Budan, you are truly amazing. He was quite composed. He did not make a move immediately. He observed Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not make a move. Budan waited for a while. He became more and more impatient, his eyes darting around. He had wanted to wait for Fang Yuan to be helpless before he made a move, to slap Fang Yuan's face. But soon, he thought, what if Xianxia also found this flaw? What should he do? Finally, he decided to make a move. Lord Shark Demon, I have made some progress. Look. Budan suddenly spoke. As he spoke, he destroyed that hidden mortal goo. Shark Demon nodded at him. Budan was a member of Zombie Alliance after all. Compared to an outsider like Xianxia, Shark Demon was more willing to see Budan's performance. Su Baiman smiled lightly. With your help, it seems that unraveling the battlefield killer move is just around the corner. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was very ugly. Oh no. What's wrong? Tai Baiyunqing cooperated. Fang Yuan said, this mortal goo cannot be destroyed. It is like a trap. If we destroy it, the battlefield's offense will increase instead. Fang Yuan stamped his feet. He was filled with regret and anger. He looked extremely pained. Floating astronomy. What? When the immortal zombies heard Fang Yuan's words, their expressions changed. You are bullshitting. Budan was even more anxious. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shark Demon narrowed his eyes. He looked at Budan, then at Fang Yuan. His expression darkened. What is going on? Budan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He immediately said, Lord Shark Demon, I dare to use my many years of reputation to guarantee that there is nothing wrong with this. This Xianxia looks like a good person. Budan pointed at Fang Yuan, but he is actually a petty person who is jealous of others. He must have seen my performance and realized that he is inferior, so he made a false accusation. Lord Shark Demon, fellow comrades, please judge clearly. I know brother Xianxia's abilities the best. In my opinion, you are the petty person. Tai Baiyunqing was furious. He immediately rebuked. Everyone shut up. Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic, Shark Demon shouted. He turned to Fang Yuan. Xianxia, what do you say? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. I have nothing to say. Seeing his attitude, Su Baiman couldn't help but frown. But Fang Yuan continued, but I have another question, I would like to ask Sire Budan. Fang Yuan was not angry at all, he was very charming. compared to Budan, who was red-faced and scolding, it was a stark contrast. Budan saw Feng Yuan's attitude, he was even more jealous and disgusted. He snorted, "What do you have to ask?" Feng Yuan smiled faintly, he stared at Budan and provoked him, "If I ask you, do you dare to answer truthfully?" Budan gritted his teeth, he knew that this was Feng Yuan's provocation, but at this moment, he could not back down. He stiffened his neck and said, "Ask away." Feng Yuan sighed and said, "I want to stand aloof from worldly affairs. But someone is making things difficult for me. I am only asking you, this freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. Right now, there are several hiding places for goo worms." Shark Demon and the others fixed their eyes on Budan. Budan's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he only stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Feng Yuan's question was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into Budan's heart. Budan had only found a place where goo worms were hidden and deduced. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he got rid of it. Now that this goo worm had just been removed, the battlefield killer move would definitely have some flaws that were not there before. However, if Budan wanted to deduce where the rest of the goo worms were hidden, he would need time. Budan had naturally thought of making a false report, but at the next moment, he rejected this stupid idea. Because this thing was easy to verify. You pointed out a goo worm's hiding place, you just need to get rid of it and let everyone see. Facts spoke louder than words. Budan was speechless. He subconsciously clenched his fists. But soon, he thought it through. He could not make a false report, he could only reply loudly, "You asked to teach me. Then I will satisfy you. Give me some time, after I deduce it, I will teach you." The goo immortals were shrewd. Hearing this, their expressions did not change. But they were shaking their heads inwardly. Budan's sorry state was deeply imprinted in the goo immortals' minds. These goo immortals were not idiots. They naturally understood that Budan's words were not convincing enough. Xianxia exposed Budan's true colors. Tai Baiyunxing looked at Budan with pity, he sighed inwardly, "You want to fight with Feng Yuan like this?" Feng Yuan knew Budan would reply like this, he laughed at this moment, "Sir Budan, you must have only deduced one point. But the goo worm hidden in this point is only a trap. If you can continue to deduce and be more patient, you might be able to find more flaws and deduce more hidden points. That way, you might be able to understand how rash your actions were." "Oh?" Budan's lips twitched, he had already thought of an excuse, he immediately made things difficult for Feng Yuan. "Then why don't you tell everyone what was wrong with my actions? How did it cause problems? What kind of trap is this point?" "Haha, you need to answer properly, Lord Su Baiman has a lie detection method. This point was naturally not a trap." Feng Yuan naturally could not answer. But Feng Yuan was already prepared, he smiled lightly, "My wisdom path inheritance is a unique method, how can it be leaked?" "Budan, you are so shrewd, are you trying to steal my wisdom path method?" Bull*T. Budan was enraged. Budan spoke rudely time and time again, but Feng Yuan was not angry, he glanced at immortal zombie Shark Demon. Shark Demon was frowning, he was watching from the side, waiting for Feng Yuan and Budan to come to a conclusion. Feng Yuan saw this and knew that Shark Demon was biased towards Budan. This was not strange at all. Shark Demon and Budan were members of Zombie Alliance after all. Furthermore, Shark Demon and Budan had worked together so many times, they had been together for so long. There was a saying, distant relatives are not distant relatives. Feng Yuan was only meeting Shark Demon for the first time, they were strangers. Meanwhile, Budan and Shark Demon had a much closer relationship. Feng Yuan laughed, his expression suddenly changed as he looked at Budan in disdain, saying, "Clown, I will teach you a lesson today. Watch carefully." Saying so, Feng Yuan pointed his fingers like a sword, moving them in the air. Specks of starlight flew out of his fingertips, flying into the air, some near and some far away, before stopping. "Here, here, and here, all of them have hidden mortal goo. If you don't believe me, you can do as I say and try them one by one. For example, here, you need to use a fire path attack to destroy the goo worm. Or there, you need to use an ice path method to make it appear, then use lightning to destroy the goo worm. And here, if you want to destroy the hidden mortal goo, you need to wait for the next wave of attacks to destroy it. Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. The starlight specks stopped in the air. There were as many as 10 of them. The goo immortals were all smart people. Fang Yuan pointed out the exact locations of these hidden goo worms, and even explained the method to destroy them in detail. He made it clear that he was not afraid of them verifying it. This intense confidence made people have no choice but to believe him. Budan stared with wide-opened eyes, but did not know how to retort. He became impatient, rolling up his sleeves. He was about to make a move in disbelief. I want to see if you are speaking the truth. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped him. Budan was already in an awkward situation. He was pleasantly surprised. But he smiled coldly on the surface. What, Xianxia, are you afraid? Fang Yuan sighed, looking at Budan. He gave off the feeling of an elder looking at a naughty child. Budan almost jumped in anger again. Fang Yuan immediately spoke. These hidden goo worm locations are all true. I am not afraid of anyone verifying them. However, these points could not be tampered with. Like the goo worm that you destroyed earlier. Many of them are traps. They are interconnected. Even if they are touched, it will affect the entire battlefield killer move. Our wisdom path deductions will change completely. We will have to deduce from the beginning again. The locations that I pointed out have deep implications. I am unable to deduce which ones should be touched and which should not be. After saying that, Fang Yuan turned to the immortal zombie shark demon, bowing. Lord Shark Demon, I am truly sorry, I am not capable enough. Seeing Fang Yuan so humble, it was a silent mockery. Budan's eyelids twitched. He wanted to jump up and tear off Fang Yuan's white beard. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan's blue robe into shreds. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan's rosy and clean face. But of course, he could not do that. Because Shark Demon was returning the greeting to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just spoken when he bowed to Shark Demon. From Shark Demon's point of view, he was the leader. He naturally had to show his manners. Furthermore, Xianxia was Tai Baiyunqing's good friend. He was brought here by the latter. Xianxia bowed to Shark Demon. How could Shark Demon not return the greeting? Zombie Alliance was part of the righteous path. Even though their members were all from the demonic path, a large portion of them were from the demonic path. But since they joined Zombie Alliance, they had to follow the righteous path's rules and demeanor. And Shark Demon heard the two's discussion. He had an idea. In his opinion, Xianxia's wisdom path attainment was higher than Budan's. Towards such a talent, especially when he needed to take down Yulu blessed land in the future, Shark Demon naturally had to return the greeting. After returning the greeting, Shark Demon spoke in a very polite tone. Brother Xianxia's words have benefited me greatly. I wonder what we should do now. Shark Demon had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though he was an immortal zombie, he was a famous expert in Eastern Sea. He took the initiative to call rank 6 Xianxia brother. When everyone heard this, they felt that Shark Demon's attitude was very gentle. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am still too weak. I had just obtained a trace of hope in my deduction earlier. To think that the goo worm was destroyed, causing my deduction to go to waste. In my anxiousness, I spoke without thinking. Sigh, there is a saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone a small snake like me, while everyone here is a strong dragon. Budan was so angry that he was panting heavily. His eyes were red. Fang Yuan's tone was humble, but his words took care of Budan's face. It was like slapping Budan's face repeatedly. But this time, Budan did not flare up. He was very angry, but at the same time, he felt a little weak. His wisdom path inheritance was very incomplete. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Since Fang Yuan could openly point out so many flaws, Budan knew that he was inferior, but he did not want to admit it. Could it be that I really made a mistake? This mortal goo, was it really a trap like that damned Xianxia said? The pitiful Budan was framed by Fang Yuan. He was in self-doubt now. Fang Yuan looked at Budan's reaction and expression from the corner of his eyes. He smiled bitterly and humbly on the surface, but he was sneering internally. He was already thinking of retreating. Because the following attacks were very fierce. If they were not careful, some of these goo immortals might die. If they could persevere, their immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Such a huge loss would cause the Gu immortals to feel heartache, but Fang Yuan did not have the ability to break through this battlefield. By then, the Gu immortals would put in so much effort, but Fang Yuan, who they had high hopes for, would not make any progress. It was easy to imagine how bad their impression of Fang Yuan would be. Thus, Fang Yuan's humility earlier was not to mock Budan, he was setting a trap in the Gu immortals' hearts. Retreating is inevitable, but how to do so is a matter of consideration. Fang Yuan thought of this and glanced at Budan discreetly, before continuing to speak to Shark Demon. There is not much time left until the next attack. After this change, all our previous efforts have gone down the drain. I can only start over and give it a try. I won't hide it from everyone, the chances of success are not high, I need more time. Most importantly, this attack will be very fierce. According to my suggestion, we should retreat now. The Gu immortals naturally would not give up, after all, they were already at this stage. Shark Demon said, Brother Xianxia, please try again. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to sit cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes. Soon, the fifth attack was launched, ice needles rained down, dozens of snow monsters roared as they charged at the Gu immortals. This attack is indeed much more powerful. Let's go. This is just the beginning, but it is already so difficult. Budan, what should I say to you? Budan's expression was ashen, he gritted his teeth, his gaze cold. He felt that the surrounding Gu immortals' gazes were piercing his heart even more than the ice rain. The Gu immortals' words were like whips lashing at his soul. Xianxia. Xianxia. He roared in his mind, chanting a name, but it was a fake name. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Yulu Blessed Land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Baiyunqing and Fang Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Baiyunqing's man as before immortal Gu was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xianxia, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Baiman see his value, especially when it came to attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area, it was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth's size, this Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength, he had the ability to guard this sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes, they were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had, on the surface, this banquet was very effective, it was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup, even though he was an immortal zombie, with the help of Gu worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. Next, he put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone, please look. This is the Godspear shark, this is the Shattertooth golden shark, and that one over there is the silver-scaled treasure shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Fang Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Fang Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of Ji's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The shatter-toothed golden sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 200 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the shatter-toothed golden shark opened its mouth to hunt, Fang Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny, sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale, it ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth. They formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver-scale great treasure shark was the largest on Earth. It was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally, they would take their time, but when food appeared, they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though this silver-scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver-scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the shatter-toothed golden shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it, these little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality, they are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo-worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar. Fang Yuan said. Tai Baiyunxing also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Su Baiman was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Baiman, they were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Yulu Blessed Land. This showed that the two of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public, they had to be serious and impartial. In private, they were gentle and calm, they would joke around, it made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Su Baiman would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Su Baiman had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. You are too kind, haha. Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list. Above me are Hua Li's splendid sea area, Huangxing's bumpy sea area, and Shin Clan Gu Immortal Shenishir's poetic emotion sea area. You have not been in Eastern Sea for long. You might not have seen the 10 great sea areas of Eastern Sea. These 10 great sea areas are all wondrous sceneries. Rainbow Island's Rainbow Sea Area, the seawater is colorful. They are clearly separated. Myriad Forest Sea Area, from the bottom of the sea. Sea trees that are thousands of feet tall. Their treetops can reach out of the sea, there are millions of trees. They form underwater forests. Merman Sea Area, mermaids have all kinds of beauty. There are countless mermen living there, they have great strength, they are one of the top 10 superforces in Eastern Sea. Tai Baiyunxing was fascinated as he listened, sighing again. The world is vast, nature is vast, Eastern Sea is rich in natural resources, it is a land of great heroes. It makes us feel our own insignificance. Mermen. Fang Yuan's heart jolted, a trace of his previous life's memories were evoked. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet was nearing its end. Shark Demon said, "This is the first time you have come to my place as guests. I have prepared some gifts, I hope you will accept them." This was a very obvious method to win them over. Fang Yuan did not reject any gifts. He had wanted to get close to Shark Demon to begin with. Joy appeared on his face as he cupped his fists. "Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon in advance." Shark Demon laughed heartily. He clapped his hands. "Good, I like the straightforward nature of you Northern Plains Gu immortals. However, my gifts will have to be personally received by the two of you." "Oh?" Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing looked at each other. They could not help but feel some doubts. Su Baiman covered her mouth as she smiled and explained, "You might not know, but Lord Husband rarely invites people to be guests. But every time a guest comes, he will gift some sharks. However, the guest had to catch it himself. As for what he caught, as for what they catch, it will depend on the guest's abilities." "So that's it." Tai Baiyunxing and Fang Yuan. They immediately understood. "Please take action, you only have 7 minutes. During this period, you will have to stay in the palace. If you go out, you will be breaking the rules," Shark Demon said. Tai Baiyunxing could not help but feel interested. These sharks were raised very well, they had high value. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them elsewhere and exchange them for a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. Moreover, there were sharks that were suitable for him. Fang Yuan, however, suddenly thought, "Isn't this the famous shark fishing banquet in my previous life?" In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had already died. The reason for their deaths was unknown. This Shark Sea had become someone else's property. The Gu immortal who occupied this place, Zhu Xingbua, was a hospitable person and had many friends. When he invited his companions to the banquet, he also played this trick, letting the guests fish sharks in the underwater palace. It turned out that the source was Shark Demon himself, while Gu immortal Zhu Xingbua was merely an imitator. The shark fishing had already begun, time was limited. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed his other thoughts and carefully looked at the sea. Groups of sharks were swimming freely around the underwater palace. These sharks, the ones with the highest value, are the 3 that Shark Demon pointed out earlier: Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. But these sharks are not suitable for me. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. What was suitable for Fang Yuan were blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. Of these 2 types of sharks, the former was suitable for Hu immortal blessed land that had gone through the blood calamity, while the latter was suitable for star form blessed land and could be kept in the lake at the center of the blessed land. However, the numbers of these 2 types of sharks were far less than the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. Because the ferocity of blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks could not compare to the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. This area of the underwater palace was where Shark Demon resided. Normally, when Shark Demon was in the mood, he would throw out blood food, causing the sharks to fight over it. As time passed, this place became a treasure land for sharks, with the strongest shark group residing here. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. He was in the underwater palace, but he could not casually walk around and search the sea. This was only an entertainment activity. Shark Demon would not be so generous as to let others freely hunt sharks in this sea area. Fang Yuan felt regretful. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. As for the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark, Fang Yuan did not care about them. After these 2 months of accumulation, he already had about 500 to 600 immortal yuan stone. With his immense wealth, he did not care about this bit of profit. How many Divine Spear Sharks, Shattering Teeth Golden Sharks, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Sharks could he collect in 7 minutes? Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and decided to help Tai Baiyunxing. The cloudline sharks that Tai Baiyunxing wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai Bai blessed land. However, these cloudline sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the 3 groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai Baiyunxing's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloudline sharks, but the god spear sharks, shatter-tooth golden sharks, and silver scale treasure sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai Baiyinxing's method spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the three groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai Baiyinxing was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The three groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Feng Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai Baiyinxing immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai Baiyinxing without saying anything. Finally, with Feng Yuan's cooperation, Tai Baiyinxing harvested an ideal number of cloudline sharks. Tai Baiyinxing hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Tai Baiyinxing stood up and solemnly bowed to the two of them. The two of you really have a deep friendship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the host were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyinxing out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, they had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she asked, "What do you think of this Xianxia?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted, "This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Baiyinxing, he is not an easy person to deal with." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Budan is too useless. He was led by the nose by Xianxia. Budan was on my side, but Xianxia was making things difficult for him. If Budan was embarrassed, I would also lose face." This Xianxia had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality, I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea, but Northern Plains. Su Baiman quickly consoled, "Don't be angry, husband, such a capable person naturally has his pride." As for Bodan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demoness had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, when Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains Goo immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time, the rewards for attacking Yulu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xianxia's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Shark Demon heard this and his eyes brightened. He turned to look at Su Baiman with a smiling gaze. "Why is Madam suddenly speaking up for this Budan? Oh, it must be that fellow Bodan secretly giving Madam some big gift, right?" Su Baiman covered her mouth and laughed. "Nothing can be hidden from husband. It is not a huge gift, it is just a palm-sized medicine ice." Shark Demon was surprised. Even though this medicine ice is not much, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Budan get it from? It seems that he is really spending a lot to protect his livelihood. Su Baiman shook her head. "Budan looks unremarkable, but to have such accomplishments, he is not simple." Shark Demon pondered. It seems that Budan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He is involved in this situation, his knowledge is a bit blurry. Actually, even if he is not very capable, he will still be of some use. Even though Xianxia is very capable, he is still an outsider. I will definitely bring along Budan to keep this Xianxia in check, to prevent him from monopolizing power in the future. If he is already so arrogant now, how will he be in the future? What if he sets a trap for us when we attack, what will we do? We do not know about wisdom path methods. With Budan, Xianxia will have to be cautious and prevent him from playing any tricks. That is good enough. Subaiman was immediately at ease. She looked at the man she loved deeply. My husband is truly skilled. Budan and Xianxia will not be able to do anything in your hands. Ha ha ha, madam, don't praise me. Fang Yuan followed Tai Baiyunxing back to the island. This nameless island was where Tai Baiyunxing had stayed previously. It was very simple, but because of Tai Baiyunxing, it gradually gained some fame in Eastern Sea's Gu-immortal world. Shark Demon had encountered some difficulties in attacking Yulu Blessed Land this time. He had to return in defeat. To carry out the next invasion, he needed some time to prepare. Tai Baiyunxing used this free time to go to all the invitations he had received earlier. Needless to say, landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Gu was very popular. There were unpredictable situations in the world. The sea areas controlled by Gu Immortals would have some problems from time to time. Landscape as before Immortal Gu was outstanding in this aspect. It showed immediate results. Fang Yuan, why don't you go with me? We can take care of each other, and I can also introduce you to others. If you follow me for one round, you will be able to familiarize yourself with the nearby Gu Immortals. Tai Baiyunxing suggested. This suggestion was very pertinent, but Fang Yuan already had a plan. He smiled bitterly and told Tai Baiyunxing, Old Bai, it is best if you don't let others know about our relationship. Because what I am going to do next might implicate you. Ah? Didn't you come to Eastern Sea to get a share of Yulu Blessed Land and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Baiyunxing immediately felt something amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he seemed to want to cause trouble. Tai Baiyunxing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan's ability to cause trouble. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Giant Sun Immortal's 88-point Xianxia Tower, had collapsed because of Fang Yuan. But this was only done by Fang Yuan when he was immortal. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his ability to cause trouble had also risen sharply. Fang Yuan, don't act recklessly. What are you planning now? Tai Baiyunxing looked worriedly at Fang Yuan. Don't worry, my good senior brother, I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother, I am not qualified to be your senior brother. Tai Baiyunxing quickly waved his hand, but still asked for more details. Fang Yuan revealed a bit, Old Bai, have you ever thought that it would be inappropriate for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Baiyunxing blinked. Although you are in Northern Plains Gu Immortal, Eastern Sea Gu Immortals from other regions have also joined Eastern Sea's local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It has a huge force. Other Zombie Alliance branches do not recruit living Gu Immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance can. Your identity won't be a hindrance either. Fang Yuan shook his head. People like Budan join Zombie Alliance only because they are in a miserable state. These people are at the bottom of Gu Immortals. Their status in Zombie Alliance is even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xianxia, am not like that. Not only do I have immortal Gu, I also have powerful wisdom path methods that can decipher the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. For someone like me, no matter how much I do, I will not join Zombie Alliance. As long as I show a trace of willingness, I believe other righteous path forces will welcome me to join. That makes sense. Tai Baiyunxing nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially for outsiders like us, the restrictions and supervision are even stricter. Otherwise, why would there be so many Gu Immortals and lone cultivators? So, for a Gu Immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, it is not only my own will, but also a strong external pressure. Fang Yuan nodded. Tai Baiyunxing's eyes shined with a bright light. He quickly asked, what pressure? Fang Yuan first smiled, before asking a question that made Tai Baiyunxing's face turn pale. Which super force is the closest to this place? Song clan was a huge force that had been in Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This family was also one of the top 10 superpowers in the East Sea. Just the Gu Immortals in the clan alone numbered 18. Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal for many years. His battle strength was deep and unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Diaoling, was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had outstanding talent and was cultured and refined. He was publicly recognized as the successor of Song clan. But unfortunately, more than 10 years ago, he died from a plot, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter's surname was Song, her name was Yishur. She was the only descendant of Song Qiyuan's lineage. Song Yishur was doted on by her grandfather, Song Qiyuan. Since she was young, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Most people in the world were struggling to survive. Most Gu immortals were working hard to prepare for their next tribulation. They were rushing around to raise their cultivation level, while Song Yishur was enjoying the fruits of their labor. Song Qiyuan was providing all of her cultivation resources. As long as Song Yishur asked, her grandfather Song Qiyuan would satisfy her. When Song Yishur underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu immortal, Song Qiyuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, this sea area was rich in resources. It was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Feng Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishur. Floating astronomy. After planning for half a month, Feng Yuan arrived at a small island. There were many islands in Eastern Sea. The islands that Feng Yuan stepped on numbered in the millions, or even tens of millions. Most of the islands were uninhabited. However, there were signs of human habitation on this island. There were 3 fishing villages on the island. The highest cultivation level was only rank 3. Feng Yuan concealed his figure. Under the blazing sun, he strolled around one of the fishing villages as if nothing had happened. Most of the people around him were mortals. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Gu masters, rank 1 or rank 2, would attract respectful gazes from the mortals. Feng Yuan's current methods were far superior compared to when he was in southern border. He strolled around the village for 2 or 3 times. The people around him could not discover him. This should be Li Village. Feng Yuan observed for a long time, and combined with his previous life's memories, he confirmed this place. Of course, this small fishing village was not Li's village yet. But in the 500 years of his previous life, an extremely legendary Gu immortal appeared here. His name was Li Xiaoyao. This small fishing village was renamed Li's village because of him. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had not been born yet. According to his previous life, Li Xiaoyao would be born 200 years later. After confirming this fishing village, Feng Yuan walked out of the village, arriving at a cliff by the sea. There were countless caves on the cliff. Hundreds and thousands of seabirds were resting there. They had strong territorial awareness. Once a Gu master or a large creature enters this place, the seabirds would feel threatened and would attack in full force. Therefore, even the people in the village rarely set foot here. Occasionally, Gu masters would enter. They would pick some herbs or steal some bird eggs. The composition of these birds was complex. It was like a gathering of more than 1,000 beast groups. They were not the same type of birds. On this small island, humans with Gu masters were not the overlords. According to Li Xiaoyao was often bullied by older children. He had no choice but to hide here. He accidentally discovered a small hidden cave here, and he treated this small cave as his little secret base. This cliff was filled with holes, caves of all sizes. There were countless of them. It was naturally quite difficult to find Li Xiaoyao's cave. However, since there's a flock of birds occupying this area, Li Xiaoyao can't possibly go deep inside. His cave should be on the outskirts. Feng Yuan was well prepared. After searching for a while, he had selected over 100 targets. When the noon sun slowly set in the west, Feng Yuan finally found his real target. The cavern wasn't big. Based on Feng Yuan's current size, it wasn't big at all. He couldn't enter it yet. Not to mention Feng Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. Thankfully, he had changed form immortal Gu. Feng Yuan shrunk his body again and entered the hole. The cave was moist. In the evening, there was a faint afterglow. After walking for a short distance in the narrow cave, Feng Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The space here was quite spacious. The sea breeze outside the cliff continuously flowed through the small holes on the walls of the cave. The wind whistled as it poured in. Feng Yuan couldn't help but think of the records in the content described Li Xiaoyao's hardships as a child. He was often bullied. Hiding in this cave, she sobbed softly while listening to the whimpering of the wind. This situation lasted for a long time. Until one day, fate suddenly turned a corner and Li Xiaoyao's legend began. This corner of fate was a small hole in the corner of the cave. Li Xiaoyao once again hid in it and rested in the corner. In the end, the small hole suddenly collapsed. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff and was swept away by the sea current. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fang Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fang Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fang Yuan willed and several goo worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next, he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fang Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent, because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent. Fang Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast, it was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea, there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea, it was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea, some superforces had deep-sea caravans. These caravans used goo worms to drill into the sea and use the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Fang Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning, it was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Fang Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Fang Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow, there was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of life forms resided here. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fang Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fang Yuan estimated that it was not time yet, he decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Fang Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales, its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another, and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river, seeing the insects flying out. Its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard was not certain when it hunted, sometimes it would fail consecutively. A portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo, they had no value to Fang Yuan. The only thing that caught Fang Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass-produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Fang Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river, they were a type of fish. Fang Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great, there were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fang Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Fang Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point, he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Xianxia was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today, Xianxia was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male goo immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Xianxia and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Xianxia arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, Poetic Emotion Goo. This goo worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal goo masters. Xianxia went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was located in Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Xianxia's private territory. Xianxia had built an exquisite and beautiful small palace at the peak of the volcano. She loved the hot spring in the palace. Every once in a while, she would come here to soak in it. She took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite, fair, and delicate body. Her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg, her body was soft, she had red lips and beautiful eyes, her long hair hung down to her waist. She entered the hot spring and closed her eyes to enjoy it. Soon, her mood turned for the better, she started to hum softly. She did not know that Fang Yuan was already hiding nearby, observing her every move. It's about time. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated, purposely revealing a trace of his aura. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Fang Yuan had no choice but to show himself. Yanf seeing Xianxia, this old man, suddenly appear in front of her, Xianxia screamed in shock. She was soaking in the hot spring, naked. This was her weakest moment. So be it if it was a female, but it was a male goo immortal. There was a difference between men and women. Xianxia fell into panic. I can explain. This is all a huge misunderstanding, please listen to me. Please listen to my explanation. Fang Yuan waved his hand, talking non-stop. At this moment, Xianxia's panic was replaced by intense anger. Perverted scoundrel, die. Xianxia was hidden in the hot spring, pointing at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, stream yarn. The water vapor in the air intensified, and 2 streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like the long sleeves of a songstress, or like a veil covering a beauty's face, one on the left and one on the right. They coiled towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Xianxia was a water path goo immortal. This stream yarn was Song Clan's signature immortal killer move. It was an excellent capturing method. If Fang Yuan was hit, he might not be able to escape. Not daring to let this stream yarn get close, Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shined around him as star snakes danced in the air, clashing against the stream yarn. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. The star snakes coiled around the stream yarn, but the stream yarn was like water, soaking the star snakes. In just a few breaths of time, the star snakes turned into nothingness. Stream yarn charged towards Fang Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream yarn are both killer moves that focus on capturing. To think that the difference is so huge. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Thankfully, after this delay, the Starlight Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture was fully activated. It emitted a bright light, like the rising sun. Around Starlight Immortal Goo, countless Fire Path Mortal Goo were like countless fireflies, flying around. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Fire Escape, whoosh. With a soft sound, Fang Yuan's body burned with deep blue flames. Fang Yuan flew like lightning, flying into the sky. Where are you going? Xianxia shouted, quickly using a killer move to block him. Boom! A huge explosion took place at the top of the underwater volcano. The bottom of the sea shook, and the torrents surged. More than half of the top of the underwater volcano collapsed, and its natural protective structure was destroyed. Millions of tons of seawater poured in. Xianxia was flustered in order to deal with the flying boulders and the seawater that was pouring in. She put up a barrier and quickly put on her clothes. Her heart calmed down a little. Then, ignoring the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she directly chased after Fang Yuan and flew out. You can't escape. Xianxia gritted her teeth. With the help of Star Fire Escape, Fang Yuan's speed was extremely fast, but because the seawater was too deep, he could not move at all. After a while, he finally flew out of the sea. In the biography of Li Xiaoyao from his previous life, it was recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of a cliff and entered the undercurrent. He was sent to the undersea volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao walked to the top of the volcano. He was surprised to see Xianxia bathing. Xianxia acted and restrained Li Xiaoyao. After the interrogation, he was overjoyed. It turned out that she did not know that there was a volcano under the sea. There was a hidden undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Right now, there were strong enemies surrounding the sea, and Li Xiaoyao's appearance gave Xianxia hope of getting out of the predicament. Xianxia relied on this undercurrent to temporarily resolve her predicament. And Li Xiaoyao's fate changed greatly from then on. He was brought along by Xianxia, and was taught Goo Master Cultivation. Li Xiaoyao and Fang Yuan's experiences were completely different. Li Xiaoyao is a young boy, with delicate features. Although I have a sage-like demeanor and good looks, I am already 70 or 80 years old. Xianxia is young, and Song clan is a huge force. It would be strange if she did not chase after me in anger. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. When he discovered that Xianxia was chasing after him, he smiled faintly and charged out of the sea with a boom. Goo Immortal Yao Gupai was one of Xianxia's pursuers. Right now, he was patrolling around a motion poetry sea area. He was a handsome young man with rank 6 cultivation, and was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Every once in a while, Fairy Isha would go to Emotion Poetry Sea's underwater volcano hot spring to bathe. They do not know this secret, only I am clear about it now. I want to use this opportunity to interact with Fairy Isha more. If I can marry her, would I still need to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future? Eh? What happened? Yao Gupai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Fang Yuan rapidly flying out of the sea, looking like he was escaping in a sorry state. The calm sea surface was stirred up by him. From his appearance, he seems to be a scoundrel. Should I chase after him? Yao Gupai hesitated. Right at this time, Xianxia also came out of the sea, looking at Fang Yuan's fleeing figure. She shouted angrily, "Don't run, perverted scoundrel, die." What, perverted scoundrel? It was as if Yao Gupai was struck by a bolt out of the blue. He was so shocked that his eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Perverted scoundrel? What did Fairy Isha encounter? That old bastard is actually a daring pervert. He deserves to die, he deserves to die. Yao Gupai roared in his heart, killing intent filling his chest. Fairy Isha, don't worry, Yao Gupai, am here. At the next moment, Yao Gupai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Xianxia was slightly stunned, her surging aura stagnated. She had just attacked in anger and did not think much when she shouted, but Yao Gupai's appearance made her panic again. Heaven have pity on me, she was still a young girl, this was the first time she had encountered such a thing, she had no experience. She naturally wanted to keep this matter a secret, It would be best if she could settle everything secretly and kill Fang Yuan. No one else would know about this. If this matter spread, how could she face others in the future? But now, another Gu immortal had appeared. She knew this person. He was one of the pursuers she hated. His surname seemed to be Yao. Song Yisher was not too sure. Yao Gupai saw Song Yisher's panicked expression and felt even more pain in his heart. When he saw Song Yisher's flushed face, it was like the blush of spring. Yao Gupai's killing intent immediately rose by dozens of times. Actually, nothing had happened, but a person's imagination was endless. Moreover, Yao Gupai was a man, and also a fanatical pursuer. It was very easy for him to think of the dark side. Right now, Yao Gupai was thinking, this old perverted thief who was desperately escaping in front of him must have taken advantage of her. He might have used some despicable method to make Fairy Yisher faint. Kissing her, no, kissing and nibbling. Who knew how many times Fairy Yisher had been violated, how much humiliation? Thinking of this, the anger in Yao Gupai's heart was about to ignite his body. He madly chased while shouting, this damned old thing, old pervert, don't run. You actually dare to blaspheme our Fairy Yisher, I will peel off your skin. I will make you regret everything you have done to Fairy Yisher. When Song Yisher heard this angry roar, her body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Don't be so loud, do you really want the whole world to know about it? Let's quietly, secretly deal with this damned old man, isn't that the best? Unfortunately, the furious Yao Gupai could not hear Song Yisher's inner thoughts. And this was the first time Song Yisher had encountered such a situation. She was at a loss. She wanted to transmit her voice to Yao Gupai, but her skin was too soft, she could not open her mouth no matter what. If she said it, it would be too embarrassing. Among these three, the one who was the happiest, the one who was truly happy, was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already calculated Song Yisher's reaction. Yao Gupai's appearance could be considered an unexpected surprise. Good, that's it, louder, right, louder. Fang Yuan inwardly encouraged Yao Gupai. The two Gu immortals chasing him would definitely not think of Fang Yuan's strange thoughts at this moment. Fang Yuan wanted to blow up the matter. Song Yisher was a Gu immortal of a super force, Song clan. She was the beloved daughter of Song Qi Yuan. She had so many pursuers. After blowing up the matter, Fang Yuan would have the external pressure to join Zombie Alliance. But this conflict was not about stealing someone's wealth or killing their parents. It was not a life and death battle. At most, Fang Yuan had only taken a glance unintentionally. Song Yisher was a young girl. She did not have much experience. Her thoughts were still very conservative. This was the first time someone had seen her body. She was naturally angry and wronged. This was the natural mentality of a young person. But as they grew older and experienced more, no matter who it was, they would more or less understand the principle of flesh and body. So what if they took a glance? Some women wanted others to stare at them without blinking, right? From a certain point of view, didn't this prove her charm? 200 to 300 years later, Li Xiaoyao also took a peek, but nothing happened. Instead he was shielded and hidden. One of the main reasons was that Song Yisher's mentality had already changed. Later, Li Xiaoyao had another fortuitous encounter. He became a sword path Gu immortal, finally becoming an immortal couple with Song Yisher. Song Yisher was older than Li Xiaoyao by 200 to 300 years. It was like an old cow eating young grass. Of course, there is another reason. That is, 200 to 300 years later, Song Qi Yuan's lifespan was used up. He died completely. The death of a rank 8 Gu immortal caused a huge change in Eastern Sea's situation. Song clan started to weaken. Song Yisher's huge wealth was coveted by others. Not only was there external pressure, there was also internal strife in the clan. Li Xiaoyao was taught by Song Yisher. When he was a mortal Gu master, he accompanied Song Yisher, going through trials and tribulations with her, never abandoning her. He became the person Song Yisher trusted the most. Later, Li Xiaoyao obtained Sword Immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance. He took a new path and became a powerful sword path Gu immortal. This made Song Yisher fall in love with him. In the end, the two of them became an immortal couple. Their whereabouts were erratic and elusive, and they were free and unfettered. During the Five Regions' chaotic war, they could fight rank 8s together. They were a pillar of defense against Central Continent. In the sky, a pursuit was taking place. Bam bam bam, violent explosions rang out one after another. Song Yisher and Yao Gupai continued to attack, but due to the distance, Fang Yuan was like a slippery eel that was covered in oil, displaying astonishing flying attainment. Fang Yuan, who was running in front like he was escaping, had purposely slowed down to keep up with the two pursuers. He was a demonic path overlord. Even though his accomplishments in his previous life were not high, his life experience and battle experience were unimaginable to the two young Gu immortals behind him. Especially Xianxia, she was too young and had too little battle experience. Even though she had immortal killer moves to travel, she could not catch up to Fang Yuan no matter what. Fang Yuan made many turns, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes flying into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Xianxia was seething with anger. She felt like she was not being chased, but being played. As for Yao Gupai, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have an immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He who could only use mortal killer moves was a tragedy in this pursuit. He was left at the back. He could only shout and scream. If not for Fang Yuan taking care of him, he would have been left far behind long ago. The three streaked across the sky, gradually leaving the poetic emotion sea area. What's going on? Gu immortals are fighting? The sound of breaking air attracted the attention of two lone cultivator Gu immortals on the distant island. These two were playing chess. They were in a leisurely and elegant mood. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and started investigating. It seems to be Song Clan's Fairy Yisher and a young lone cultivator are chasing after another person. This person's aura is leaking. He is not from Eastern Sea, but a Northern Plains Gu immortal. One more thing. One less thing is better. Song Yisher is Song Qi Yuan's beloved daughter. Let's not get involved. That's right. Come, let's continue playing chess. Fang Yuan looked at this island and frowned slightly. He changed his direction and continued flying. Not long after, in the Net Sea area. What? There is such a shameless old pervert in this world. Fairy Yisher, Chen Zhongyong, will lend you a hand. Fang Yuan chuckled and dodged Chen Zhongyong's attack. He continued to flee. Thus, the number of pursuers behind him increased to 3. After another period of time, in the thunder-shaking strait. Fairy Yisher is as pure as ice and pure as jade, yet she was tainted by someone. He deserves to be killed, he deserves to be killed. Bai Qing Tian was overcome with grief, and he resolutely joined in the hunt. 15 minutes later, the grand pursuit attracted another Gu immortal who liked to fight. You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal, you dare to target our Eastern Sea female immortal? Are you trying to bully the Eastern Sea for not having anyone capable? Lei Hong was enraged. Song Yisher was getting more and more furious. As she watched Fang Yuan scurry away, her mood became worse and worse. Clearly, she had only been peeked at. Why did these people scold her more and more outrageously, making it seem like she was the victim? All of you, stop shouting. Kill this person in secret. I have a great reward. Song Yisher could not hold it in any longer and transmitted a message to her companions. These Gu immortals were not fools. After hearing this, they immediately understood. After hearing this, they all kept quiet. Why aren't you scolding anymore? Fang Yuan naturally did not want this to happen. He wanted the matter to blow up as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are not scolding me, I will do it myself. Thus, Fang Yuan started to shout loudly. He defended himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I want to explain the situation clearly. Actually, I accidentally entered the underwater volcano in the depths of Poetic Emotion Sea area. This matter can be investigated. I am telling the truth. Old pervert, stop bullshitting. Immediately, a Gu immortal scolded in response. But Fang Yuan ignored him. He continued to shout, I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have just arrived here. I only wanted to choose a nameless island as my resting place. After looking around, I saw an island. I wanted to inspect the surroundings before setting up my method, but I unexpectedly found an undercurrent in the sea. I followed this undercurrent and entered the underwater volcano. Liar, continue to lie for me. You did such a despicable thing, you still have the cheek to deny it, pretending to be a gentleman? Do you think we are so easily deceived? The Gu immortals behind him scolded. Fang Yuan shouted, even if I lied to you, I would have to find another excuse. Why did I mention the undercurrent? You can investigate it, I can tell you the location of that nameless island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it was connected to the underwater volcano. After I entered the volcano, I discovered. Shut up. Xianxia shouted. She was worried that Fang Yuan would say something bad. She quickly interrupted him. If you are wrongly accused, don't run, surrender and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Xianxia, am not someone who kills innocent people. Xianxia had learned her lesson, she had improved, she actually knew how to deceive people. However, her tone was too stiff. Anyone who heard it would be able to hear her roar of rage and monstrous killing intent. Xianxia was too capable, her acting was not up to par. Fang Yuan ran even faster, shouting, "Do you think I am an idiot? If I surrender, I will die. I'm innocent, I didn't even touch a single finger of yours. After I entered the volcano." Shut up. Xianxia was furious, her voice raised by an octave. The other male Gu immortals were furious on the surface, but they were secretly listening attentively, afraid that they would miss out on Fang Yuan's words. Seeing that Fang Yuan was interrupted by Xianxia again, they felt slightly regretful. But Fang Yuan quickly said, "You don't want me to say it, but I will. How can you be so domineering? I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal who came to Eastern Sea to make a living. Do you think it is easy for me? I did not do anything, I only saw you bathing, this is all a misunderstanding." Xianxia's vision darkened, she was so angry that her heart was about to explode. She could make her pursuers shut up, but she could not stop Fang Yuan's shouting. He, so such an interesting thing happened. At this time a charming laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal approached them. "It's 7C Snake Lady." The Gu immortals chasing Fang Yuan saw this female Gu immortal. Their gazes froze. Yao Gupai was already cursing internally, the others subconsciously looked at Xianxia's face. Xianxia's expression was ashen. She was like ice, emitting a cold aura. It turned out that 7C Snake Lady and Xianxia were both publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. 7C Snake Lady had rank 7 cultivation level, she was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had conflicts with Xianxia. But because of Song Qiyuan's deterrence, she did not dare to attack Xianxia. Now that she heard this explosive news, it would be strange if she did not add fuel to the fire and spread it everywhere. Xianxia felt like the sky was collapsing. What should she do? 7C Snake Lady would definitely ruin her reputation. Xianxia felt even more hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan. "You old pervert, how can you run so fast? And you even ran into 7C Snake Lady? What a joke." This route was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan after he personally inspected it. The Gu immortals they might meet along the way were all things that Fang Yuan had investigated in detail. 7C Snake Lady was the main focus of Fang Yuan's plan this time. Even though 7C Snake Lady was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was the crucial time for the red tide fish to reproduce. 7C Snake Lady had to stay here. This information was easily obtained by Fang Yuan. 7C Snake Lady was a snake and scorpion beauty, she was beautiful on the outside. Vicious and merciless. The righteous path would spread information about such vicious people, in case they ran into them. Boom, with a loud sound, 7C Snake Lady suddenly attacked. She attacked Fang Yuan's pursuers. 7C Snake Lady, what are you doing? Lei Hong shouted. Xianxia's group was greatly disrupted. He, such an interesting matter. Of course I have to join in. 7C Snake Lady had an alluring body, she replied with coquettish eyes. Lei Hong had a solemn expression, "I will block 7C Snake Lady. Continue the chase." He had rank 7 cultivation level, he was not afraid of 7C Snake Lady. Even though his battle strength was lacking, he could stall for a while and escape safely. 7C Snake Lady and Fang Yuan did not know each other, she did not intend to help. Seeing Lei Hong appear, 7C Snake Lady showed a look of disgust, she stopped on the spot. "It's you again, this nosy fellow who is wandering around aimlessly." Thereupon, the other Gu immortals went around 7C Snake Lady and chased after her. Time passed, after half a day, a few more Gu immortals joined in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also quite injured, but he did not fall into the enemy's hands, he was still escaping. Damn it! Song Yisha gritted her teeth, looking at Fang Yuan's energetic figure. She felt fatigue. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. How did this happen? Song Yisha also felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Just a moment ago, she was still enjoying a peaceful and beautiful life, enjoying the soothing feeling of the hot spring. But now, she was chasing her enemy to the ends of the world. She could not catch up no matter what. And now, all the immortals knew about it. Song Yisha's body was tired, but her heart was even more tired. It's about time. Fang Yuan looked at the pursuers behind him, a faint smile on his face. The implementation of this plan was even better than what he had originally imagined. Now, it is time to escape. Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His body suddenly shook and split into 6 figures that fled in different directions. Immortal killer move, 6 illusion star bodies. The pursuers cried out in alarm. They were dazed for a moment before splitting up to pursue. Immortal killer move, position star swap. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his location, appearing in front of Yao Gupai. Don't think I don't dare to kill you. Fang Yuan growled, using star cloud grindstone. He had been escaping all along. How could Yao Gupai expect him to change his style and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the star cloud grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves. How could they match the might of an immortal Gu? When the immortals came and broke through the star cloud grindstone, Fang Yuan was already holding Yao Gupai's head in his hands. Don't go too far. Fang Yuan revealed a ruthless light as he looked at the immortals. The pursuers only had rank 6 cultivation level. Lei Hong, who was similar to a rank 7, was not so easy to encounter. Yao Gupai is a Gu immortal after all, but he could not even last this long. Northern Plains barbarians have outstanding battle strength indeed. The immortals were shaken, feeling deep weariness in their hearts. 3 days later, in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, a scandalous piece of news spread everywhere. It was about how one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yisha, was sullied by an old perverted thief while she was bathing. Song Yisha was Song Qi Yuan's beloved daughter. She was very popular and had many suitors. This matter concerned Song clan's reputation. Once the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Soon, Xianxia's identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was investigated by Gu immortals. Before Song clan had even expressed their stance, Song Yisha's pursuers, filled with anger, had already started a large-scale manhunt for Fang Yuan. In a nameless and ownerless barren sea area, deep in the sea, the waves were dark and there were few fish. A blessed land's entrance that looked like a wooden door suddenly appeared and opened with a creak. A figure walked out from it. It was Fang Yuan in Xianxia's appearance. Fang Yuan killed Yao Gupai in battle. After that, he escaped with Yao Gupai's corpse. There were 2 uses for Gu immortal corpses. One was to land on the ground and form a blessed land. The other was to put it in one's own immortal aperture and absorb the Gu immortal's Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not think too much, he chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. Putting the corpse into his dead aperture would not only not obtain Dao marks, it would also cause the dead aperture to collapse and the body would explode. Immortal zombies had tried this before, but there were no successful cases. Fang Yuan first used wisdom path methods to temporarily suppress the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After getting rid of the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. Next, he used fixed immortal travel to a remote location in the northeast of Eastern Sea. Finally, he went to the bottom of the sea. Without anyone noticing, he planted Yao Gupai's immortal aperture deep in the sea. When the immortal aperture formed a blessed land, it naturally caused earth chi and heaven chi to fluctuate. 2 well desolate beasts were attracted, but Fang Yuan sent them away. Fang Yuan first changed his appearance and entered Yao Gupai's blessed land, meeting the land spirit. Yao Gupai was a woodpath Gu immortal. His land spirit was rather peculiar. It was shaped like a tree and was planted in the center of the blessed land. He could not move an inch. The big tree land spirit informed Fang Yuan of its conditions: 100,000 immortal yuan stones and a large number of rare immortal materials, including countless rank 7 and 8 immortal materials, and even Genesis Lotus immortal venerable's blood. This requirement was too high and too difficult. Of course, Fang Yuan couldn't fulfill it, so he could only regretfully leave this blessed land. Yao Gupai was a loose cultivator. Among the pursuers, he had the least background, and his background wasn't great either. That's why I killed him. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As expected, I managed to intimidate Xianxia and her group, allowing them to escape easily. Yao Gupai's immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The land spirit's condition of recognizing a master has nothing to do with me, the murderer. What he needed was a large amount of cultivation resources. It could be seen that the greatest obsession in Yao Gupai's heart was the desire for wealth. But his desire is a little too insatiable. Fang Yuan had just stepped out. The door of the blessed land closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely closed. He could not help but frown. If Yao Gupai's obsession was related to me, with my rich blood path methods, I would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, this master recognition condition is harder than ascending to heaven. Not to mention the 100,000 immortal yuan stones, even those rare immortal materials were extremely hard to gather. Unless Fang Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or made a huge profit from the Celestial Quartz warehouse, with his current condition, if he tried his best to gather them, and if his luck was good, 200 to 300 years was the most conservative estimate. Not to mention, the Big Tree Land Spirit's final condition was, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Wood Pathgu Venerable. Yao Gupai was also a Wood Pathgu Immortal. It was not strange that he coveted Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But what kind of person was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if he had his blood, if it was kept in Heavenly Lotus Sect, it would be a genuine rank 9 immortal material. This was an extremely precious item that could refine rank 9 immortal goo. It would definitely be heavily guarded. How could Fang Yuan obtain it? This Yao Gupai must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is actually so strong. It seems that to obtain this blessed land, the official way is already a dead end. The only way left is to forcefully attack it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. If this land spirit did not recognize him as master, then he would destroy the land spirit and forcefully occupy this blessed land. Not all blessed lands had a land spirit. Some Gu immortals were completely killed without leaving any obsession behind. The blessed land formed after their deaths was a blessed land without land spirit. Yao Gupai's blessed land had a land spirit. The master recognition condition was too harsh. Fang Yuan could only have evil intentions and plan to forcefully attack it. Just like how Shark Demon's group attacked Yulu blessed land. If I can take down this blessed land, I will have a place to stay in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to deal with this blessed land. I should meet up with Shark Demon's group first. Fang Yuan scattered a group of mortal goo, forming a goo formation around him. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel and left this place, heading towards Tai Baiyunqing's immortal aperture. At the bottom of the sea, fixed immortal travel's aura was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan's goo formation. After finishing this task, this mortal goo formation collapsed on its own. Unless it was an extremely powerful tracking method, no one would be able to discover such a hidden paradise in this ordinary seabed. Fang Yuan came out of Tai Baiyunqing's immortal aperture. The latter had already set off, flying above the vast sea. The two senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After 15 minutes, they arrived above Yulu blessed land. But there was no one here. The two waited for a while before Zombie Alliance's Gu Immortals, led by Shark Demon, flew over together. Brother Xianxia, you have been in the limelight recently. Seeing Fang Yuan, Shark Demon teased. The other Gu Immortals also looked at Fang Yuan with strange gazes. These last 3 days, Fang Yuan had been in the limelight in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. He had already gained some fame. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in response. He replied, bad luck, bad luck. Sorry for making a fool of myself. I wanted to find an island to stay on, but I found an undercurrent in the sea. I wanted to explore it, but I ended up encountering such a troublesome matter. This is not a troublesome matter, it is more appropriate to call it a romantic affair. Budan laughed loudly, mocking him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had taught him a lesson. But after that, Budan paid a huge price. He gave Su Baiman a huge gift, and continued to participate in the Blessed Land invasion. His attitude was somewhat fearless. Fang Yuan looked at him and laughed. He did not bicker with such a person. He looked around. Other than Shark Demon, Su Baiman, and Budan, there was only a familiar face, immortal zombie Sha Nanjiang. There were 3 fewer people than before. But Shark Demon was full of confidence, he had clearly made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea and opened Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. They entered the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth again. For this invasion, we will need you, Xianxia. Budan will assist you. Shark Demon instructed politely. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan's performance was very outstanding. Shark Demon and the rest felt that Xianxia's wisdom path attainment was higher. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I will do my best. Fang Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Budan snorted coldly in his heart, even though he was very dissatisfied. But he knew himself, he crossed his arms and watched from the side. His gaze was dark. Facing freezing rain-frozen earth again, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He began to deduce. Freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move had completely recovered, the damage caused by Fang Yuan and the rest had been repaired. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the rest attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move showed signs of self-recovery. But he did not know if this was the work of Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit or Fairy Yulu's arrangements. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the rest had been attacking the Blessed Land for so long, but they had not found Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit. Whether the land spirit existed or not was still an unsolved mystery. Because of his previous experience, Fang Yuan progressed quickly. He naturally did not destroy that crucial mortal goo, so when the battlefield killer move was used for the first time, its power did not increase. Ice needles rained down, Shark Demon stepped forward and activated his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice, it was an ice path immortal goo that could melt ice. This goo was specially borrowed by Shark Demon and the others for the freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move, they had spent a lot to borrow it from a member of Zombie Alliance. With this Melt Ice immortal goo, it was extremely effective against freezing rain-frozen earth, even the desolate beast-level snow monsters were greatly suppressed. Shark Demon and the rest felt much more relaxed, the immortal essence they expended was also several levels lower than before. Tofu with brine. Everything has its weakness. The powerful freezing rain-frozen earth, upon meeting a mere Melt Ice immortal goo, its power fell sharply. The Goo Master world was like this. All living things were balanced, strength and weakness were relative. There were no invincible goo worms, only invincible Goo Masters. With Melt Ice immortal goo, Shark Demon and the rest had a lot of ease. Fang Yuan also advanced steadily. Even though he was a wisdom path newbie, he had gained valuable experience last time. After he returned, he felt that he had improved a lot, he also thought of many methods. This time, Fang Yuan came prepared. Undeniably, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was incomparably outstanding, Fang Yuan relied on it to forcefully open up the battlefield. Everything was difficult at the beginning, after opening up the battlefield, Fang Yuan's progress became faster and faster, he deduced more and more hidden goo worm locations. But during this process, Fang Yuan also felt the weakness of his lack of experience. Thankfully, he was an astute person, he ordered Budan to make a move at this time. Even though Budan's wisdom path methods were shallow and lacking, after Fang Yuan opened up the battlefield, he understood the contents of the battlefield killer move, his dismantling methods were proficient and accurate. Fang Yuan pretended to deduce while secretly observing Budan's methods, he learned a lot of practical experience, his wisdom path attainment rose rapidly. Eventually, the two worked together to completely dismantle the freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move. At this point, the freezing rain battlefield had launched a total of 33 attacks, it was all because of Shark Demon's Melt Ice immortal goo that held up the battlefield. Freezing rain-frozen earth dissipated, the world changed drastically. Since the original world of ice and snow had been replaced by a dark and spacious environment. It was as if it was dusk, with dark clouds covering the sky and a thunderstorm was approaching. Evidently, this was another battlefield killer move. Welcome to Fighting Soul Battlefield. A female voice suddenly resounded in the battlefield, it was ethereal and melodious. Every time they entered a battlefield, there would be a notification. Shark Demon's expression changed, oh no, it is the famous Fighting Soul Battlefield. This is going to be difficult. Before he finished speaking, a sandstorm blew in the surroundings. Sand and dust filled the air as soul beasts appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded the Gu immortals from all directions. Su Baiman quickly reminded, Xianxia, Budan, you two need to hurry. There are too many soul beasts here. The longer you drag this on, the stronger the soul beasts will be. This fighting soul battlefield is a battlefield killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable after referencing a certain inheritance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's other creations all contained a merciful heart. There would always be a chance of survival. But this battlefield killer move is different. It has the killing nature of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is the battlefield killer move with the strongest killing intent among Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's creation. Fang Yuan and Budan did not dare to be careless, they used their methods to break it. Fang Yuan soon realized, this fighting soul battlefield was different from freezing rain frozen earth. The latter's attacks were flawless, they were integrated into one, no one could attack them. But right from the start of fighting soul battlefield, Fang Yuan easily found the hidden points of several mortal Gu. As time passed, Fang Yuan found more and more hidden points, there were simply too many of them. Tens of thousands, the number of Gu worms used to create this battlefield killer move far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan soon realized something else. Traps similar to the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move did not exist. No matter what hidden points were destroyed, there would be no backlash. There was no need for Fang Yuan to recalculate. Therefore, very soon, Fang Yuan and Budan began to decisively dismantle these hidden points. However, the offensive power of this fighting soul battlefield was several times stronger than the freezing rain frozen earth. Freezing rain frozen earth's attacks were intermittent, there was a period of peace between the attacks, allowing the Gu immortals to rest and recover. Once the war soul battlefield was activated, it didn't stop. The number of soul beasts increased exponentially, and soon, desolate-class soul beasts were formed. After a while, there were more than 10 desolate-class soul beasts, and ancient desolate-class soul beasts were also starting to appear. In less than half an incense stick's time, Shark Demon and the others had no choice but to activate the Profound Ice House and escape in a sorry state. There are too many Gu worms that make up this battlefield killer move. I am ashamed but I lack methods, I can only dismantle them one by one. Out of the sea, Budan faced Shark Demon, he did not hide anything or make false reports. Just tell the truth. Fang Yuan also frowned, with my methods, I can at most dismantle 5 to 6 hidden points at once. I suspect the difficulty of unraveling the Warsoul battlefield lies in this. The faster we unravel it, the longer we can last under the attacks of the soul beasts. The higher the chance of unraveling this killer move. As for the difficulty of unraveling it itself, it isn't high. Then according to your deductions, with your speed, how long do you need to completely unravel this battlefield killer move? Shark Demon quickly asked. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, I am not sure. I did not inspect the battlefield killer move in its entirety. There are too many hidden points, they are like the stars in the sky. But from the tens of thousands of hidden points that I found, to get rid of them, I will need at least the time of 2 incense sticks. Xianxia involuntarily blurted out, 2 incense sticks? We resisted for half an incense stick's time. Ancient desolate level soul beasts have already appeared. 2 incense sticks time, there are definitely immemorial level soul beasts that have formed, and not just one. Everyone became silent. Su Baiman said solemnly, if that is the case, it seems we will have to invite more people next time. These Gu immortals need to have wisdom path attainment at least to get rid of the hidden points. Saying so, Su Baiman and Shark Demon looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many Gu immortals with wisdom path attainment to begin with. The price to ask for their help was not small. Shark Demon pondered for a while before saying, then let's disperse for now. The next time will be around 30 days later, the specific time will depend on the situation, I will inform everyone. Xianxia, this is my token. You can use this to temporarily stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and lie low. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, thank you Lord Shark Demon for your kind intentions, but I do not want to waste time. Just Song Yishur cannot do anything to me. Even though Song clan has a huge force, they cannot control the entire Eastern Sea. If I cower because of this, then I, Xianxia, would have cultivated for so many years in vain. Everyone, we'll meet again next time. Looking at Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing flying away, Budan took a step forward, arriving at Shark Demon's side and slandering him. This Xianxia does not know what is good for him, Lord, he actually did not appreciate your kindness. Shark Demon glanced at him and snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, if you had worked harder, why would I have treated him like this? Budan had a bitter expression, Lord, it is not that I did not try my best, but my inheritance is too incomplete, my ability is limited. Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Budan quickly shut up and retreated with his head lowered. Subaiman got closer and smiled, Husband, if you are worried that something might happen to Xianxia and affect the next attack, there is no need to worry. Northern Plains Gu immortals usually have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xianxia also has immortal Gu with him. His battle strength is so outstanding that he can kill that Yao Gu Pai on the spot. It will not be a big deal. Even though he offended Song Yishur, the beloved daughter of Song Qi Yuan, because Song clan is a righteous path super force with huge assets, they will not wage a war over such a small matter. But Song clan's reputation is damaged, they will definitely give an explanation. Not long later, Xianxia will feel immense pressure. At that time, won't he come to our side? That is true, my wife's analysis is reasonable. Shark Demon's expression eased as he lightly held Subaiman's hand. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. The battle around Luopa Valley had unknowingly lasted for half a month. On Qin Baixing's side, they had a strong geographical advantage. Feng Jioga's side could not take them down even after a long time. But Feng Jioga and the rest seemed to be determined to attack. As long as they did not retreat, Qin Baixing's side could only continue to hole up in Luopa Valley. Jiangyu, how are your injuries? How are your injuries? Qin Baixing visited Fairy Jiangyu. In another half a day, I will be completely healed. Fairy Jiangyu was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She closed her eyes to heal her injuries while replying distractedly. Qin Baixing's expression shone with joy, that's good. After you recover, we will protect you with all our strength. You can immediately break out of the encirclement and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to activate our backup plan. What? We need to use Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's backup plan? Will it affect the entire plan? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked, she could not help but ask. Qin Baixing said solemnly, it won't. I have already communicated with Old Man Inkstone from Southern Border's Shadow Sect headquarters. We have already communicated. Sigh. Feng Jioga is truly an amazing person, his self-created heaven and earth song can actually fight evenly with my 5-finger fist heart sword. My personal reputation is insignificant, the immortal Gu being refined in Luopa Valley has yet to take form, this Gu is related to the plan, we cannot lose it. But now that Luopa Valley is heavily surrounded by Central Continent's people, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, we can only rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. Being conservative will lead to failure, we need to take the initiative. These last days, he and Feng Jioga had fought dozens of times, they had exchanged blows and used all their strength, but there was no clear victor. Qin Baixing was concerned about the big picture. He was already looking for a way to break out of this predicament. Right at this time, Feng Jioga's voice could be heard from outside. Qin Baixing heard this and sneered in his heart, you endured for 3 days this time. You finally could not endure it and came to challenge me again? Qin Baixing flew into the sky, facing Feng Jioga, brother Feng. You and I have fought dozens of times, we already know each other's abilities. You are a smart person. Can't you see the current situation, as long as this Luopa Valley is guarded by me, you will not be able to attack. Feng Jioga laughed heartily, his eyes shining with intense confidence, brother Qin, it is different this time. I fought with you countless times and obtained many inspirations. These 3 days, I was in closed cultivation, and finally used these inspirations to complete an incomplete move that I created earlier. Oh? Qin Baixing's expression turned solemn. Feng Jioga raised his head slightly and said loudly, this time, I would like to invite Brother Qin to comment on my song of submission. Green Jade Song. Heaven and Earth Song. Submission Song. When Feng Jioga sang the Green Jade Song, his voice was clear and sweet, like pearls falling on a jade plate. When he sang the Heaven and Earth song, his voice was grand and majestic, making people feel that they were insignificant. At this time, when Feng Jioge sang the submission song, he shut his mouth. The whole place was silent. Qin Baixing's expression turned solemn and grave, because he heard Feng Jioge's voice. His voice directly resounded in Qin Baixing's mind. This submission song was not to be listened to with the ears, but with the heart. Qin Baixing's heart sank. This sound path killer move contains wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It can affect people's hearts. From opening to closing, it already has a trace of the charm of five-finger fist heart sword. Feng Jioge obtained this inspiration from me. It's just that this degree isn't enough to affect my fighting spirit. Oh no. Qin Baixing's reaction was considered fast, but the submission song took effect even faster. In Luopa Valley, many ancient soul beasts that were defending were moved by Feng Jioge's song. They bowed towards Feng Jioge and betrayed him, becoming the lackeys of Central Continent's Gu immortals. Submission song could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. Damn it! He Langzi cursed. They were few in numbers, they needed to rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. But now, most of the ancient soul beasts betrayed them and attacked Luopa Valley. Shadow Sect's side was in danger. But Qin Baixing was not easy to deal with. He quickly thought of this and used a battlefield killer move. Feng Jioge and the rest, as well as the ancient soul beasts, were drawn into the battlefield. The battlefield was covered in thick fog, countless specters flew around. Dark blue soul beasts quickly formed, most were ordinary soul beasts, but desolate-level soul beasts soon appeared. It seemed that they would also become ancient soul beasts soon. The soul beasts formed in the battlefield immediately clashed with the ancient soul beasts under Feng Jioge's control. Good. Feng Jioge stopped singing, he clapped his hands and praised, using this battlefield to strengthen my control over the soul beasts, I can negate the advantage of submission song. But this soul taker battlefield is outdated, even though it was created by spectral soul demon Venerable. He created it when he was young. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had obtained this killer move and created an even better battle soul battlefield. Soul Taker Battlefield can only turn the souls of living beings into soul beasts. But Battle Soul Battlefield can create an endless supply of soul beasts. Feng Jioge was inside the battlefield killer move, but he was not worried, he praised this killer move with confidence. But Qin Baixing smiled. Predecessors plant trees for future generations to benefit from. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create an even better battle soul battlefield based on spectral soul demon Venerable's foundation. It is natural for him to have some achievements. But he has a kind nature, he reduced spectral soul demon Venerable's killing intent. He looks outstanding, but he lost the possibility of advancing further. Just as he said that, the battlefield changed again. Feng Jioge's expression changed. So this is not Soul Taker Battlefield, it is the Trillion Slaughter Field created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in his later years. Eastern Sea, Song Clan Headquarters, Zhongshui Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Xianxia rushed into the study room, stomping her feet and acting like a spoiled child towards the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qiyuan. Song Qiyuan and a group of rank 7 Gu Immortal elders were discussing the important matters of the clan. But Xianxia barged in like this. Song Qiyuan slowly turned around, showing no anger on his face. He had a benevolent smile. My dear granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Xianxia was not surprised that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, it would be strange if Song Qiyuan did not know about this. This young female Gu Immortal had already thought of an answer before coming. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, capture him alive and let me deal with him. At the same time, she added in her mind, I want to dig out this old scoundrel's eyeballs first, then pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will make him regret everything he has done. Song Qiyuan nodded, agreeing without hesitation, good idea. But... He dragged his words. Song Qiyuan's tone changed as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has some matters on hand right now. I can't leave for this period of time. How about I ask your uncle Song Xiachi to help you? Song Yishi's eyes shined, forgetting her own honor. She thought of something and asked excitedly, Grandpa, is it about ascending heaven plane? Song Qiyuan did not hide it from her, he admitted, that's right. Ascending Heaven Plain's exact location has almost become an open secret in Eastern Sea's Guimmortal world. Old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance is buried in Ascending Heaven Plain. This time, Grandpa will personally lead the clan's Guimmortals. We will contend with Kai clan and Ruao Lai clan. We will try our best to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan. He was a refinement path great-grandmaster of the remote antiquity era. In history, he had the same fame as old immortal Kong Ju. Long-hair ancestor and old immortal Kong Ju. According to historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. Because he tried to refine the immemorial nine heavens, he failed and died. Even though Xianxia was spoiled, she knew the big picture. She quickly said, "Grandpa, go ahead and defeat those two clans. You don't need to worry about their matters." However, Uncle Song Xiaoqi alone was not enough. I still need Uncle Song Jiadan to help me calculate and deduce the position of that old thief. Haha, my good granddaughter. Alright, take this warrant and head to the Twin Polar Strait to find your Uncle Song Jiadan. As he spoke, Song Qiyuan tossed out a token. Xianxia hurriedly took it and with a joyful expression, she turned around and left. He didn't even greet them. The Twin Polar Strait was shrouded in a thick layer of fog all year round. Xianxia floated in midair, facing the mist in front of her. However, he was in a dilemma. He asked a middle-aged Guimmortal beside him, "Uncle Xiaoqi, how do I go in?" Song Xiaoqi was full of vigor. He smiled faintly when he heard this. "Didn't the old man give you a token?" "Little sure. You only need to show your token and your Uncle Jiadan will sense it." Xianxia raised the token in her hand. After a while, the fog in front of him began to spin slowly, revealing a narrow passage. It led straight to the interior of the bipolar strait. Xianxia and Song Xiaoqi followed the passage and stepped into the Twin Polar Strait, meeting Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was a wisdom path Guimmortal specially nurtured by Song clan. He sat cross-legged on the cliff of the Twin Polar Strait all year round. His upper body was extremely old while his lower body was petrified, seemingly fused with the Twin Polar Strait below him. "Uncle Jiadan!" Xianxia called out. Since birth, she had only seen Guimmortal Song Jiadan a few times, but that did not hinder her admiration and reverence towards Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was willing to sacrifice his freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a wisdom path Guimmortal, he sat cross-legged here, using a special wisdom path inheritance to fuse with heaven and earth. Thus, Song Jiadan's deductions and plans were extremely outstanding. Every time Song clan had a huge operation, they would ask him to make a divination and make deductions for them. In the current Eastern Sea Guimmortal world, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Guimmortals. There was a poem to prove it. Twin Polar Pan Jiadan, Huan was hidden in Nangong, and Dragon-head Tortoise, returning from Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan had already opened his eyes, looking at Xianxia and Song Xiaoqi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was like a statue, his muscles were stiff and expressionless. Even when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely slow and difficult. "Little sure, cousin Xiaoqi, long time no see. Uncle Jiadan, I came this time to ask you to deduce the exact location of an enemy. Here, this is his image and the aura I collected." Xianxia took the initiative to hand over 2 goo worms. "Let me take a look at the token first," Song Jiadan said slowly. Even though he knew Xianxia and Song Xiaoqi, he was impartial. He needed Song Qiyuan's token to make a deduction. After confirming that the token was correct, Song Jiadan slowly opened his mouth and let out a suction force, sucking the 2 goo worms in Xianxia's hands into his mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and started the deduction. After a long while, he opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. "I can't deduce it." "What?" At once, be it the expectant Song Xiaoqi or the confident Xianxia, they were both extremely shocked. "Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path Guimmortals in Eastern Sea, how can you not deduce it?" Xianxia shouted. "Little sure, don't be anxious." Song Xiaoqi's expression was solemn. "Cousin Jiadan, the other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator from Northern Plains. With your wisdom path attainment, you can't deduce it?" Song Jiadan was still expressionless, his voice was deep and slow. "What's so strange about me not being able to deduce it?" I only have rank 7 cultivation level, even though I have some reputation, that is just meaningless flattery from nosy people. From start to finish, I am only a tiny worm in this grand world. I can only recognize some of the signs of an approaching storm. Compared to the world, I am as insignificant as an ant. Compared to the heroes of this world, I am content in my own corner. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jiadan, it is not that I am humble, but because I am one with heaven and earth at all times. Every time I take a step forward on this wisdom path, I can see even more wondrous scenes. The more I know about the mysteries of heaven and earth, the more I understand how insignificant I am. So this is not being humble. It is being realistic, knowing one's own limitations. Xianxia said unwillingly, Uncle Jiadan, even if you cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person here. You're the smartest person here, so you still have to give me some good advice. Song Jiadan was silent for a while. Then he said, there are 2 reasons why I cannot deduce it. First, the other party is not an Eastern Sea. Second, the other party has wisdom path methods that can obstruct my deductions. Or maybe other wisdom path Gu immortals are helping him to cancel out my deductions. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other. Both of these reasons were rather inconceivable. First, if Xianxia was not an Eastern Sea, where else could he be? The earth tide had already ended. Could it be that he could return to northern plains? Second, how could Xianxia have wisdom path attainment that could resist Song Jiadan? If someone helped him, then this person was at least on the same level as Song Jiadan? Was it Nangong tribe's Gu immortal Huan, or Dragonhead tortoise immortal in Adversity Sea? Uncle Jiadan, deduce it again. Maybe you did not deduce it correctly. Xianxia requested. Song Jiadan rejected directly, no. The clan is making a huge move. We are fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I need to conserve my strength and preserve my methods. I will deduce it in a few days. So Uncle Jiadan did not do your best. Xianxia heard the hidden meaning and said unhappily. Alright, you can leave now. You can leave now. Song Jiadan slowly closed his eyes. Xianxia was ignored at the side. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger, turning around to leave helplessly. Fighting for the hegemony of ascending heaven plane. Fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance was the clan's 100-year development plan. And chasing after Xianxia was a small matter. Xianxia was pampered. But she cared about the big picture and the clan. She was not someone who did not know what was important. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Underground cave. Feng Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were shut as star thoughts flickered in his mind, deducing some important things. Last time, he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer move Star Fire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Thus, Feng Yuan now had 6 Star Path immortal killer moves. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Star Fire Escape, and Star Thought Projection. Among them, Star Fire Escape was a movement killer move. It was very useful in Xianxia's operation. As for Star Thought Projection, it was an investigative immortal killer move that Feng Yuan used to discover immortal zombie Sha Nanzhong's traces. The predecessors of these 2 killer moves were only incomplete moves. They were killer moves that the predecessors of Star Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance had a flash of inspiration and recorded down, or they failed in their deductions and could no longer be perfected. Feng Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary. Under normal circumstances, these incomplete killer moves would only have reference value to him. But after obtaining the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu and using the Light of Wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration. He overcame the weakness of his Star Path attainment level and perfected the killer moves. It is a pity, in this short period of time, perfecting Star Fire Escape and Star Thought Projection is already my limit. After all, I only have 3 Star Path Immortal Gu. Of course, the main reason is that my Star Path attainment level is too low. Right at this time, moving perspective Gu appeared in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. The information contained in the Gu came from Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia has finally completed the relocation of Xianxia Blessed Land. He can lend me his set of immortal Gu now. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he had specially returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea to wait for the news of Land Spirit of Xianxia, and then relocate star-form blessed land. In Fang Yuan's plan, star-form blessed land was very crucial. Once the truth of his crimes in northern plains was exposed, he would have to flee for his life. By then, who immortal blessed land would definitely be doomed. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then star-form blessed land would be his only secret base. However, He Lulan knew the location of star-form blessed land. He Lulan knew, that meant Fairy Li Shan also knew. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, since he was the owner of star-form blessed land now, he naturally had to move the blessed land to a place that only he knew. Floating astronomy. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he used fixed immortal travel to Xianxia blessed land. Xianxia blessed land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the three continents looked at each other. In the sky, there was a fourth continent made of cloud soil. The blessed land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Baiyunxing. Even though Tai Baiyunxing did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal goo that made up refinement cauldron were lost, the space inside the blessed land shrunk. Tai Baiyunxing did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by land spirit of Xianxia, they were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many hairy man-goo masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for hairy man elites. Land spirit of Xianxia explained to Fang Yuan after seeing him. Fang Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Xianxia blessed land lost many immortal goo, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the hairy man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the 3 continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But land spirit of Xianxia's next words shocked Fang Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Xianxia sect. The sect system is based on the current central continent, I am the first supreme elder of the sect, the hairy man goo immortals are the other supreme elders. My previous self was too inflexible, he used these precious goo immortal battle strength to refine goo. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these hairy man goo immortals, to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the blessed land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the 3 continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen, and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Xianxia sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Xianxia sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy man goo master as the sect leader of Xianxia sect. The new land spirit of Xianxia was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Baixing's forceful attack. The land spirit of Xianxia was determined to reform the entire Xianxia blessed land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the land spirit of Xianxia, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war, the peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The land spirit of Xianxia uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Fang Yuan felt it was a pity, there were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache, it was better to leave it to him. To refine goo. But Fang Yuan only muttered this in his mind, he would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the land spirit of Xianxia, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world, humans and other variant humans were inferior. Fang Yuan raised hairy men as goo refinement slaves. The land spirit of Xianxia knew about this situation. He would never accept it, he would even fall out with Fang Yuan. Thus, even though Fang Yuan lacked the business experience of raising hairy men, when they were discussing the compensation for Xianxia blessed land's battle earlier, he knew that the land spirit of Xianxia definitely had the most precious experience in raising hairy men, but Fang Yuan did not raise this request. But at this rate, Langya Blessed Land will go through this iron and blood transformation, the hairy Mangu immortals will work hard and their battle strength will rise rapidly. Maybe in my previous life, Langya Blessed Land also went through such a transformation, that was why it survived 7 waves of attacks. But Langya Blessed Land's situation is very complicated, even though 2 hairy Mangu immortal spies jumped out, it is hard to say that there will not be a 3rd or 4th spy among the remaining Gu immortals. Qin Baixing and the rest were actually able to develop such spies, their methods are simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly, while talking to the land spirit of Langya about the purpose of his visit. The land spirit of Langya was a little shocked, he brought up an old topic. Oh? You want to borrow my set of immortal Gu to relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you that this set of immortal Gu would not be cheap. Even in consideration of the fact that you helped me defend against the enemies, you will need to pay 2,000 immortal yuan stones, right? Fang Yuan took out 2,000 immortal yuan stones and handed them to the land spirit. Look, I have already prepared them. The land spirit of Langya was extremely shocked, he received the immortal yuan stones while sizing up Fang Yuan, his gaze faintly changing. He knew about Fang Yuan's foundation, he was very surprised, this kid has only advanced for a short period of time, but he already has so many immortal yuan stones. Thinking back to the time when he transacted with the previous owner, deducing immortal Gu recipes to earn immortal yuan stones, it shows how dire his situation was. It seems that most of these immortal yuan stones are borrowed. This is not good, he owes a huge debt and also favors, it will be hard to repay them in the future. The land spirit of Langya shook his head, he did not agree with Fang Yuan's actions. But he also understood. He knew that Fang Yuan's crime was too huge. Once the truth is found out, he would be finished, he would definitely be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fang Yuan had to relocate his blessed land. But this was also the main reason why the land spirit of Langya was prepared to gradually recruit Fang Yuan and attempt to turn Fang Yuan into his lackey. Precisely because of Fang Yuan's current situation where he was surrounded by enemies, he had no choice but to join a hairy man force and become a human spy. But the land spirit of Langya did not know, he was completely wrong, these 2,000 immortal yuan stones were truly Fang Yuan's private property. Fang Yuan was rich now, very rich, the first batch of Guts Gu he transacted with Spirit Affinity House gave him 180 immortal yuan stones. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan displayed powerful refinement attainment, Fengyang personally invited him to Crane Gate to take a look. This was a clear change in the attitude of Crane Gate towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was now in control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sandwiched between the 2 super forces, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate, he could be said to be benefiting from both sides. After the external environment became unprecedentedly relaxed, and considering the dangerous situation of being chased, Fang Yuan increased the production of Guts Gu. This decision caused his monthly profits from just Guts Gu to rise to around 300 immortal yuan stones. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan subdued Langya Blessed Land, he also inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's 4 main sources of income. Furthermore, he personally made a deal with Western Desert's Shao clan for regretful spiders. A total of 6 projects allowed his monthly earnings of immortal yuan stones to break through the 1,000 mark. There were also dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not been put into the market. If these 2 were included, Fang Yuan estimated that his monthly profits could reach 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fang Yuan became the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal yuan stones in his hands. Thinking back, from when he had just ascended to Gu Immortal, he had to haggle over every penny and even had to carefully calculate half an immortal yuan stone. But now, with a monthly earnings of 1,000, he had ample funds, Fang Yuan had successfully taken a huge step forward. This step was so huge that even though Land Spirit of Langya did not know the details, even though he thought highly of Fang Yuan, his guess was still wrong. Even though Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level and was still an immortal zombie, his earnings from immortal yuan stones had already reached the level of ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya used an information path immortal killer move to set up a contract. Finally, Fang Yuan mortgaged 10 immortal Gu to the Land Spirit to borrow a complete set of immortal Gu, a total of 16, to relocate the blessed land. Fang Yuan did not stop. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Star-form Blessed Land. Star-form Blessed Land had 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan had already inspected them. He did not hesitate and chose the strongest one. He first circled around the spine-fin star arowana, constantly using various methods to observe the spine-fin star arawana's shape, bones, flesh, and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in good condition, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the air, facing this desolate beast and closing his eyes. The spine-fin star dragonfish had already been tamed. It obediently floated in the air, not moving. A pair of carriage-sized dead fish eyes flickered with starlight, reflecting Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan's mind was calm, but his mind gradually became excited. Countless star thoughts were like the stars in the sky, moving like fireflies as they danced and circled in his slightly narrow brain. These star thoughts soon split into 2 groups. One group occupied the right half of his mind, forming the 3-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other group occupied the left half of Fang Yuan's mind, forming the entire view of Star-form Blessed Land. After completing this step, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his immortal essence and pouring it into a certain wisdom path immortal goo. He started to deduce according to the method that the land spirit had given him. The 2 star thoughts rapidly moved forward, colliding fiercely and creating a starry cloud storm. In the storm, countless star thoughts flickered, some were merging, while others were disintegrating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in Star-form Blessed Land, after a full 7 days and 6 nights, the exhausted Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The star thoughts in his mind reached 160,000 beads. Activating the wisdom path immortal goo also consumed 66 beads of green grape immortal essence. After paying such a huge price, Fang Yuan obtained 2 sets of goo formation diagrams. These 2 sets of goo formation diagrams, one large and one small. The large goo formation diagram corresponded to Star-form Blessed Land. It had 8 formation cores. The small goo formation diagram corresponded to the spine-fin star dragonfish. It had 4 formation cores. Each formation core required a specific immortal goo to control the formation. The 2 large and small goo formation diagrams together required 12 immortal goo. To be continued, Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. Swoosh. According to the goo formation diagram, under Star-form Land Spirit's lead, he found the 8 formation cores in Star-form Blessed Land, and set up the corresponding immortal goo. Star-form Blessed Land lacked space path down marks. The land spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were in strange locations, some were near and some were far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time on them. By the time he finished, half a day had already passed. After completing this step, the meticulous and vigilant Fang Yuan inspected the 8 formation cores again. After confirming that there were no problems, Fang Yuan returned to his original location, and kept the spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture. Under his command, Star-form Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out, arriving at Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land's entrance emitted light that could only illuminate the surroundings. Earth Abyss was very dark, it was silent. This was the depths of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this place. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. Without further ado, Fang Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in a layer of blue scales. On its back, there were bone spikes growing out of its body, rising up and extending out. Fang Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo in different parts of the spine-fin star dragonfish's body according to the small formation diagram. One was in the fish's mouth, one was in a bone spike on its back, and one was in the fish's left eye. The last one was in the depths of the fish's stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to Star-form Blessed Land. Thus, Fang Yuan's arrangement this time. He only spent a moment to complete it. After inspecting it carefully again, Fang Yuan confirmed that all 12 immortal goo had been set up. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around him. Even 1 or 2 immortal goo flew out, forming a powerful goo formation. Next, it was time for the most crucial part of moving the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan followed the method strictly, activating the remaining 4 immortal goo in his hands. The gate of star-form blessed land closed tightly and disappeared into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body began to emit a pale yellow radiance. Although the radiance was bright, it wasn't the kind that was blinding. Instead, it was very gentle. The radiance lasted for a full 17 breaths. Then, it slowly converged and finally condensed into Fang Yuan's pupils. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and willed. In the next moment, a weak yellow beam of light shot out from his right eye and hit the whale-like spinefin star arowana. The spinefin star dragonfish shook intensely, the small-sized immortal goo formation on its body activated and burst out with a red halo. The spinefin star arowana was enveloped by this layer of red light. It was as if he was wearing a close-fitting red armor. The entire spinefin star arowana was as stiff as a stone, motionless like a statue. Fang Yuan breathed heavily, before shooting out a yellow beam of light from his left eye. It hit the hidden area of star-form blessed land. Under the guidance of the beam of light, star-form blessed land was actually extracted, turning into a blue lump of light. The blue lump of light was only the size of a broad bean. It formed a sharp contrast with the whale-like spinefin star arowana. The moment star-form blessed land was extracted, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to be expended at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye moved with difficulty. It moved the yellow beam of light. The yellow beam of light moved the blue lump of light slowly. And that spinefin star arowana that was like a stone statue was also moving towards the blessed land under the guidance of Fang Yuan's right eye. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless beasts roared in fear in the darkness. The movement of the blessed land naturally caused intense turbulence in the heaven and earth chi. An intense earthquake was already unavoidable, it started to erupt in the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these minor details, he placed all his attention on the spinefin star arowana and star-form blessed land. The huge rocks that came crashing down from above were also blocked by the means that he had set up earlier. Even if desolate beasts attacked, Fang Yuan was confident he could buy some time. He created a temporary and undisturbed environment. Like moving 2 mountains, Fang Yuan moved the 2 pupils in his eye sockets. At this moment, be it his body or his soul, they were using all their strength. Not much time had passed, the 2 finally made contact. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it felt like a year had passed. The moment star-form blessed land and the spinefin star dragonfish came into contact, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. The 2 immortal goo formations that Fang Yuan had meticulously set up played a crucial role at this moment. Star-form blessed land was like a wanderer returning home, it was placed on the spinefin star arawana's body, turning into its immortal aperture. This was the method land spirit of Xianxia used to relocate the blessed land. It had to use a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast to transform the blessed land into an immortal aperture and transplant it into the body of an ancient, desolate beast. Then, when the ancient, desolate beast moved, it could move the immortal aperture around. However, time was very limited during the process of this transfer. The ancient, desolate beast that contained the immortal aperture could not be kept into other immortal apertures, and could not use any other immortal goo, otherwise, the immortal goo formation on its body would be affected. The specific situation was, Fang Yuan could not keep this spinefin star arowana into his immortal aperture and quickly move it. At the same time, he could not use other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spinefin star arawana's own strength to float and move to other places. After all, even though the immortal aperture was stored in the spinefin star arawana's body, it was only forcefully connected by the 2 immortal goo formations. Any external influence would cause the goo formation to shatter. Not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail, the immortal goo inside would also be destroyed. But even with such a huge disadvantage, it could not conceal the huge value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long-Hair Ancestor. But in history, he was as famous as Long-Hair Ancestor. His name was Old Immortal Kongju. In the long river of Goo immortal history, one of the 3 refinement path great grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. He had research and knowledge of apertures and immortal apertures that surpassed the current era. Because of his hard work, the 10 extreme physiques could undergo immortal ascension and become 10 extreme Gu immortals, creating a high-grade blessed land. This immortal killer move was named Immortal Aperture Transplantation by old immortal Kongju. This was the immortal killer move that involved the most core immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had seen so far. However, this immortal killer move that involved 16 core immortal Gu was only an incomplete move. Old immortal Kongju's initial idea. It was to perfectly transplant a Gu immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast's body. It was not like this, using the large and small Gu formations and the intense expenditure of immortal essence to forcefully merge the two together. After Long-Hair Ancestor obtained this portion of old immortal Kongju's inheritance, he made many attempts based on old immortal Kongju's achievements, but they all failed. Under the guidance of the Inkman Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Yen, Long-Hair Ancestor found that this incomplete move already had shocking value. Gu immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of those dead Gu immortals. Time elapsed, and the world changed. Countless years had passed, and now, it was Fang Yuan's turn to benefit from this. Go, let's go there. Fang Yuan directed the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantage of immortal aperture transplantation, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half of its original speed, the pressure on its body was huge, it felt like it was carrying a mountain. This led to this. Each time the blessed land was relocated, the distance was limited. Even if the land spirit of Xianxia had moved away from Xianxia blessed land. But it was definitely not far from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan did not relocate to immortal blessed land. Fortunately, the Earth Abyss is already an excellent hiding spot. In the future, when this layer of the Earth Abyss is exposed, carry out large-scale development. I can also use this blessed land as the most reliable frontline camp for timely supplies and recuperation. Furthermore, I know the drawbacks of immortal aperture transplantation, but others do not. When He Lulan discovered that the star-form paradise had disappeared, she would probably think that it had already been destroyed. After all, this kind of blessed land relocation is beyond the common sense of Gu immortals. Just like that, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star Arowana deeper into the abyss. The route he took was naturally a map that had been meticulously drawn after a large amount of probing. He continued to venture deeper, avoiding many desolate beasts. In the narrow gaps between the territories of these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly swam with the spine-fin star Arowana. Fang Yuan's destination was Star-Form Blessed Land's original location, a certain place in the Earth Abyss 3 layers below. But after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was terrible. He encountered a desolate beast, the one-eyed giant monkey. This one-eyed monkey was very lively, it often roamed around in the depths of Earth Abyss. After discovering the spine-fin star Arowana, it excitedly chased after it. Fang Yuan engaged in an intense battle with this one-eyed giant monkey, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star Arowana. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered a disadvantage because he did not have a battlefield killer move. He could not stop the one-eyed giant monkey's movements effectively. In the end, halfway through, the one-eyed giant monkey heavily injured the spine-fin star Arowana. The spine-fin star Arowana that carried the immortal aperture was very fragile. In order to swim, it had already used all its strength, thus it could not retaliate at all. Fang Yuan finally chased away this damned one-eyed giant monkey, but the spine-fin star Arawana's injuries were too severe, it could not move anymore. Thankfully, the immortal Gu are not in danger. Otherwise, if the immortal Gu were lost, wouldn't I have to pay for it? After Fang Yuan inspected it, his heavy mood finally eased. This was a blessing in disguise. Since the situation had already turned out like this, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing. He placed this star-form blessed land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture left the spine-fin star Arowana, the latter completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood, even its beast soul dissipated. This was a necessary sacrifice for immortal aperture transplantation. Fang Yuan already knew the price of using this method. Even if the spine-fin star Arowana was not injured, it would still die of exhaustion after reaching its destination. Eventually, Starform Blessed Land was successfully relocated, hiding in a new location. Fang Yuan entered Starform Blessed Land. Asterisk after star-form blessed land was relocated, heaven and earth chi shook, an earthquake occurred in star-form blessed land. Only when star-form blessed land landed again, did it absorb the endless earth chi and stabilize. The earthquake gradually stopped. At this time, Fang Yuan looked around, only to see that the vast land was covered in cracks. Flames burned, black smoke curled up. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he sighed deeply. There was no other way. Because he needed to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interfere with the two immortal goo formations. Thus, even if Fang Yuan had immortal goo and methods, he could not protect and defend star-form blessed land. Land spirit of Xianxia had told Fang Yuan about this. Xianxia blessed land's losses were much greater than Fang Yuan's star-form blessed land. Thus, normally speaking, blessed lands would not be relocated. Where is the land spirit? Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. Star-form land spirit's eyes were red, he could not understand why his master was moving. Under star-form land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan started to inspect star-form blessed land. First, he had to inspect star-form blessed land's four main sources of income: arrow bamboo forest, broken star lake, meteorite pit, and star fragment grass field. Broken Star Lake's water had already flowed out of a huge crack. There was a lot of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left at the bottom, it had not dried up completely. Landscape as before, Fang Yuan took out an immortal goo and injected his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before, immortal goo let out a white light that swept across the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground in Broken Star Lake healed, the lake water filled up. It had returned to its previous state. It was just that a lot of seaweed had been lost, and for some time to come. For some time in the future, the production of Star River goo would be affected. There was nothing in the lake, only seaweed, and seaweed were floating. The original palace at the bottom of the lake. It was completely destroyed. This man-made structure could not be affected by landscape as before immortal goo. But in this lake, the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups did not die in the earthquake. Instead, it was moved to immortal blessed land by Fang Yuan a long time ago. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was filled with the dead land, living beings could not be kept inside for long. After that, Fang Yuan went to the arrow bamboo forest, the meteorite sinkhole, and the star dust meadow. To Fang Yuan's surprise, the forest of arrow bamboo was unscathed. Beside the arrow bamboo forest, there were two long ravines and crevices. He almost brushed past the forest of arrow bamboo. It was a close shave. The arrow bamboo forest was star-form blessed land's largest breeding ground. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and stored them in immortal blessed land. He did not expect the arrow bamboo forest to be able to escape this calamity. It was a pleasant surprise. However, the meteorite craters and the few star detritus meadows were not so lucky. The meteorite crater was so badly damaged that it was almost beyond recognition. As for the stardust pasture, some of it was burned to ashes due to the earth fire. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ashes. Under the effects of landscape as before, the meteorite crater was completely restored. The stardust meadows terrain was also restored. Landscape as before immortal goo is really useful. With it, my losses have been reduced by at least 80%. And because most of the resources were moved out earlier, star-form blessed land, which was heavily damaged, is now only slightly damaged. Fang Yuan had an overview in his mind. He went to many places and used landscape as before to restore star-form blessed land's terrain. He spent a lot of green grape immortal essence. Not all areas were restored, Fang Yuan purposely left some cracks. He had a sudden inspiration, maybe I can use this chance. These cracks in the ground would be expanded and fixed into river channels. In the future, star-form blessed land would have a system of rivers and lakes that would cover the entire blessed land. But star-form blessed land's terrain is special, I will need to use the light of wisdom to think about this. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Xianxia blessed land and returned the immortal goo he borrowed to the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia also returned the immortal goo that were mortgaged to Fang Yuan. Before leaving, he said, "If you need to relocate, you can find me." Needless to say, he had made a huge profit this time. In less than a month, he had earned 2,000 immortal yuan stones. The land spirit of Xianxia continued, if you join my Xianxia sect and become one of the supreme elders, when you relocate your blessed land, you will be able to borrow gu at a discount. I will think about it. Fang Yuan brushed it off. He only wanted to extract benefits from the land spirit of Xianxia. He had never thought of being on the same side as these hairy men. Once he joined, he would lose his freedom and be unable to leave. He would not do such a stupid thing. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Tai Baiyunxing's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before immortal gu to Tai Baiyunxing. Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan asked Tai Baiyunxing about Eastern Sea's information. Tai Baiyunxing told him that Song Yisher and the rest were searching for him all over the world. Someone had already found Tai Baiyunxing because of this. At this rate, our relationship will be exposed soon. Fang Yuan muttered. I suggest you contact Shark Demon now and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Then rely on Zombie Alliance to resolve this matter. Tai Baiyunxing said. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he was not shaken by external pressure, he shook his head, the time is not right yet, there are still over 10 days before the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, let's wait and see. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Fang Yuan, who was bathed in the light of wisdom, slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. I still failed in the end. He muttered, standing up slowly. He was originally sitting directly on a short Ji-lin, using it as a stool. But this kind of short Ji forest was already very rare. Right now, the underground cave was filled with Ji forests. These Ji forests were very different from before, not only were they tall and sturdy, they were also blood red in color. It turned out that after Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 7th blood begonia earthly calamity, the probability of encountering that ordinary Ji forest had turned into a blood Ji forest. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil was originally not suitable for Ji forests to grow. But after turning into a blood Ji forest, it was like a fish in water. But for this blood Ji forest to slowly expand, pushing away the soil and rocks to form a vast underground forest, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations for this blood Ji forest, so he would not invest in it. These last days, Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest, he was focused on developing Star Form Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have to be abandoned. Star Form Blessed Land would become his only base of operations. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not broken free from his immortal zombie status, Star Form Blessed Land's value and significance to Fang Yuan would be even greater. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Star Form Blessed Land. As for Star Form Blessed Land's construction plan, Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom to think of it a few dozen days ago. According to his previous inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Star Form Blessed Land. After some calculations, the plan became even grander. The entire river system was not only on the ground, it also encompassed the sky, forming a huge 3-dimensional river system. This made use of Star Form Blessed Land's unique terrain. Star Form Blessed Land was protruding on the outside and concave on the inside, the terrain was high on the outside and lower towards the center, forming a bowl shape. If it was just a river system on the ground, it would cause the water to accumulate in the center of the Blessed Land. But if it was a 3-dimensional river system, the water in the center could be drawn into the sky, and after flowing, it would fall to the edge of the Blessed Land, forming a grand circulation of water. As for how to carry the river system in the sky, Fang Yuan had already deduced the cheapest and most effective method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by the land spirit of Xianxia, forcefully creating a cloud-cover continent in Xianxia Blessed Land. Fang Yuan planned to use the cloud soil to build a river system that could carry the river system. The fertile cloud soil on both sides of the river system would be used to plant countless star fragment grass. The best soil for star fragment grass was cloud soil. Star Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in the Blessed Land's black soil. He did not have the financial resources to purchase large amounts of cloud soil. But Star Form Blessed Land's environment was very suitable for star fragment grass to grow. As a result, the growth of star fragment grass in Star Form Blessed Land was much better than in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was huge and beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Fang Yuan lacked funds. The 2,000 immortal yuan stone that he had just accumulated were all given to the land spirit of Xianxia. Thus, these last days, he could only repair the 4 resource points in star-form blessed land. The arrow bamboo forest had returned to its peak state of being covered in mist after being irrigated by a large amount of moonwell water. The meteorite pit and broken star lake were completely restored. The star fragment grass field was a little troublesome, but after being irrigated by Fang Yuan's spring star rain several times, it was growing well. Ever since he inherited the star path inheritance and obtained star shoot immortal goo, spring star rain had already turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Danghun Mountain into immortal blessed land, they had not been moved yet. Firstly, he needed to construct the river system first. It would be best to move these dragonfish and others after that. Secondly, Starform Blessed Land was facing a heavenly tribulation. Why was Star Lord Wanxiang so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 rank 1 Gu immortal. He was facing his second heavenly tribulation. Because in the battle with Song Zixing, his foundation was injured and he lost the confidence to pass the tribulation, he had no choice but to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and bring Shirley along to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan was still hesitating. Should he move these resources before the heavenly tribulation arrived? Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. Guyue Fangjing, who had been imprisoned by him, seemed to have accepted his fate. His eyes were dim as he sat paralyzed in the cell, not moving. Evidently, the truth behind the Crane Gate's attempt to kill him and his Master Tenchuru's attempt to possess him was a huge blow to him. As per usual, Fang Yuan stood in front of him and said a few words. Fang Yuan was not anxious. As long as Guyue Fangjing could eat prison food, it meant that he had the will to continue living. As for how to change his mindset and view of the world to get closer to Fang Yuan, that was a long process. There was no need to be anxious. Next, Fang Yuan went to another secret room to check on Dongfang Naganori's soul. He had many immortal souls: Dongfang Naganori, Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling, Snowy Mountain Shuesong Zi, and Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Gupai. These last days, other than constructing star-form blessed land, he had been plundering these immortal souls. At present, he had already thoroughly searched through their souls and memories and obtained a lot of benefits. What truly left Fang Yuan with endless aftertaste was still Dongfang Naganori's soul. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan would search his soul. This time was no exception. After the soul search, Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly spoke. My memories have already been searched by you, but recently, you have been searching my soul again every once in a while, and each time, you are looking at the memories of deciphering battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance or a strong enemy, and need to decipher battlefield killer moves. Towards Dongfang Naganori's sudden words, Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, but he answered frankly, that's right. These last days, I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, the contents of deciphering battlefield killer moves. Combining my experience and looking at your memories, I have gained more insights each time. Soul searching could be understood as reading a book. It was looking at the memories in the soul. However, it was impossible to remember every detail clearly when reading a book. Soul searching was like reading the book from beginning to end. One would at most know the contents of the book. So one had to review the old to learn the new. When it came to the specific content, one had to read it again. That way, one could learn more. Dongfang Naganori's soul smiled. Have you ever thought that I can help you? You are only a wisdom path novice. No matter how much he practiced, no matter how much he saw, the temporary effects were extremely limited. And my wisdom path attainment is much higher than yours. As long as you give me a body, I can use my mind to help you deduce and think of a solution. Wasn't that a good thing? You can use information path methods to restrict me and I will treat you as my most capable assistant. That's a good suggestion. Fang Yuan nodded and smiled. But I won't do that. You should just give up on it. You've already become a soul, yet you're still so restless. It seems like I haven't taught you enough lessons. The faint smile on Fang Yuan's face slowly turned into an evil grin. Dozens of goo worms were activated according to his will. Ah! Dongfang Naganori's soul twitched violently. and his miserable howls filled the cell. This punishment would last for 2 hours, and the pain in his soul would be even more intense than before. He believed that it would teach Dongfang Naganori a good lesson. Fang Yuan naturally would not waste time here. He left early and went to the other 2 secret rooms. In one of the secret rooms, it was the soul of the rank 7 Featherman Gu immortal Jingling. The other room was Xue Songzi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu immortals when they were alive, they had memories of facing battlefield killer moves. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path methods, they had Wind Path and Snow Path. They had their own unique methods and achievements in unraveling battlefield killer moves. These memories were of great value to Fang Yuan. They had great reference value. What was worth mentioning was that these 2 souls had already been searched by Fang Yuan several times. From Xue Songzi's soul, Fang Yuan learned that he had left behind a fortune in snowy mountain blessed land. On his snowy peak, there were also many snowmen and many cedar trees. But Fang Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Xue, who was unfathomable, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Xue Songzi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Xue Songzi were both part of Snowy Mountain, they were allies. Knowing that Fang Yuan caused Xue Songzi's death, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Fang Yuan, she would inform old ancestor Xue Hu due to the alliance agreement. And in Jingling's soul, Fang Yuan had great gains. He obtained a complete Wind Path inheritance from Jingling, the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, as well as many precious information about the immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. There was also the Green Heaven fragment world that the Feathermen relied on to survive. This world was huge, the resources inside were rare and abundant. After learning about it, Fang Yuan almost started drooling. Even though he already knew the scenery of the Green Heaven fragment world, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to go there. But that place was already occupied by White Sea Shatua and other Gu immortals. It was a tiger's den. Fang Yuan would not take the risk. Walking out of the secret room, Fang Yuan received Tai Bai Yunqing's letter. It told Fang Yuan he had already met up with Shark Demon and the rest. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, before coming out. At the next moment, Xianxia appeared in front of Shark Demon and the rest. "Come, let me introduce you, this is the famous Xianxia." Shark Demon laughed, introducing passionately. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. "Lord Shark Demon, please don't tease me, ugh." As he spoke, Fang Yuan's body started to crackle, like firecrackers exploding on his body. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his body shook lightly as the hundreds of mortal Gu that were living in his body fell out. Not a single one of these mortal Gu survived, some were even shattered into pieces. He, Xianxia, you offended Song clan, this Wisdom Path mortal killer move is far from being able to conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly Gu immortal spoke. Another thin middle-aged female Gu immortal had a cold and arrogant expression. She said with a trace of disdain, "That's right. Right now, among the 3 publicly recognized strongest Wisdom Path immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan's Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, he will deduce you sooner or later." The final unfamiliar face was a man wearing a golden robe. He was fat like a rich man. He smiled as if he was showing goodwill towards Fang Yuan. Dual polar plate armor Dan, Huan is hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise is hidden in Adversity Sea. He was talking about the 3 publicly recognized Wisdom Path experts of Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan was ranked first. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his clan, fusing himself into Eastern Sea. As long as it is someone or something in Eastern Sea, he can deduce them accurately. He is very terrifying. Even if you hide in someone else's immortal aperture, you will only be stalling for time, you will be deduced sooner or later. Xianxia nodded, cupping his fists towards the 3 Gu immortals. "I have learned a lot, thank you for your guidance." These dead mortal Gu on him were Wisdom Path defensive methods, they were used to prevent others from deducing him. But the moment Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive methods self-detonated. From this, one could see how terrifying Song Jiadan was. "Alright, brother Xianxiang, let me introduce them to you." Shark Demon gestured to the elderly Gu immortal who spoke earlier. "This is the demonic path Gu immortal 9 Ghost Finger, he cultivates Soul Path and Wisdom Path as a secondary path. Shark Demon gestured to the cold and arrogant middle-aged female Gu Immortal. This is the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Shufeng, Master Xia. Finally, the smiling fat Gu Immortal introduced, this is Big Bag Lu Tan Xian, he cultivates Space Path and has Wisdom Path attainment. It is my honor to be able to meet all three of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, showing a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu Immortal Xia Shufeng said coldly, it is my misfortune to meet you. You offended Song Clan, don't think you can escape. You are still at large now because Song Clan is going all out to fight for ascending Heaven Plane, they are ignoring you for now. I advise you to turn yourself into Song Clan, it is a small matter if you implicate me, but if you implicate everyone else and cause you Lu Blessed Land's invasion to be obstructed, you will be in big trouble. These words were said without mercy, many Gu Immortals heard it and their expressions changed. They were not worried about what Xia Shufeng said, but they were worried that Xianxia would lose face and cause internal strife. Tai Baiyunqing's expression sank, while Budan saw Fang Yuan's setback and was secretly happy. Fang Yuan sized up Xia Shufeng, thinking that this Gu Immortal was not fond of him, she was probably from the righteous path. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was happy instead, following Xia Shufeng's words, Master Xia is right, Song Clan is a super force with huge assets, how can I resist such an existence? Thus, I came here after thinking it through. Lord Shark Demon, I need your help. If I join Zombie Alliance, will I be able to avoid this calamity? Xia Shufeng was stunned, in her impression, Northern Plains Gu Immortals who liked to fight should have a strong will, why were they so soft? Shark Demon was the first to react, he laughed, of course. Brother Xianxia has great talent, joining Zombie Alliance is the best choice. I can guarantee you that you can join Zombie Alliance smoothly. Don't worry, as long as you do not do anything to Song Yisher, Zombie Alliance can support you and negotiate with Song Clan. Then I will have to thank Lord Shark Demon. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly, Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I entered the underwater volcano by mistake and saw Fairy Yisher bathing. In the end, I caused this storm, sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, he had a bitter expression as if a calamity had fallen from the sky. Budan's expression became extremely gloomy. Shark Demon laughed loudly, I trust Brother Xianxia, let's go and destroy the Fighting Soul battlefield first. After entering Lu Blessed Land, the Immortals fell into the Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and empty space, dark clouds covered the sky, a thunderstorm was approaching, intense winds blew and sand filled the sky. Soul beasts formed in the sand, their numbers increased rapidly, without any pause, they immediately attacked Fang Yuan and the rest. The moment Fang Yuan, Budan, and the rest entered, they had already started to destroy it, using their own methods and abilities. Because of the probing earlier, they were already clear that there was no difficulty or trap in destroying the hidden Gu worm, it was just a race against time. This was a race against time, if Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against the Soul Beast's attacks, this plan would end in failure. Greater than or equal to if the Gu Immortals unraveled the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, a Wisdom Path mortal killer move was thrown out, blasting 7 to 8 hidden Gu worms into smithereens. Earlier, when he unraveled the battlefield killer move Battle Soul Battlefield, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden Gu worms, but now, he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this period of time, he had been holed up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and studying, his Wisdom Path methods had improved. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied, this kind of self-training has limited improvement. To increase my ability to unravel battlefield killer moves, I need Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to unravel battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu's effect was to help Gu Immortals think and solve puzzles. If battlefield killer moves were treated as riddles, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was very close to unraveling battlefield killer moves. Just using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu had no help in unraveling battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core to deduce a simple immortal killer move to unravel battlefield killer moves. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. In the end, before Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. It was very difficult to deduce an immortal killer move. Normally speaking, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal wanted to design a brand new Immortal Killer move, they would need years as the unit of measurement. And most of the time, there would also be a lack of thinking and a lack of foundation. As a result, the Gu Immortal would not be able to complete the Immortal Killer move even at death's door. Thus, Fang Yuan's inheritance contained so many incomplete Immortal Killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was ordinary, he used Wisdom Gu to perfect some incomplete Immortal Killer moves, creating star fire escape that reflected star thoughts. But now, he had to create a Wisdom Path Killer move on a blank foundation. It was beyond Fang Yuan's capabilities. Even with the help of the Light of Wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was only ordinary. This shortcoming, which he lacked the most, was a huge burden on him. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu is very similar to Unravel Battlefield Killer moves. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment reaches master level, I will be able to design a brand new Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move to counter Battlefield Killer moves. Fang Yuan had already calculated it in secret. But at this moment, although he felt regretful, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had already promised him in front of everyone to bring Fang Yuan into the East Sea Zombie Alliance, the possibility of him going back on his words was extremely small. Even if he managed to break the soul of the warring battlefield this time, it was still a failure, and it had little to do with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already achieved his previous goal, which was to join the East Sea Zombie Alliance. From a certain point of view, it's to reflect my future value. If I can keep Shark Demon busy and use him, I can use Battlefield Killer moves similar to Battle Soul Battlefield. The later, the better. If these Battlefield Killer moves were all deciphered, they would be able to conquer Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan would not gain much benefits. It would be better to stall for time and wait for Fang Yuan's strength to grow. He wanted to see if he could get a bigger share in the future. Fang Yuan's hands did not stop moving, but his mind was calm and leisurely. He used the corner of his eyes to observe the surroundings. Budan did not need to observe anymore. He was still the same as before, using all his strength to decipher the killer moves, but each attack could only destroy one hidden Gu worm. In terms of contribution to the overall situation, it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan focused on observing the 3 new Gu Immortals. These 3 Gu Immortals all had Wisdom Path methods. They were specially invited by Shark Demon. The one closest to Fang Yuan was that elderly Gu Immortal, the Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger. At this moment, he lowered his head to look at his hands. He had 10 fingers on both hands, but when he rapidly formed seals, there were only 9 finger phantoms. His Wisdom Path inheritance was unique, it only lacked 1 finger, which was one of the most elusive heavenly secrets. 9 ghost finger formed seals as his 9 finger phantoms danced around. He muttered some incantations. It was unknown what he was saying. At the same time, all sorts of mortal goo flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal goo flew into the air and self-detonated, destroying the nearby hidden goo worms. Some mortal goo could only destroy 1 spot, while others could destroy 7 or 8 hidden goo worms. On average, his speed was slower than Fang Yuan, but his Wisdom Path attainment level was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lutan Xian. This Big Bag's name was very special. Fang Yuan guessed that since the other party was a Space Path Gu Immortal, did Big Bag mean that this person was proficient in storage methods, but normally speaking, Space Path Gu Immortals had more Space Path Dao marks. Their immortal apertures would be bigger and more spacious than ordinary Gu Immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lutan Xian's eyes had turned into vertical slits, like a cat's eyes. He was scouting. His fat hands were shining with a golden luster. The aura he exuded told others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lutan Xian observed for a few breaths of time before attacking. He stretched out his golden hand and pointed in a certain direction. This action seemed to expend a lot of his strength. Soon, he was covered in sweat. He was gasping for breath. But with every finger, a large number of hidden goo worms would be destroyed in the corresponding direction, turning into golden sand that drifted in the air. Every time Lutan Xian attacked, at least 8 hidden goo worms would be destroyed. But his attack frequency was low. His attacks needed scouting, they needed a few breaths of time to prepare, and he was very tired. He was getting more and more tired, his attack frequency was falling. Thus, overall, Lutan Xian was below 9 Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lutan Xian to Fang Yuan, he said that he had wisdom path attainment. And when he introduced Nine Ghost Finger, he said that Nine Ghost Finger also cultivated wisdom path. Then, the person that Shark Demon introduced, the wisdom path Gu. Immortal Xie Shufang, was undoubtedly the strongest among the three. Fang Yuan looked at Xie Shufang. As expected, Xie Shufang stood proudly in the air. Two streams of light, one yellow and one white, were being breathed out continuously. The yellow and white streams of light were extremely fast, they tore through the air and destroyed 100 hidden mortal goo. After destroying these goo worms, the yellow and white streams of light weakened, but when they returned to Xie Shufang's nose, they regained their vigor, and when they breathed out again, they had a majestic aura. A solemn light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. These two streams of light had extraordinary power, they were clearly immortal killer moves. The power of immortal killer moves was truly different from Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan sighed internally, my wisdom path attainment level is not high enough, unravel mystery immortal goo cannot be used properly, so be it, attainment level is something that needs a long time to accumulate. But if I had star thought immortal goo, according to Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, I would have at least 3 wisdom path killer moves that can break the battlefield killer move. 2 of them are at least 5 to 6 times stronger than this yellow and white stream of light. The wisdom path inheritance that originated from Dongfang Naganori was clearly more outstanding than the wisdom path inheritance that Xie Shufang had. What Fang Yuan wanted the most now was star thought immortal goo. On one hand, he had a huge need for star thought itself. Fang Yuan's stone nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been refining star thought mortal goo for many years. If he had star thought immortal goo, this stone nest could be used to increase the production of air sac goo. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone would earn more. On the other hand, star thought immortal goo was one of the 2 cores of the immortal killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to immortal goo Dark Limit. It could allow the goo immortal to resist other people's deductions, causing others' deductions to be vague and unclear. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance also had many top-tier mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had used them before, but against the deductions of people like Song Jiadan, they had almost no effect. Fang Yuan's true body stepped into Eastern Sea, the mortal goo that he had set up on his body self-detonated, the defense of the mortal killer move crumbled. Evidently, in the future, if Fang Yuan fled to the ends of the world and was chased by the entire world, all sorts of forces and people would try to deduce his whereabouts. Then, he would need at least one immortal killer move to protect himself and defend against other people's deductions. Facts had already proven that mortal wisdom path killer moves, even if they were top tier, were useless no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortals and mortals. But there are many difficulties in refining star thought immortal goo. Firstly, funds. I had just spent 2,000 immortal yuan stone, my finances are limited. Even if I have enough funds to buy all the immortal materials, I will need time and luck. Moreover, the success Dao marks on me have already been used to refine change form immortal goo. No matter how much I prepare, if I am unlucky and encounter a failure rate, I will not be able to refine star thought immortal goo. As for other people obtaining star thought immortal goo in advance, the chances are very small. After all, Dongfang Naganori detonated star thought immortal goo not long ago. Time passed, 15 minutes passed. In the fighting soul battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. An endless army of soul beasts surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Compared to the dense army of soul beasts, the position that Fang Yuan and the rest occupied was like a sesame seed on a cake. However, Shark Demon and the rest did not despair, they still retained their fighting spirit and anticipation. That was because Fang Yuan and the rest had seen the light of success in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fight. Shark Demon gritted his teeth, he knew that he had to go all out now. He activated the Remnant Profound Ice House without hesitation. The Remnant Profound Ice House enveloped everyone, it was like a white meteor that rampaged through the dense army of soul beasts. Along the way, countless soul beasts were crushed to pieces. Even desolate level soul beasts could not block the collision of the Remnant Profound Ice House. Boom boom boom, but the ancient soul beasts had enough strength, they surrounded the Remnant Profound Ice House and attacked. Persevere, persevere. Success or failure depends on this. As long as we persevere, we will win. Inside the remnant ice house, the immortals were shouting loudly. They had already lost their composure. Outside the remnant ice house, soul beasts were densely packed. They were like a swarm of ants, surrounding the entire profound ice house. How many more hidden points are there? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Budan immediately reported. Although he could not decipher it, at this moment, fighting soul battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts could no longer be produced. Budan's investigative ability was enough to see the whole situation. 178. Subaiman muttered, although his expression was unsightly, his gaze was filled with hope. This number of hidden points seemed to be able to be easily destroyed. But the truth was, there were many difficulties. Firstly, these remaining goo worms contained core immortal goo. They were hard to decipher. Secondly, the immortals were inside the remnant ice house. Their methods were greatly restricted. They could not act freely like before. Immortal goo houses had comprehensive offense and defense. They could advance and retreat. They were like fortresses. They had their own specialties and had no weaknesses. As long as there were more goo immortals inside the immortal goo house, and their cultivation level was higher, they could provide more immortal essence to the immortal goo house. Thus the immortal goo house could erupt with greater battle strength. But there was a flaw in this. That was, the goo immortals were only providing power to the immortal goo house. The immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative methods, all depended on the immortal goo and mortal goo used to construct the immortal goo house. Thus, Fang Yuan, Xieshu Fang and the others' original methods could not be used because of the immortal goo house's obstruction. From this point, ancient battle formations were much more outstanding than immortal goo houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been eliminated by immortal goo houses in the history of goo cultivation, facts prove that ancient battle formations still had many outstanding aspects. For example, ancient battle formations had combat methods. They were much more flexible than immortal goo houses. The immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative abilities depended on the immortal goo used to construct them. Their abilities were fixed, their strength would increase along with the amount of immortal essence. Thus, they were more inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different, because even though ancient battle formations were made up of goo formations, the core was the goo immortals inside. The goo immortals were inside the ancient battle formation. He could use his own unique immortal killer moves. Like in the Battle of Langya Province, Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man goo immortals formed the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its appearance according to the goo immortals' killer move. The killer move's power would also be amplified greatly. Anyway, if it was an ancient battle formation, the immortals would have already destroyed all the hidden points and obtained victory. But now that it was an immortal goo house, his movements were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. There was only a short flight of stone steps left before he could reach the top. However, this short distance had become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. In the eyes of the immortals, time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. Every minute and every second was torture. Are we going to fail again this time? Subaiman muttered in disappointment. Shark Demon clenched his teeth and remained silent. His expression was one of defeat. At this moment, Xieshu Fang stood up, saying to Shark Demon with a solemn expression, I can get rid of these hidden goo worms, but the price of my method is huge. If you can give me one of these immortal goo as compensation, I can help. Shark Demon had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly. Subaiman also had a fierce gaze. He had an unfriendly expression. Xieshu Fang's actions. She was using the chance to extort him. But at this moment, they were already at their wits' end. If they wanted to get past this obstacle, they could only rely on Xieshu Fang. But Xieshu Fang immediately asked for immortal goo as compensation. Immortal goo were extremely valuable. This was an exorbitant demand. But Shark Demon quickly thought about it. He was silent for a while before agreeing, you can only take one immortal goo. That is my bottom line. He had gone through an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to snatch this mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that he would give to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would belong to Shark Demon and Subaiman. This immortal zombie couple had invested more and more in the early stages. They were already suffering a huge loss. The immortal goo in Yulu blessed land were part of their assets. It could be said that Xia Shufang's words were like digging a hole in their hearts. But undeniably, Shark Demon was someone who could do great things. He could adapt to the situation and was able to size up the situation. He actually endured this and agreed to Xia Shufang's request. Fang Yuan praised him inwardly for this. Xia Shufang heard Shark Demon's concession and nodded without hesitation, smiling, "Sir Shark Demon, I am not such a greedy person. It is just that one of the immortal goo in the battlefield killer move is very suitable for me. No matter how many immortal goo there are, I do not dare to take them. I owe you a favor this time. Then let's ask Master Xia Shufang to make a move." Su Baiman crossed his arms, speaking in a stiff tone. This immortal goo was not so easy to obtain. Everyone was waiting. Xia Shufang's expression was solemn as her aura rose steadily. At the same time, a dazzling black and white light appeared on her body. The black and white light continued to revolve, quickly condensing into a huge ball. The huge ball used black, white, and gray to depict a vivid image of an intense battle. In the image, the remnant ice house was a white dot at the center. The surroundings were pitch black and filled with soul beasts. And the hidden goo worm's location was in the middle of this soul beast army. It was like a star, flickering. Its location was clearly marked. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Image. Xia Shufang breathed in deeply. She slowly stretched out her finger into the image. She used her index finger and thumb to pinch a hidden spot, then exerted a little force as the fingertips of the two fingers moved closer to each other. All the immortals could hear was a slight cracking sound, as if something had been crushed. After that, Xia Shufang twirled her two fingers, and when she retracted her hand, the goo worm at the hidden point had already been destroyed by her. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Xia Shufang's Wisdom Path Killer Move could actually launch a profound attack through the remnant ice house, and it was so precise. The soul beasts outside could not disturb it at all. It was truly amazing. Even Fang Yuan felt like his horizons were broadened. This female immortal, Xia Shufang, might not have a friendly attitude towards Fang Yuan, but Shark Demon called her master. She was indeed skilled. Even though Fang Yuan relied on his outstanding Wisdom Path inheritance to surpass Budan, Lu Tan Xian, and Nine Ghost Finger, there was still a huge gap between him and a goo immortal like Xia Shufang who mainly cultivated Wisdom Path. Eventually, Xia Shufang used the killer move Clear Image to destroy most of the hidden goo worms, and successfully captured an immortal goo. When she took out this immortal goo from the split brightness map, the other goo immortals were shocked. After losing an immortal goo, Fighting Soul Battlefield quickly broke apart. The remaining immortal goo and a small number of mortal goo disappeared, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts roared and growled as they launched their final frenzied attack. Remnant Ice House was an immortal goo house after all. It firmly blocked the final retaliation of the soul beasts. Eventually, the soul beast army dissipated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Demon and the rest obtained the final victory with much difficulty. But soon, they fell into a brand new battlefield killer move. Oh heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Budan held his forehead in dejection. After fighting Soul Battlefield, the immortals fell into a brand new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange. Other than the 8 huge doors, there was nothing else. But the strongest Wisdom Path goo immortal, Xia Shufang, showed a troubled expression as she reminded the immortals, "Be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used to trap people. Even though it does not have the killing intent of fighting Soul Battlefield, it is harder to deal with." Nobody objected. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. Goo immortals would have a huge sense of direction once they got inside. Moreover, these 8 doors could only allow one life form to enter. After entering, the open door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors in front of Shark Demon and the rest meant that there were only 8 chances to explore. After entering the door, the goo immortals would have to fight alone. They would be isolated and without help. There would be no other goo immortals to help them. It is said that after entering this door, the goo immortal will enter a second space and face another choice of 8 doors. 8 Doors Labyrinth has a total of 8 spaces. Each space has 8 doors. There is only one correct choice. Otherwise, they can only move around inside. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful in trapping people. Without wisdom path Gu immortals skilled in deductions, there is no way to break it. Gu immortals skilled in fighting will find it hard to move forward, they might even be trapped to death inside. Xie Shufang sighed. Even though she was a wisdom path Gu immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The immortal killer move map earlier had already exposed her background. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal who was skilled in reconnaissance and long-range attacks. She was more inclined towards fighting. Fang Yuan's wisdom path inheritance was skilled in deductions, but unfortunately, he did not even have the most basic star-thought immortal Gu in the inheritance. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. His situation was very awkward. This is only the first space, there is still time to return. Xie Shufang reminded. The battlefield killer move earlier could still be used to probe. But against the 8 doors labyrinth, the Gu immortals probing would be throwing away their lives, they could not even probe. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder and harder. I think we are close to opening it? Shark Demon sighed, he wisely chose to retreat. Using the remnant Profound Ice House, the immortals forcefully left Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip, even though Shark Demon and the rest successfully unraveled the Battle Soul battlefield, they paid a huge price. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. The one who truly benefited the most was Xie Shufang. She was very happy to obtain an immortal Gu as her spoils of war. To be continued, even though they unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, because of the battlefield killer move 8 doors labyrinth, Shark Demon's group had no choice but to leave Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with the other Wisdom Path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing followed Shark Demon and Su Baiman to Shark Sea, where they were entertained by Shark Demon and his wife. Brother Xianxia, how confident are you in unraveling 8 doors labyrinth? During the banquet, Shark Demon asked bluntly. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, he shook his head with a solemn gaze. I am ashamed, I do not have any confidence. Even you do not have confidence? Su Baiman said in disappointment. Fang Yuan pondered, if I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu, I will have 30% confidence. Unfortunately, even though I have been accumulating immortal materials, I am still far from the immortal Gu refinement standard. Refining immortal Gu is too difficult. Shark Demon heard Fang Yuan's words and his eyes brightened, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xianxia more than once, he could see Fang Yuan's foundation, he indeed lacked a wisdom path immortal killer move. After unraveling the battlefield killer move, Shark Demon had a better idea. Big Bag Lutan Xian and the demonic path Gu immortal 9 Ghost Finger could not compare to Fang Yuan in wisdom path methods. There was no need to mention Budan. Xie Shufang was quite amazing, far surpassing Fang Yuan, but she was a righteous path Gu immortal. Not only was she incompatible with Shark Demon's group, her appetite was also too big. This time, Shark Demon and the rest did not get anything, while Xie Shufang obtained an immortal Gu, taking the biggest share. No matter how magnanimous Shark Demon was, losing an immortal Gu still made him feel great heartache. Even though he unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, he still had a huge grudge against Xie Shufang. He was just restraining himself. With Shark Demon's personality, he would sooner or later seek revenge. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Looking at the chairman, Shark Demon's eyes brightened and dimmed. He said slowly, I won't hide it from the 2 lords, my wisdom path inheritance is still complete. If I have that wisdom path immortal Gu, I will be able to use several powerful immortal killer moves and my strength will rise greatly. Even if she's weaker than Xie Shufang, she's not that far off. Shark Demon nodded his head and changed the topic, he did not continue on this topic. Fang Yuan did not finish his words, he did not go overboard. But how could Shark Demon not understand what Fang Yuan meant? Xianxia's words have a deeper meaning, he wants me to help him refine wisdom path immortal Gu. However, in this kind of transaction, I will suffer the greatest loss. It's fine if I can refine it, but if I can't, I'll have wasted a large amount of my investment. That's one disaster after another. Shark Demon pondered and rejected the idea of funding Fang Yuan to refine immortal Gu. In fact, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. In attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he and Su Baiman had invested a lot of effort and money, but so far, there was little effect. This time, they invited 3 wisdom path helpers. They even bled a lot. Even if Shark Demon and Subaiman were veteran experts with deep foundations, they were showing signs of exhaustion at this point. Refining immortal goo. It might be a bottomless pit. Unless he had no other choice, Shark Demon would never choose this. Towards Shark Demon's attitude. Although Fang Yuan felt some regret, he had expected it. There was not even a trace of disappointment. In order to relocate the blessed land, he had spent most of his immortal yuan stone. With his current wealth, it would take a long time to gather the standard immortal materials to refine star-thought immortal goo. It doesn't matter if Shark Demon didn't take the bait, the important thing is to infiltrate Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not forget his main goal. Shark Demon was also willing to let Fang Yuan join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Why? Because once Fang Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on the same side as Shark Demon and Subaiman. This way, with the restriction of Zombie Alliance, Shark Demon would be able to use Fang Yuan's help more easily when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. He would be able to use him more easily. This was very helpful to Shark Demon's current development plans. Helping Xianxia was helping Shark Demon himself. Thus, after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later. In the air, Shark Demon and Fang Yuan were flying rapidly. This is the Yellow Spring Sea area. Shark Demon pointed at the sea below as he introduced. In fact, even without his indication, Fang Yuan had already noticed the special sea area below. Yellow Spring Sea area, the seawater was an earthy yellow color, it was like a large river mixed with sand and sand, the waves were rolling and undulating. But in fact, there was no sand floating in the Yellow Spring Sea area, the seawater itself was a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is a very special sea area. The closer you get to the center of the sea area, the fewer living beings there are. This is the largest zombie farm in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fang Yuan nodded, using his investigative method, his gaze pierced through the sea surface and reached the depths of the sea. He saw countless corpses floating in the sea, large numbers of zombie fish, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles, and others were swimming in the water, killing each other. At the bottom of the sea, there were gray-white rotting corals, they emitted an intense stench that polluted the surrounding seawater. The seaweeds were pale white bandages of seaweed, they floated with the currents like white silk used to hang people. These last 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents to fly for a day and a half, passing through more than 10 sea areas before arriving at Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, the Yellow Spring Sea area. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed worthy of being the headquarters of the 5 regions, to be able to control such a huge territory in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed sincerely. Shark Demon laughed heartily. In the other 4 regions, Zombie Alliance is inferior, but in Eastern Sea, this is Zombie Alliance's headquarters, it is powerful and can suppress other super forces. Brother Xianxia, it was a wise decision for you to join such a powerful force. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a public blessed land as their headquarters. This public blessed land was called Undying Kingdom in Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal World, it was located at the center of Yellow Spring Sea area. Under Shark Demon's lead, Fang Yuan successfully entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Contrary to Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers, it was a scene of vitality. This was a stark contrast to the death energy and decay of immortal zombies. Immortal zombies are already living dead, their immortal apertures are also dead lands, how can they gather such a large public blessed land? Is it a blessed land for living goo immortals of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon chuckled, Xianxia, don't worry. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forced any living goo immortal who joins Zombie Alliance to contribute a portion of their immortal aperture. Of course, Zombie Alliance encourages you to contribute your blessed land, there is a huge corresponding reward. You can see this when you look at the missions in the inner hall. Undying Kingdom is a public blessed land that mainly comes from immortal zombies. Or more accurately speaking, it comes from old goo immortals who are about to reach the end of their lifespan, or for other reasons, they are preparing to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lifespan. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a unique method to allow the combined blessed lands to maintain their youth and vitality. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze brightened, revealing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon observed his expression and laughed. Xianxia, you are also interested in this method? He, that's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has gone through countless predecessors' research and accumulation. We have already developed some results: how to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while maintaining the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. He had always wanted to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. Why, wasn't it because the immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead aperture? It did not have the potential to advance further. But now, Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words and his thoughts towards reviving changed. The reason I want to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive is so that my immortal aperture can survive and continue to raise my cultivation level. But if I can really become an immortal zombie while maintaining the vitality of my immortal aperture, there is a possibility of advancing further. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Immortal zombies were living dead. They did not need to consider lifespan limitations. It could be considered a different kind of longevity. Fang Yuan used this advantage and continuously used the light of wisdom to develop and rise rapidly. But if Fang Yuan became a living person again, his lifespan would decrease sharply under the light of wisdom. How many times could he use wisdom goo? The immortal zombie body had its advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fang Yuan had wisdom goo, the disadvantages were greater than the advantages. Thus, Fang Yuan had to find a way to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie body no matter what. If there really is a method to maintain the immortal zombie body while reviving the immortal aperture and raising my cultivation level, that would be my best choice. But now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's research results are outstanding, they are still far from perfection. If they really had such a method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would have dominated Eastern Sea long ago, right? The 5 regions are no longer the same as they are now. After Fang Yuan calmed down, he also guessed the truth of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Humans will die eventually. There will be a day when their lifespan runs out. Brother Xianxia, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can make contributions to Zombie Alliance. You can use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a fervent expression on his face, but he was calm inwardly. He knew that Shark Demon was tricking him. Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance before. He already knew that to exchange for this level of research success, he would have to make huge contributions to Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to the center of Undying Country. There was a mountain range of corpses there. On top of dozens of mountain peaks were tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fang Yuan into one of them. Half a day later, Fang Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the palace. Fang Yuan had an identity token in his hand, as well as information path mortal goo. He could use it to transmit all sorts of information in Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan successfully became a member of Zombie Alliance. Floating Astronomy. Author's note: these last few days, my condition has not been good. I am ashamed to have forced myself to do this. Compared to the first time Fang Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was much more relaxed when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fang Yuan was worried that his identity would be exposed. After all, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had several rank 8 immortal zombies. Because of this, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large amount of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Goo into vaguely familiar face. With Eat Strength, Change Form, and Star Mark as the cores, Fang Yuan could transform into a Star Path Goo Immortal or Star Path Desolate Beast. It would be much more realistic. But after joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan did not see any rank 8 Goo Immortals. Even the investigation of his identity as Xianxia was just a formality. The reason for this, other than rank 8 immortal zombies having their own tasks, Shark Demon's status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is not low. Living Goo Immortals cannot enter the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The main reason is that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is strong. They have sufficient confidence and a huge psychological advantage. Fang Yuan analyzed. 7 days later. BC. Countless bee groups flew out of the sea, landing on the boat flowers on the sea surface. In Eastern Sea's May month, the waves of BC would cause countless boat flowers to flow towards it. These flowers were of all colors. They were as large as small boats. They were tightly intertwined like a huge painting, spreading out from the flower sea. BC was a sea area that was connected to the Flower Sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in the BC. This special bee group only had the ability to fly for a short period of time. They were more proficient at swimming in the sea. Every year in May, when countless boat flowers flowed along the sea. When they reached the BC area, it was the best opportunity for the water bees to collect honey once a year. Right above the sea, Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest set up their formation, engaging in an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Gu Immortals. Finally, after the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Song Yisha and the rest would not pursue Xianxia's mistake. Even though it was an unintentional mistake on Xianxia's part, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to publicly apologize, he also had to compensate Song Yisha with 600 immortal yuan stones. Xianxia currently did not have the ability to repay them all at once, but at most he could repay them in 6 installments. The first installment was 100 immortal yuan stone. The second time, he would have to pay 120 pieces of immortal yuan stone. The third time, 140 immortal yuan stone. According to the contents of the agreement, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly suffer a great loss if he were to compensate in batches. Therefore, after the agreement was reached, Fang Yuan borrowed a sum of immortal yuan stone each from Tai Bai, Yunxing, Shark Demon, and the others, making up a total of 600 pieces. He gave them to Song Yisha on the spot. With an ashen face, Song Yisha took the immortal yuan stone and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. His tone was cold and stiff as he said, "Apologize." Fang Yuan was a flexible person. He smiled bitterly and apologized sincerely. "I did not mean to offend Fairy Yisha. It was rude of me to offend such a beautiful lady. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yisha retorted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. "If I had seen Fairy Yisha's face, I would have been hacked to pieces. But Fairy, you should understand. Back then, there was thick fog in the hot spring, and you used an isolated immortal killer move. How could I have seen it clearly?" Song Yisha snorted coldly. She remembered the situation clearly. In the underwater volcano, she was not vigilant at all. How could she have set up any immortal killer move? Even if there was some fog, Song Yisha had cleared it in advance. She did not like her vision being blocked. But Song Yisha did not refute Fang Yuan's nonsense. Even if this wretched old man in front of her really saw her naked, Song Yisha would deny it and not admit it. Song Clan's 2 Gu Immortals had relaxed expressions. They even pitted Xianxia inwardly. Fang Yuan had explained it clearly earlier. In fact, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had already investigated Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only formed in the last few years. And because Song Yisha did not inspect the underwater volcano carefully, it was exposed. Xianxia only took a glance, and because of the fog, he did not see anything, but he had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones. This price was too high. In the end, Song Clan was a super force. They had a lot of assets. If Xianxia had offended others, it would have been fine, but the problem was that he offended Song Yisha. Song Yisha was not a problem, but behind her was Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan. If not for Shark Demon representing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance in this negotiation, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being slightly stronger than Song Clan, Fang Yuan would not have had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones to settle this matter. "Xianxia, even though this matter is over, you better not appear in front of me again." Song Yisha said these words before flying away resolutely. The other 2 Gu Immortals from Song Clan had a much more relaxed attitude. They cupped their fists politely. "Lord Shark Demon, Lord Subaiman, we will be taking our leave. Take care." Shark Demon returned the greeting. At this point, this storm finally subsided. Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to visit Shark Sea again. But Fang Yuan declined. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could give him good rewards. He could use them to earn immortal yuan stones to repay his debts. Shark Demon sensed Fang Yuan's dejection. He consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance's structure was loose, it would not restrict his freedom too much. Fang Yuan's acting was on point. It really made Shark Demon believe that he was a rogue cultivator who valued personal freedom the most. Since Fang Yuan refused, Shark Demon and Subaiman did not insist. The couple also needed time to prepare for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with Shark Demon and the rest, Fang Yuan accepted some divination quests from the East Sea Zombie Alliance. He was cautious by nature. Even if he was going to put on an act, he had to go all the way. He would never leave any flaws in these minor details. Fang Yuan had the mission token and an information path mortal goo for communication. It was very convenient for him to take missions. He did not need to go to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to personally enter the Undying Kingdom's Blessed Land. After all, there was a rank 8 immortal zombie guarding that place. In front of such an existence, Fang Yuan was not confident in his vaguely familiar face killer move. It was also because he lacked confidence. Even though I spent 600 immortal yuan stones, as long as I can successfully enter Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, I will be able to use them. It is worth it. Next, I have to wait patiently for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to give me some missions related to Northern Plains. For example, a mission to collect resources unique to Northern Plains. Or a mission to inspect Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Fang Yuan planned. Fang Yuan's plan was progressing smoothly. At this point, he only needed to wait. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to secretly return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Baiyunxing parted ways with him. He used landscape as before to make friends everywhere in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan only spent a short time to complete the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance deduction quests. They were all completed. If it were in the past, these deduction quests would have taken Fang Yuan months. But now, Fang Yuan only used a few days. Fang Yuan gradually felt that his wisdom path attainment had increased by leaps and bounds. In his previous life, the 500 years of suffering, glory, and ups and downs had turned him into a person skilled in scheming and scheming. Thus, Fang Yuan's nature was very compatible with wisdom path cultivation. Adding on his excellent wisdom path inheritance and rank 9 wisdom goo, how could Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment not increase by leaps and bounds, after completing these quests? Fang Yuan did not hand them over immediately. This speed was too shocking, it did not match his wisdom path attainment. As for the immortal yuan stone that he owed Tai Baiyunxing and Shark Demon, Fang Yuan did not care about it. Tai Baiyunxing's debt, Fang Yuan did not even need to pay it back. Shark Demon's debt. Fang Yuan would be able to pay it back in a few days. Guts Goo were in short supply, it was still very popular. His other businesses were also operating normally. Even though Star Form Blessed Land had been moved. As a result, the 4 great resources of Star Form Blessed Lands were damaged. But Fang Yuan's monthly profit was still close to 1,000 immortal yuan stone, but even so, Fang Yuan still lacked money. Be it the large-scale reconstruction of Star Form Blessed Land or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Goo, they needed funds, a huge amount of funds. Besides that, there was the feeding of immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a large number of immortal goo that needed to be fed. If the immortal goo really starved to death, Fang Yuan's losses would be too great. Searching for lifespan goo, teaching Fangjing, interrogating the captives, constructing the 4th Fang Yuan stone nest, modifying immortal killer moves, cultivating wisdom path methods for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, purchasing goo worms, purchasing strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, the experience of raising hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree, all these matters were complicated. Fang Yuan had to deal with them. Even though his immortal zombie body did not rest, Fang Yuan still felt that he did not have enough time. Fang Yuan was very clear about his situation. Maybe one day, the matter of him toppling 88 Jinyang Tower would be found out and exposed. Thus, he had to use this final opportunity to develop and get rid of his flaws. Fang Yuan wanted nothing more than to split time, or even split himself into 2 halves to use. While he was busy, Fang Yuan paid attention to the external situation. Fang Yuan paid less attention to Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still affected by the aftermath of the Refinement Path Convention. In Northern Plains, after old ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains was very calm. But Fang Yuan had experienced the Battle of Langya Valley, he knew about Kanyang Laojun and these Central Continent investigators. Thus, the calmer Northern Plains was, the more Fang Yuan felt that there was a hidden vortex within. In Eastern Sea, the most eye-catching matter was Song clan and the other super forces fighting for the supremacy of ascending heaven plane. A few days later. Western Desert. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, he was transacting with Xiao clan's Gu immortals. These are the goods, check them. Fang Yuan threw out the regretful spiders he had brought. This time, Xiao clan's Gu immortal was Xiao Rang. This person had a calm personality and was very astute. Together with Xiao Huqi, they were known as Xiao clan's civil and military duo. After Xiao Rang inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction, there are no problems. Catch. He threw an immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan. But different from before, other than the immortal Yuan stone, there was also a token and an information path mortal Gu. This was Xiao clan's transaction token. Floating astronomy. It is a pleasure to do business with you. Our Xiao clan hopes to continue the trade of regretful spiders as much as possible. The token in your hand is Xiao clan's transaction token. With this token, you will be Xiao clan's trading partner, you can enjoy many preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path mortal Gu. Of course, you can reject this token. Xiao Rang said. Fang Yuan received the transaction token, feeling joyful. In fact, his transaction with Xiao clan, other than selling regretful spiders to earn immortal Yuan stones, the other reason was this transaction token. Western Desert was the most developed region in the 5 regions. Every super force would issue their own transaction token. However, the Xiao clan's trade token was the most valuable one among them. Because among all the super forces in Western Desert, Xiao clan and Tian clan had the largest business, they had the most trading partners. If Fang Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, he could easily do it with Xiao clan's transaction token. Especially with Xiao clan's other trading partners, he could get along well. Of course, there were pros and cons to this. Xiao clan and Tian clan were the biggest competitors. If he accepted Xiao clan's transaction token, he would have to get closer to Xiao clan. Fang Yuan and Tian clan, as well as the Gu immortals with Tian clan's transaction token, would find it hard to do business. With this transaction token, I can officially sell dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. His monthly income of immortal metastones would once again break through the 1,000 mark. When my other resources recover, my monthly earnings will be close to 2,000. Fang Yuan did not conceal his joy, he accepted the token with a smile. Xiao Rang also had a smile on his face. Even though in Xiao Rang's opinion, Fang Yuan was very mysterious, after Xiao clan appeared. Even after many investigations, they could not find out Fang Yuan's identity. But Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he accepted Xiao clan's transaction token. This was a move to get closer to Xiao clan. Xiao Rang naturally had to show more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fang Yuan spent the next few days roaming Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Using the transaction token, even though it was his first time meeting, Fang Yuan successfully made several transactions of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. These transactions were mostly short-term, only 1 or 2 were long-term. However, Fang Yuan believed that with the passage of time, he would not be able to do so. As the number of transactions increased, this kind of long-term trade would increase and become more and more stable. Filled with joy, Fang Yuan left the Western Desert. But just as he stepped into Hu immortal blessed land, he received a shocking piece of news. What? Xianxia was furious. They even razed the island of the Li family village to the ground? As it turned out, the contest for ascending heaven plane was getting more and more intense. Initially, only 3 forces were contending, but when the situation reached a stalemate, many other forces and Gu immortals saw an advantage and joined in. During this process, Xianxia met the demonic path female Gu immortal, 7 Sea Snake Lady. She was ridiculed by the latter, saying that Xianxia's worth was only worth 600 immortal yuan stones. Throwing dirty water at Xianxia. After Xianxia suffered a loss, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and killed all the mortals and beasts on the island. Then, she caused a tsunami and flooded the entire island 5 to 6 times. On this nameless island, naturally, no one survived. To other people, this was an insignificant matter. Thus, the shock in Fang Yuan's heart was not something ordinary people could understand. This way. What about Li Xiaoyao? Song Yisher and Li Xiaoyao were supposed to be a heroic couple, but because of me, Song Yisher killed 8 generations of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Is this the same as killing Li Xiaoyao? In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao, who had shaken the world, no longer had a chance to step onto the stage of history. It is a pity. I was preparing to use Connect Luck to contact Li Xiaoyao in the future. Speaking of which, he is a person with strong luck. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Because of him, Eastern Sea's future situation had undergone a huge change. And Fang Yuan had no idea how wide and deep the influence of this change would be. A few days later, something that shocked Fang Yuan even more happened. What? Starry sky grotto heaven shattered, countless grotto heaven fragments fell like meteors, causing countless forces and Gu immortals to fight over them? Fang Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the shattering of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should have happened hundreds of years later. Why did it happen so early in this life? Don't tell me. Because of me, I took advantage of Star Lord Wan Xiang and Immortal Monkey King Shirlei, causing Immortal Zombie 7-star child to wake up from his dream realm, causing Shirlei to fall into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and have no choice but to seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. So, when 7-star child fought against Combat Immortal Sect, even though he had the terrain advantage, Combat Immortal Sect was too powerful, causing 7-star child to see that the situation was bad and detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, causing them to perish together? Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. In fact, it was exactly so. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 7-star child had been trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time, unable to wake up. Although Star Lord Wan Xiang died, Shirlei inherited this fortuitous encounter. He did not inform the sect, but instead sneaked in every time the crack opened and plundered it wantonly. But after 7-star child was awakened by Fang Yuan, tragedy befell Shirlei. He was chased around by 7-star child and had no choice but to abandon his pride and seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect did not forcefully suppress 7-star child. Since I cannot obtain it, don't even think of obtaining it. With such a thought, 7-star child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and separated from Combat Immortal Sect. Thus, the incident of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment falling to the ground happened in Central Continent 200 to 300 years in advance. After receiving this news, Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me, 88-point Xianxia Tower has fallen, Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed. Now, Eastern Sea has also changed, Li Xiaoyao is gone. Now, Central Continent has also experienced a huge change, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed in advance. At this rate, Central Continent and Eastern Sea will also change beyond recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was in chaos because of this matter. Countless Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, Super Forces, small and large forces, all flocked towards the Grotto Heaven fragment world. What Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they were all thrown to the back of Central Continent's Gu Masters' minds. Regarding this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had collapsed at the wrong time. If it had collapsed 200 to 300 years later, Fang Yuan would have benefited a lot. Because at that time, the 5 regions' chaotic war would occur, dream realms would manifest outside, heroes would emerge endlessly, the veteran super forces would not be able to fend for themselves. It would be most beneficial to a lone cultivator like Fang Yuan. But now, the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to begin. Central Continent was ruled by the Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fang Yuan could completely foresee that the initial chaos would only last for a short time. The situation would soon be controlled by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The true beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as the Celestial Court behind them. The following development was indeed within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, the situation changed even faster than Fang Yuan had expected. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation and quickly came to an internal agreement, expelling all the other forces and Gu Immortals. This made Fang Yuan deeply understand the enormous forces of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. What a pity for Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, what a pity for 7-star child, what a pity for that dream realm. Fang Yuan sighed in melancholy. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans, but now, after this change, this enormous benefit was no longer fated with him. But the following development was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang was sent to Fang Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Fengyang represented Crane Gate and invited Fang Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, the guess in his heart made him stand up in excitement. He could not help but raise his head and laugh loudly 3 times. After laughing, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. I cannot be careless, although the possibility of it being a trap is small. I need to investigate it before agreeing. 2 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at a valley in central continent. This nameless valley was lacking in resources. It was unremarkable, but because a huge fragment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, this place was surrounded by the alliance of the 10 great ancient sects. The surrounding 1,000 li had become a forbidden zone. Once other Gu immortals stepped into this area, they would be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually barge in. He Fengyang personally welcomed him into the valley. There were already over 10 Gu immortals guarding the valley. They were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lad, be careful when you enter. Look far ahead, young man. Seeing He Fengyang bring Fang Yuan in, the other Gu immortals' expressions turned ugly. They either threatened or advised him. Sir, you are Fang Yuan? A female immortal in white clothes walked out from the crowd. So it is Fairy Bai Qing. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, his expression did not change as he greeted her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded at Fang Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are someone my daughter often mentions. In this contest for the Grotto Heaven fragment, I hope you can go easy on me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Even though Fang Yuan had traded Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House many times, he had not met Fairy Bai Qing. But now, this matter concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to appear and talk to Fang Yuan. She wanted Fang Yuan to give her face. Fang Yuan had his own plans. He agreed without hesitation. It has been a pleasant cooperation with you, Lady Bai Qing, you can rest assured. Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu immortals snorted coldly. He Fengyang, who was at the side, had a cold light flickering in his eyes. Go in. The others have already entered. You have the highest cultivation level, you are the last. He Fengyang said solemnly. Fang Yuan nodded, walking forward. Inside the valley, there was a peculiar scene. It was like a mirage. The small valley that was originally filled with bushes was now a sea-blue ripple. The scenery did not match. It was like a broken painting that was forcefully embedded together. This was naturally not a mirage, it was a shattered Grotto Heaven world. The entrance was open for anyone to explore. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to enter, He Fengyang was worried. He reminded, don't forget the place I gave you, you must occupy it. Don't worry. Fang Yuan waved his hand, he did not turn around. Under everyone's gazes, he entered the Grotto Heaven fragment. To be continued, Fang Yuan looked over and saw that the lake in front of him was sparkling. The surface of the lake was wide and blue. After he entered this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had been in this blue lake. The blue lake was huge. There were several small islands in the center of the lake. They were verdant and lush. Looking even further, at the shore of the blue lake, there was a mountain range. It was like a trace of green, gently blending with the sky. Fang Yuan was standing on the surface of the water. It was like he was standing on flat ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this method of standing on the surface of the water would be very impressive. But now, this mortal thing was insignificant to Fang Yuan. Before entering this fragment Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan took a final glance behind him. Behind him, the blue lake suddenly broke apart. It was as if there was a polished mirror that had cut the surface of the lake in half. Fang Yuan looked through the mirror and could see outside. It was indeed that nameless valley in Central Continent. There were also the figures of those Gu immortals in the valley. They seemed to be looking at Fang Yuan with all sorts of complicated gazes. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly. He turned around and stomped on the lake water, flying away. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not know, but the truth was, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had entered this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was very special. It had 7 subspaces that were isolated from each other. It was not like ordinary Grotto Heavens. Evidently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had a lot of space path down marks, and they were quite unique. There were many desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. there were even ancient desolate beasts, the zombie dragon that guarded the 8th star hall, the walking meat tree, and so on. They left a deep impression on Feng Yuan. But after the intense battle and the plunder of Combat Immortal Sect, there are also losses from the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There are very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in this Grotto Heaven fragment world. Right now, in this Grotto Heaven, there are only 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant. As Feng Yuan flew through the air, he recalled the information He Fengyang had given him. These 2 desolate beasts and desolate plants were a desolate beast dragonfish, a scripture concealment turtle, and a netherworld grass. Dragonfish, as long as one was a goo immortal, it was a common food used to feed immortal goo. For most mortal goo, if the specific food was not enough, dragonfish meat could be used, replacing the missing parts to feed the immortal goo. Of course, immortal goo were unique, their food was rare and strange, the dragonfish's effect was much lower. Even if it could replace part of the food, it could only be the desolate beast dragonfish meat. Among the dire beasts, the weakest is the dire beast dragonfish. According to the legends, dragonfish did not exist in this world, it was created by the Food Path sect. As for the scripture concealing turtle, this was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. Its habits were very strange. Ever since it became an adult, it had been fixed in a certain place, not moving at all. Day after day, the scripture concealing turtle's body would be covered in moss and turn into gray stones. It turned into a huge fake mountain. In addition, it was good at restraining its aura and hiding its tracks. It was not easy to find. Only when it sensed a huge calamity would it move. It would not stop until it found a suitable place to rest. Next, it would stop and shrink back into its shell, relying on wind, rain, frost, and snow to survive. If this desolate beast could be subdued, it would be more useful than killing it. The scripture concealing turtle was a pure wisdom path desolate beast, it was naturally close to wisdom path, it was a wisdom path spirit beast. It had the ability to find a safe and secluded place to live. Many wisdom path goo immortals would use the scripture concealing turtle to help them when making deductions. Feng Yuan had inherited Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. There was a method to use the newly killed scripture concealing turtle's shell to help him deduce. Evidently, subduing this scripture concealing turtle was more beneficial to the goo immortal. Moreover, it did not move and had strong defense. Combat Immortal Sect was not in a hurry to make a move. And the nether grass was the same, it was rooted in the ground and could not move, as long as one did not get close to it, the threat was low. A stalk of nether grass was especially beneficial to soul path goo immortals, because the nether grass contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. As time passed, it would affect the surrounding environment. The surrounding hundreds of li around the nether grass would gradually become a breeding ground for soul path goo worms. Nether grass had a powerful effect on modifying the environment of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Similarly, it was not convenient for Combat Immortal Sect to take this nether grass, so they left it until today. But who could have expected 7-star child to have such a huge temper? He would rather destroy Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and cause it to fall. This situation was far beyond Combat Immortal Sect's control. This fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was discussed and agreed upon by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to collect the resources inside. He Fengyang represented Crane Gate. Before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had given Feng Yuan several missions. Among them, there were 3 regarding the dragonfish, nether grass, and the scripture concealing turtle. If you can capture these 3 alive, that would be the best. According to the agreement, you will get a third of their value. He Fengyang told Feng Yuan clearly. Although Feng Yuan was Crane Gate's subordinate on the surface, that was not the case. He Fengyang was the person involved, he knew this clearly. Thus, he knew that to motivate Feng Yuan, he could only tempt him with benefits. Although Feng Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3. Because Feng Yuan not only had his own immortal goo, he also had the immortal goo that Crane Gate had lent to him. Having immortal goo and not having immortal goo, battle strength was 2 completely different concepts. Although the dragonfish, the scripture concealing turtle, and the nether grass were powerful life forms, they did not have immortal goo. If they had immortal goo, they would have already been attacked by goo immortals because of their greed. If it was not 7-star child immortal zombie, it would be combat immortal sex people. How could they still be here? Normally speaking, in blessed lands and grotto heavens, there were basically no wild immortal goo. Because once wild immortal goo were produced, they would be taken away by the goo immortal for their own use. After all, wild immortal goo were not only useless to the management of the blessed land, it would also cause the goo immortal to have insufficient control over the blessed land. If the desolate beasts went berserk in the future, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, was awakened by Feng Yuan long ago. He was also the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He knew that there were no wild immortal goo in the Grotto Heaven. How could he not know? Even if 7-star child was occupied, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was taken over by combat immortal sect, there were no wild immortal goo. Unless it was an extremely special immortal goo that could conceal itself, it would not exist until now. According to the map, the dragonfish is in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Feng Yuan flew in the air, his gaze shining among the dragonfish, nether grass, and the scripture-concealing turtle. He was most interested in the desolate beast dragonfish. Of course, dragonfish lived in groups. Beside the desolate beast dragonfish, there were large numbers of ordinary dragonfish. These, to Feng Yuan, were not a small amount of tempting wealth. To think that I would have a second desolate beast dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take away a third of the harvest, I will choose this group of dragonfish. Feng Yuan thought of this. He could not help but feel happy. At this time, on the small island at the center of the blue lake, a group of goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor was looking at the lake in front of them. They were in deep trouble. This group of goo masters had 5 people. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation level, only one young goo master had the lowest cultivation level. But he also had rank 4 peak stage cultivation level. This young man's name was Wei Wuxiang. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Because he loved Fairy Bai Lian. He had once sparred with Fangjing, but lost. Fangjing gave him a way out. It was a draw. Wei Wuxiang saved his face. He felt some gratitude towards Fangjing. He felt that he owed Fangjing a favor. He was originally rank 4 middle stage, but because of this competition for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor specially raised his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, it was to train the rising stars of the sect. They were the hope of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking manpower. This time, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had started an intense competition for the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. 7-star child was very sinister. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with great propriety. Goo immortals could not enter the fragment worlds, they could only rely on the disciples of the sect to explore them. As mentioned earlier, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks. They were like dilapidated houses on the verge of collapse. They could only last for a short period of time. And goo immortals with Dao marks were like giants. Forcefully entering these fragment worlds was like a giant squeezing into a small house. The result would be the house breaking and the resources inside would be destroyed. In his previous life, Feng Yuan became a blood path goo immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered and fell, he commanded the demonic sect's mortal goo masters to enter the fragment worlds in his place and plunder resources. But now, why could Feng Yuan enter? Speaking of which, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because Feng Yuan had the lowest cultivation level among goo immortals, he did not have many strength path Dao marks, and because of vaguely familiar face, he was constantly losing strength path Dao marks. One of the core immortal goo of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Using Eat Strength Immortal Goo in reverse, expending strength path Dao marks to change the goo immortal's regional aura. There were pure strength path desolate beasts like the large horned sheep, whose flesh and blood could increase Feng Yuan's strength path Dao marks. But because of his frequent disguise recently, even after adding and subtracting, the increase in strength path Dao marks was limited. Thus, Feng Yuan could enter while other goo immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limit of the fragment world. There were very few goo immortals who had such a miserable cultivation level like him. Most importantly, his identity allowed Crane Gate to make use of him. This was the competition and plunder of the 10 great ancient sections. If Feng Yuan did not have the status of a subordinate of Crane Gate, as an outsider goo immortal, he would never be acknowledged by the 10 great ancient sections. This was the righteous path. They paid attention to rules. Unlike the demonic path, where it depended on whose fist was bigger, they fought head-on or were sinister and vicious. The greatest rule of the demonic path was that they did not follow rules. To be continued. P.S. Today is Children's Day. I wish my friends and children a happy holiday. Seeing so many heartwarming comments and posts, sigh, how should I say it, I feel so ashamed. Thank you everyone for your support. This is the first update of the month, at 14 a.m., I will try to update at this time. If there are any changes next month, I will inform you separately. Chapter 261, Low Cultivation Level has its benefits. This damned ancient soul sect, they actually alerted the desolate beast dragonfish to stop us. At this moment, on the island in the lake, Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped, their path was blocked. In front of them, the lake water was rumbling, creating huge waves. The water was huge and dangerous. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 Gu masters frowned deeply, they looked at the lake with anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could vaguely see that in the depths of the lake, there was a huge monster's body swimming around like a mad demon. Every time it swung its tail, it would create a turbulent undercurrent and set off monstrous waves. Sometimes, the sturdy fish head would even hit the bottom of the island. Boom boom boom, every time the dragonfish hit, there would be an intense explosion, the island below them shook again and again. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped on the island, they looked at the huge waves with pale expressions, they were helpless and helpless. The desolate beast dragonfish had a gentle nature, it rarely went crazy. But earlier, ancient soul sect's Gu masters used a method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go crazy, it entered a berserk state, it lost all rationality and nature. Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu masters might have the ability to walk on water, but they were mortals after all, they had limited primeval essence. In this situation, it was like a heavenly moat, they could not get past it. Ancient soul sect can actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish, they must have used an immortal method given by the sect. Our Heaven's Envy Manor is also one of the 10 great ancient sects, we cannot lose to ancient soul sect. Elder Zhuning, let's use an immortal method too. Just when they were at a loss, a Gu master from Heaven's Envy Manor suggested. Hearing an immortal method, the other Gu masters' expressions shook, their eyes shining. Elder Zhuning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly, if I could use an immortal method, I would have done it long ago, why would I wait until now? He continued to explain his difficulties to everyone. It turned out that before Zhuning came here, his sect's supreme elder had given him an immortal Gu and some immortal essence. It was a pity that this immortal Gu could be used defensively, but it could not be used here. To solve the problem of the dragonfish, it was not suitable. Master gave him an immortal Gu? What does an immortal Gu look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, take it out and let us broaden our horizons. Zhuning's confession made everyone curious. For a moment, they forgot about the problem in front of them, they all wanted to see the glory of the immortal Gu. Zhuning smiled bitterly again, I won't hide it from everyone, I only took a glance at this immortal Gu before Supreme Elder planted it in my body. Right now, even I do not know where the immortal Gu is in my body, not to mention taking it out. Everyone was greatly disappointed. He sighed deeply. Only Wei Wuxiang's eyes shined brightly as he said with yearning, if I can have my own immortal Gu one day, that would be wonderful. The other 4 old Gu masters looked at Wei Wuxiang. He would either shake his head or smile bitterly. Wei Wuxiang was too young. It was normal for young people to dream. But only with enough experience. For example, these 4 old Gu masters would understand the difference between reality and dreams. Who did not want their own immortal Gu? Who didn't want to become a high and mighty immortal? However, the difference between immortals and mortals was like a chasm. The cruel reality. Countless people's youths were destroyed, countless people's dreams were shattered. How many people could truly become immortals? The leader, Zhuning, sighed, there is no good solution now, we can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down, we can set off. But this way, the good things will be taken away by the other 9 sections. We will only be left with leftovers. A Gu master said worriedly. What else can we do? Zhuning shook his head, but he did not forget to raise morale, but this is not entirely a bad thing. Let them fight for it, we can use this chance to conserve our energy. Even though immortal goo are powerful, they need immortal essence to activate them. Immortal essence is limited, let them exhaust each other. Later on, the strength we have left behind will be even stronger. Once he said this, everyone's expressions eased up, they regained some of their morale. However, there is one thing that I have to seriously remind you of. Zhu Ning's expression turned solemn. No matter how much strength we have left behind, there are two parties that we should not provoke. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong, the other is Crane Gate's Fang Yuan. Why? Even though Feng Kim Hong and Fang Yuan are elites of my generation, they are only one person. Right now, our 10 sects have 5 people each, their immortal methods are all mysterious and unfathomable, why should we be afraid of them? Wei Wuxiang did not know the truth, he retorted with some dissatisfaction. That is because you do not know the inside story. Zhu Ning's gaze was solemn as he looked at the 4 Gu masters around him, saying, I only learned of this shocking news from the sect before we left. Feng Kim Hong was born into a noble family, her parents are both Gu immortals, and they are extremely powerful existences among immortals. How shocking do you think the immortals' methods would be? On someone like this? So it is like this. Wei Wuxiang was shocked. The others also showed expressions of shock. Zhu Ning continued, however, compared to Feng Kim Hong, that Fang Yuan is even scarier. Could it be that his background is even more noble than Feng Kim Hong? Everyone was bewildered. Zhu Ning frowned, I am not sure about the specifics. But this was specially told to me by the sect, Fang Yuan is much scarier than Feng Kim Hong, we should avoid him and not fight with him. Even though Feng Yuan is the #1 genius of our generation, he shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Wei Wuxiang said in a doubtful tone. Could it be that he has the immortal method that Immortal Crane sect gave him, and it is the strongest among the 10 sects? The other Gu masters tried to analyze. Zhu Ning shook his head, I only know that Crane Gate only sent Fang Yuan this time. Think about it, what does this mean? It seems that Crane Gate is very confident in Fang Yuan, and thinks that he alone can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Crane Gate is not a fool. The sect also told us to avoid Fang Yuan, it seems there is a reason. I think we should follow the sect's instructions. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. If Fang Yuan is the strongest, the other sects will definitely join forces to resist him. The result is still uncertain. The Gu masters discussed. One word, one word. One word, one word. Some were conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to ally with other sections. At this time, a sharp sound could be heard from the sky. Everyone frowned, Wei Wuxiang even covered his ears. The 5 Gu masters raised their heads and saw that in the sky, a figure was flying across the sky. This figure was extremely fast, directly piercing through the air. A long sound could be heard. In just a breath's time, it had flown over from afar. When he arrived above the small island, his figure suddenly stopped. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, the 5 Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor felt extremely abrupt. Who is it? He's actually flying at such a high altitude. He's so fast. Is he a human or a ghost? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be. Fang Yuan? Everyone was shocked and their mouths fell open subconsciously. A strong gust of wind blew over. It poured into their mouths and even forced them to close their eyes. This wind was formed by the impact of Fang Yuan's rapid flight. Fang Yuan stood in the air. He swept his gaze across the crowd. The huge wave, the island, the dragonfish, the Gu masters, the surrounding situation, everything was under his control. He immediately focused his attention. They focused on the arowana. The 5 Gu masters trapped on the island were of no value to him. The wind was just a gust. It came and went quickly. The 5 Gu masters quickly opened their eyes. Looking at Fang Yuan in the air, they were very nervous. It seems that this arowana went berserk because it was hit by some soul path or wisdom path method. Fang Yuan guessed as he looked at the direction and stretched out his hand, grabbing downwards. Boom, under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand tore through the air, smashing into the lake with great force. But strangely, when the strength path giant hand entered the lake, it did not create huge waves. Instead, wherever the giant hand passed, the water split apart, as if the lake water was cooperating with Fang Yuan. This was the effect of the strength path immortal goo pulling water fusing into the strength path giant hand. The lake water did not obstruct Fang Yuan from capturing the arowana, it helped him instead. Adding on the fact that the arowana had gone berserk and lost its rationality, it did not try to escape, it made it easier for Fang Yuan to capture it. Roar, the arowana opened its mouth, letting out a dragon-like roar. On both sides of the fish's mouth, there were long dragon whiskers that moved like whips. The entire body of the fish struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was as steady as a mountain, like it was made of steel, it did not move. Under Fang Yuan's will, the strength path giant hand struck, capturing the raging arowana and bringing it out of the lake. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 goo masters were stunned, they watched in horror as Fang Yuan captured the arowana and stored it in his immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast arowana, Fang Yuan was not satisfied, he turned his attention to the other ordinary arowanas. Arowanas were social animals, there were arowanas everywhere in this lake. This time, Fang Yuan used pulling water immortal goo, pulling up lumps of lake water that carried countless arowanas into his immortal aperture. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Only after Fang Yuan finished harvesting and flew away for a while did these goo masters regain their senses. All of them were covered in cold sweat, Wei Wuxiang's legs went limp as he sat on the ground. They finally understood the sect's intention in instructing them, as well as the helplessness behind it. Such a person is not someone we can deal with. Oh heavens, I was just trying to ally with others to deal with Fang Yuan? With such overwhelming power, has he already become an immortal? Everyone was shaken. The arowana was gone, they could set off now. But the scene earlier was too shocking, there was no intense movement, they were just watching, but Heaven's Envy Manor's goo masters were breathing heavily, feeling extreme fatigue in their body and mind. Close to 600,000 ordinary dragonfish, and 1 desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan flew rapidly as he paid attention to his immortal aperture's gains. He had come to this fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven, and the first time he made a move, he had great gains. The only flaw was that many ordinary dragonfish died. Because the desolate beast dragonfish was violent and could not differentiate between friend and foe, many ordinary dragonfish around it died. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would have been even greater. But this time, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back at Dongfeng tribe's headquarters, he had only collected over 900,000 ordinary dragonfish, and 1 desolate beast dragonfish. Now, his gains were more than half of that. If they were replenished to Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, the original Dragon Scale Lake would not be big enough to contain these dragonfish. In the future, when the truth of 88-point Xianxia Tower's collapse is exposed, Immortal Blessed Land will have to be abandoned, there is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake anymore. It seems that after I return, I need to reconstruct Star Form Blessed Land first, at least I need to place these dragonfish inside. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He had unlimited primeval essence, he had many mortal investigative methods, and recently, he even had an investigative immortal killer move, Star Perception. Thus, he did not need to worry that he would miss out on anything along the way. But along the way, Fang Yuan rarely made a move. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact, it had already been plundered by Combat Immortal Sect many times. Right now, the remaining resources that could catch Fang Yuan's attention were few and far between. Moreover, he still had to hand over 2/3 of his gains to Crane Gate. He could only get 1/3. This dealt a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. This time, the 10 sects will send their disciples to compete. There is limited time to compete for the resources inside. There are only 7 days and 7 nights. After this time, the resources inside will be split up, the 10 sects will start their own plundering. There is nothing left for me to do. Thus, during this period of time, I only need to collect the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time will be used to explore that dream realm in the central area. As soon as he thought of the dream, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up and his heart burned. Before leaving, Feng Yang had told Fang Yuan to stay. Let him occupy the central area as soon as possible. In the center of this fragment world, there was an external dreamscape. The 10 great ancient sects had already started researching Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, it allowed Spirit Affinity House to hold the lead. More importantly, this dreamland had a great origin. It was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, even though Crane Gate's dream path research was far behind Spirit Affinity House. As long as they snatched this dream realm, they could stop Spirit Affinity House's development. They could even use this dream realm in their hands. Negotiate with Spirit Affinity House and exchange benefits. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resources were not desolate beasts or desolate plants. Instead, it was this small piece of externally manifested dream. Therefore, before Fengyang left, he specially reminded Feng Yuan of this matter. But how would he know? Where was the excitement in Feng Yuan's heart? Feng Yuan did not have a dream path Immortal Gu like Feng Kim Hong. But he had the wisdom path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery. And the dream path killer move that was formed, Unravel Dream. Fengyang invited Feng Yuan to represent Crane Gate. It was like opening the door to a thief. Bringing the weasel into the chicken coop. Crane Gate did not have enough strength after all. They sent me out this time, but the other 9 sects resisted strongly. Even though Crane Gate got what they wanted, I set off far later than the other 9 sections. I need to hurry and occupy the central area to prevent any problems. Catching dragonfish was just something he did on the way. The most important thing was the external dreamscape in the central area. However, when Feng Yuan arrived at his destination, someone had already arrived. Feng Yuan, I have been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong led the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House, protecting the beautiful dream realm behind them. She looked at the greatest enemy of this trip. Her features were picturesque, her skin was white as snow, she smiled sweetly and seemed very confident. Feng Yuan was not anxious, he also smiled. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if your Spirit Affinity House wants to occupy this area, you will have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds can you remove the right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were the righteous sects of Central Continent. They had the same origin, Celestial Court. Thus, even though there was a competition, it was not as cruel as the demonic path, it was more gentle. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. Even if I have the Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence left behind by my mother, I cannot defeat you, Feng Yuan. I waited for you to make a deal. Oh? Feng Yuan's brows rose, he said coldly, you want to make a deal with me again? Last time at the Refinement Path Convention, you cheated me quite a bit. The method you told me to get rid of an immortal zombie was actually Immortal Ascension from one of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to make a deal with me this time? Feng Kim Hong quickly said, deals are always mutually beneficial. Feng Yuan, you have obtained a lot of benefits from my Spirit Affinity House. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer a loss in this deal. After Feng Yuan flew far away, he landed on the ground. He let out a large number of rockmen from his immortal aperture. Be it who Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land, they both had a group of rockmen. Feng Yuan took most of them and brought them with him. He let them out now to act as subordinates. We pay respects to Upper Immortal. When the rockmen saw Feng Yuan, they knelt on the ground in unison. Feng Yuan grunted, he had a cold and aloof expression. After ordering these rockmen to collect resources, Feng Yuan left, concealing his figure and secretly returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites, they had many goo worms on them. These were specially prepared by Feng Yuan. These rockmen were equipped by Feng Yuan, their battle strength rose greatly, they moved in groups of 10, thus, even if they encountered other sex groups, Feng Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would be at a disadvantage. In the worst-case scenario, even if the rockmen were lost, Feng Yuan would not feel any heartache. This was just a disguise. The manifested dream realm was the size of a small hill. Feng Yuan concealed his figure, he cautiously went to the back and entered the dream realm. Previously, Feng Yuan had almost died when he reached the boundary of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the 8th star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had to detonate his bat wings before struggling out. This time, he took the initiative to enter. Because he had the killer move Unravel Dream, his strength had risen sharply, he was no longer the same as before. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, dark night. A huge bonfire was burning. Countless tall and sturdy beastmen surrounded the huge bonfire. They were jumping and dancing. Hell, 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 hell. Some of these beastmen had tiger faces and human bodies. They opened their bloody mouths and roared at the sky. Some had eagle beaks that resembled iron. They roared loudly. Some had leopard tails on their backs. They danced wildly, creating a series of afterimages. This is the beastman race that went extinct during the Olden Antiquity era? Fang Yuan regained his senses. He recognized the origin of these beastmen. Beastmen were a branch of the mutant race. During the Primordial Era and the Primordial Era, they were known as the strongest of the variant humans. The beastmen were very powerful. They worshipped ferocious beasts, and their folk customs were fierce and savage. Especially since they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live inside them, allowing them to transform into a half-human half-beast appearance. It possessed a portion of the beast's talent and strength. However, as time passed, the human race gradually rose. In the remote antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. They led humanity to resist the rule of variant humans and established the human regime. In the ancient times, 3 human demon sovereigns emerged one after another. They expanded their war achievements and completely exterminated the beastmen race, confirming the ruling position of the human race. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal of the remote antiquity era. At that time, it was the time when the human race and countless other races fought fiercely for supremacy. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly excited. He looked around. Soon, he realized that he had become a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a hemp rope, and one end of the rope was tied tightly to a tree trunk. More than 10 other humans were tied up together with Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no! Beastmen were bloodthirsty. They were also known as cannibals. According to history, Beastmen's favorite food was the flesh and blood of human children. Beastman tribes treated the surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt once in a while. After hunting successfully, they would hold a grand celebration of the flames. Fang Yuan sensed the situation and struggled, but the hemp rope became tighter and tighter. His whole body was covered in blood marks from the ropes. The intense pain spread throughout his body. It is useless. The more you struggle, the more pain you will feel. We are finished. We are dead. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw Fang Yuan struggling. Some advised him coldly, while others cried in despair. Just as the celebration of the flames was going on, the beastman leader suddenly shouted, "Men, bring out our most delicious food." Hell, hell, hell. The other beastmen raised their heads and shouted in unison. A 2-meter-tall elephant man who was sitting on the ground stood up. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk and uprooted the tree trunk that was tied to the hemp rope. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children tied up by the hemp rope were like a string of tiny beads, and they were hung up amidst panicked screams. The beastman shouted again. The elephant man who had successfully displayed his valiance laughed loudly, loosened his trunk, and smashed the tree trunk onto the ground. The children couldn't help themselves and fell to the ground. Some unlucky children were smashed to death by the tree trunk on the spot. The stench of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not suppress their bloodthirst and jumped into the field, fighting over the corpses of the children, and chewing them. Delicious. The flesh of human children is so tender and smooth, ha ha ha. Their words revealed the savagery of the beastmen race. The bonfire crackled and burned fiercely. The orcs around them opened their blood-red eyes and looked excitedly at the children who had survived. Some growled, some bared their jagged fangs, and some stuck out their scarlet tongues and licked their lips. Sticky saliva flowed down their mouths, reflecting amber light in the fire. The children screamed in fear, and some fainted on the spot. But Fang Yuan discovered that only one of the girls was expressionless. Although her body was trembling, and her face was as pale as paper, she pursed her lips tightly, and did not make a sound. Don't tell me she is. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Before he could catch this light, the beastman leader walked towards Fang Yuan and the others with an intense stench of blood, looking down at these weak children at his feet from a high vantage point. The fire swayed, and under the terrified gazes of many children, the beastman leader's face was pitch black, and he bared his fangs. He spoke slowly. According to our tribe's tradition, those who untie the wind not grass. Those who receive the blessings of heavenly deity will be spared from death. They cannot untie the wind not grass. Gagaga, they will have the honor of becoming our great beastman's food. As soon as he said that, the beastman leader swung his tail. A bright light flashed in the fire. The ropes were cut, and the human children regained their freedom of movement. Wind not grass, looking at the pile of dried grass brought by the beastmen, Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. The wind not grass was shaped like a lantern, it was round and round in the shape of a grass cage. It was rarely seen in the modern era. There was no wind not grass in the 5 regions, this was the green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Only grass could be found. Ren Zhu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing the immemorial green heaven fragments to scatter all over the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, there were many immemorial heaven fragment worlds scattered all over the 5 regions. Beastmen worshipped heavenly deity, they had tribal beliefs, they believed that whoever untied the wind not grass would receive heavenly deity's favor, they could not offend heavenly deity's beloved children. So, as long as I untie the wind not grass, I can avoid death? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. He entered this dream realm and turned into one of the children. He was not even 13 years old. He had not even opened his aperture, he was unarmed, he wanted to escape this dangerous situation. It seemed like he could only follow the rules of the beastmen and untie a wind not grass by himself. Even though he knew it was a dream. Dying tragically in a dream realm was not a good thing. This meant being devoured by the dream realm. Every time it was devoured. Even though it would not result in true death, the soul would be heavily injured. If the soul was injured too many times, the soul would weaken. When it reached the limit of endurance, the soul would dissipate, even if it was still alive, the person would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, every child received a piece of wind not grass. Knowing that this was their only chance to save themselves, the children opened their eyes wide, they used every second to untie the wind not grass in their hands. The surrounding beastmen either laughed coldly, or bared their teeth, or licked their lips, or sharpened their claws. They surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest, looking at them with ferocious expressions. The human children were surrounded in the center, surrounded by layers of brutal beast men. In this bonfire, the children held their breaths and focusing all their attention on the grass cages in their hands. Fang Yuan observed carefully. These grass cages were made up of all kinds of grass stems, roots, and leaves intertwined together, forming a strange grass ball. Only in the immemorial green sky, the wind blows all year round, and the direction of the wind changes. Countless plants are either uprooted, or have their branches cut off. These roots, branches, and leaves, under the stirring of the wind, gradually formed the spherical grass cage. Because time was limited, the surrounding children had already started to untie the wind not grass. Only Fang Yuan, it was his first time seeing the wind not grass, he quietly looked at it, and did not immediately take action. His uniqueness not only attracted the attention of some beast men, it even attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention. Feng Kim Huang also entered the dream realm. Like Fang Yuan, he turned into one of the children. Fang Yuan looked very calm, he gave off a confident aura, and because he was covered in dust and could not be identified as male or female, Feng Kim Huang could not help but misunderstand, what's going on with this kid? Is she Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Roar! Right at this time, a tiger-headed beast man suddenly roared in excitement. He stretched out his monstrous claws, quickly grabbing a human boy and throwing him into his mouth. Crack crack. He opened his bloody mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed a large half of a child. What are you looking at? He destroyed a wind not grass stalk, he has already failed. It is only right and proper for me to eat him. Seeing the malicious gazes around him, the tiger-headed beast man growled. As he spoke, the boy's flesh and blood could still be seen between his fangs. With this provocation, the surrounding beast men became restless, the fierce light in their eyes intensified as they looked at the other children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Come and save me. A girl broke down on the spot, holding the wind-knocked grass and wailing loudly. Damn it, why is it so difficult to get this wind-knocked grass? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I often play with this wind-knocked grass toy. The surrounding beastmen were naturally not willing to see the children successfully untie the wind-knocked grass. They gradually moved closer and closer. They had evil intentions, purposely shouting, threatening words, or rough breathing to disturb the children. Bastard, stay away from me, you stink. Feng Kim Hong was furious, shouting at the crocodile-tail beastman behind him. The crocodile-tail beastman growled angrily, his blood-red eyes staring at Feng Kim Hong. He could not believe that this food in front of him had such an arrogant attitude. Feng Kim Hong was not afraid. What are you shouting for, you bastard? Bam. Once Feng Kim Hong died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling. On the back of her soul, there was a pair of rainbow-colored wings. It was the scene of Dream Wings Immortal Goo activating. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo. I can enter and exit dream realms freely. Even if I fail this time, I can just wait for the next cycle of the dream realm and start again. Feng Kim Hong snorted in her heart. She had tried earlier, but the wind-knocked grass in her hand was already messed up by her. The knots in the grass roots were even more complicated than before. But when Feng Kim Hong was about to flap her wings and fly away, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong screamed in fear. She wanted to dodge. But the usual rapid flapping of wings seemed especially sluggish in this dream. Feng Kim Hong had underestimated the difficulty of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Before she could escape, her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman's claw. Just this attack heavily injured Feng Kim Hong's soul. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong left the dream realm, her soul returning to her body. Guh, the moment she opened her eyes, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spirit Affinity House's Goo Masters were pale with fright. They hurriedly came to reinforce her. Such an amazing dream realm. If I had taken that attack a second time, I would have died in the dream. Feng Kim Hong's gaze was filled with shock and fear. Cold sweat flowed down her face. I was careless. Although I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, against an Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it is far from safe. But thankfully, I prepared a lot of Guts Goo for this trip. I brought them with me. With Guts Goo, my soul can rapidly recover. In half a day, I will be completely healed. Feng Kim Hong wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She cherished every bit of time she had. She quickly started to recuperate. In the dream realm, Feng Yuan's gaze landed on the wind-knocked grass in his hand again. The appearance of Feng Kim Hong earlier. This allowed Feng Yuan to obtain a lot of information. The scale of this dream realm is not big. This is only the surface of the dream realm. But this is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all. Even rank 6 Dream Wings Immortal Goo cannot escape immediately. Now, it seems that the key to this dream lies in the wind-knocked grass in my hand. Feng Yuan's mind flashed with realization. After his observation, he began to dismantle the wind-knocked grass in his hand. Starting from the surface, Feng Yuan carefully peeled it off. He felt as if he were facing the devil. It was a complicated ball of tangled threads. He needed to find the ends of the threads and pull them out one by one. When he reached the third layer, Feng Yuan found it hard to continue. The small hole in front of him was a mess. The roots were entangled with each other, making it impossible for him to remove it. Don't use brute force to destroy it. If you want to dismantle the wind-knocked grass, not only do you need confidence in your observation, you also need to use your brain to calculate. You also need to be patient, and more importantly, have enough time and some luck. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. A small hole appeared on the wind-knocked grass in his hand. However, this small hole was stuck at the third level. The only path in front of him was to retreat to the first 2 layers and find other openings. Then, he would continue to dismantle it. If it were anyone else, they would have to do the same. But there was an exception. Feng Yuan looked around. Soon, he noticed the girl who seemed to be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had dismantled it to the 7th layer. The wind-knocked grass had shrunk by more than half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path goo worms, she can reach such a level with just her brain power? Feng Yuan was inwardly shocked. Even though he had started to dismantle the wind-knocked grass after some time, the gap between the two was too huge. Fan Yuan squinted, concealing the bright light in his eyes. In terms of dismantling ability, Fan Yuan was only above average among all the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to the back. And more than half of the time had passed. According to the progress of all the children, the only one who had a chance of escaping was probably that girl who seemed to be star constellation immortal venerable. But Fan Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he dismantle it, he could even surpass everyone and obtain first place. What gave him confidence was none other than the immortal level dream path killer move, Unravel Dream activated. The tangled roots in front of him slowly melted, breaking apart on their own. Many of the surrounding beastmen saw this, especially the snakemen behind Fan Yuan, who had witnessed the entire process. But they did not say anything, nor did they make any strange movements. This was the effect of Unravel Dream. It was not a pure offensive killer move, but a specific transformation that was produced according to the dream realm. For example, when Fan Yuan fought in the dream realm, Unravel Dream was a powerful offensive method. If the dream realm was weak, it could directly dismantle the enemy. For example, right now, the dream realm's rules required Fan Yuan to dismantle the wind not grass. Thus, Unravel Dream's effect was to help Fan Yuan dismantle the wind not grass. This dismantling was done according to the rules, it was not done through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children, as well as the beastmen who were observing Fan Yuan did not cheat at all. Instead, he used his brain and succeeded in removing the third layer of the wind not grass with his bare hands. Thus, they did not move. Even the snakeman who wanted to devour Fan Yuan only had a slightly surprised expression. He felt that Fan Yuan breaking the third layer was somewhat unexpected. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fan Yuan did not stop at all. The wind not grass in his hand was quickly dismantled, reaching the center. At the center of the wind not grass, there was a seed. This was the self-preservation method of plants in immemorial green heaven. It was also a method to use the wind to reproduce. Fan Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it in his hand. He succeeded. This is too fast. Please, help me, can you? The surrounding people became restless. Even the little girl who was suspected to be star constellation immortal venerable cast a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing, I will give you 3 days to escape. Get lost. The tribe's beastman leader snorted angrily, kicking Fan Yuan away. Fan Yuan's small body flew across the air. He flew for more than 10 steps in the air before crashing on the ground. What surprised Fan Yuan was. He was kicked, even though he felt suffocated, there were no injuries on his body. Even though the beastman leader was strong and straightforward, his martial arts had already reached the level of combining strength and gentleness. Since Fan Yuan dismantled the wind not grass, the beastman tribe had really let him go. Fan Yuan took a glance at the little girl, the latter had already focused on the wind not grass in her hand. Fan Yuan hesitated for a moment before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire and walked into the dark forest. He only walked for a dozen steps. A trace of light shone in the darkness. The further he walked, the brighter the light became. Eventually, all of the darkness was pushed aside, there was complete light. The light gradually faded, revealing the scene of reality. Fan Yuan realized that not only had he opened his eyes, his body had unknowingly walked more than 10 steps away, leaving the manifested dream realm. Looking at the dream realm behind him, Fan Yuan frowned deeply. He was very puzzled. What happened? I left the dream realm for no reason? He carefully sensed his surroundings. This time, he did not fail in exploring the dream realm. His wisdom path attainment level had risen by a level. This shouldn't be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be at least 3 acts. I successfully passed the first act. Why didn't I enter the second act? Fan Yuan stood on the spot, falling into deep thought. The radiance of the manifested dream realm shone on his face. He left the dream realm. He went back the way he came. Through the dream realm on the other side. It was Spirit Affinity House's group, as well as Feng Kim Hong who was urgently healing himself. Thus, Fan Yuan was still not exposed. But if he could not figure out the reason for leaving the dream realm, he could not guarantee that the next time he left the dream realm, he would return to Spirit Affinity House. If others found out that Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, it would be troublesome. After a long while, Fang Yuan's frown gradually eased. He walked forward again, letting the dream realm devour him. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beast men, children, wind not grass, the same scene repeated. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated and was the first to unravel the wind not grass. But this time, he did not leave directly. He walked towards the girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable, wanting to help her unravel the wind not grass. The Beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? Humph. You can help, but if you can't unravel it, you will have to pay with your life." It seems I guessed correctly. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He unraveled the wind not grass within the time limit and escaped with the girl. What? Or did I escape? Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. The second attempt ended in failure. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene. Like the first time, he was thrown out of the dream realm. Dream realms had all kinds of strange rules. Because every dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring dream realms. Even with Fang Yuan's previous life's experience, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment level increased more than the previous time. Fang Yuan muttered. He fell into deep thought. Looking at the current situation, there were two possibilities. One was that the girl he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. The second was that he had to save more children. After reaching a certain number, he could enter the second scene. Before entering the dream realm for the third time, Fang Yuan rested for a while. He took out Guts Goo and healed his weakened soul. Even though he successfully left the dream realm and explored it, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of energy in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul expenditure was much better than Feng Kim Huang's injuries. The former was a success, the latter was a failure. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Third time. Fang Yuan encouraged himself as he entered the dream realm again. Everything in the dream was repeating itself. The moment he distributed the wind not grass, Fang Yuan activated Unravel Dream. After a few breaths of time, the wind not grass in his hand was split. Fang Yuan grabbed the seed in the center of the grass and raised his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded." At once, be they beast men or children, they stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. "Let me help you." Fang Yuan untied the wind not grass in his hand and walked to the nearest child. "Hee, little bastard, you want to save the others? You can. But you." The beast man leader sneered. But before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted him. "I know. If I cannot save them, I will not leave, just eat me." Fang Yuan waved his hand and said casually. The beastman leader choked. He could not say anything. The surrounding children looked at Fang Yuan as if he was a hero. They looked at him with hope and admiration. "Little bastard, if you can save everyone, I will not be the leader anymore." The beastman leader laughed sinisterly. But after a while, he could not laugh anymore. Fang Yuan did not play by the rules. He continued to use Unravel Dream at an astonishing speed. The captured children were saved one after another. If he had to untie the wind not grass by himself, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell to the extreme. For example, it was like playing mahjong. Others would grab the tiles one by one, but Fang Yuan would directly turn the tiles into the ones he wanted. But this kind of blatant cheating, in the eyes of the surrounding people, was Fang Yuan's fingers flying. No matter what kind of wind not grass it was, after spinning it a few times in his hands, it would be cut down at a visible speed, eventually reaching the core and the seeds would be extracted. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. This was the power of Dream Path Killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes shone with tears. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure, they were filled with endless gratitude and admiration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide. They were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. They are all saved. I succeeded. Fang Yuan said calmly to the beastman leader. After a while, the children seemed to wake up from a dream. They erupted in cheers. Some were crying tears of joy, some were jumping around. The beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Feng Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beastmen were either growling or baring their fangs. They were restless. Feng Yuan was not worried that the orcs would go back on their word. Generally speaking, this kind of primitive tribe was quite strict with their beliefs, customs, and traditions. Of course, everything can't be generalized. In reality, there was also the possibility that the beastmen would go back on their word. But here, it was a special dream. It was not reality, as expected, just as Feng Yuan expected. No matter how angry and unwilling the orcs were, they could only watch the delicious food right in front of their mouths and leave leisurely. Passing through the gloomy forest, Feng Yuan led a rather large group of children, leaving the orc tribe and the bonfire behind them. The children clustered around Feng Yuan. As they walked together, they gradually became silent. In the darkness, the ray of light continued to expand. Finally, it filled his field of vision again. Feng Yuan's soul returned to his body and he opened his eyes. Taking a closer look, Feng Yuan had a surprised look on his face. He looked at the external dream behind him in shock, and his heart was full of doubts. How is this possible? I've already saved all the children and done my best. But why was I still thrown out of the dream and didn't enter the second act? Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Untie the wind knots and save these children. Is it not the correct way to pass the first act of the dream? What other clues did I miss? Feng Yuan pondered and racked his brains. The exploration of the dream world was just that difficult. Even if Feng Yuan had the experience of his previous life and had the advantage of being ahead of this era, it was not easy to grasp when exploring dreams. Every dream was unique. The methods of exploring dreams were almost all different, and it was difficult to sum up the experience. Right now, Feng Yuan could only keep guessing and then try one by one. Only by perseverance and patience could there be a possibility of passing through the dream. Of course, in Feng Yuan's previous life, there were many examples, such as people exploring dreams for decades without any results. Feng Yuan's head was aching from thinking about it. He had some new guesses, but even he did not have much confidence in them. In that case, I should go somewhere else and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Feng Yuan hit a wall in this dream realm, but he did not persist. Even though this dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was his main target, the dragon fish, hidden essence turtle, and that desolate plant were all things that he had to obtain. With a thought, Feng Yuan decided to leave this place and go somewhere else. 2 hours later, Feng Kim Huang's pale face finally turned rosy. She opened her eyes. His clear eyes shone with a bright light. Gutsgoo is too helpful in healing soul injuries, it works so quickly. She felt a sense of relief. Seeing that she was safe and sound, the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House let out sighs of relief. They were here to accompany the Crown Prince. If anything happened to Feng Kim Hong, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Kim Hong looked at the desolate beast shark fin wolf left behind by Feng Yuan, her gaze focused. She asked the other Gu Masters and found out that no Gu Masters came here while she was healing. She relaxed slightly. Finally, she checked her condition and confirmed that she was completely healed. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wings Immortal Goo to show off and gain refinement path attainment. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is like heaven and earth. I cannot make the same mistake again. Eh? Why does the dream realm seem to have shrunk? Feng Kim Huang's expression suddenly focused, suspicion flashed in her eyes. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish completely. Even though Feng Yuan did not succeed completely, she gained a lot and her wisdom path attainment rose sharply. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Feng Yuan gained something, but the dream realm naturally lost something. Externally, the dream realm's size had shrunk. It has indeed shrunk. How could this be? Feng Kim Hong confirmed it again and again. She became increasingly suspicious. Is this the special aspect of the Immortal Venerable's dream realm? It will continue to shrink as time passes? Feng Kim Hong did not guess anything else. In this era, people's understanding of dream realms was still at a primitive stage. And Feng Kim Hong was deeply convinced that her unique Dream Wings immortal goo had an early advantage in the aspect of dream path. Even though she was suspicious, Feng Kim Hong could not verify it. Eventually, she shook her head, ignoring her suspicions and the feeling of uneasiness. She entered the dream realm again. Not long after Feng Kim Hong entered the dream realm, Fang Yuan used the information He Fengyang left for him and arrived at the location of the hidden essence turtle. This wisdom path desolate beast. It was as huge as a mountain. Right now, the hidden essence turtle's limbs, head, and tail were all inside its shell. Most of its body was hidden in the mountain rocks. Fang Yuan chuckled. He moved like an eagle, pouncing down rapidly. Bam bam bam, the violent explosions were continuous, like bursts of muffled thunder. Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtle started fighting. At once, rocks flew and dust rose. The hidden essence turtle tried to retaliate at first, but it had no immortal goo and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After a few rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Fang Yuan attacked for a while. Seeing that he could not do anything to the hidden essence turtle, he laughed helplessly. He did not use his full strength, he did not even use immortal goo. He had used Myriad Self-Giant Hand in many places, he did not want to expose it. Who knew if other sects had prepared investigative immortal goo? Bring it with him. Fang Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hit its head, Fang Yuan was not anxious at the moment. He split his attention. On one hand, he fought intensely while on the other, he savored the dream realm's gains. As he savored it, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. It was like a window was opened in front of him, he could see the vast scenery outside. This feeling was amazing. Fang Yuan was intoxicated by it. Originally, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I had only tried to cultivate wisdom path not long ago. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm is truly amazing. With such progress, if he cultivated normally, he would need decades of accumulation. Even though the dream realm was dangerous, once he successfully explored it, even if it was only a partial success, the gains would be huge. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. Why is there thunder? Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtle's battle attracted groups of goo master groups to investigate. Fang Yuan? How can he be so powerful? No wonder the elders in this sect instructed us to avoid this monster Fang Yuan. This is simply cheating. It is too unfair to us. How can we fight such a monster? Eventually, Fang Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle, keeping it in his immortal aperture. During this period, many goo masters were attracted, but after investigating for a while, they all left in panic. 36th attempt failed. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes tiredly. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had been very careful. Unfortunately, she did not have Unravel Dream, she had never come into contact with the wind not grass before. 36 times, she did not succeed even once. Successfully saving herself was the lowest requirement for exploring dream realms. If she failed to disassemble the wind not grass, she would not be able to save herself, that would be a failure. Thus, every time Feng Kim Hong explored dream realms, the damage to her soul was far greater than Fang Yuan's. She needed to spend a lot of time to recuperate and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is actually so difficult. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, but it is still like this. Not to mention others. Feng Kim Hong looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with a deep sense of defeat. Whenever she thought about the appearance of the wind not grass, this genius would have the urge to vomit. At this moment, Fang Yuan was secretly approaching the dream realm. He had already kept the hidden essence turtle and the nether grass, the rest of his time and energy was spent on the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan had a new guess. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once again appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. Night time. A huge bonfire. Surrounding the bonfire, beastmen were dancing wildly, letting out wild beastly roars. This was a carnival. A bloody celebration after the hunt. Fang Yuan looked around calmly. He once again transformed into a human child, who was tied up with his hands behind his back. Many boys and girls were in the same situation as him. "Oh no, we are dead. Sob sob sob. I don't want to be eaten." The children cried, their faces were pale and filled with despair. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "I want the wind not grass." The Beastman celebration was at its climax. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly interrupted. At once, the beastly roars stopped, all the beastmen stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The enormous pressure caused the human children to go silent like cicadas in the winter and shiver, and some even wet their pants on the spot. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he shouted again. The beastman leader snorted angrily, ordering with surging killing intent, "Give it to him. Little brat, I will keep an eye on you. As long as you accidentally damage the stalk of the grass, I will use my nose to crush your delicate body into meat paste." An elephant trunk beastman walked over, handing the wind not grass to Fang Yuan, threatening him in an evil tone. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking at the wind not grass in his hand, he raised his head. "One? How can that be enough? Give me as many wind not grass as there are human captives here. I want to remove all the wind not grass and save them all." Immediately, gasps could be heard. Be it the beastmen or the children around Fang Yuan. They opened their eyes wide, looking at Fang Yuan with different expressions. After a short moment of shock, the beastmen started to laugh. The faces of the children, who had just been filled with hope and excitement, were now filled with worry and despair. Soon, all the wind not grass was piled up at Fang Yuan's feet. The height of the entire pile was several times that of Fang Yuan's current height. It was an impossible task to use one's own strength to remove all the wind not grass in an extremely limited amount of time. Other than Fang Yuan, no one believed that he would succeed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and began to dismantle the wind not grass. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. This unique immortal killer move used the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery as the core, with many Dream Path Mortal Goo as supplementary. When Fang Yuan used it now, the effect was extremely good. But even though Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo could be used repeatedly, the other Dream Path Mortal Goo would be expended as the killer move was activated. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had never slacked off before. Basically, he would squeeze out some time every day to explore his dreams. He painstakingly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo one by one. These Dream Path Mortal Goo were accumulated, they could be used now. As the saying goes, opportunities are left to those who are prepared. I finally entered the second stage of the dream realm. Fang Yuan was secretly excited. This time, he was not thrown out of the dream realm, he finally entered the second stage of the dream realm. So, to pass the first stage of the dream realm, he had to save all the children. Even though Fang Yuan had tried earlier, he was too late. In the original Dream Realm's trajectory, a portion of the children were killed by the Elephant Trunk Beastman. The Elephant Trunk Beastman obeyed the Beastman leader's orders and brought the children here. But he purposely made a mistake. He smashed the tree trunk on the ground. The tree trunk crushed many of the bound children to death, their flesh and blood were snatched by the Beastmen. They were all devoured. Even though this was not in accordance with the Beastman tradition, it was still an exception. The Elephant Trunk Beastman was a famous warrior in the Beastman tribe, the Beastman leader and the rest tolerated his actions. When Fang Yuan subdued the Hidden Essence Turtle and Nether Soul Grass, he understood this and saved all the human children. He finally succeeded and entered the second stage of the Dream Realm. After passing the first stage, my Wisdom Path attainment level is likely to reach Master level. Earlier, I used Unravel Dream frequently and expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. I need to save them carefully. It is a pity that I went to that Spring Dream Fruit tree based on the information I obtained from Mo Yao's will. But half a year ago, this tree was cut down by an ignorant mortal. Otherwise, with this tree, I would have at least 10 times more Dream Path Mortal Goo now. The first stage should be derived from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood memories. It might have been a regret in her entire life. By saving all the children, I have made up for this regret. thus I successfully passed the first stage. Then, what will happen in the second stage? Fang Yuan suppressed his thoughts as he looked at the dream realm around him. This was a mountain. In the silent night sky, sparse starlight shone. It was like summer, warm winds blew gently, bringing with them the fragrance of the lush forest. The sound of the mountain stream, the rustling of the wind, and the singing of the nightingales mixed together, forming a heavenly melody that could not be described with words. Compared to the bloody, cruel, and dangerous first stage, the second stage was gentle like water. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain. Let's go, what are you waiting for? As long as we make it past 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, we will obtain Lord Immortal Venerable's personal inheritance. If we become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we will learn skills and become experts. At that time, we will take revenge for our loved ones and kill all of those damned beastmen. The surrounding children saw that Fang Yuan had stopped and urged him to hurry up. The surrounding children saw that Fang Yuan had stopped and started to urge him. There are records of this in history as well. The first rank 9 Gu Immortal in human history, known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He knew the drawbacks of the tribe system. In order to create a sect system, he set an example. He had set up starboards in many places. As long as I make 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, I will become his personal disciple. Fang Yuan recalled as he followed his companions. They climbed to the peak together. There, he saw the famous starboard chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a huge, flat boulder. On the rock surface, there were lines that cut horizontally, cut vertically, or inserted diagonally. Every time a breeze blew past, these lines would flash with traces of azure starlight. When Fang Yuan got closer, these starlight lines would pass through his eyes. It floated up in his mind. At the same time, his soul expenditure increased by dozens of times. Many of his companions stopped moving, some even fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He finally got close to the rock. He slowly stretched out his palm and placed it on the rock surface. There was a loud bang. His ears buzzed. He was hallucinating. Those traces of starlight lines. They suddenly expanded into many streets. And Fang Yuan's body was shining with starlight. He had already turned into a star chess piece. He stopped in the middle of these interweaving starlight paths. Starboard chessboard, Fang Yuan observed for a while, his forehead filled with cold sweat. He considered for a long time. He took a step hesitantly. At the next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm, returning to his body. His soul was heavily injured. He made a wrong step. He lost the entire game. Fang Yuan's body shook. He was about to fall. This time, his soul was injured. It was even more serious than Feng Kim Huang's injury. He almost lost half his life. The second dream realm. It is 100 times more dangerous than the first. Fang Yuan's face flashed with shock, but he soon calmed down. However, I have already passed the first stage. My gains are huge. My wisdom path attainment has indeed reached master level. I still have plenty of time, no rush. I will use Gutsgu to recuperate before exploring. Just as Fang Yuan was recuperating, on the other side of the manifested dream realm, Feng Kim Hong had just finished recuperating. He opened his eyes and wanted to try again. Why did the dream realm shrink again? And it has shrunk by a lot. It is almost a third now. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open. Fang Yuan passed the first stage. His gains were huge. The first stage of the manifested dream realm was gone forever. This portion of the dream realm had already turned into nutrients, nourishing Fang Yuan. Don't tell me someone got here first and succeeded? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts changed. He laughed lightly. How can that be? Mother used the sect's power to deduce. She confirmed that I am the only dream path immortal Gu in Central Continent. It seems that this dream realm is very special. It will fade with time. I need to hurry. Feng Kim Hong squinted, activating Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Dream wings flapped, bringing her soul deep into the dream realm. Once she entered, Feng Kim Hong was overjoyed. This is clearly a deeper layer of the dream realm. Great, I don't have to face those damned wind not grass anymore. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was jumping around happily in the dream realm. But a moment later, Feng Kim Hong returned in defeat. Her broken soul returned to her body. her face was pale as paper. The wind not grass is gone, but there is an even more complicated astrolabe chessboard. She looked at the dream realm in front of her hatefully. The manifested dream realm had a solid form, it was shining with 7 beautiful colors, it was luxurious and mysterious. Anger and grievance filled her heart, but she had nowhere to vent it. Feng Kim Hong had gained many benefits in the dream realm, with Dream Wing's immortal goo in her hands. She had a feeling of dream realms are nothing more than this and underestimated the enemy. In all of history, she had never suffered such a huge setback. Facing this dream realm, she had already spent several days, she had suffered dozens of injuries, but she had no gains at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I will remember you. Feng Kim Hong gritted her teeth, her eyes rolled as she fainted on the spot, unable to endure her injuries. Time passed quickly, it was already the agreed time limit. All the Goo Masters who entered the fragment worlds came out, returning to their respective sex Goo Immortals to report. Soon, the Immortals' gazes gathered on Feng Yuan and He Fengyang. In this competition, Crane Gate took the lead. Not only did they get the meat, they did not even leave any soup for others. In such a situation, Feng Yuan did not want to stay for long. After completing the transaction with He Fengyang, he left this valley with the dragon fish. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Blood-colored light lingered in the underground cave. The faint blood-colored light came from the blood-colored Ganoderma forest growing in the cave. These blood-colored G trees were growing freely, they were all mutated from normal G trees. Originally, G trees were not suitable to grow in Who Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison Tang earthly calamity, Who Immortal Blessed Land gained more blood path down marks, the entire Blessed Land's environment changed, it was very suitable for some blood path lifeforms to grow. Thus, the weak G trees instead mutated into blood G trees, they flourished in the underground cave, becoming extremely luxuriant. And previously, Who Immortal Blessed Land's boundless water chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, and others were all gone. Comparing the two situations, it was like the merciless world, the vicissitudes of life. Feng Yuan was sitting under a huge blood G tree. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. Earlier, when he was outside, he had used Xianxia's identity and vaguely familiar face to disguise himself. Right now, he was in Who Immortal Blessed Land, his own headquarters. He did not need to expend immortal essence to maintain his transformation path killer move. Feng Yuan was currently in his immortal zombie form. He had 8 arms, a green face, red eyes, he was 6 meters tall and had protruding fangs. Cold light flickered in the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with the deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, it was the crystallization of time, it was very moving. It formed a sharp contrast with his fierce appearance. Thinking back to the meditation earlier, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air again, he sighed softly, this time's harvest is too huge. It is truly too huge. He could not help but sigh at this point. Because in this dream realm exploration, Feng Yuan had actually reached Grandmaster attainment level in both Star Path and Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only allowed Feng Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level to soar, it even raised his Star Path attainment level. This had greatly shocked Feng Yuan back then. Grandmaster attainment level, what did that mean? Feng Yuan's past life and this life, 500 years of ups and downs. He was only a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, the Blood Path Grandmaster was Feng Yuan's main path in his previous life. He had accumulated 500 years of experience in his previous life. As for Strength Path Grandmasters, they cultivated both in their previous life and in their current life. Therefore, with the foundation that he had accumulated in his previous life, in this life, he mainly benefited from the immortal ascension tribulation and the opportunity to seek guidance from the heaven and earth. Secondly, there was He Lolan's dream. And so on and so forth. This was the result of accumulation. Feng Yuan had spent all his effort in both his previous and current lives, and it took him 500 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. This time, he only explored Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once. In less than half a month's time, he obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster realms. There seemed to be nothing in the Master realm. But Fang Yuan knew in his heart that the rewards were unimaginable. It could even be said it was much more valuable than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What we've gained this time will be for a period of time in the future. It will give me a huge boost, and I can directly break out of the predicament. Generally speaking, the law of development was accumulation, gradual development, continuous accumulation, gradual improvement, and finally, when the conditions were right, success would follow. However, a fortuitous encounter or a windfall would bring about explosive growth. They could directly jump over the current deadlock and save a lot of time. They could forcefully break through the current situation and achieve extraordinary results. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had blazed his way through thistles and thorns, advancing bravely and diligently. He had many harvests that were of great help to him, allowing him to break through his current predicament. Liquorworm, Spring-Autumn Cicada, Blood Skull Goo, Bone Flesh Unity, All-Out Effort Goo, Hu Immortal Blessed Land of Three Kings Mountain, Second Aperture Goo, Becoming a Strength Path Goo Immortal, Communicating with Nature, Wisdom Goo. Apart from that, there were all sorts of miscellaneous improvements and gains. But none of them could be considered as breaking the stalemate. However, after this trip to the fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had gained another achievement, which was the Dual Master Realm. Among them, Wisdom Goo might be a rank 9 Immortal Goo, but it was only an agreement with Fang Yuan. It did not belong to Fang Yuan and could not be used to a high degree. On the other hand, attainment level was something that belonged to the Goo Immortal. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the Dual Master Realm was even more valuable than Wisdom Goo. Looking at the trajectory of my rebirth, this time's breakthrough could be said to be the greatest harvest. But the whole process was instead very easy, unprecedentedly easy. This made Fang Yuan sigh at the mysteriousness of life. Of course, there were also guesses. Was this harvest related to Connect Luck? Speaking of which, ever since Connect Luck, Fang Yuan's cultivation had been much smoother. The feeling of his attainment level rising, especially when both of them rose to Grandmaster Realm, this feeling could be said to be indescribably wonderful and incomparable. Just like the previous Fang Yuan, when he looked out the window, he could only see a fake mountain, and the potholes on the fake mountain, as well as the grass and moss. Right now, Fang Yuan had ascended several steps and was looking from a high vantage point. He was looking down from a bird's-eye view, observing the fake mountain that once occupied most of his vision. He found that the fake mountain now was as small as a pebble on his feet. He could see further, and his perception became deeper. Attainment level, this word was hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even in the mature Goo Master cultivation world, there were many different opinions on this, and it was hard to unify them. Fang Yuan's soul originated from Earth. This difference allowed him to have a different understanding of the word attainment level. The so-called attainment level is like solving math problems. Solving one math problem after another, and after answering correctly, accumulating experience, slowly obtaining the essence and comprehension, the attainment level will increase. With this attainment level, if I encounter similar math problems again, I can quickly solve them and get the correct answer. If I encounter a different math problem, I can comprehend it by analogy and solve it. Thus, some of the cultivation problems that Fang Yuan faced, because of his attainment level, were solved to varying degrees. For example, Fang Yuan's usage of Wisdom Goo was only superficial. His usage method was simple and crude. Now that he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, he had many inspirations and ideas. He could try to add some supplementary Goo worms to make greater use of Wisdom Goo. Another example was modifying Goo recipes. A long time ago, Fang Yuan had tried to modify Memory Thought Goo, Star Thought Goo, and Malicious Thought Goo's recipes, but because of his low Wisdom Path attainment level, his attempts failed, and he encountered bottlenecks, unable to break through. After that, he successfully modified Star Thought Goo's recipe, but it was only by using Starlight Immortal Goo from top to bottom. It could not be considered his true ability. Now, Fang Yuan could clearly feel that he could modify these Goo recipes. And he could modify them very well. From this point, Fang Yuan was even confident that he could recreate an incomplete inheritance. For example, the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained earlier contained Memory Thought Goo, Recall Immortal Goo's recipe, and several mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan could use his Grandmaster attainment level to deduce, recreate, and even restore this inheritance to a certain extent. Gu recipes could be modified. Killer moves could also be modified. Myriad self, vaguely familiar face, they were all within the range of his abilities. There were also battlefield killer moves that Fang Yuan had been searching for, but now, Fang Yuan had the foundation to create his own battlefield killer moves. Another example was the construction of star-form blessed land. Previously, Fang Yuan's plan required a lot of resources. Now that his wisdom path and star path attainment levels had both risen, he only needed to slightly optimize the construction plan. This would save him 300,000 immortal yuan stones worth of construction costs. And the effect of this optimization plan was even more ideal and outstanding than the previous plan. Expanding on that, the raising of hairy men, the 8 economic pillars, the use of Gu immortal souls, Gu Pai blessed lands ownership, all of these had new prospects. Attainment level increase. It was quite special. In other words, the increase in attainment level would bring about a comprehensive increase in all aspects. A Gu master's cultivation would be renewed, they would have broad prospects, and their overall strength would rise sharply. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye in the 5 regions' time. 2 wills were entangled and fighting intensely. Fang Yuan's will had the upper hand, firmly suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan's will had a huge advantage, it was almost like he was toying with Mo Yao's will. How can this be? How did your strength rise by so much? Mo Yao's will shouted in shock and anger. Before this, when Fang Yuan used the same amount of will to compete with Mo Yao's will in terms of pure will, they were evenly matched, he was even slightly weaker. But now, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment had reached grandmaster level, he only used a third of his will and Mo Yao's will was screaming in fear. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, suppressing Mo Yao's will to the point where she could not turn the situation around. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a target, I learned the technique of competing with her wills in battle. Right now, my vision was far above this will. Many techniques came into being naturally because of this. Mo Yao's will has already lost the qualifications to be my sparring partner. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan retracted his will. He finally placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and came to Eastern Sea, working together with Shark Demon and the rest to explore Yu Lu Blessed Land. The former heavenly moat, 8 Doors Labyrinth, was already traceable in the eyes of the Wisdom Path Grandmaster Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan had thought that he needed Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Star thought to have a chance of solving 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now, during the process of solving the battlefield killer move, he still had the time to be distracted and secretly spar with Mo Yao's will, and most importantly, after more than 10 days of dismantling in the Blessed Land, under Fang Yuan's lead, Shark Demon and the rest were finally about to solve 8 Doors Labyrinth. 8 Doors Labyrinth is about to be cleared. To think that this Xianxia had suddenly become so powerful. 8 Doors Labyrinth, is this battlefield killer move the final round of Yu Lu Blessed Land? The immortals were secretly excited. Boom, with a deafening sound, 8 Doors Labyrinth was completely solved by Fang Yuan. The true appearance of Yu Lu Blessed Land was shown to the immortals. P.S. I have not written for a long time, I am very rusty, thus I was half an hour late, apologies. Next, I want to report the good news, my wife gave birth to a son not long ago, I am a person with a son now, happy. Tired. I often have to stay up late at night to take care of my wife, I cannot starve her during her confinement period, I also have to take care of the child, he has to be fed every 2 to 3 hours. I have to work in the day. I am sure all the fathers can understand the hardships involved. Before giving birth, I was always on edge. After giving birth, I became even busier. Many readers have told me, accompanied them through many important moments in their lives, it witnessed their growth. As the author, it is the same for me. The truth is, my mental state when writing this book has already changed several times. But will continue, it is like life, even though there are changes, growth, maturity, and the future. After breaking through the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, everyone's vision widened as they saw the true scene of Yu Lu Blessed Land. Only to see that the sky was filled with flowing lights that resembled silks of silk or streams, some were flowing slowly while others were rippling. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, every type of flowing light had a bright color. All sorts of dazzling lights shone on everyone's faces. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest did not speak. The mystical scene in front of them made them show expressions of excitement and amazement. This Yulu blessed land was very different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had sky and earth, grass and trees, mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. But here, there was nothing. Yulu blessed land was very special. It was just a vast space without the concept of heaven and earth. There were no living beings, and there was no accumulation of resources for Gu immortals to cultivate. Maybe, it is because of this special Yulu blessed land that it can create battlefield killer moves of different paths. Fang Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves and blessed lands and grotto heavens conflicted. Very few Gu immortals would create battlefield killer moves in grotto heavens or blessed lands. Because battlefield killer moves used Gu worms to form Dao marks to create a temporary battlefield environment. And the foundation of a grotto heavens or blessed land was Dao marks. Different Dao marks conflicted with each other. When Langya blessed land was attacked by Qin Baixing and the rest, land spirit of Langya did not use a battlefield killer move to resist. That was because creating battlefield killer moves in grotto heavens or blessed lands. It was an act of internal strife that was asking for trouble. However, Yulu blessed land went against the common sense of cultivation. In Fang Yuan's case, in the process of attacking Yulu blessed land, he had experienced freezing rain frozen earth, fighting soul battlefield, and 8 doors labyrinth, these 3 battlefield killer moves. These 3 were clearly immortal killer moves of different paths. Gu immortals would not normally be able to use any of them. They were used in immortal apertures. But in Yulu blessed land, not only were these 3 used, they did not conflict with the blessed land, they even seemed to complement each other. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disciple. It is not strange for her immortal aperture blessed land to have such a phenomenon. Su Baiman stared ahead, after a while. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although we've lost a lot of resources. But if he could understand Fairy Yulu's technique, it will allow us to set up battlefield killer moves in our immortal apertures. It is a huge gain. Tai Baiyunqing's eyes shined with bright light. Right at this time, a Gu immortal suddenly pointed at a direction and shouted, "Look, immortal Gu!" Everyone followed the direction of the Gu immortal's finger. Xianxia quickly turned his gaze over. There was indeed a Gu worm with a unique shape. The insect's body was long and slender, like a branch. Countless thin golden wings were fluttering on its body. The entire Gu worm was like a slender golden willow branch. This Gu worm quickly burrowed into the colorful flowing lights and disappeared. But at this moment, the aura of the immortal Gu was unmistakable. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but burn, and their breathing quickened, but they weren't too surprised. There were naturally immortal Gu left in Yulu blessed land. If there were no immortal Gu, how would they set up those battlefield killer moves earlier? Even though Yulu blessed land did not have any resources, there were so many battlefield killer moves, there were bound to be many immortal Gu. Shark Demon suddenly raised his head and laughed, his laughter breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though most of the gains here had to be given to Zombie Alliance. But he was in charge of the strategy, he would get the largest share. He could get 1 or 2 immortal Gu from them. Besides that, after successfully taking down Yulu blessed land, he would get a huge amount of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If he could find an immortal Gu that suited him, Shark Demon would definitely keep it for himself. This was the benefit of being in a favorable position. If he could find some mystical immortal Gu that could help Shark Demon and Su Baiman get rid of their immortal zombie status and become living people again, that would be the best. Getting rid of immortal zombies and regaining life. Not only did Fang Yuan have this hope, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were also working hard for it. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, the people around him congratulated him. Su Baiman had a subtle smile on his face. After Shark Demon and Su Baiman took the mission to take down Yulu blessed land, they had invested a huge amount, they had almost used up all their assets. Even though it could not be seen on the surface, Shark Demon and Su Baiman felt immense pressure in their hearts. Now, they were finally seeing returns from their huge investment. As long as they obtained a rank 7 immortal Gu, they would be able to recoup all their investment. Shark Demon and Su Baiman were overjoyed, the burden in their hearts had been lifted. After Yulu blessed land has been conquered, everyone here will be rewarded. Not a single one of you will be missing, and according to your contributions, there will be no bias. Shark Demon said solemnly after he finished laughing. Everyone nodded. They did not want to arouse suspicion. They asked Shark Demon and Subaiman to take action. With such huge benefits in front of them, it was hard to guarantee that no Gu immortal would do something rash. Shark Demon's words were both a consolation and a warning. His words were implicit, but everyone could hear them clearly. Alright, everyone, just wait and see. Shark Demon did not hesitate, he immediately took action. With a thought, his body abruptly turned into a stream of water. The torrent pierced through the air, flying towards the golden willow branch like immortal goo that had just appeared. Everyone watched as Shark Demon approached the immortal goo, but suddenly, there was a ripple in space. Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a stunned expression. What happened? Subaiman asked in bewilderment. Shark Demon shook his head, saying in an uncertain tone, there seems to be another battlefield killer move? Next, everyone tried one after another, but there was no breakthrough. It verified Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is far more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did you guys notice, every time we are transported back, we are always at our original location. Every inch of our original location. Nothing has changed. This scene, I'm afraid it's the legendary biding your time. The Gu Immortals discussed and came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move on moving troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It stopped everyone from advancing. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was personally created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. An Immortal Venerable's creation was no small matter. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a gentle and honest nature. He was different from the other 9 rank 9 Gu Immortals. He had a benevolent nature. He did not like to kill Xianxia. He often subdued people with virtue, subduing them without fighting. Battlefield killer move on moving troops. Once someone entered this formation, as long as they had battle intent or evil thoughts, they would be unable to move forward, unable to move an inch. Back then, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 Gu Immortal, he used this move to subdue the famous rank 7 Sound Path Gu Immortal Gao Ming. That battle. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stood still. He only used battlefield killer move on moving troops. Gao Ming used all his methods and exerted all his strength, but he could not get close to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The result of this battle made the arrogant Gao Ming completely lose his temper. After that, he followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and became his guard. Since it is related to thoughts, we might as well seal our minds and enter a state of no thoughts for now. Fang Yuan said. It was not difficult to enter a state of no thoughts. Gu Immortals all had some wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as 7-star child. He was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. But everyone's subsequent attempts still ended in failure. Some Gu Immortals' wisdom path methods were not outstanding. In the process of moving forward, their desires and emotions would be evoked, breaking the state of no thoughts. Only a few Gu Immortals, including Fang Yuan, they could enter a state of no thoughts for now. But here came the crucial problem. Since he had nothing to think about, why would he want to capture Gu worms? Every movement of the body was caused by every thought and thought in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stop moving on the spot. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move to activate. The Gu Immortal would stop moving on the spot. Sigh. No wonder back then, Gu Immortal Gao Ming was dejected and willingly became a guard for the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. To break through such a barrier, it is very, very, very difficult. But Yulu Blessed Land is right in front of us, no doubt. This is the final line of defense. Unfortunately, we can only stop here. We can see it but not obtain it. Maybe this is the intention of Fairy Yulu's arrangement. She purposely let us see hope, to draw out our thoughts and desires, to increase the difficulty of the battlefield killer move. If there is no other way, we can only retreat and ask for reinforcements. Subaiman suggested with a frown. Shark Demon looked ahead and did not speak. Previously, he had invited a wisdom path Gu Immortal, but he lost an immortal Gu, thus he did not have a good impression of this suggestion. At the crucial moment, his own people were the most reliable. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had now joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he could be considered one of them. Shark Demon asked, 7-star child, do you have any ideas? If you do, use them. Don't worry, you will definitely be rewarded. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, to break this battlefield killer move, it is both difficult and easy. Oh? What do you mean? Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention, he said slowly, everyone, don't be scared by the name of unmoving troops. Back then, Gao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, unmoving troops in front of us has no one controlling it. The difficulty of breaking it is like heaven and earth. That makes sense. Indeed. A battlefield killer move with a Gu Immortal controlling it can change the formation continuously and compensate for the damage. But a battlefield killer move without a Gu Immortal controlling it is like a dead object. Everyone felt hope and joy from Fang Yuan's words. But Fang Yuan's following words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on them. It is relatively easy to break a battlefield killer move without a person controlling it. But for me, it is extremely difficult to break this one, there is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions collapsed, they looked at Fang Yuan with unfriendly gazes. One of the Gu Immortals said in annoyance, 7-star child, you are talking nonsense, just say that you can't do anything. But you are sparing us so much, are you trying to make fun of us? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at Shark Demon. Shark Demon had no expression on his face, but it could be guessed that his mood was not good. Fang Yuan stopped laughing, he bowed to Shark Demon and said solemnly, how can I make fun of you? I cannot make bricks without straw, if I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu, I have complete confidence in breaking the battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Author's note, long-awaited update, I dedicate it to everyone. I have been very tired recently, my child did not sleep much and is very noisy at night, I do not have enough time to rest. When my child grows up, the situation will turn for the better. Also, I have recently created a WeChat account for Venerable Gu Immortal, everyone can add him. Search for Venerable Gu Immortal and you will see the account. Shark Sea, Undersea Palace. Delicacies were placed all over the table, the fragrance of wine permeated the air and the lights were bright. At the banquet, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were sitting at the main seats, they warmly welcomed the 2 Gu Immortals in the hall. These 2 Gu Immortals were none other than Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. Ever since they ran into a wall in Yulu Blessed Land, they knew there was no point in staying for long, Shark Demon and the rest wisely retreated. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing had intended to leave, but they were invited by Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Speaking of which, this was the second time Fang Yuan was invited to Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. After drinking a cup of wine, Shark Demon put down the cup and looked at Fang Yuan, he suddenly asked, Xianxia, are you really so confident in unraveling unmoving troops? Fang Yuan thought, here it comes. Earlier, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had been chatting with him, but he did not speak first. Shark Demon was impatient, he finally spoke first and got to the main topic. Immediately, Fang Yuan replied with a serious expression, Lord Shark Demon, you also know some details about me. I have inherited a complete wisdom path inheritance. Recently, I have comprehended many profundities and unraveled the 8 Doors Labyrinth battlefield killer move. But all along, I did not have a suitable wisdom path immortal Gu, my methods are limited and my strength is insufficient. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu that I like, I can definitely unravel the unmanned unmoving troops. Beside him, Tai Baiyunxing also added, I have known brother Xianxia for so many years, I know he is not a person who makes empty promises and exaggerates. Since he says he is confident, then he definitely has confidence. I can vouch for that. Su Baiman was not satisfied with Tai Baiyunxing's guarantee, she looked at the person involved, Fang Yuan, and asked, if you have a wisdom path immortal Gu, can you guarantee that you can unravel that battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan, however, did not reply. Taking a step back in order to advance, he purposely smiled bitterly, how can I guarantee that? This was related to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he was one of the 10 supreme grade experts in the long river of history. It would be normal if there was an accident. But for now, just the part that I have shown, if I had the help of a wisdom path immortal goo, I would not be able to do so. The chances of breaking it are quite high. Shark Demon and Subaiman looked at each other. In his heart, he was angry at Fang Yuan's slipperiness, but he was also tempted. There was no other way. They had suffered before. He had once paid a huge price to invite other wisdom path goo immortals to help him. The result was not ideal, he even lost an immortal goo. As for Xianxia, after all, they had worked together for so many times, and they knew quite a bit about each other. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He could be considered as one of them. Thus, Shark Demon and Subaiman's first choice was Fang Yuan. But it was difficult to help Fang Yuan refine the immortal goo. The cost of refining immortal goo was very high, and the chances of success were too low. It depended on luck. If one's luck was good, they could succeed on the first try. Then everyone would be happy. However, such a situation was extremely rare. If one's luck was bad, there was a possibility of failure. At that time, even if a mountain of immortal yuan stones was piled up, they would only be squandered, there would be no gains. This was also the reason why most goo immortals would rather capture wild immortal goo than refine immortal goo themselves. Immortal goo refinement was difficult. In the current cultivation world, many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo, they could only use mortal goo to keep up appearances. Fang Yuan was an exception. He had many immortal goo. If it was exposed, no one might believe it, but he had rebirth, coincidences, a narrow escape from death, and under all kinds of harsh conditions, he had obtained so many immortal goo. Shark Demon and the rest did not know Fang Yuan's background, but they were well aware of Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan wanted to rely on Shark Demon and Subaiman, using them to refine a wisdom path immortal goo for him. From Shark Demon and the rest's point of view, Fang Yuan could not afford this cost. He did not have the foundation to refine immortal goo, thus he turned his attention to them. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely scoff in disdain. What a joke, how stupid would he be to help others refine immortal goo, but in this situation, Shark Demon insisted on asking Fang Yuan to help him unravel the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon was muttering this question in his mind, did Xianxia deceive him? Was he using this to threaten him? Even without the immortal goo, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation, he did not speak, he only drank his wine. Right now, the timing was perfect, Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. Earlier, the timing was not right, but now that Yulu blessed land was right in front of him, it was like a piece of juicy meat dangling in front of him, it stirred up Shark Demon's desire. It was a great help to Fang Yuan. As long as they broke through Motionless Army, Shark Demon and the rest would obtain hundreds of times more benefits than what they invested in. Of course, with Fang Yuan's personality, he had already thought of taking everything for himself. But he was not strong enough, he could not even beat Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a senior rank 7 immortal zombie, even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, he was not outstanding among rank 7 goo immortals. However, this was already quite good, after all, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6. Shark Demon could not pass this hurdle, not to mention Subaiman and the other goo immortals. As for the zombie alliance behind Shark Demon, there was no need to even mention it. To a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was just a rat. Fang Yuan was calm and rational, he knew his own limits. After assessing the situation, he decided to participate and get a share of the loot, trying to extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fang Yuan drank his third cup of wine, Shark Demon and Subaiman had already finished their discussion. They quickly came to a consensus. They decided to sponsor Fang Yuan and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Even if Fang Yuan pretended to threaten them, they would accept it. They did not even want Fang Yuan to swear an oath or use goo worms to probe his true strength. Shark Demon and Subaiman were not fools. Other than attacking Yulu Blessed Land, they were at the most crucial juncture, they could not afford any mistakes and needed Fang Yuan's help. The two of them had another layer of meaning. That was to befriend Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path potential was completely worth their investment. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were rare, the friendship of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals was extremely precious. But just as Shark Demon was about to agree, suddenly a change occurred. The vast sea water shook intensely, there was a thunderous explosion, the endless chaotic sea currents surged towards the underwater palace. Next, there was a blinding light. Fire shot down from the sea surface, it had an earth-shattering might. It directly landed on Shark Demon's underwater palace. Rumble, there was a loud sound. The magnificent underwater palace shone with the radiance of a defensive goo formation. The radiance lasted for less than a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire. In an instant, rocks and bricks flew everywhere, the palace turned into ruins, the fire was still burning and could not be extinguished even by the seawater. The pleasant banquet earlier was completely ruined, boundless seawater surged over. All the decorations in the banquet were washed away, and Fan Yuan and the others were quickly drowned. But the four of them were goo immortals, they had no problem surviving in the depths of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he did not need to breathe in the sea. He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly stood up and raised his head to look at the sea and the sky. He shouted furiously, "How dare you? Who dares to attack my Shark Demon sea area?" Subaiman also stood beside Shark Demon, also looking up. His expression was dark. Fan Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing looked at each other, feeling very puzzled. Shark Demon had extraordinary strength, and with Subaiman by his side, he could advance and retreat at will. This group was already very difficult to deal with, and most importantly, they had Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as their backing. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances, it had great strength. It was a huge force, surpassing even super clans. It could be called the overlord of Eastern Sea's cultivation world. Who was it that directly attacked Shark Demon of Zombie Alliance? Ha ha ha. Shark Demon had just shouted when a voice resounded in everyone's ears, "This is just a small appetizer. I will not only tear down your palace, I will also beat the 2 of you until you can't even stand up." The tone was extremely arrogant and domineering, and from the voice, it was a female immortal? It's her? Subaiman was the first to hear the voice, his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked and solemn expression. A bright red figure descended from the sky, descending into the sea and pressing towards the 4 people at the bottom of the sea. Fan Yuan raised his head and saw that this female immortal was descending at an extremely fast speed. Her whole body was burning with raging flames. The flames flickered in the water. As for the female immortal's true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura, a rank 8 goo immortal. Tai Baiyunxing cried out involuntarily. Fan Yuan squinted, adding in his mind, more accurately speaking, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie. Immediately after, Shark Demon shouted and exposed the female immortals. Identity. Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone mad? You dare to attack your own people in Zombie Alliance? You are challenging the authority of Zombie Alliance, you will definitely be punished severely. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fan Yuan's eyes brightened, he had heard of this name before. In fact, it was already very well known. Blazing Heaven Demoness, rank 8 goo immortal from Northern Plains, she was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. When Fan Yuan infiltrated Northern Plains, he had heard other Zombie Alliance members talking about or discussing her. They all praised and admired Blazing Heaven Demoness' fierce battle strength, as well as her domineering style. To think that he would meet this person in such a manner. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was shrouded in flames, raised her head and laughed loudly, "Shark Demon, don't make things up. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak. What is your intention in stealing this old mother's immortal materials?" Subaiman was just about to reprimand Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was the first to accuse him, he could not help but be shocked. Shark Demon shouted, "Bullshit. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, find a more reliable reason. These days, I have been working hard for Zombie Alliance and attacking you Lu Blessed Land, where would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are purely looking for trouble." Blazing Heaven Demoness was not flustered, she was instead full of confidence as she laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, I naturally brought a witness and material evidence this time. Shark Demon, you cannot deny it." On the sea and under the sea, the 2 sides confronted each other, the atmosphere was very tense. Greater than over equal to 4 a moment ago, Fan Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest were still chatting happily. But at the next moment, they were attacked. Shark Demon's underwater palace was turned into ruins. As the saying goes, a person sits at home, but disaster comes from the sky. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing looked at each other. The latter transmitted, "Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 grade expert, we cannot match her." Fang Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Baiyunxing's meaning. He wanted to wait and see. At the level of Gu Immortals, the higher the rank, the greater the gap. Even if Fang Yuan, Tai Baiyunxing, Shark Demon, and Su Baiman worked together and cooperated with sincerity, disregarding sacrifices, they might not be able to last more than a few rounds against Blazing Heaven Demoness. This was an absolutely strong enemy. Basically, rank 8 Gu Immortals could only be resisted by rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this, thus, even if his base was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. According to Shark Demon's temper, if his lair was raided, he would have long since risen in revolt. But the one in front of him was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Thus, no matter how bad Shark Demon's temper was, he had to hold it in. He knew that he was not a rank 8 Gu Immortals match. The best way to resolve this situation was to use Zombie Alliance's rules to negotiate. Blazing Heaven Demoness had already violated Zombie Alliance's rules. How could she let her own people cause trouble for her own people? Such wanton attacks, she was simply treating Zombie Alliance like nothing, but Blazing Heaven Demoness showed a confident smile. "Shark Demon, isn't it easy to get evidence? Budan, come out." Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted again. Gu Immortal Budan came out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He stood out. He lowered his head with a bitter expression. He bowed deeply. "Lord Shark Demon, Lord Su Baiman, I have no choice." Seeing Budan, Shark Demon's face darkened. His wife, Su Baiman, harumphed coldly too. She had some guesses about the sky-scorching Demoness plan. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scolding, "Shark Demon, Su Baiman, you two instructed Budan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, medicinal ice. I was cultivating in seclusion, and due to my carelessness, I actually let you get away with it. Today, I'm here to seek justice." As it turned out, Budan had been living a miserable life. Although he was a living person, he had fallen to the point of joining Zombie Alliance. Prior to this, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had forcefully taken over his private waters. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea, using the identity of Xianxia. He joined Shark Demon's group to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Budan was a half-baked wisdom path Gu Immortal. He did not have much ability. He was plotted against by Fang Yuan. To protect his position, he bribed Su Baiman and offered the rank 8 immortal material, medicinal ice, in exchange for Su Baiman's good words. But Budan was too weak in the end. Shark Demon gradually distanced himself from him. Budan had no way out. He tried to use Zombie Alliance to pressure Blazing Heaven Demoness, so that she could return his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 grade expert, the #1 leader of Zombie Alliance's Northern Plains branch. She was a proper higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Budan's complaints and requests for help, they mainly tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for a mere Budan? Because of this, Budan's situation became even more miserable, until Fang Yuan unraveled the 8 Doors Labyrinth battlefield killer move, causing a huge breakthrough in the attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon's attack on Yulu Blessed Land had always been a huge matter. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, the huge benefits attracted Blazing Heaven Demoness greed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level and battle strength, she could not forcefully take the fruits of victory in Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was Zombie Alliance's headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent a message to Budan, pretending that she wanted to return his private sea area and give him some compensation. Budan had no fixed abode and was wandering from place to place. When he received this news, he was naturally overjoyed. But when he hurried back, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Budan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, so of course he did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Su Baiman either. He cried out in his heart that he had been tricked, and it was too late for regrets. But now that he had fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice. Eventually, he was placed under house arrest by Blazing Heaven Demoness. She brought him along to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Boudin to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Boudin was only a minor character, he was not the key. This kind of framing could not be investigated. Shark Demon suppressed the surging anger in his heart and said to Blazing Heaven Demoness with a cold smile, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, if you want to pluck the fruits, just say it. Why is there a need to implicate innocent people?" Subaiman also raised her voice, "Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 grade expert after all, isn't it a little too unsightly for you to behave like this?" Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was not tenable. But it did not matter. She only needed a layer of skin, an excuse. This excuse was only used to fool Zombie Alliance, it could not force Shark Demon and his wife to submit. To force Shark Demon and his wife to submit. What was needed was not an excuse, but strength. Therefore, she had come here personally this time, burning with fighting spirit, and had taken the initiative to find trouble. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter gradually stopped, her eyes shined with bright light as she looked at the bottom of the sea, saying, 3 moves. What? Subaiman was surprised. I will deal with you in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves from me, I will pretend that I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said solemnly. Shark Demon and Subaiman looked at each other, the former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed, all right. Then let the 4 of us have a taste of your skills. Blazing Heaven Demoness' agreement of 3 moves gave Shark Demon some hope. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that the situation was against him. He had to agree, even if he did not want to, the weak did not have the right to choose. Tai Baiyunxing frowned slightly. He did not want to make a move, but Shark Demon was crafty. With one sentence, he included him and Feng Yuan on his side, standing against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Feng Yuan was indifferent. His expression did not change. Subaiman transmitted to them, "Sirs, if we can survive this today, we will owe you a favor. As for the reward, we will definitely give it to you, we will ensure that you will be satisfied. We hope that you can support us fully. Don't worry, we will do our best." Feng Yuan replied secretly. Actually, he had already made up his mind, he only needed to put on an act. This was a dangerous and disadvantageous thing. Only an idiot would do it. Subaiman nodded towards Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing, gratitude flashing past his eyes. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal, while Tai Baiyunxing specializes in healing. Even if we make a difficult performance later, we will have sufficient reasons. Feng Yuan walked forward, standing together with Shark Demon and Subaiman, looking up at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Tai Baiyunxing sighed inwardly, following beside Feng Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly, showing an indifferent expression. She stretched out her palm, opening her fingers. Whoosh! A soft sound could be heard. An orange-yellow flame suddenly rose from her palm. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, kneading the orange-yellow flame. This orange-yellow flame was extraordinary. It was extremely flexible. Blazing Heaven Demoness kneaded it, it felt like she was kneading a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame was kneading. It gradually formed into the shape of a little bird. Blazing Heaven Demoness opened her palm. The little flame leaped out from the center of her palm. Next, it flapped its wings and chirped, circling around Blazing Heaven Demoness, chirping happily. Blazing Heaven Demoness played with the little fire bird, she did not attack, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Subaiman, Feng Yuan, or Tai Baiyunxing, their expressions were extremely ugly. This little fire bird looked cute and lively, but in the eyes of these 4 Gu immortals, it contained terrifying power. Once it was unleashed, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. Not to mention the underwater palace, even the entire Shark Sea, the countless living creatures, and the vast expanse of seawater would be completely wiped out by the attack. A rank 8 Gu immortal was not someone rank 6 or 7 could resist. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this first move, Shark Demon and the others had no confidence in taking it. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, I wonder what this move of yours is called. After a moment of silence, Shark Demon spoke. He was in low spirits, his voice was slightly hoarse. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, I was not careful in my cultivation, anger attacked my heart and I almost lost my life. When I was resting, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 killer move. I named it Angry Bird. Angry Bird? This joking name caused Shark Demon to be stunned, and at the same time, a trace of bitterness appeared in his heart. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness did this on purpose. She wanted to display her strength and force Shark Demon and the others to lower their heads. This method was very crude, but Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering aura and was straightforward, and most importantly, her cultivation level and battle strength made it very effective. This was just the first move, but Fang Yuan and the others had already lost their will to fight. But Shark Demon was still persevering. He said to the three beside him, "You three retreat for now, I will deal with this first move." Before Fang Yuan and the others could reply, Shark Demon took a step forward, saying loudly, "What a good Angry Bird move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please." Blazing Heaven Demoness was stunned, she squinted and said in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure you want to take this move? Let's retreat." Su Baiman's eyes shined with brilliance as he said to Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were very surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness' killer move was extremely powerful, even if the four of them worked together, there was no hope. But now, Shark Demon was taking the initiative to fight. He was alone and did not need anyone's help, but his wife, Su Baiman, had so much confidence in him. What was he relying on? "Alright, I want to see where your courage comes from." Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated no longer. With a thought, the fire bird pierced through the water and flew towards Shark Demon. But just as it entered the sea, a powerful aura surged. It was able to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon revealed a smile as if his plan had succeeded. The aura was vast and surging, everyone's gazes were attracted. The tide surged along with the aura. Countless currents were generated, like countless giant serpents, moving swiftly on the bottom of the sea in groups. Whirlpools of undercurrents formed at the same time, increasing in number and increasing in number. Very soon, there were hundreds and thousands of dangerous undercurrent whirlpools, covering the nearby sea. "This is?" Tai Baiyunxing exclaimed in shock. "Immemorial desolate beast." Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he spat out the truth. "Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts." Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences that could match rank 8 Gu immortals. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's gazes shone as they stared at the center of the aura. There, the immemorial desolate beast's figure was gradually appearing. The enemy's situation was unclear. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but slow down her attacks. She willed and recalled the small fire bird back to her side. The tides rose and fell, the waves surged. The sea was filled with dangerous winds and fierce waves, while the undercurrents moved rapidly under the sea. After a few breaths of time, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast finally revealed its true appearance. This powerful primordial desolate beast was unexpectedly small in size. It was so small that it was only the size of an ordinary person's finger. This was a shark. It was very small and cute. It was about the size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver radiance. This radiance was not dazzling. Instead, it was warm like water, like silk, gently wrapping around the little shark's body. Such a powerful aura, but its main body is like this. Tai Baiyunxing sighed with a strange expression. But facing Blazing Heaven Demoness, the little shark showed a solemn expression. The little shark did not care about Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others behind it. The moment it appeared, it stared at Blazing Heaven Demoness with intense hostility. Shark Demon let out a breath of turbid air and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. "My plan succeeded by luck. Don't underestimate this little shark. It is a one-finger flow shark." "This is a one-finger flow shark?" Tai Baiyunxing was surprised. His complexion changed, and his eyes revealed obvious astonishment. Ordinary Gu immortals did not understand one-finger flow shark. but as a time path gu immortal, Tai Baiyunxing. He had long heard of his great name. In fact, all time path gu immortals basically knew a mantra: one finger flow shark, instant of beauty. Providence is merciless. One finger flow shark occupied the top position of the mnemonic chant. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was famous. It was a rank 8 desolate beast. He had an abundance of time path Dao marks, thus he could swim in the river of time with his body. This one finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and doesn't reveal its true body. Because of an accident, the two of us were lucky enough to discover its traces. Later, we asked for this sea area from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and finally created Shark Sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly laughed lightly, so that's how it is. No wonder the two of you exchanged for the Enslavement Path Grandmaster 180 Slaves Immortal Killer move from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It was for the sake of using this enslavement path method to subdue this one-finger flow shark. Enslavement path had always been about the upper enslaving the lower. For example, when Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, he used Wolf King Cheng Shan-yin's identity to participate in the Imperial Court contest. During this period, he used Myriad Beast King, Thousand Beast King and others to indirectly control the wolf army. After all, his sole foundation was limited. Enslavement path gu masters could not bring all wild beasts under their direct control. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the enslavement path gu masters' control, and the greater the burden on the soul, making it harder for them to perform exquisite control. But this was not absolute. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence was undoubtedly the leader of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there had once been such an enslavement path grandmaster. His early years were full of ups and downs. He was born as a slave and had a low status. He used every opportunity and every risk to continuously grow, finally climbing to the peak of his life. He was 180 slaves. A genius of a generation. Ordinary enslavement path would have the upper enslaving the lower. But he did the exact opposite, subduing the upper. This was not without reason. For example, the emperor was the ruler of the world, he had power over life and death, he was high above. But sometimes, the people were united, the emperor would also be bound by the will of the people, and would have no choice but to do things that went against his will. Facing Blazing Heaven Demoness guess, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guessed correctly, that is indeed the case. I have been managing the shark group in this sea area because I wanted to use the shark group to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment level is insufficient, and I do not have the immortal gu to form the killer move lower subduing the upper, so I have not succeeded until now." Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon's goal was huge, and his ambition was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but he wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Sure enough, none of those who could become gu immortals were simple. If he really succeeded, then with such a subordinate, Shark Demon would be equivalent to half a rank 8 gu immortal. His status would rise with the tide, and fame and benefits would come rolling in. At the current stage, although he had not succeeded, he had some results. At least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it did not even look at Shark Demon's side, and instead directed its hatred and anger towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon continued, "Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also has several time path immortal gu in its body." He said this to make Blazing Heaven Demoness retreat in the face of difficulties. This could not be considered exposing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was brimming with the aura of immortal gu without concealment, even Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing could clearly sense it, not to mention the rank 8 immortal zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. It is said that there are countless time path gu worms living in the river of time. The one-finger flow shark can freely travel in the river of time. It is not strange that it has an immortal gu now. Tai Baiyunxing softly muttered in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. To obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he had to go deep into the river of time. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability. One-finger flow shark was extremely rare. It was likely that even in the river of time, it was also not common. In short, this was a huge fortuitous encounter that could only be encountered and not sought. No wonder Shark Demon and Subaiman spared no expense and spent countless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon's words made Blazing Heaven Demoness laugh loudly. Now that you mention it, my desire to make a move has become even stronger. Shark Demon, you want to rely on external force to make me retreat? Win without a fight? Hee hee, wishful thinking. As soon as she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness pointed with her finger. The small fire bird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, aiming at Shark Demon's position. It pounced down. It's here. Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the other two felt a chill in their hearts, their bodies tensed up and they were on full alert. The small fire bird seemed harmless, but its power was vast and extraordinary. However, in the blink of an eye, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, turning into a silver firefly as it pounced forward. Both were extremely fast, in the blink of an eye. They had already collided in the sea, there was no sound and no explosion. At the moment of impact, a strange thing happened. The two sides that were flying at extreme speed suddenly came to a stop. From extreme speed to extreme stillness, in that instant, the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird seemed to have become a painting on a pattern. Such a change made the spectators feel that it was very sudden. Soon after, Fang Yuan and the others saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, the tip of its small nose lightly touching the body of the small fire bird. Then, the one-finger flow shark made a very elegant leap, its whole body stepping over the small fire bird, and continued to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, the effect of stillness disappeared. The speed of the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird had already returned to their previous speed. But the former had already passed over the small fire bird, and was heading straight for Blazing Heaven Demoness. The small fire bird carried the one-finger flow shark on its back, and pounced towards Shark Demon and the others. Shark Demon and Subaiman had already been on guard for a long time. Seeing the small fire bird approaching, they held their breath and gritted their teeth, wanting to resist. Fang Yuan was almost about to retreat, but right at this time, the small fire bird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc, changing its direction, turning around and chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon avoided this confrontation, but turned pale with shock. This small fire bird is simply like moving one's arm, moving according to one's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move, it definitely has wisdom path methods mixed in. Fang Yuan analyzed at lightning speed in his mind. That scene just now should be the activation of a certain time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark. The immortal goo causes the flow of time within a certain range to become extremely slow. It seems like the two have turned from extremely fast to almost static, but in fact, their speed has never changed. Tai Baiyunshin quickly said. Subaiman immediately nodded in agreement, not only that. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark used the tip of its nose to touch the body of the small fire bird, and at that moment, the immortal goo's aura changed. It should be the activation of the second time path immortal goo, but the effect is unknown. Just as he finished speaking, the effect appeared. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression suddenly changed, because the small fire bird that was chasing after the one-finger flow shark suddenly exploded. Boom, a thunderous explosion resounded throughout heaven and earth. Flames were accompanied by surging air waves, fiercely erupting in all directions. In an instant, a vast area of seawater was evaporated, and countless living beings lost their lives on the spot. The whole sea surface was blasted into a hemispherical crater. When the small fire bird exploded, it was already about to fly out of the sea. But the bottom of the crater actually touched the sand and mud at the bottom of the deep sea. Soon after, the surrounding seawater filled in, and the crater was no longer empty. Swoosh, waves surged, and huge waves rose up on the sea surface. The bottom of the sea rumbled, and the vision became extremely poor, becoming unrecognizable. Fang Yuan and the others were also in a sorry state, and had no choice but to fly out of the sea, hovering in the sky far away, continuing to watch the battle. The one-finger flow shark was like a silver arrow, shooting straight towards the Blazing Heaven Demoness face. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression froze. How could she dare to take it head-on? Humans were the spirit of all living beings. This saying was not false, but in terms of strength, recovery, speed and so on, humans were not outstanding among all living beings. Even if they became goo immortals, they often could not compare to desolate beasts. The one-finger flow shark flew over. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a strength path goo immortal, but a fire path goo immortal. She knew she could not resist it. She had abundant battle experience. The sacrifice of the fire bird was very valuable. Fang Yuan and the others could see a lot of information. Blazing Heaven Demoness was no exception. Fire path killer move, 5-finger flame chain. In an instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the wisest choice. Her figure flew back and at the same time, her right palm opened, her 5 fingers turning into 5 thin and long flames, like whips or chains, twisting towards the one-finger flow shark. The 5 flame chains were just about to wrap around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene happened again. Around the body of the one-finger flow shark, time suddenly became extremely slow. As a time-path desolate beast, the one-finger flow shark relied on its abnormal adaptability as well as its own deep time-path down marks, but it was not restricted much. The 5 flame chains intertwined. But the one-finger flow shark moved its nimble body and swam through the small gaps. Using an inconceivable posture, it successfully got rid of all of them. Next, it caught up to Blazing Heaven Demoness and directly pierced through her forehead. The small shark body pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' head like a silver arrow. Success? Subaiman was pleasantly surprised. Shark Demon's eyes shone with ominous light. He could not help but become restless. Although the immortal zombie body did not have the fatal weakness of ordinary goo immortals, it still had its drawbacks. The mind was one of them. Immortal zombies' thinking speed was very slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path goo worms to generate thoughts in their minds. To assist in thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although it was not fatal, it was still a heavy injury. If the 4 of us take the chance to attack. Shark Demon had such a thought as the one-finger flow shark turned around and shot back. It once again pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. Ain fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes on Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest were restored to normal. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan was speechless. Such a powerful killer move, it can actually recover so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness clutched her chest and stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. She had suffered a heavy injury. At this moment, he smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, interesting. So there are 3 time-path immortal goo. 1 immortal goo can slow down time, 1 immortal goo can accelerate time, and 1 immortal goo can change my perception of time." Even though she did not know what the time-path immortal goo was or what its limit was, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a rough guess. Before. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the fire bird and escaped from the 5-finger flame chain, it used its first time-path immortal goo to delay time. As for accelerating time, he used the tip of his nose to poke the little fiery bird. The small flaming bird could not be maintained for a long time. After a part of it was hit by the one-finger flow shark, the time became faster, reaching the point of disintegration. Following that, the explosion of this point triggered the explosion of the other parts of the flaming bird. In the end, the stable structure of the flaming bird was destroyed, causing the flaming bird to self-destruct, which almost dried up the sea within a radius of 10 miles. Finally, the finger flow shark pierced Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest. It used a time-path immortal goo to affect Blazing Heaven Demoness' sense of time, causing her to be unable to dodge in time. Only then did he fall for it. Shark Demon could not help but frown, feeling something was amiss. There were indeed only 3 immortal goo auras on the one-finger flow shark. After a few rounds, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. All of this showed that this rank 8 goo immortal had extremely high attainment in battle. At the same time, it also showed that immortal goo were inferior to immortal killer moves. Goo worms only had one effect. If an immortal goo was used alone, it would often be seen through. But using an immortal killer move was different. The combination of countless goo worms not only concealed the core immortal goo, but also made it hard for the opponent to deal with it. Just as Shark Demon expected, in the following battle, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her tactics. She split into 5 to 6 clones, each vivid and lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was exhausted. It seemed to be attacking fiercely, but it was actually being played around by these clones. A wild beast is a wild beast after all, it lacks intelligence. If it had an investigative immortal goo, it might have been able to see through it, but unfortunately, this battle seems to have been decided. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already taken the initiative. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing transmitted secretly, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that the battle had already lost its suspense at this point. For the one-finger flow shark, the only real chance was in the first few rounds. If Blazing Heaven Demoness had not figured out the details, the one-finger flow shark might have been able to kill her with a flurry of punches. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed the details, she changed her tactics and immediately reversed the battle situation. Unless there was an external force disrupting the situation, there were no more variables in this battle. Right now, there are only two external forces, Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But do they really have the courage to harden their hearts and deal with a rank 8 grade expert? Fang Yuan looked at the immortal zombie couple, and saw their hesitant gazes. He could not help but shake his head inwardly. The real opportunity was the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' mind was pierced. But Shark Demon had already lost his chance. Although he was known as a demon, he lacked the adventurous spirit to disregard his own safety. Maybe he had joined Zombie Alliance for too long, he had lost the courage to fight alone. Or maybe he had a family to worry about. Shark Demon and Su Baiman were both like this. As external reinforcements, it was even more impossible for Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing to stand out. While communicating, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing had already decided to act according to the situation and find a chance to retreat. The two of you, please lend us a hand. We are unable to distinguish Blazing Heaven Demoness clone. If you have the means, please help the one-finger flow shark see through the falsehood and point out the location of Blazing Heaven Demoness' true body. This way, there will be a turning point in today's situation. At this time, Su Baiman suddenly transmitted his voice with sincerity. At the same time, Shark Demon added, if you can make a contribution, we will reward you handsomely, we will not go back on our word. Fang Yuan did not even think about it, he smiled bitterly and refused. Lord Su Baiman thinks too highly of us. Both of you have rank 7 cultivation, you are Gu immortals with rich methods and deep foundations, we can only look up to you. You two have no way. What methods do we have? Tai Baiyunxing also shook his head, I am only skilled in healing, I am unable to help with this kind of investigation matter. Su Baiman did not speak. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing gloomily with an unhappy expression. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Su Baiman. In all fairness, Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. It was not that there was no hope of finding her. But Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 grade expert. Once they helped the one-finger flow shark, they would definitely provoke Blazing Heaven Demoness anger and counterattack. Shark Demon and Su Baiman were wary of Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move personally, they wanted to leave some leeway, thus they wanted to use Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing as cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Therefore, his reply had a deeper meaning. Both sides were sensible people, Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw that Fang Yuan had seen through them. They did not try to persuade him anymore. Now it seems that the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, unconcealable fear in his expression. Rumor has it that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she fought with the rank 8 grade expert Heavenly Lord Baizu in Northern Plains, seizing the sovereignty of a certain immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, but failed on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness flew into a rage out of humiliation and activated her killer move Blazing Heaven, directly incinerating the entire fragment world. All living beings perished, resulting in a great sin of slaughter. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Heavenly Lord Baizu's painstaking plans were all for naught in the end. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had already belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness actions were definitely demonic. Thus, after incinerating the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, the righteous path was angered. In the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure and was fearless, she even said that if anyone made a ruckus again, she would burn down their blessed land. Since she could even burn an immemorial Nine Heavens fragment world, burning down a blessed land was clearly an easy matter. The righteous path shouted, but at once, they realized that they could do nothing to this arrogant blazing heaven demoness. At rank 8, one's might could shake an area. If they really cast aside their pride and grace and carried out despicable sneak attacks and harassment, any force would feel a huge headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was still a rank 8 great expert. Although her battle strength could not be compared to ordinary rank 8s, she was not to be underestimated and could not be forced. If they forced her too much, blazing heaven demoness would have to play around. The righteous path forces had huge businesses, they had many branches and branches, they were the ones who suffered losses. Those with a bottom line were afraid of those without a bottom line, those who followed rules were afraid of those who did not follow rules. After this matter, blazing heaven demoness became famous in Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance raised their heads and no one could bully them. Only when blazing heaven demoness left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea to search for fortuitous encounters did Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fall back into a predicament. One could say that blazing heaven demoness alone brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance into a prosperous and glorious era. Right now, blazing heaven demoness did not even use her signature killer move against the one-finger flow shark, she was clearly doing it with ease and her battle strength was unfathomable. What made Fang Yuan even more suspicious was that blazing heaven demoness seemed to be purposely using a clone tactic to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, so that she could find an excuse to cause trouble. Although Shark Demon did not fall for it, blazing heaven demoness relied on this plan to divide Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. One Finger Flow Shark was an immemorial desolate beast that also had 3-time path immortal goo. Blazing heaven demoness not only dealt with it with ease, she even successfully schemed against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the rest who were at the edge of the battlefield. From this, it could be seen that blazing heaven demoness had outstanding battle strength and deep wisdom. This kind of enemy was precisely the most difficult to deal with. In other words, goo immortals who could slowly climb from rank 1 to rank 8 realm were absolutely not stupid, they were all true experts with both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's expressions became increasingly gloomy. Early at the start of the battle, they had secretly used their methods to send a request for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. But now, the battle had gone on for so long, those who should have rushed over had already arrived. In the end, no reinforcements appeared. Blazing heaven demoness did not come here rashly, she had already made preparations beforehand. This made Shark Demon and Su Baiman's request for help ineffective, they were left alone and helpless. Shark Demon could even guess that blazing heaven demoness had already reached an agreement with the higher-ups of zombie alliances. Headquarters on the distribution of benefits. At once, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's hearts sank to rock bottom, their fighting spirit became lower and lower, the anger in their chests gradually extinguished, revealing a bone-chilling cold. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the norm in the goo cultivation world. Shark Demon and his wife, who had always played the role of big fish, were reduced to small fish that were being devoured by blazing heaven demoness. Rank 8, how could they resist her? Moreover, blazing heaven demoness not only had such strength, she also had the corresponding wisdom. To Shark Demon and Su Baiman, there was simply no hope of struggling. Sigh, Shark Demon let out a long sigh, he suddenly lowered his head, that's enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not talented enough, for the sake of Zombie Alliance, it is better to let you lead the attack on Yulu Blessed Land. He, Shark Demon, it is good that you know when to advance and when to retreat. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter could be heard in the sky above the battlefield. Her laughter had just ended when the fake bodies of the demonesses on the battlefield turned into flames and burned to nothingness. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stared blankly on the spot, not knowing what to do. Shark Demon sighed again, he pursed his lips and let out a whimpering sound. The one-finger flow shark was appeased, it lightly swung its tail and dived into the sea, quickly disappearing. Evidently, it had returned to the river of time. Shark Demon's move caused outsiders like Fang Yuan to be secretly shocked. The degree of Shark Demon's influence on the one-finger flow shark was already quite obvious. In time, Shark Demon might really be able to control this rank 8 desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path immortal Gu on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She took a deep glance at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Feng Yuan. "You are Xianxia?" "That is me." Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness recruit him in such a domineering manner, Feng Yuan was not angry. In fact, he was quite happy. Shark Demon and Subaiman had worked so hard to take down Yulu Blessed Land, they were about to succeed, but Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them in. It was truly pitiful. Shark Demon and Subaiman had put in so much effort this time, most of their assets had been lost. This time, Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken the fruits of their labor. It could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost everything. In the 500 years of his previous life, Shark Demon and Subaiman died. Shark Sea was invaded by others. Maybe this was related, but Feng Yuan was not disgusted by Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not sympathize with Shark Demon and Subaiman's situation. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, Feng Yuan might have gone even more overboard. Big fish eating small fish, this was the norm in the cultivation world. It was naked, bloody, cold and cruel. But actually, those who were older and had more experience would understand that this norm could be applied to every corner of nature. Even before Feng Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was like this. When benefits were involved, there would be internal strife, brothers falling out. These situations were too common. It was just that they had an extra layer of skin. It made them look dignified. In fact, there were many people who looked dignified on the surface, but were extremely despicable behind the scenes. But this was not a mistake. Survival and reproduction were the nature of all life forms. It was just that Blazing Heaven Demoness' forceful interference caused a huge change to Feng Yuan's original plan. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is shrewd and calculative. She is 100 times harder to deal with than Shark Demon and Subaiman. But she has a huge family. Maybe she can help me refine Star Thought Immortal Go? There is also another benefit. Getting close to her will give me a higher chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I can enter the Earth Trench and obtain that treasure. A breath of time. Feng Yuan had already thought it through. As soon as the Blazing Heaven Demoness finished speaking, Feng Yuan immediately cupped his hands and laughed bitterly. I dare not disobey the Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. However, I have my own difficulties. Earlier, I mentioned to Lord Shark Demon that to unravel the final layer of the battlefield killer move, I need to refine a rank 6 wisdom path immortal Gu. Shark Demon snorted coldly. The speed at which Feng Yuan defected was a little too fast. Subaiman was even more resentful. This Xianxia is usually elegant and dignified, but he turns out to be a spineless coward. Groveling and groveling, losing all poise, without a single shred of integrity, Feng Yuan couldn't care less about what the two of them were thinking. They had already been eliminated. Instead, Feng Yuan, who joined halfway, stayed. Seeing Feng Yuan's fixed gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin, showing a profound smile. You want to refine an immortal Gu? He, this is easy. I will help you. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. Another earth-shattering battle took place. It slowly ended. As the battlefield, Luopa Valley was in a mess. Rocks were everywhere. It was like an earthquake. It was ravaged by tornadoes again. A group of Central Continent Gu immortals had different injuries. Their gazes were all focused in front of them. On Feng Joga's body. Admiration, wariness, bewilderment, deep, solemn, and complex emotions. All sorts of emotions. Feng Joga won again. His opponent, Qin Baixing, is strong. He cannot resist Feng Joga's fierce attacks. This is the 7th consecutive victory. Qin Baixing is completely suppressed by Feng Joga. This is the 100 days battle. After 100 days, we are finally seeing the end. The truth is, Qin Baixing is extremely strong, but unfortunately, he met the even stronger Feng Joga. Counting the time, from the time Central Continent's group arrived at Luopa Valley and attacked, but ended up facing the stubborn defense of Shadow Sect's Qin Baixing, more than 3 months had passed. 100 days battle. This was a genuine 100-day battle. Under normal circumstances, battles between Gu immortals rarely lasted for so long. In terms of scale, more than 10 Gu immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains were all elite experts. It could be said that in the past 1,000 years, there had never been such an intense battle in the 5 regions. If it was announced, it would cause an uproar in the world, countless people would pay attention to it. But unfortunately, be it the Central Continent Gu immortals who were secretly investigating, or the shady Shadow sect, they did not want to expose it. Thus, this great battle that should have shaken the 5 regions continued quietly from beginning to end. Regarding this point, both sides had a tacit understanding. Since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial characters had always been Feng Jiuge and Qin Baixing. Initially, the two fought to a draw, the battle was in a deadlock. Qin Baixing, who had the terrain advantage and used the battlefield killer move Trillion Slaughter Field, had a slight advantage. However, the more Feng Jiuge fought, the stronger he became, and he displayed astonishing talent. Both sides gradually evened out, and Feng Jiuge slowly expanded his advantage. Finally, in the last few days, Feng Jiuge fought intensely for a long time, his battle strength rose to a new level, and he finally defeated Qin Baixing. Defeating him once or twice was nothing. But 7 consecutive battles were enough to prove that Feng Jiuge had a firm upper hand. Shadow Sect's group slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Feng Jiuge stood proudly at the front, watching the enemies disappear into the valley as he said calmly. His expression was haggard, there were more than 10 injuries on his body, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and eyebrows. His brimming Gu immortal aura had also weakened to the lowest point. However, none of this could conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought with Qin Baixing, it was extremely difficult and dangerous. But it was precisely because of this difficulty, it was like a rock, that the beautiful jade that was Feng Jiuge became even more sparkling and translucent. Ever since Feng Jiuge joined the Spirit Affinity House, it was rare for him to encounter such an intense battle. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Jiuge had a high status and a great reputation, no one would find trouble with him. This continuous 100 days of battle would make other Gu immortals feel pain and difficulty, but Feng Jiuge felt the excitement that he had not felt for a long time. This made him feel like he had returned to the exciting life of the demonic path. But he still felt a trace of regret. Demonic path, fighting with all my strength, what a pity. I can't go back to those passionate days. The current Feng Jiuge. He was a man with a family, he could not take risks easily. Moreover, there were the Gu immortals behind him. They were from the other 9 great ancient sects, their thoughts were hard to predict. If Feng Jiuge really got heavily injured, it was hard to say how they would react. Feng Jiuge remembered the advice of his beloved wife, Bai Qing, before she left. After all, Feng Jiuge had slaughtered everyone in the past, causing Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to lose all their face. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other ancient sects for a long time. He could not even turn the tables. The other immortals listened to Feng Jiuge's words. After the 100 days of battle, Feng Jiuge's reputation had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Central Continent group. Cough, cough. Qin Baixing retreated into the valley, coughing non-stop. His face was pale as paper, every time he coughed, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Your injuries are getting worse and worse. Fairy Xianxia, who was supporting him, had a face full of worry. She frowned deeply. Feng Jiuge is too despicable. He Langzi, who had lost an arm, shouted in anger, he is fighting Lord Qin Baixing alone on the surface, but he is actually relying on his numbers. He is attacking from the side, threatening our defenses and forcing Lord Qin Baixing to be distracted. If not for that. Lord Qin, how could you lose consecutively? Qin Baixing said solemnly, no need to say anything, the winner takes all. A loss is a loss, there is no need to find a reason. This Feng Jiuge is truly a genius. Relying on his own talent, he created a sound path killer move and got to where he is now. Even as an enemy, I admire him greatly. Relying on his own advantage, meticulously planning and creating an advantage, this is the way of battle. If he did not use it, I would look down on him instead. Saying so, Qin Baixing coughed again, spitting out a large amount of warm blood. He breathed weakly as he looked around. After the 100 days battle, only Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, Jiangyu, He Qing, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were left. They originally had Xianxia, but when attacking Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Feng Yuan. After retreating from Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man Gu immortals joined them. Both were killed by Central Continent's Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle. But Central Continent's Gu immortals suffered greater losses. Ancient Soul Sect's Old Oracle and the 2 Gu immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect were already dead. How could they take advantage of Qin Baixing? Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would suffer huge losses. But at this point in the battle, the most crucial core member, the cornerstone of the group, Qin Baixing, was already heavily injured and unable to return. Luopa Valley's geographical advantage was also gradually being offset. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were all aware that the outcome of the 100 Days battle was already decided. They were the losers. Qin Baixing focused, even though we lost, we did not lose the overall situation. On Feng Jiuji's side, he wasn't completely united. In the end, he couldn't fight me wholeheartedly, which allowed me to stall for time. After the last night, the nurturing immortal Gu in the valley will be completed. Tomorrow, the 5 of you will break out of the encirclement. I will stall the Central Continent people. Lord Qin Baixing. The immortals were shocked. Qin Baixing actually chose to do this, he was courting death. This was hard to understand. Putting themselves in their shoes, if it were Hui Fengzi, He Qing, or He Langzi, they would only take care of themselves when facing death. Why would they sacrifice themselves to save others, or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, He Qing, and He Langzi had dark thoughts. They looked at the other 3 discreetly. Qin Baixing, Jiang Yu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were the true core of Shadow Sect. And the 3 of them were external reinforcements. There was an indescribable silence. Everyone walked to their resting spot. Let's do this. Take this time to rest. Tomorrow, whether we succeed or not will depend on your performance. Qin Baixing waved his hand weakly, dispersing everyone. He Qing, Hui Fengzi, and He Langzi, however, had heavy emotions. Their gazes were uncertain. The 3 walked together. They decided to rest together tonight, to prevent the Shadow Sect members from betraying them. But late at night, the 3 were suddenly summoned by Qin Baixing. To be continued, in the middle of the night, inside Luopa Valley. Qin Baixing and the other immortals gathered together. Qin Baixing handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. This immortal Gu is very crucial, I will entrust it to you. The black-robed Gu immortal nodded. He was mysterious and unfathomable. Even until now, no Gu immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his true appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, at rank 7 upper stage. Qin Baixing turned around, instructing Jiang Yu solemnly, I can die, you can also die. But he is related to the Great Plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jiang Yu had a solemn expression, I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Qing and the rest heard this and were shocked, they were speechless. What kind of organization was this Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu immortals disregard their personal losses, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. They had to complete the organization's mission. Even super forces and clans could not make Gu immortals so loyal. This was truly an unimaginable matter. A moment later, in the silent Luopa Valley, there was a thunderous sound. Boom, the intense sound waves shook the entire valley. At the same time, there was a sharp warning, enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mei, who had given the warning, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jiang Yu, Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, He Qing, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were attacking together. The enemies were so powerful, Fairy Ling Mei did not dare to fight them head-on. She only had one thought in her mind, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Matter. She and Fairy Ao Shui had rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. When the 2 worked together, they could use Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of Heaven's Envy Matter's signature killer moves. Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui were inseparable from each other. But at this moment, because Central Continent had limited manpower and they had to seal off Luopa Valley, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were not together. They were not together. Shadow Sect's group suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. Fighting alone, he fell into a dangerous situation where his life was on the line. Kill her. The 5 Gu immortals led by Fairy Jiang Yu were filled with killing intent, their eyes were bloodshot. the attacks were extremely fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was graceful and had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, even though the beauty was frightened, she did not receive any pity from the 5 Gu immortals. The killing move in his hand became more urgent. He wanted to kill Fairy Ling Mei before he stopped. At the juncture of life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely sacrificed an immortal Gu. After 3 breaths of time. Using this chance, Fairy Ling Mei activated the Gu formation, her delicate body vanished amidst the storm. In the next moment, he appeared in the distance. Phew! Who? Whoosh, Fairy Ling Mei gasped for breath. Her face was pale. She finally escaped with her life. Her face was full of lingering fear, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. That was close, so close. It was a matter of life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mei was inwardly grateful. This Gu formation was created by Gu immortal Hong Chi-ming after spending a lot of effort. Hong Chi-ming was from the Wind Cloud Manor. The latter was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was famous for its Gu formations. Gu formations were inferior to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. If they took too long to set up, they could not be used widely in intense battles. However, once they were set up, they had a huge advantage. They were often faster than killer moves, and had less expenditure. Because of this, Fairy Ling Mei was able to keep her life. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Xianxia sighed to herself. The other 4 Gu immortals were also filled with regret. During the 100 Days battle, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui combined their powers and used Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They posed a huge threat to Shadow Sect's side. Almost every Gu immortal was injured by this move, with varying degrees of injuries. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect's side had the terrain advantage. In the end, their Gu formations were destroyed by Central Continent's side. Now that Central Continent's Gu immortals had set up the Gu formation, the surroundings of Luopa Valley belonged to them. Since we cannot kill them, we will continue to break out. Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She was very straightforward and decisive. Ling Mei retreated, Central Continent's defensive line had a gap. Breaking out needed to be fast, the opportunity was fleeting. Ling Mei, are you all right? Fairy Ao Shui's white dress fluttered in the wind. She seemed to be moving slowly but was actually coming to help. Her face was filled with anger. You can't leave your life behind. Chen Jinqi shouted. Isn't it too late to leave now? Bu Feiyan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, their defensive positions were the closest, thus they could arrive at the first moment. As for Chen Jinqi and Bu Feiyan, they could arrive at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui. It was purely because of their shocking speed. Zhenqi of the 9 heavens, one flying smoke, damn it. He Qing gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure. Chen Jinqi and Bu Feiyan were the 2 most famous flying grandmasters in Central Continent's Gu immortal world. Zhenqi of the 9 heavens referred to myriad dragon dogs Chen Jinqi, while one flying smoke referred to heavenly lotus sex Bu Feiyan. Jiang Yu and the other 3 Gu immortals broke out of the encirclement. They were most afraid of these pursuers who specialized in speed. Seeing the 3 approaching, the 4 Shadow Sect immortals did not greet them, they only focused on breaking out of the encirclement. At this time, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 4 Shadow Sect immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Chi-ming. Even though Hong Chi-ming had not arrived, his voice could be heard through the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jioge has already predicted that you will break out of the encirclement. If you don't surrender now, you might be able to live. The moment he said that, a powerful aura soared up like a flying dragon, rapidly approaching them. This aura was grand and vast. The 4 Shadow Sect immortals were already familiar with it. It was Feng Jioge's aura. They were all drenched in cold sweat. Panic was written all over their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals knew that even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jioge's match. Were they going to fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Just as the 5 immortals were feeling despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that blocked their way. Far away. Hong Chi-ming's body shook intensely, as if he was struck by lightning. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured. The one who used the golden arrow was Qin Bai Sheng. How could he watch the 5 immortals fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Right now, he forcefully used his injured body to face Ling Mei, Ao Shui, Qin Jinqi, and Bu Fei Yan. The four Central Continent immortals arrived quickly, but they also lost quickly. Not only did they lose, they were utterly defeated. Like Feng Jiuge, Qin Baixing was not someone the other Central Continent Gu immortals could resist. Qin Baixing did not kill the four Central Continent immortals, he let them leave. His attention was mainly on Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge's gaze was like a torch. He had already inspected Qin Baixing's injuries. He had an elegant demeanor as he laughed heartily. Everyone seems to be in a hurry. It is not appropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my farewell song, right? Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. The five Shadow Sect immortals quickly retreated. Someone screamed in pain. Someone snorted. Green Jade Song's power was profound. The five immortals were more or less hit by it. Wherever they were hit, their bodies would turn into jade, and the jade would spread to the surroundings. The five immortals were decisive. They immediately attacked ruthlessly, smashing and digging out the flesh and blood on their bodies that were hit. At once, blood flowed everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baixing attacked. A powerful Soul Path Killer Move. He targeted Feng Jiuge's face and pressed down. Feng Jiuge's expression changed. He quickly blocked. Qin Baixing had two trump cards. One was Soul Path Killer Move Soul Suppression, the other was Sword Path Killer Move Five Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary Gu immortals would not be able to resist it. Feng Jiuge had three trump cards. First was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. It was not vast power. It was profound and extraordinary. Feng Jiuge's attention was diverted. The Green Jade Song slowed down. The pressure on the five Shadow Sect immortals decreased. They ran for some distance. Qin Baixing used a Metal Path Killer Move again. Numerous golden chains wrapped around Feng Jiuge's limbs, binding him up from the back. Feng Jiuge was not flustered. After the 100 Days battle, the two already knew each other's abilities. Qin Baixing's Metal Path Killer Move was ineffective against Feng Jiuge. These golden chains were very effective against Qin Jinqi and the rest. But as long as Feng Jiuge moved slightly, he could shatter them in a breath's time. But at this time, Qin Baixing showed a strange smile. I will let you see the true secret of Luopa Valley. Saying so, he used a technique to activate a certain arrangement. Several colorless lights shot out of the valley. One of them hit Feng Jiuge. This is? Feng Jiuge shattered the golden chains on his body, but because of this, he was delayed. He was hit by the light and could not move. The power of Space Path. How could there be such a powerful force? Not far away, the two fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui, were also hit by the light. Their expressions changed and they exclaimed. As for Qin Jinqi and Bu Fei Yan, their speed was extremely fast and they dodged the light. Qin Baixing didn't care about the two of them. His main goal was to hold back Feng Jiuge. Now, this goal was more than half achieved. Don't struggle. This strange light is harmless. Feng Jiuge suddenly came to a realization and reminded him. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were bewildered. In the next moment, they saw Feng Jiuge giving up resisting. His body was sucked into the mystical light and dragged into the depths of Luopa Valley. Qin Baixing's smile grew even wider. He actually took the initiative to crash into another streak of light and was also dragged into the valley. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and decided to believe in Feng Jiuge. They also gave up resisting and jumped into the valley. This change was out of everyone's expectations. After being dazed for a moment, Qin Jinqi was the first to react. He roared and pounced at the five Shadow Sect immortals. Leave them here first. This was undoubtedly a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the five Shadow Sect immortals were being restrained by Qin Jinqi and Bu Fei Yan. Next, Hong Chi Ming, Kanyang Laojun, and Old Man Tian Long arrived one after another. An intense battle erupted. One side desperately tried to break out, while the other side risked their lives to stop them. Ah, someone save me! He Qing shouted. He was the weakest. He was struck down by a killer move and left the group. Ignore him, protect the main target and continue to break out. Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned Heiqing and protected the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. At the same time, in the depths of Luopa Valley, in a strange space. Where is this? Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in bewilderment. In this mystical space, the light was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. That is right. Feng Jiuge had just said that when Qin Baixing, who was standing in front of him, looked at the three central continent immortals, showing a deep smile. If not for thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements, how could I have lured you here? Indeed. Even though Qin Baixing was strong, he felt troubled against a character like Feng Jiuge, who had not appeared in 1,000 years. Especially when Qin Baixing's 2 trump cards were not used to trap the enemy, they were only focused on killing the enemy. To temporarily trap Feng Jiuge, they could only activate thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements. Is this really thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance? Fairy Ling Mei's tone carried a trace of excitement. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivation, there had been countless geniuses and heroes. If these people were said to be the stars in the sky, shining brightly, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were like suns, dazzling and unparalleled. Every generation of venerables, be they immortal venerables or demon venerables, they were the number one of their generation, sweeping through the world, undefeatable. Among them, thieving heaven demon Venerable was a legend. He was skilled in space path and had unparalleled thieving skills. He also cultivated transformation path and was proficient in disguise. Before he reached rank 9, he had already changed his appearance and used all kinds of identities to achieve his unspeakable goals. He even caused chaos in the world. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was also related to Long Hair Ancestor. The failure in refining space escape immortal Gu became Long Hair Ancestor's obsession after his death. This had already become a legend that had been passed down for thousands of years. The inheritance of such a person was actually right in front of them, even the 2 fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui. Their hearts were ice cold, they could not help but feel excited. Their hearts were burning with passion. But Feng Jiuge immediately poured cold water on them. Don't even think about it. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance is not something you can touch. Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Right. There was still Feng Jiuge and Qin Baixing here. How could thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance fall into their hands? For a moment, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were disappointed. Feng Jiuge's back was facing them as he stood in front. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the 2 immortals' feelings and said, "You 2 misunderstood. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance had an extremely strict inheritance condition. You won't fit. I'm also not suitable, and I'm afraid Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui were astonished. One of them asked, "There's a saying behind this?" Qin Baixing laughed loudly. "Brother Feng knows a lot about thieving heaven true inheritance. It seems that the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House has indeed obtained a true inheritance of thieving heaven demon Venerable. They have been researching it but there was no result." Feng Jiuge's eyes shined with brilliance as he stared at Qin Baixing, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin has lived in northern plains for so long. But the intelligence about Zhongzhou State was so clear." "That's right, because our sect has a thieving heaven true inheritance. After many years of research, we had some results." Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. Still unwilling, Ling Mei asked for guidance. "May I ask Lord Feng Jiuge, what are the conditions for inheritance? Who knows, we might really be able to achieve it." Feng Jiuge's gaze was fixed on Qin Baixing. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know thieving heaven demon Venerable's origin? He is not someone from the 5 regions. He is from beyond heaven, an otherworldly demon. So, the inheritance he left behind only had one requirement for the inheritor, that was that the inheritor must be someone from beyond heaven. Of course I am not, and it is even more impossible for Brother Qin. If he was, he would have already inherited this inheritance. Why would he wait until now? Are the 2 of you?" Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui could reply, Qin Baixing waved his sleeves and smiled coldly, denying it. "Impossible. None of the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are otherworldly demons. Otherwise, why would I have brought you all here? Otherworldly demon? Are there really otherworldly demons? I have never seen one in my entire life." Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is actually an otherworldly demon? Ling Mei and Ao Shui were both shocked. Feng Jiuge nodded. Although otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond heaven, then there must be a whole new world outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It is a pity that no one has explored the world outside of heaven. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, saying, other than the 5 regions, are there really other worlds outside of heaven? Even if we can't meet the conditions for the inheritance is dead, while the people are alive. Could it be that with Lord Feng Jiuji's power, he can't forcefully break through it? They did not give up in the end. This was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance after all. You eat the meat and I drink the soup. The 2 female immortals did not want the bigger share, they only wanted a share. Qin Baixing chuckled coldly, wishful thinking. Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal, who became rank 9, had to return empty-handed after encountering Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Not only did he not obtain it, he even suffered a double loss, his face was covered in dust. He. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal is especially fearful of otherworldly demons. You want to get a share of such a true inheritance? There is actually such a thing? This is too exaggerated. Giant Sun Immortal is also a rank 9 Gu Immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is already dead, but he actually cannot even deal with a true inheritance. Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with wide eyes, half believing and half doubting. Feng Jiuge did not refute them, he explained, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable space path attainment is unfathomable, it is beyond everyone's imagination. There is a saying, he is an otherworldly demon, once he becomes a space path Gu Immortal, he will have special space path Dao marks. These Dao marks originate from the world outside of heaven, they are completely new and unfamiliar to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now looks ordinary, but it has already transcended the world outside, it is not in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal wanted to obtain the true inheritance wholeheartedly, he was afraid of harming the innocent, thus he failed and suffered a setback, unable to do anything for his entire life. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped repeatedly. Compared to Feng Jiuge and Qin Baixing, the 2 of them were still too young, this was the first time they had heard of such secrets involving venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like their horizons had been broadened. But soon, they became nervous and worried. Even Giant Sun Immortal has no way of dealing with this strange space. Then how do we get out? Don't worry about this. As long as we do not move, we can stay here for 30 minutes and be transported out. Feng Jiuge replied confidently. If it were other Gu Immortals who fell into this strange space, they would have to use methods to probe it. If that was the case, it would be terrible. The time they were trapped here, it would be even longer. But Spirit Affinity House had a Thieving Heaven true inheritance, and Feng Jiuge was a higher-up of Spirit Affinity House, he knew the correct way to leave this place. But at this time, Qin Baixing raised his head and laughed, Feng Jiuge. Since I trapped you here, how can I let you leave? Just stay here for me. Saying so, Qin Baixing was about to attack. A powerful aura soared to the sky. Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like they were facing a great enemy. Feng Jiuge quickly said, don't attack. This space is so close, yet worlds apart, it looks very close, but we are actually very far apart. We are actually very far apart. The other party wants to lure you to attack, once you attack, it will cause a change in this space, whoever attacks will be targeted. The stronger the attack, the more terrifying the backlash, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into the other party's trap. Feng Jiuge knew about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance in detail. He knew the terror of this strange space, thus even someone as proud and powerful as him did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe in Feng Jiuge. They restrained their impulses and did not attack. But Qin Baixing revealed a strange smile. Brother Feng is very competent, it is a pity that your sect's research on Thieving Heaven true inheritance is not deep enough. I don't know what I will do next. How will you face it? He spoke confidently while activating the goo worms on his body, his aura surging. He finally reached the peak. What is he doing? Feng Jiuge had a bad feeling, he was on full alert. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Qin Baixing. But at the next moment, Qin Baixing's action was out of the 3 Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They heard Qin Baixing's loud voice, "After 54 tribulations, tribulation clouds still cover the sky. The soul light in my chest oppresses all living beings, the sword Qi in my fists roams northern plains. 400 years have passed, how can I give birth to a new face without death, abandoning this broken body for a cool breeze, sweeping through the heavens to restore light years?" His voice was clear as he recited slowly, his expression was calm as water, his gaze revealed a trace of anticipation towards the future. After reciting this poem, he smiled at Feng Jioge. Next, he slowly closed his eyes, no longer breathing. Feng Jioge frowned, even during the 100 Days battle, he had never shown such an expression. Because Qin Baixing actually ended his own life at this moment. At the next moment, a cool breeze blew from Qin Baixing's body. Behind Feng Jioge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed, their voices were trembling from fear as they shouted, "Winds of assimilation." It turned out that in order to stall Feng Jioge's group, Qin Baixing gave up his life and sacrificed himself. His method was ruthless, he directly destroyed his immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed and there was no other immortal aperture to hold it, the winds of assimilation would naturally appear. The winds of assimilation were no small matter, wherever the wind blew, it would assimilate everything, even rank 8 Gu immortals had to avoid it. In this mystical true inheritance space, if one used five-finger fist heart sword or heaven and earth song, it would at most be like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. However, at this moment, the winds of assimilation began to blow. Although it appeared to be a gentle breeze, the entire strange space began to shake violently. It was as if the entire lake was boiling. Layers of translucent ripples rapidly appeared in the space, unending. Feng Jioge had a solemn expression. Facing such a decisive attack from Qin Baixing, he had to use all his strength to deal with it. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had already activated their Gu worms, protecting their bodies tightly. Even Feng Jioge had to use his immortal Gu, they were even more so. Leaving the mystical space would be a problem for later. They had to get through this huge crisis first. Otherwise, there was no point in talking about it. To be continued. P.S. Everyone, please follow my WeChat account Venerable Gu, just search for Venerable Gu. What do you think of the recent updates? Ha ha ha. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Qin Baixing sacrificed himself to create the winds of assimilation, causing Feng Jioge, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui to fall into danger. Xianxia and the other 4 immortals tried to break out. Just as they were about to break out, Heiqing was struck down by a killer move. His face was pale as he screamed for help. However, every second mattered when escaping. At the crucial moment, a slight delay could lead to the difference between heaven and hell. The immortals ignored him, they only pushed their speed to the limit. Fairy Xianxia was even more ruthless, she directly abandoned Heiqing, ignoring his life and death. The hope of escaping was right in front of him. Heiqing fell behind, wouldn't he be able to stall the Central Continent Gu immortals? Only he had the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. After Heiqing died, it would fall into the hands of the Central Continent Gu immortals. This made Xianxia and the rest feel some regret. But regret was regret, compared to the immortal Gu House, their own lives were more important. Ha ha ha, all of you go and play, your father, will make a move first. In the process of breaking out, Hui Fengzi suddenly laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, wind escape, his speed rose by a huge margin, in a few breaths of time, he left Xianxia and the rest behind. Under the furious gazes of Xianxia and the rest, Hui Fengzi was about to escape. Cooperate with me. Hong Qiming shouted. 7 long 7 wind 7 text 7 Agu formation at the periphery activated, giving off a dazzling light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent Gu immortals had developed a tacit understanding. Where are you going? Chen Jinqi and Bu Fei Yan moved together, using the unique Gu formation at the periphery, they caught up. They blocked Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was the fastest in northern plains, he moved like the wind. This was something the Central Continent Gu immortals had to admit. Just Chen Jinqi or Bu Fei Yan alone would not be able to stop Hui Fengzi. But now, the two cooperated. They had a tacit understanding. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi moved, he could not shake off Chen Zhen and Bu Fei Yan, his speed fell as he failed to break out. He deserves it. Jiang Yu and the rest felt great joy. They turned around and tried to break out of the encirclement. Go down. Canyon Laojun snorted angrily, using his signature killer move life-chasing fire. Qi Hongming added insult to injury. One more hit. He Qing's entire body was on fire. With a miserable scream, he fell from the sky. With a bang, he smashed onto the ground. He had just spat out a mouthful of blood when countless vines sprouted from the ground, binding him tightly. At that moment, He Qing was trapped. Hui Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Chiming gave up on He Qing and chased after He Longzi. He activated his killer move and mercilessly attacked He Langzi. He Langzi had no choice but to use his transformation path killer move. He transformed into a giant lightning wolf to defend himself. Fairy Jiangyu and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal had not escaped far. He was intercepted by Canyon Laojun and Old Man Tianlong. Without any nonsense, the four immortals began to fight. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds surged and thunder boomed. The four immortals displayed their abilities. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and it gave rise to a wave of violent waves of air that caused mountains to collapse and rocks to crack. Canyon Laojun was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal expert. When Dongfang Naganori faked his death, he fought against Free Scholar, Fang Yuan, and Pai Shuihan. He had incredible battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Canyon Laojun. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. The reason why he was sent here was because Black Heaven Temple wanted to use him to restrain the sound path Gu Immortal Feng Joga. In contrast, on Shadow Sect's side, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was strong, but Fairy Jiangyu was slightly weaker. After more than 10 rounds, Canyon Laojun and Old Man Tianlong had the upper hand. They found a good opportunity to attack. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jiangyu's soul almost left her body. She wanted to dodge but it was too late. Retreat, let me do it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal used a method to switch with Fairy Jiangyu, using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Strange. Canyon Laojun was slightly stunned. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he seemed to be unaffected. Sneaky fellow, show your true appearance. Old Man Tianlong shouted. He pushed his palms together, causing blades to fly in the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal blocked them in a sorry state. His black robe was torn apart. His true appearance was finally revealed. Canyon Laojun was stunned. You actually have the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. What are you afraid of? He is just an immortal zombie. Old Man Tianlong shouted, his attacks becoming even more intense. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. But different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He was an immortal zombie with the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. Since I am discovered, there is no point in continuing my disguise. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal tore off his tattered black robe and pounced at Canyon Laojun. Canyon Laojun was a fire path Gu Immortal. He was countered by the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique. He was at a disadvantage. Old Man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jiangyu risked her life to stall him. Quickly leave! Fairy Jiangyu screamed. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie snorted angrily. After forcing back Canyon Laojun, he did not even look back as he left Luopa Valley, escaping. Where do you think you are going? Canyon Laojun shouted. He wanted to chase, but Fairy Jiangyu, who was covered in blood, miraculously blocked him. It seems that you do not want to live anymore. Is this immortal zombie your lover? He is worth your sacrifice? Old Man Tianlong had a cold expression. He descended from the sky and hit Fairy Jiangyu's back with both palms. Boom! Fairy Jiangyu was already at the end of her rope. She could no longer defend. Her chest was blasted apart. A huge hole was exposed. One could see her back from the front. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a butterfly, descending from the sky. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jiangyu's corpse fell to the ground. Her bones were broken. Her flesh was badly mutilated. Fairy Jiangyu was dead. At this point, Shadow Sect's momentum was gone. Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong were freed up to deal with He Langzi and Hui Fengzi. Hong Qiming focused on restraining He Qing. A moment later, He Langzi let out an earth-shattering howl. The giant wolf form was cut in half at the waist. The corpse slowly turned back into a human body. Blood flowed on the ground, his internal organs were scattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. He Qing had no choice but to activate the immortal Gu House dark prison again. Immortal Gu Houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Qing was already bankrupt, he had little immortal essence left. The immortal Gu House dark prison did not have enough immortal essence to activate, it had less than 1% of its power. Hong Qiming used a Gu formation to stall it. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hui Fengzi was finally defeated. He was extremely fast and slippery. But during the 100 Days battle, both sides knew each other's abilities. There were no special moves, the Central Continent Gu Immortal's defensive formation was like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish in a net, even though he was struggling, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. "Spare my life, I surrender." At the moment of death, Hui Fengzi's expression was pale, he admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. Between life and death, there was a huge terror. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hui Fengzi admitted defeat, the Central Continent Gu Immortals could understand this. "Don't play tricks. Hand over the immortal Gu first." The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax, they surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi had no chance at all. He raised his head and sighed, he had to hand over the immortal Gu. Without the immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat was greatly reduced. Until he was completely controlled, his life and death could be decided with a single thought. The Central Continent Gu Immortals let out a sigh of relief. Energized, they started to deal with the immortal Gu House dark prison again. Hui Fengzi's surrender. The Central Continent Gu Immortals saw hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of immortal essence, the Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses, they were under great pressure. After capturing Hui Fengzi, they would obtain immortal Gu that could make up for their losses. If they could also control the immortal Gu House dark prison, they would make a huge profit, 15 minutes later, dark prison was broken through by the Central Continent Immortals. However, what was unexpected was, where is He Qing? Such decisiveness. He actually gave up on the immortal Gu House and escaped. While we captured Hui Fengzi, he actually escaped using Earth Escape. He really found a loophole. Humph, a coward who is at death's door, there is no need to fear him. At this point, Shadow Sect's side broke out of the encirclement, the dust had settled. Qin Baixing and Fairy Jiangyu were sacrificed, He Langzi died, Hui Fengzi surrendered, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped with the crucial immortal Gu, while He Qing, who had weak battle strength, abandoned the immortal Gu House dark prison and escaped with his life. A few months ago, when these people attacked Langya Blessed Land, they were in high spirits. 100 days later, some died, some were injured, some escaped, and some surrendered. Even someone as strong as Qin Baixing was sacrificed in Luopa Valley. It could be seen how cruel Gu cultivation was. Even at Gu immortal level, there was the danger of dying at any moment. More than 10 days later, a mysterious figure entered Earth Trench. This Earth Trench was controlled by the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Dark Flow Giant City was guarding it. However, this mysterious figure came and went with ease, and no one noticed him at all. After entering the Earth Trench, the mysterious shadow seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the Earth Trench. He quickly followed a certain path and went deeper. A few days later, a huge graveyard appeared in the eyes of the mysterious figure. "I'm finally here." The mysterious figure stopped, showing his true appearance. It was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie that broke out of Luopa Valley. It turned out that Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent attacked Luopa Valley, Jiangyu and Qin Baixing had thought of breaking out of the encirclement and coming here to activate the backup plan to resolve Luopa Valley's crisis. But this backup plan was extremely important, if they activated it rashly, they might ruin Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Baixing and the rest hesitated. By the time they made up their minds, the battle was already very intense, there were no more chances. If they forcefully used the plan, the hairy Mangu immortals would be sacrificed instead. Right now, Luopa Valley was already occupied by Central Continent. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie came here not to take revenge, but to activate Shadowsek's backup plan. Instead, he wanted to conceal himself and place the crucial immortal goo here for safekeeping. This immortal goo was related to Shadowsek's plan, it could not be lost. For this, Qin Baixing and Jiangyu sacrificed their lives. Just a little more time, just a little more time. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was filled with anger. He brought the immortal goo and entered the graveyard. This was an immortal zombie graveyard. And he was an immortal zombie himself, it was too easy to disguise as one of them. But just as the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie thought that this was over and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting. I can actually meet a 10 extreme immortal zombie here. The person looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie as he commented with interest. His rank 8 aura was faintly discernible. At this moment, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart was filled with despair. Who immortal blessed land, underground cave. The Blood G forest had already grown, unknowingly, it had expanded to around 50 square meters. At the center of the Blood G forest, the dark red light that was emitting from the G forest had already been pushed away by the dazzling light of wisdom. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His expression was calm, he was like a statue, but his mind was moving rapidly, countless thoughts were colliding with each other, it was like a meteor shower or a volcano eruption. A muffled snort. Fang Yuan's body shook, he slowly opened his eyes. The storm of thoughts in his mind stopped abruptly. He frowned, he did not speak. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed down from his nostrils. The blood of an immortal zombie was a pale green color, there was no warmth at all, it was extremely cold. Fang Yuan wiped the 2 traces of blood off his nose indifferently, he evaluated, it seems that my newly created goo formation still has many flaws. Ever since he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had countless inspirations. He had many new ideas on how to use Wisdom Goo. This goo formation was something he had created not long ago. Previously, his Wisdom Path attainment level was insufficient, he could only use the light of wisdom directly. But with this goo formation, he could accelerate the process of thoughts colliding in his mind. Even though it could not increase the efficiency of deductions, it saved a lot of time. Wisdom Goo was rank 9, Fang Yuan was just a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This goo formation. It could already be considered a rare and precious breakthrough. And this goo formation was no longer the original version, it had been modified several times. The previous few times, it showed all sorts of flaws, once, the goo formation even exploded in Fang Yuan's body. This time, it was used. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of the goo formation, he was lightly injured. The goo formation still needs to be modified, but that is not the main point. The problem now is the modification of Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Many days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness summoned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to request to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Both sides came to an agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness funded Fang Yuan. It was very generous and straightforward. The materials needed to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. She even took the initiative to find it for Fang Yuan and sent Budan to deliver it. These immortal materials were extremely rare. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but if Fang Yuan were to personally collect them, it would definitely take a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness had rank 8 cultivation level and her position in Zombie Alliance. He also had an extremely deep foundation to be able to help Fang Yuan gather a total of 3 sets of immortal materials in such a short period of time. Fang Yuan had everything prepared, he started to refine goo. However, he tried 3 times in a row, and all of them failed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for failure. After all, he did not have the help of the Refinement Path Convention's success down marks, he could only rely on his own strength and luck. Relying on strength was understandable. Why did he have to rely on luck? Take Star Thought Immortal Goo for example. during the refinement process, there was a step that required two sets of immortal materials. One was pale flame white bones, the other was green beetle water lotus. The former was a fire path immortal material while the latter was a water path immortal material. At this step, these two immortal materials needed to be processed at the same time. Water and fire fused, turning into a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. Pale flame white bones had fire path down marks, while green beetle water lotus had water path down marks. To successfully process and form a clear liquid, the amount of fire path down marks and water path down marks had to be the same. Even if they were not the same, the difference had to be extremely small. Only then could the water and fire offset each other. If one side had more than the other and exceeded the allowable limit, the liquid would be extremely turbid. This turbid liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for too long, it needed to be processed immediately. Fang Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo that could freeze the time of the liquid. This caused Fang Yuan to have to process the immortal materials and synthesize the liquid during the process of refining the immortal goo. And the difference between down marks was too small. Even if Fang Yuan used his methods and thought, he could not see through everything, he could only make a rough estimate. Fang Yuan was not a fire path or water path goo immortal, he had already reached the limits of his investigative abilities. Precisely so, the immortal goo recipe strictly stipulated the age of the green beetle water lotus, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, green beetle water lotuses of the same age would have different water path down marks depending on their growing environment. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, the down marks would fade. All of the goo refinement materials had been inspected by Fang Yuan, they met the requirements of the immortal goo recipe. But failure was unavoidable in practice. In order to refine a crystal clear liquid, one had to have a bit of luck involved. And in the entire process of immortal goo refinement, there were many examples of water and fire fusing. It was not difficult to do it well once and succeed twice. What was difficult was that these examples had to succeed every time. Thus, the success rate of immortal goo refinement was extremely low. Many goo immortals spent their entire fortune to refine immortal goo without success. Immortal goo were extremely beneficial to goo immortals. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, goo immortals had an intense need for immortal goo. But in the history of goo cultivation, failures in immortal goo refinement were everywhere, there were bloody lessons and pitiful outcomes. Currently, many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo. Goo immortals would rather capture wild immortal goo than take the risk of refining immortal goo themselves. Of course, there was another reason, the refinement path attainment of goo immortals was uneven. Many goo immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo themselves. Especially the higher the rank of the immortal goo, the less confidence the goo immortals had in refining it. Back then, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven had to ask Long-Hair Ancestor to refine immortal goo and immortal goo houses for them. Fang Yuan modified the immortal goo recipe by modifying these areas. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment level also rose to Grandmaster. This gave him the ability to modify Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. Including this deduction, he had already modified many areas of the original Immortal Goo recipe. There were at least 11 steps like the fusion of fire and water, they were all replaced with more stable and easier methods. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demonis is about to send the 4th batch of Goo refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demonis' help, Fang Yuan's financial predicament was completely dispelled. Blazing Heaven Demonis wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land, she had the attitude that she would not give up until Fang Yuan refined Star Thought Immortal Goo. However, she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to deceive Blazing Heaven Demonis and cheat her of the Goo refinement immortal materials, that would be impossible. Even though Blazing Heaven Demonis agreed to help Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement earlier, the immortal materials that she used were what Fang Yuan owed to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Whether Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal goo or failed, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demonis would have to collect interest. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, Blazing Heaven Demonis would take any immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon, Fang Yuan would not agree to such conditions, he would ask for more benefits. But facing the domineering blazing heaven demoness, Fang Yuan wanted to refine star-thought immortal goo as soon as possible. He could only accept it. Thus, blazing heaven demoness help was not so easy to obtain. Fang Yuan had failed 3 times, it was his loss, he already owed blazing heaven demoness a huge debt. Fang Yuan knew a thing or two about blazing heaven demoness scheme. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay the debt in the future, he would still have his wisdom path attainment. Blazing heaven demoness could use this to threaten Fang Yuan and make Fang Yuan work for her. After all, wisdom path goo immortals were rare. A wisdom path goo immortal with Fang Yuan's attainment would be an excellent subordinate. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining star-thought immortal goo, blazing heaven demoness would be even happier. Because she could use this to take down Yulu Blessed Land. All in all, blazing heaven demoness would not lose anything. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. With my current situation, I can refine 7 times at most. I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of goo refinement, I have already reached the limit. I can only put in more effort in the aspect of luck. Fang Yuan started to think. He had connect luck immortal goo, it could connect to people with strong luck and raise his own luck. But this had its drawbacks. Even though Fang Yuan had connect luck, he did not have break luck immortal goo to use it. He could only connect, not break. If the target of connect luck got unlucky, they would drag down Fang Yuan's side. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen some targets carefully. These people's luck was extremely strong, and it was continuous and unending, lasting for a long time. But such people were few and far between. In the entire 5 regions, there were only a few of them left in his previous life. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind, most of the remaining few have yet to be born. Among them, Li Xiaoyao on the Nameless Island has already been killed by Song Yisher, his ancestor cannot appear in this life. The closest target is Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very impressive. She was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. She represented the most outstanding person in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was the same as Mo Yao in history, or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it was a grand era with great momentum. There was an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions, the appearance of dream realms broke the old structure of forces, a brand new goo cultivation path, dream path was born, all of this indicated the birth of great dream immortal venerable. In this great era, heroes were born, valiant and ambitious people emerged, dragons and snakes rampaged. Fairy Black Moon could still represent Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Her innate talent was definitely first-rate in the 5 regions. Moreover, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent goo immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She obtained shocking results, her battle strength was outstanding and her methods were superb. Ever since Fairy Black Moon made her debut, she had been getting stronger and stronger. It was a blessing in disguise, her luck was very strong. It is a pity that Fairy Black Moon is wearing a mask and has a mysterious identity. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life, she was like the rising sun, her radiance was dazzling and dazzling, she did not leave any records. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple of Spirit Affinity House now, or maybe she is the descendant of a goo immortal. All in all, I have too little information, I can't even find anything. Since Fairy Black Moon could not be found, there were only the secondary targets left. These people were all influential people. However, they were all temporary strong luck lacked momentum and could not last forever. Some of them had huge ups and downs, and some even had great fortune followed by great calamity, they died. If I connect luck to them, my luck will be extremely strong for a short period of time, it will definitely help me refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. But I do not have bad luck, if they are unlucky, I will be unlucky as well. In exchange for immediate benefits, sacrificing the long term, is this worth it? Fang Yuan hesitated. If he had break luck immortal goo, he would not need to consider this problem. But whether he could obtain break luck, Fang Yuan had no confidence. And if he had no confidence in doing something, he would not do it unless necessary. Placing his hopes on luck, Fang Yuan would not do that. He could take risks and had a gambling nature, but the truth was that he was more careful and cautious. If not for that, he would not have gotten to where he was today. A few days later, Blazing Heaven Demoness sent over a sufficient amount of goo refinement immortal materials. But Fang Yuan did not have the mood to refine goo anymore. An explosive piece of news. It reached his ears. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch was infiltrated by old ancestor Shui Hu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly plundered many precious immortal goo and immortal materials. If old ancestor Shui Hu was not discovered, Zombie Alliance could only accept their defeat. But the worst part was, the intense battle exposed old ancestor Shui Hu's location. Zombie Alliance had to react. Zombie Alliance was a huge organization that spanned across the 5 regions. Someone infiltrated their own garden and plucked their fruits and flower buds. How could they tolerate that? If they did not punish such a scoundrel, Zombie Alliance's reputation would be tarnished. Their reputation would be severely damaged. If they were looked down upon by all the forces, how could they establish themselves in the goo immortal world? How could they compete with the other forces? For any organization, face represented a certain degree of benefits. Moreover, old ancestor Shui Hu was discovered in the immortal zombie graveyard. This touched the nerves of the immortal zombies and Zombie Alliance, making them extremely angry. An immortal zombie's body contained an abundance of Dao marks. It was indeed a top-tier goo refinement immortal material. But when an immortal zombie's immortal aperture died, they placed more importance on their body. This was the remaining pride of an immortal zombie. Thus, immortal zombies placed more importance on their bodies than ordinary goo immortals. The immortal zombie graveyard was an inviolable holy land in the Zombie Alliance. In the end, the holy land in his heart was destroyed by old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu has gone too far. This has severely violated Zombie Alliance's bottom line. It seemed that he was going all out to refine immortal goo fortune, not hesitating to become a thief and steal an immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan estimated. He thought back to his previous life. 500 years ago. But there was no such incident. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun was living well. Old ancestor Shui Hu could not obtain him. He naturally could not refine immortal goo fortune. It seems that in this life, because of my rebirth, my influence has increased, everything has changed. Old ancestor Shui Hu has suffered because of me. Old ancestor Shui Hu's suffering was an unexpectedly good thing for Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City was guarded by 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Weng. How could they be old ancestor Shui Hu's match? After the incident, they could only watch as old ancestor Shui Hu flew away. This matter could not be tolerated. The 3 immortal zombies could only request reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were furious. They decided to send 3 rank 8 immortal zombies and 10 rank 7 immortal zombies to punish old ancestor Shui Hu and maintain their prestige. Among these 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness was among them. They needed her. Why? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She should have been guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Now that this matter happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, naturally had to take responsibility. Something happened to the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She had to return and carry out her duties. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness left, the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land fell back to Shark Demon and Subai Man. The mysterious and unpredictable changes of fate were truly unexpected. They were caught unprepared. Originally, Shark Demon and Subai Man had no hope, but after old ancestor Shui Hu's matter, Zombie Alliance placed their focus on maintaining their prestige. Blazing Heaven Demoness returned to Northern Plains. The ones most suitable for attacking Yulu Blessed Land in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were Shark Demon and Subai Man. After Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took away the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Subai Man's days were not good. They were deserted by everyone. But now, the situation was reversed. After all, Yulu Blessed Land only had one last round left. Shark Demon and Subai Man's rise was imminent. Many goo immortals took the initiative to befriend them, trying to mend the previous cracks and so on. This made Shark Demon and Subai Man feel deeply moved. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon hated Fang Yuan for joining Blazing Heaven Demoness so decisively. This time, he did not even invite Tai Baiyunxing. Fang Yuan did not care. Attacking Yulu blessed land would not give him the main benefits. It was not as important as refining Star thought immortal goo. And refining Star thought immortal goo was just icing on the cake. It was not as important as sneaking into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, long ago, Feng Yuan had been thinking about the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie-grade expert. It was a great help to Feng Yuan in getting rid of his immortal zombie body and regaining life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance. Their overall strength rose rapidly, even surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Feng Yuan disguised as immortal zombie Sha Huang and tried to sneak into Earth Trench to obtain the inheritance. Regretfully, he failed. Feng Zhouge's group foiled his plans. Without a choice, Feng Yuan could only give up for now. After going through many trials and tribulations, he participated in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and attacked Yulu Blessed Land. He obtained 2 or 3 immortal zombie revival methods. Instead, he did not achieve his initial goal. And now, it was the best time to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Feng Yuan did not even have the intention to go with her, but Blazing Heaven Demoness asked Feng Yuan to return to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' words were still domineering, giving a reason. It was also very tempting. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness headquarters. There were many immortal materials stored inside. Feng Yuan could refine Star thought immortal goo many times. Or maybe she was worried about letting Feng Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regional walls were hard to break through. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it was to cross regions. 100 years ago, when Blazing Heaven Demoness went to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains, most of her assets were expended. She was also heavily injured. After recuperating for 8 years, she finally recovered. And this time, against a strong enemy like old ancestor Shuehu, who knew how long Blazing Heaven Demoness would take. Keeping Feng Yuan by her side would make her feel more assured. At the same time, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia might even be able to help Blazing Heaven Demoness in the process of dealing with old ancestor Shuehu. Because of all these reasons, Feng Yuan racked his brains and waited for this opportunity. It suddenly arrived. Fortunately, old ancestor Shuehu was discovered. Feng Yuan even felt some gratitude towards old ancestor Shuehu. Several days later. Northern Plains, the deepest part of Luopa Valley. The atmosphere was heavy. 5 Central Continent Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they looked at an inconspicuous place in front of them. The battle to break out of the encirclement had ended. Only 2 people from Shadow Sect managed to break out. And they secretly came to Northern Plains. The Central Continent Gu immortals who were in high spirits had also suffered heavy casualties. Only 5 were left now. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance was hidden deep inside Luopa Valley. Buffet Yen sighed. These last days, they had controlled Luopa Valley, staying vigilant while trying to save Feng Zhouge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei. In the end, they confirmed that it was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, but they could not find a way to enter. It is a pity that our sect does not know anything about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It will be extremely difficult to enter. It is not something that can be solved in 2 to 3 years. Hong Qiming said solemnly. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 immortals. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle was dead, Hong Qiming had the most say in this matter. Not to mention 2 to 3 years, the 5 Central Continent immortals could not even wait for 2 to 3 months. In fact, staying in Luopa Valley for these last few days was extremely dangerous. After all, 2 Gu immortals had successfully broken out. If they attracted other people and returned, they would not be able to survive. Actually, even if we know the way to enter, we might not be able to save the 3 of them. After all, this was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Lord Feng Zhouge is so powerful, but he is trapped inside without any commotion. This shows how dangerous it is. If we go in, it will be even more dangerous. Qin Baixing schemed to trap Feng Zhouge here. If we rashly go and save them, I'm afraid. The Central Continent Gu immortals discussed. Their tone became deeper. Their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects originated from Celestial Court, they were not harmonious with each other. they competed with each other constantly. If a person like Xianxia, who appeared once in 1,000 years, died here, the other 9 sects would let out a sigh of relief. And Ao Shui and Ling Mei had immortal Gu. If they died, Heaven's Envy Matter would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was not a small loss for Heaven's Envy Matter, which had deep foundations. The enemy was gone. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless years of conflict erupted on the 5 Central Continent immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Even though we took down Luopa Valley, Old Oracle is dead, Xianxia is also trapped. This mission can only come to an end. That's right, after this battle, we have expended a lot of our strength, we need to recuperate. In my opinion, the most important thing is to return everything that happened here and the results of our investigation to the sect. That makes sense. Don't forget, we still have the captive Hui Fengzi and the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These spoils of war are all priceless, we need to handle them properly. After conversing like this, the remaining Central Continent 5 immortals laughed silently. Why did they save Xianxia and the rest? Was he trying to suppress him after rescuing him? Save them to split the spoils of war, but as Righteous Path members, they had to keep up appearances, otherwise, they would be exposed. After passing through the regional wall, Eastern Sea's group finally stepped into Northern Plains. I'm finally back. Fang Yuan sighed. He was using Xianxia as a disguise. As he stepped on the grassland, his emotional tone was not entirely an act. In front of him, the blazing heaven demoness eyes flickered as she murmured, "Yes, he's back." She was even more emotional than Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. As for blazing heaven demoness, she was a Northern Plainsman. After 100 years, she had finally returned home. The terrain of the 5 regions was very different. The East Sea had countless strange seas, while the North Sea was flat, with various grasslands, wastelands, and hills. The grassland beneath the sky-scorching demoness feet was a barren wasteland, with only a few green spots on the yellowish-brown soil. However, the blazing heaven demoness felt a sense of closeness in her heart. Other than Fang Yuan and blazing heaven demoness, the other Gu immortals were frowning slightly. They were all Eastern Sea Gu immortals, they were curious and unfamiliar with Northern Plains. Coming from his hometown to a foreign land, his heart was filled with a feeling of being ostracized, and he seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding environment. The ones with the strongest aura were 2 immortal zombies, they had rank 8 cultivation level. These Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies, there were few living people. Including blazing heaven demoness and Fang Yuan, there were 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. The lineup was strong, and they had the advantage in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions thoroughly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He did not hesitate to mobilize such a powerful force to rush to Northern Plains to regain his face. But now, the Gu immortals were all injured. Rank 6 Gu immortals had light injuries, rank 7 Gu immortals had even heavier injuries. They were in a pathetic state, while the 3 rank 8s were even weaker. Their bodies were in tatters, some had broken arms, some had broken legs. His body swayed in the breeze, as if he was on the verge of collapse. At the edge of the 5 regions, they all had boundary walls. Surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall. Surrounding the East Sea was the Blue Water Boundary Wall. It was precisely because of the existence of the boundary wall that the 5 regions were isolated from each other. Moreover, the higher the level of the world barrier, the stronger the obstruction. It was 10,000 times more difficult for a rank 8 Gu immortal to pass regional walls than a rank 6 Gu immortal. Eastern Sea immortal zombies wanted to enter Northern Plains from Eastern Sea. They had to pass through 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured. For rank 7 immortal zombies lost their lives in the regional wall. In contrast, rank 6 Gu immortals felt less pressure. Among everyone, Fang Yuan was the most relaxed. Because his cultivation level was the lowest, at the bottom of rank 6, and he was also a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's regional wall repelled him and pushed him outwards, while Northern Plains' regional wall welcomed him and pulled him inwards. Similarly, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like wanderers returning home, Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were welcomed by Northern Plains. If not for the huge goo formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, I'm afraid one of the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies would have been sacrificed, and half of the remaining rank 7 immortal zombies would have died. Fang Yuan observed without batting an eyelid. At the same time, he was secretly praising the deep foundation of East Sea Zombie Alliance. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance's headquarters had made a move. Activating the goo formation actually caused an earth tide. Every once in a while, an earth tide would occur in Eastern Sea. Boundless earth force would surge from deep within the trenches, it would stir up the seawater and form an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful, it was easy for it to create a tsunami that was thousands of feet tall. The earth tide charged at the regional wall, causing it to weaken. Every year, during the earth tide, many goo immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. By the time Fang Yuan and the rest set off, the earth tide had already passed. To think that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a method to create an artificial earth tide. In a short period of time, an area of Eastern Sea's regional wall was weakened. If not for this help, Fang Yuan and the rest would have suffered even greater losses. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other goo immortals focused their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she had the strongest battle strength, thus, she was the leader of this operation. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate, she smiled. According to reliable information, old ancestor Shui who has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush back, we should rest and recover our battle strength first, that is the best choice. The immortal zombies nodded, they had no doubts. They had just passed through the regional wall, their strength had fallen to rock bottom, they needed to rest and recuperate. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even return to Dark Flow Giant City, she chose a hidden location. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals concealed themselves and recuperated. This was the same as when the Central Continent Goo immortals first infiltrated. There was no other way, after all, the expenditure of passing through regions was too huge. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. The 3 main peaks and countless subsidiary peaks stood tall in the heavy snow, like frost giants standing in silence. Among them, the first main peak was tall and majestic, it was old ancestor Shui whose residence. At this time, in a certain room on the first main peak, a huge goo formation was shining with dazzling golden light. Outside the goo formation, an old man was standing. It was old ancestor Shui Hu. But the one controlling the goo formation was not him, but a female immortal. This female immortal was in her 20s, she was beautiful and had a graceful aura, she was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. Lady Wan Shou was old ancestor Shui Hu's wife, she looked younger than him, but she was actually much older than him. Lady Wan Shou had once seized a fortuitous encounter and obtained Goo Immortal Wan Zhou's inheritance. Not only did she obtain several lifespan Goo, she even obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods had their own disadvantages compared to lifespan Goo. But lifespan Goo were rare and hard to find. Lady Wan Shou's lifespan extension methods were still very popular among other Goo immortals. When Lady Wan Shou was still cultivating, many Goo immortals came to her, they paid a huge price to ask her to extend their lifespan. As time passed, Lady Wan Shou helped more and more Goo immortals, her lifespan extended by more than 1,000 years. Not only did she obtain countless cultivation resources, her strength rose rapidly, she even built up a network and became very popular. There were even flatterers who offered Wan Shou to her. Many Goo immortals had requests from her, they did not dare to offend her, they cheered her on and her name spread far and wide. Lady Wan Shou was not only skilled in lifespan extension, she was also a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, she was one of the 4 refinement path experts in Northern Plains Goo immortal world. Quasi-Great Grandmaster was only a step away from Great Grandmaster. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wan Shou. Old ancestor Shui who was skilled in ice and snow path, he was also ashamed of his inferiority. Thus, whenever old ancestor Shui who wanted to refine Goo, he would ask Lady Wan Shou to do it. But at this time, Lady Wan Shou was activating the refinement path Goo formation, she was not refining Goo, but refining an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Shuehu from the depths of Earth Trench, the deepest part of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie graveyard. It was only the size of a palm, its whole body was shining with purple gold light, its texture was like a rock. The refinement path goo formation shone brightly, its aura was rumbling. After a long while, the goo formation slowly stopped, the light it emitted also gradually extinguished. The mysterious purple gold rock that had been refined until it was bright red soon cooled down, its fire dissipated and it returned to its original dark and gloomy appearance. Old ancestor Shuehu looked at Lady Wanshou with an expectant gaze. This was a silent question. Lady Wanshou frowned slightly, shaking her head. Even you cannot tell the origin of this mysterious purple gold rock? Old ancestor Shuehu was somewhat surprised. This immortal material is indeed extraordinary. My goo formation has been activated completely, but I still cannot refine it. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. I need to research it properly. Saying so, Lady Wanshou's tone changed. Husband, you were careless this time. It would have been fine if you had not been discovered stealing immortal zombies. But this time, you have crossed Zombie Alliance's bottom line. They will definitely take revenge. You need to be careful. Old ancestor Shuehu nodded, saying solemnly, I was too careless this time. My original plan was going smoothly. I had almost cleared out the immortal zombie graveyard, but suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is the best immortal material to refine fortune goo. I was excited and tried to capture it. But to think that the other party had already set up a goo formation in the graveyard, due to my carelessness, I could not conceal the sounds of battle and alerted Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Sigh. Old ancestor Shuehu heaved a long sigh. Now that I think about it, it might have been the interference of Fortune Immortal Goo. Lady Wanshou said solemnly, Fortune Immortal Goo is rank 8, it is normal for even you to be affected by it. This is Giant Sun Immortal's core immortal goo. Recently, I have been failing frequently in goo refinement, it is likely due to Fortune Immortal Goo. But husband, you have obtained so many immortal zombie bodies this time, it has greatly increased the speed of gathering immortal materials. As long as we can refine Fortune Immortal Goo quickly, all of this will be worth it. Ever since old ancestor Shuehu bought Ma Hongyun, he wanted to use the latter as the main material to refine rank 8 Fortune Immortal Goo. This was naturally disadvantageous to Ma Hongyun, thus, old ancestor Shuehu, Lady Wanshou, and the rest faced the backlash of Fortune Immortal Goo. Not just the two of them, many of the goo immortals in Snowy Mountain blessed land who received old ancestor Shuehu's mission to gather immortal materials had bad luck. Accidents happened frequently. Actually, before this, old ancestor Shuehu had already suffered a backlash from luck path. That time, Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked. Old ancestor Shuehu fought against 2 rank 8 goo immortals, forcing them to retreat. Luck path was not invincible. Old ancestor Shuehu relied on his immense strength to resist the backlash of luck path. This time, when he stole the immortal zombie body, he was very confident, but because of the backlash of luck path, he was careless and caused a huge commotion. The harder it is to refine Fortune Immortal Goo, the more powerful this immortal goo is, it makes me even more determined to refine it. Don't worry, I have already tightened my surveillance in Dark Flow Giant City. If there is any commotion, I will know. We will deal with it when it comes. I want to see if Zombie Alliance has any great plans. Redx, the huge Dark Flow Giant City lay on the desolate land. Darkness shrouded it. The giant city was like a sleeping beast, silent and silent. Ever since old ancestor Shuehu wreaked havoc in the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yicha and the other 2 leaders sealed Dark Flow Giant City, acting like they were waiting for reinforcements. Dark Flow Giant City was heavily guarded. No matter how hard the other forces tried to investigate, they could only obtain some information from the periphery. Night fell. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the Eastern Sea immortal zombies back to Dark Flow Giant City secretly. Subordinates in Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yicha, Huang Quanwang, greet leader, greet the 2 lords, greet our comrades. The 3 leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance bowed, unable to conceal their excitement and unease. Get up. The other party is old ancestor Shuehu, it is not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke first. In Lu Gong and the rest let out sighs of relief. A huge burden was lifted from their hearts. These last days had been very difficult for them. On one hand, they were waiting for reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, on the other hand, they were worried that the headquarters would punish them for their negligence. Old Ancestor Shui who is too arrogant, we must make him pay the price, our Zombie Alliance is not easy to bully. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in awe, agreeing with him. This rank 8 immortal zombie was called Corpse Detonation King. He was most proficient in using the smallest price to detonate his immortal zombie body, causing a terrifying explosion. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed through the regional wall, he attacked wantonly, killing all those who opposed him. Of the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were killed by him. Their corpses were all blasted to smithereens, forming a huge explosion that destroyed the regional wall, opening a path for Corpse Detonation King. Leader, when will we counterattack? When we counterattack, please let this old man be the vanguard. Yin Lugong and Huang Quanweng saw the large-scale reinforcements from Eastern Sea. Their morale surged as they asked for permission. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious, she spoke slowly, this matter is important, let's investigate the scene first. Seeing is believing, let's collect the evidence. Right, through these traces, we might be able to deduce some of old Ancestor Shuihu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wandao, nodded in agreement. Although they had the advantage in numbers. But they were immortal zombies after all, they had many disadvantages compared to living Gu immortals. More importantly, the other party wasn't an ordinary person that could be easily bullied. His opponent this time was a terrifying person who fought 1 against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. He was the publicly recognized number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies did not stop. He secretly went to the Earth Trench to survey the battlefield. The battlefield was well protected by Yin Lugong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was in a mess, large amounts of frost covered the surface, some of the holes were still burning with flames. Everyone displayed their abilities and began to scout. Fang Yuan was also among them, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but his mind drifted into the distance. The treasure that he was searching for was not hidden in the immortal zombie graveyard, but deeper in the Earth Trench. How can I do it without anyone noticing? How to open this treasure? I have a feeling that this inheritance will be of great help to me. I will be able to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. I will have to rely on it. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, he had no choice now, he could only follow everyone and leave Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After surveying the battlefield, the immortal zombies had ugly expressions. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wandao. They had solemn expressions. Even if they did not personally fight, just by looking at the traces, they could deduce old Ancestor Shuihu's overwhelming might. But what made everyone feel strange was the person who fought old Ancestor Shuihu. Who is this person? He is rank 7 cultivation level, but his battle strength is outstanding, he even set up a Gu formation in the graveyard. He seems to be an immortal zombie, but why is there no record of him in my list? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned, asking Yin Lugong and the others. Yin Lugong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanweng smiled bitterly, apologizing in unison. We did not do our job well, we were kept in the dark, we did not know such a capable person was hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted, her expression was cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not simple. Old Ancestor Shuihu appearing here is understandable. After all, he wants to refine Fortune Immortal Gu, but lacks immortal materials. But why would this mysterious immortal zombie appear in the graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Looking at this situation, he has been living here in seclusion for a long time. No need to investigate. At this time, rank 8 Gu Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected, this person is a member of our Zombie Alliance. The reason why we came here this time and made such a big fuss is to rescue him. At the side, Pu Wandao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, please forgive us. This person has an extraordinary background, he is a 10 extreme immortal zombie, he has outstanding battle strength. Because he is carrying out a secret mission from our Zombie Alliance headquarters, to be safe, he has been kept a secret. Zombie Alliance headquarters has given the highest order, We need to work together to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So it is like this? The immortal zombies showed astonished expressions. Yi Lugong and the other two leaders' expressions sank after the astonishment. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the Eastern Sea people, asking, I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is carrying out. Why did he have to be in the most important immortal zombie graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? In the end, Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, this is not something you can know. Alright. Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up, easing the situation. Our current enemy is old ancestor Shui Hu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, let's save him as well. Yi Lugong and the rest quickly agreed. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark about this secret. She was a Northern Plains Gu immortal after all. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for many years, there was still a gap between her and the true core of Zombie Alliance headquarters. At the same time, Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Zombie Alliance mobilized such a huge force not only to teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson, but also to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan watched the show as he laughed internally. Hee hee, if this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a spy sent by Zombie Alliance headquarters to monitor the Northern Plains branch, that would be fun. Earlier, what Yin Lugong wanted to ask was this, right? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, as expected of the pillar of Zombie Alliance. If the others had the same resolve as you, why would Zombie Alliance not be able to prosper and even dominate the 5 regions? Ha ha ha. Corpse Detonation King Wanda laughed. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark, only now did she know the true content of the mission. But she was shrewd, she did not show any dissatisfaction, instead saying, next, let us discuss how to teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King immediately said, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie has abundant and profound fire and lightning path down marks. They are most suitable for Gu refinement. There is no time to lose, it is best to directly attack them. Attacking them is just a reckless move. Blazing Heaven Demoness retorted directly, not giving any face to Corpse Detonation King. Corpse Detonation King stared and was about to say something, but Pu Wandao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness, that's right. Since they captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they have hostages. If we attack them and suppress old ancestor Shui Hu, they will use the hostages to threaten us. We will have to hold back. No matter how big our advantage is, we will lose everything. Then we will sneak into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King added. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly, there are countless spies outside Dark Flow Giant City, there are definitely Snowy Mountain Blessed Land spies among them. Just this point is enough to prove old ancestor Shui Hu's vigilance. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's defenses are definitely tight. Sneaking in is not realistic, it is like walking into a trap. Of course. Corpse Detonation King, you are extraordinary, you are more skilled, since you are interested, why don't you go? I believe with your strength, it will be easy. You. Corpse Detonation King was speechless, he showed a look of anger and embarrassment. Then what do you think we should do? Pu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder, his gaze was like lightning as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly, old ancestor Shui Hu is strong, even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has tight defenses, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, oh? What weakness? Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around, saying, Fortune Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was not interested in how to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. While the immortal zombies were excitedly discussing their schemes, he was thinking about how to take away the treasures deep in Earth Trench. After a verbal exchange, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained the authority to command. The immortal zombies decided on a plan overnight, each going to their own tasks. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go out, the only task she gave to Fang Yuan was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. She even gave Fang Yuan a token, it could represent her will to the greatest extent. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter and exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as all the resource points controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the important warehouses. The precious immortal materials inside were all for Fang Yuan to use. As long as they were useful for refining immortal goo, he just needed to register them. The environment was relaxed and the conditions were good. Fang Yuan could not help but feel surprised. Is Blazing Heaven Demoness still thinking of attacking Yulu Blessed Land? That is unlikely. Not to mention old ancestor Shuehu's matter, who knows when it will be resolved. Shark Demon and Subai Man will definitely make use of their time to invite Wisdom Path Goo Immortals to attack Yulu Blessed Land. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Goo, along with my Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to scheme against old ancestor Shuehu, so she values my ability in this aspect? Boom, there was a loud sound, but the explosion was not huge. The starlight in the sky was like fluttering butterflies, fluttering in the secret room. Under such a beautiful scenery, Fang Yuan's expression was very unsightly. I failed again. This time, I did not even complete a third of the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan sighed as he waved his sleeves, the clouds and rain dispersed, the starlight vanished without a trace, the huge secret room returned to its previous tranquility. This was the secret room of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Here, Fang Yuan obtained sufficient immortal materials. He tried to refine goo again, but tasted the bitterness of failure again. Even though I use the immortal killer move Time Assist Luck every time I refine goo, the effect is not huge. There is no suitable target for Connect Luck. Forget it, I have done enough on the surface. I should try to enter Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fang Yuan wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but there were many things that could not be done quickly. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Goo and wanted to enter Earth Trench in a hurry, it would be too obvious. Others would see through it, so he could not do it. Even though Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the problem now was that he was not free. He was heavily guarded by 2 immortal zombies. Fang Yuan understood that this was also a form of surveillance. After all, Fang Yuan had failed many times in immortal goo refinement. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. If they did not monitor him, what if Fang Yuan escaped, even though this agreement was made? Blazing Heaven Demoness had already used information path methods and immortal killer moves to restrict both sides. But at Blazing Heaven Demoness level, the older one was, the more cowardly they were. The more knowledge they had, the more careful they were. Who knew if Fang Yuan had a method to break it? Fang Yuan really did. The 500 years of memories allowed him to know many methods to break immortal information path restrictions. But he did not have the corresponding immortal goo. He could not break this agreement. He sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, that was why he cooperated with Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, he wanted to steal the treasure even more. During these days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. To make the Blazing Heaven Demoness feel at ease, he was also secretly gathering information. Actively prepare yourself for action. Compared to before, Dark Flow Giant City had opened its gates and resumed communication with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale was rising, they were full of energy. So, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the group to deal with old ancestor Shuehu. She used a rather smart strategy. She did not directly attack, but instead grasped old ancestor Shuehu's greatest weakness and restrained him. What was old ancestor Shuehu's greatest weakness? Almost all the Northern Plains Goo Immortals knew about it. Fortune Immortal Goo. Old ancestor Shuehu wanted to refine Fortune Immortal Goo wholeheartedly, but he lacked immortal materials. Even though he had the main material, Ma Hong Yun, it was related to a rank 8 immortal goo. He also had to prepare more materials to increase the possibility of success. Hence, his demand for immortal materials was extremely huge. The demonic path Goo Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They were tormented by old ancestor Shuehu to the point of being miserable. Even old ancestor Shuehu had to lower his status and personally sneak into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench to do that thing. This showed old ancestor Shuehu's extreme desire for immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demoness saw this point and actively made arrangements, using ambushes, plots, destruction, and other methods. She especially opposed the demonic path Goo Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. These demonic path Goo Immortals had a hard time gathering immortal materials. And because of the backlash from Luck Path, the immortal zombies relied on luck to move. thus the success rate of every operation was very high. The more such operations succeeded, the more Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale fell, while the morale of Zombie Alliance's side gradually rose, sweeping away the dejection from before. Fang Yuan had an ashen expression as he opened the secret room's door. There were 2 rank 6 immortal zombies at the door. Seeing Fang Yuan, one of the immortal zombies, Dr. Xianxia, immediately greeted, "Sir, you have come out of closed cultivation. I wonder if the goo refinement this time." Fang Yuan gave a muffled snort, waving his hand in annoyance, "Don't bother me." Saying so, he directly left. "Humph, who do you think you are, you dare to be so arrogant in our territory?" The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei, looked at Fang Yuan's back, his eyes shining with a sharp light. He was extremely dissatisfied. But that Yin-Yang doctor did not seem to care even though he was rebuffed. He grinned and chased after Fang Yuan, following closely behind him like a dog skin plaster. Fang Yuan moved forward, turning left and right. He arrived at a large hall. This was the largest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City. It was personally guarded by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fang Yuan, Dr. Xianxia, and Landlord Lei arrive, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse nodded towards them familiarly. Knowing that Fang Yuan had come to collect immortal materials again, he smiled and handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received the goo worm and held it in his hand, pretending to look at the list of immortal materials inside, while scheming in his mind. Blazing Heaven Demonis, Corpse Detonation King, and Pu Wan Dao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 3 days ago to attack the demonic path goo immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They have not returned yet. This is an opportunity, I might as well use it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse said enthusiastically, "Sir Xianxia, whatever immortal materials you want, you can take them. Leader has already instructed us, you only need to register them. You don't need to feel any psychological burden." But the moment he said so, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his head, staring fiercely at the immortal zombie. "What burden do I have? Why would I have any psychological burden? I am fine." Fang Yuan was unkempt, his hair was disheveled, he had an extremely irritated expression. Seeing him like this, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse immediately knew that Fang Yuan's goo refinement had definitely failed. This immortal zombie was dazed, thinking, "I really deserve it, why am I being so talkative? Whether he succeeds or fails, what does it have to do with me?" He immediately calmed the matter down, remaining silent. But Fang Yuan was not willing to let the matter rest. He crushed the information path goo worm in his hand. His hands were behind his back, his head lowered as he paced. At the same time, he mumbled, "Damn it. Why is it still not working? Why do I keep failing? I have already failed 4 times, why is it like this, why?" Dr. Xianxia and Landlord Lei glanced at each other, tactfully not going to provoke Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, was getting more and more anxious. He clenched his fists and cursed fiercely. His words were extremely vulgar, and he occasionally mumbled. He did not know what he was talking about. Dr. Xianxia tried his best to decipher it, but could only hear some fragmented content. "Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high, damn it, this damned immortal goo. Why can't I succeed?" Fang Yuan showed an expression of endless hesitation, as if he had fallen into an important and difficult decision. Right now, his eyes were bloodshot, he looked like a gambler who had already lost most of his assets, but decided to stake it all on one throw, trying to make a comeback. "Damn it, I will go all out. I can definitely succeed this time, I can definitely do it. Right, I can definitely succeed." The 3 immortal zombies looked on coldly. Seeing Fang Yuan's restless expression, the disdain and disgust in their hearts dissipated a little. Instead, they felt a trace of pity. Many goo immortals were in such a situation. In order to refine an immortal goo, they paid a huge price, but still gained nothing, and even went bankrupt. It was like stepping on a path of no return, seeing the resources they had accumulated for decades, or even centuries, go to waste. Inevitably, their eyes turned red from the loss, and they wholeheartedly pursued success. In the end, there was no turning back, and they walked further and further down the path of failure. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, his gaze like lightning staring at Dr. Xianxia and Landlord Lei. I have decided, you two pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's words shocked the three immortal zombies present. Enter Earth Trench? Dr. Xianxia's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place, fierce beasts roamed freely inside, the terrain was treacherous, and countless lives were buried there. Blazing Heaven Demoness had told them to look after Fang Yuan, it was naturally to protect him. Hearing Fang Yuan say he wanted to enter Earth Trench, how could Dr. Xianxia agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying stiffly, "What immortal materials do you need? We will gather them, sir, you don't need to take the risk." "What do you know?" Fang Yuan raised his voice and glanced at them, showing an arrogant expression. "We have received orders from our leader to protect Sir's safety. If Sir enters Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to our leader? Please don't make things difficult for us." Dr. Xianxia smiled bitterly, his expression sincere. Fang Yuan did not care about his sincerity, he waved his arms and shouted, "Your difficulties have nothing to do with me. I only care about refining goo, I only know I need Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus." "Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus?" "Sir, don't be impatient, let me check," Dr. Xianxia immediately said. He also had information path goo worms in his possession, which covered most of Zombie Alliance's immortal materials. Very quickly, a hint of joy flashed across Dr. Xianxia's face. He retracted his mind and said to Fang Yuan, "Earth Shell Snail's mucus is the body fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently, we have 3 tails of it in warehouse number 6, is it enough? If not, we will immediately issue a mission and gather immortal zombies to collect it." Fang Yuan shouted angrily, pointing at Dr. Xianxia's nose and scolding, "Are you deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you understand what I said earlier? Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus, Star Night Mucus. It is not ordinary mucus, do you understand?" He then shouted anxiously, "Earth Shell Snail's mucus needs to be collected and sealed within 10 breaths of time, otherwise, the mucus will dry up and lose its effectiveness. Star Night Mucus will be processed on the spot. I have to use my unique method to process ordinary mucus. The processing process will take 7 breaths of time. Even if it is processed into Star Night Mucus, there is a complicated sealing method that needs to be completed within 3 breaths of time. That is why I have to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can, I will read my name backwards." Earth Shell Snails lived in the deepest parts of Earth Trench, they were only suitable to live there. According to Fang Yuan, to collect the Star Night Mucus, one had to go deep into Earth Trench and find the Earth Shell Snail, then immediately work behind it and process the mucus left behind by the Earth Shell Snail after it crawls. After processing, one had to collect the Star Night Mucus in a short time. The difficulty of this was very high, and the danger was also very high. Earth Shell Snails had a docile nature, it was not hard to get close to them, one could even stand on their back and make light attacks, this desolate beast would not get angry. The danger was that the Earth Shell Snails were not the only creatures in Earth Trench. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, all kinds of fierce beasts, strange plants, and wild goo worms were everywhere. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep, the place where the Earth Shell Snails lived was at least 10,000 li away from the surface. Beside the Earth Shell Snails lived many strong fierce beasts, groups of desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the main threat. I will definitely go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, I will leave this to you. If you die, I have to live, do you understand? Fang Yuan used a matter-of-fact tone as he ordered. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Xianxia gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan brought out Blazing Heaven Demoness, these 2 immortal zombies could do nothing. The two discussed for a while. Dr. Xianxia said to Fang Yuan with a gloomy expression, "This is a serious matter. We need to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first, we cannot decide." In the end, they could not get around Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, he waved his sleeves, shouting, "Then go quickly." He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. In fact, Star Night Mucus was indeed a matter. This was one of the results of Fang Yuan's recent modifications to Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. The Starry Night mucus was developed by Fang Yuan himself. It had a wide range of uses and great potential. Not only could it be used to refine star thought immortal goo, it could also be used to refine other star path immortal goo. It was a rank 6 immortal material that was easier to obtain but had great effects. If I have an environment suitable for the survival of Earth snails, he could make an issue out of this and continuously refine more Starry Night mucus. If this immortal material were to be sold in jewel yellow skies, it would definitely be sold for a good price. In the short term, the benefits are comparable to the guts goo, Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. But after a long period of time, the Starry Night sticky saliva's processing method would definitely be seen through and even imitated. After all, these processed immortal materials could not compare to guts goo. In the hands of refinement path or wisdom path goo immortals, it could be easily broken. A monopoly business would not last long. Dr. Xianxia stayed behind to accompany Fang Yuan. As for Tower Master Lei Yu, that unlucky fellow, with a heavy and uneasy mood, he went to a certain goo formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using the information path goo formation. Using the information path goo formation, he sent a message to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demonis would obstruct him. In fact, Fang Yuan was quite confident. He believed that Blazing Heaven Demonis would agree. After all, refining star thought immortal goo would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan still owed Blazing Heaven Demonis a debt. If Blazing Heaven Demonis did not want Fang Yuan to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting Fang Yuan. After all, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main focus was on how to attack the demonic path goo immortals that were leaving Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to obstruct them from collecting goo refinement immortal materials and teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson. If Blazing Heaven Demonis does this, it will be more in line with my intentions. After all, I will go deep into Earth Trench and have more guards, it will be safer. When I get close to the inheritance, I will shake them off. If there are not many guards, it will be easier to shake them off. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, Blazing Heaven Demonis agreed to Fang Yuan's idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to protect Fang Yuan. Among them, there were 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. It was a strong lineup that slightly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. It showed Blazing Heaven Demonis' sincerity. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. After waiting for another 2 days, the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal goo to deal with this mission. As local tyrants, no one was more familiar with this earth trench than them. After making sufficient preparations, the group of people finally set off. What was worth mentioning was that earth trenches were not limited to Northern Plains. In fact, all 5 regions had earth trenches. Earth trenches were formed on the ground. Some earth trenches stretched for millions of li, some were millions of feet deep, bottomless. It was one of the most majestic natural wonders in the Goo Master world. Zombie Alliance's earth trench had always been guarded by Zombie Alliance. When Blazing Heaven Demonis was not in Northern Plains, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Weng, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least one to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth trenches were rich in resources and had many desolate beasts. Back then, Dark Flow Giant City was built here to occupy this rich resource point of Earth Trench. Everyone knew that Northern Plains cultivation resources were lacking compared to the other 4 regions. But earth trenches were deep underground, they had vast space and abundant resources. The only flaw was that the desolate beasts and desolate plants inside were very fierce and powerful. There were countless of them. Normally, only super forces could control resource points like earth trenches. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch was like this. Central Continent's Demon Expelling Sect was also like this. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force with 3 goo immortals guarding it. The earth trench they controlled was called Nzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. At night, Fang Yuan and the rest passed through the entrance and went deep into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He naturally did not move stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He could be said to be walking openly and openly. The giant trench was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast. It silently opened in the thick darkness. Fang Yuan and the rest entered it. The trench gradually expanded by tens of times, to 100 times. After flying for several minutes, the interior of Earth Trench was already so vast that it could contain 70 to 80 dark flow giant cities. In the deep darkness, there were only flickering lights. Most of the cliffs on both sides were bare and steep. There were only a few needle-like plants on the surface, like sesame seeds. How deep was this Earth Trench? No one knew. Even the immortal zombies who had controlled this place for so many years had never found the true bottom of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was rich in resources. But the number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts was unheard of. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch did not have the strength to advance. They could only try their best to control the area that was 150,000 feet from the surface. In today's world, although the human race has stood tall for a long time, fully deserving of being the overlord of the races, but they could not enter any corner of nature. Compared to the grandeur of nature, the human race seemed insignificant. The mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even the powerful immortal venerables and demon venerables could only understand one or two of the laws of heaven and earth to the extreme. Humans were still an unreachable distance away from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. The group gradually went deeper. The Earth Trench was huge, it made Fang Yuan and the rest look tiny. At this point, they were already 150,000 feet from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench. It was endless darkness. It silently devoured everything. Everyone was silent. Fang Yuan observed the surroundings silently, using the corner of his eyes to observe the immortal zombies. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7s. 3 rank 6s. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yicha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, including Dr. Xianxia and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie. His name was Linden Yao. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan had already obtained some information about them. He did not know nothing about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, Dragon Commander Yicha was the first. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the one with the strongest battle strength in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he could use his immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Xianxia octopuses, part of the reason for Dragon Commander Yicha's fame. Immortal zombies' immortal apertures were already dead, but Dragon Commander Yicha still had a way to raise large numbers of Xianxia octopuses. This was quite puzzling. Countless immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie, Granny Yuan, specialized in defense. Dr. Xianxia, from his title, he was a healing goo immortal. He naturally could not compare to Tai Baiyunsheng, but he was very skilled in healing immortal zombies. Landlord Lei Yu specialized in offense, he had vast attacks and a grand aura. The final immortal zombie, Linden Yao, controlled flying beasts, he was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demonis had spent a lot of effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could protect Fang Yuan, while Dr. Xianxia could heal Fang Yuan's injuries at the crucial moment and save Fang Yuan's life. If they encountered a desolate beast group and the immortals could not match them, Linden Yao could sacrifice his birds to stall for time for the immortals to retreat. The deeper they went, the wider the Earth Trench. There were steep cliffs on both sides, there was a huge space in the middle, birds could move freely here. At this time, birds flew out of Linden Yao's immortal aperture from time to time, flying in all directions. Enslavement path was very convenient. Ever since they went deep into the Earth Trench, Linden Yao took on the responsibility of scouting. The inheritance is in that direction, but we cannot go there directly, our goal is too obvious and we will attract suspicion. Fang Yuan did not change his expression, he was very patient. After a while, Linden Yao suddenly said, "There is a Xianxia octopus on the left, but it is injured." Dragon Commander Yicha's expression did not change, "Ignore it, we will go around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very strong, a rank 6 Xianxia octopus could not compare to them. But this trip was to go deep underground and find earth shell snails to collect immortal materials, that was their true goal. By then, battles would be very frequent. If they could save immortal essence now, they had to do so. Earth shell snails were very deep in the Earth Trench, they crawled slowly but were actually very fast. They did not have a fixed residence, they were everywhere, it was hard to track them. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more stubborn its sense of territory would be. In the depths of the earth trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants occupied their own territories. Earth shell snails were rare desolate beasts that could cross territories without incurring the enmity of lords. Maybe the earth shell snail's gentle nature had already made other strong beings realize that they were harmless. But Feng Yuan and the rest could not enjoy such good treatment from the earth shell snails. Thus, battles were unavoidable. To be continued. Amidst the silence, Feng Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already ventured deep into Earth Trench. They were 40,000 feet away from the surface. Although they tried their best to avoid fighting, there were enough battles, big and small, to go through 16 battles. The immortal zombies were all injured to some extent. We cannot go any deeper. Dragon Commander Yicha said, at this depth, the Earth Shell Snail is active, we need to explore the surroundings. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance could only explore 150,000 feet at most. Right now, they were 10,000 feet away from this limit, but the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. There were desolate beasts everywhere. With Feng Yuan and the rest's formation, it would be very difficult to deal with them. No immortal zombies objected to Dragon Commander Yicha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone continued to fly in silence. Maybe before leaving, Feng Yuan used time-aid luck to raise his luck. In any case, not long after, he encountered an earth shell snail. Very good. Feng Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. Don't be anxious, let's investigate and see how many dangers are lurking around. Dragon Commander Yicha was calm. The immortals used their methods and quickly found out that this territory was guarded by a large group of Xianxia octopuses. I need to deal with the snail's saliva, I need to use starlight, it will most likely alert these Xianxia octopuses. Feng Yuan showed a troubled expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest. Everyone's expression sank. Why didn't you say so earlier? Landlord Lei Yu said unhappily. Maybe there is a way. We can conceal the commotion. Dr. Xianxia said. Feng Yuan shook his head, that is impossible. I want to conceal the commotion too, but this is beyond my limit. It's not convenient for me to reveal the exact method. Anyway, it is best to get rid of these Xianxia octopuses first. Feng Yuan had a firm attitude, he had a good reason. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. Dragon Commander Yicha had to compromise. Then we will kill these Xianxia octopuses first, Xianxia will take action. This time, Dragon Commander Yicha personally investigated. There were 8 dire beast octopuses and an octopus king among the octopuses that were entrenched here. They had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Lin Yao is in charge of the perimeter and mobilizing the flock of birds. Surround the entire octopus school. Let Granny Yuan attract their attention. After that, Pavilion Master Lei Yu and I will take action to kill these octopuses. As for you, Dr. Xianxia, just stand on the periphery and provide support. Dragon Marshal Yicha was soon done with the arrangements. Feng Yuan had nothing to do with it. The Xianxia octopus could be said to have suffered a calamity that descended from the heavens. The immortal zombies sneaked closer and schemed against the unsuspecting. Thus, as soon as the battle erupted, the school of Xianxia octopuses suffered a ferocious blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly established their advantage and gained the upper hand. After a while, the battle came to an end, and the octopuses were all killed. There were only 2 left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yicha suddenly said to Feng Yuan, Xianxia, you should also make a move. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed. He leisurely stepped onto the stage. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped a Xianxia octopus that was in a better state, then used the 6 illusion star body to surround the other one. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, starlight shined brightly. Feng Yuan's attacks were relentless. Soon, this dying Xianxia octopus was killed. Next, he turned his spear around, dealing with the last one. The Xianxia octopus was half man half beast. Its upper body was that of a muscular man with bulging muscles. Its skin was black and hard like steel. Its lower body had dozens of octopus tentacles that replaced its legs. This final Xianxia octopus was in a better state. It was ferocious and fought fiercely with Feng Yuan, falling into a stalemate. Feng Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend, waiting for a chance to attack again and again, cutting off the tentacles of the Xianxia octopus. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched from the sidelines. At most, Lin and Yao controlled the birds to stall the Yiksha octopus that was trying to escape, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting. Fang Yuan was very patient. He purposely injured the Yiksha octopus, causing pitch black and cold blood to flow out. Enough, stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yicha could not stand it anymore. He personally captured the Yiksha octopus. The previous few were all killed because they couldn't hold back during the battle. This Yiksha octopus was captured alive by Dragon Commander Yicha. He was going to raise it in his immortal aperture. This time, the other immortal zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only exposed his star path methods, but even so, his battle strength was at the level of a rank 6 expert. Landlord Lei Yu, who was dissatisfied with Fang Yuan and had been criticizing him, became silent. The latter estimated that if he fought against Fang Yuan alone, he might not be Fang Yuan's match. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled supreme. No matter how dissatisfied Landlord Lei Yu was, he did not show it on his face. Next, Fang Yuan started to collect the Star Night mucus. He asked the immortal zombies to retreat several li, and not to use investigative methods to steal his unique method. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan for being narrow-minded, but they had no choice but to agree. The commotion of using the starlight to deal with the mucus was not small. Soon, the earth shell snail stopped squirming. Its entire body shrunk into its shell. Once it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was extremely thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals were helpless against it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to spend some effort to break its shell. Moreover, the earth shell snail was as large as a whale. It was heavier than a mountain. Once it shrunk into its shell, it would need to hide for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, this time would be several times longer. If they moved it away, as long as it was outside the range of the earth shell snail, even if it was still an earth trench, if it was 5 or 6 li away, the earth shell snail would die on the spot. This way, the immortal zombies could only abandon this one and move elsewhere. In Earth Trench, there were not only the Yiksha octopus. There were desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, earth milk grass, and other desolate beasts and desolate plants. In the following journey, the immortal zombies encountered 3 more earth shell snails. 2 of them. Fang Yuan made good use of them. He collected as much Star Night mucus as he could. The last one moved in the territory of the ancient desolate beast Scarlet Flame Snake. This monster's body was filled with dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely difficult to deal with. It was skilled at digging holes and moving through the cliffs of Earth Trench. It was very fast. Once they fought, the commotion could not be concealed. Thus, Fang Yuan and the rest could only give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to Fang Yuan's destination. There are a large number of Yiksha octopuses ahead. Stop advancing. There are many Yiksha octopuses. There are at least 30 of them. Lin and Yao suddenly reported anxiously. Then let's leave this place. Turn around. Dragon Commander Yicha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts were equivalent to 30 rank 6 Gu immortal battle strength. With such a large group, there had to be at least 3 ancient Yiksha octopuses controlling them. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not refute it. He could only remember this place. The immortal zombies turned around and flew towards the southeast. A moment later, they found the 4th earth shell snail. This snail looked a little old. It carried a brown shell. Its soft white body was moving along the cliffs of Earth Trench. Its speed was very slow. Luck is here. After inspecting, Lin and Yao laughed. There is actually no danger in this area. Sir Xianxia, you can use your methods freely. Fang Yuan nodded. He observed carefully. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. He recognized the danger of this place. It turned out that this place looked safe, but it was filled with earth path Dao marks. Once one got too close, they would be sucked to the cliffs. The larger the body, the stronger the suction force. Desolate beasts are mostly huge. They are very heavy. Once they fall here, they will not be able to move, they will starve to death. Earth shell snails are as heavy as mountains, but this snail can actually move slowly. It seems that it is not old, it is an ancient desolate beast-level earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan's mind became active. He flew over and purposely got sucked in. He screamed in shock. Oh no, it is a heavy earth zone. This is clearly a dangerous terrain after 50,000 feet, but it is actually here. Be careful. In this heavy earth zone, there are often mouth earthworms. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer they got to the heavy earth zone, the stronger the suction force. Fang Yuan's speed increased. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan fell onto the cliffs, his legs were stuck in the soil, he had a panicked expression. Immortal killer move, star fire escape. Fang Yuan used this movement killer move. Immediately, his body burned with starfire as he flew up. Don't fly. Dragon Commander Yicha shouted. But by the time he spoke, it was already too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth hoe suddenly sprang out of the soil. With a swoosh, the earth shell snail shrunk back into its shell, motionless. Large amounts of soil and rocks flew, the mouth earthworm opened its huge mouth, it could swallow 4 to 5 earth shell snails at the same time. Fang Yuan shouted, "Someone save me." The moment he said that, he was swallowed by the mouth earthworm. Be careful. The mouth earthworm's body is filled with sharp teeth, they are extremely sharp. Hold on for a while, we will definitely save you. The immortal zombies panicked, they attacked at the same time. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain it to Blazing Heaven Demonis? Their attacks were extremely fierce, the mouth earthworm was sent back into the heavy earth zone. This strange ancient desolate beast's body was extremely large when it hunted for food. Once it swallowed its prey, its body would be like a leaking balloon, it would shrink rapidly. The densely packed sharp teeth on the walls of the body would spin continuously, mincing the prey into mincemeat and blood. But once Fang Yuan entered its stomach, he used a star path killer move to stop the walls from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the scene earlier, after 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel brought him out of danger and he escaped. Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest thought that Fang Yuan was still trapped in the mouth earthworm, they attacked furiously. Fang Yuan got away from Dragon Commander Yicha and the other immortal zombies, but fixed immortal travel's commotion also alerted the large group of Xianxia octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he turned into a Xianxia octopus and attacked furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the furious Xianxia octopuses and led them back to Dragon Commander Yicha. Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought that the Xianxia octopuses were fighting among themselves and chasing out their weakest members. They felt unlucky, but Xianxia was trapped in the mouth earthworm's stomach, he could not leave. Thus, the battle between the Xianxia octopuses, Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm began. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan quietly escaped. He returned to the habitat of the Xianxia octopuses, there were still half of them left. Fang Yuan used the same trick, luring the remaining Xianxia octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Xianxia octopus and 10 desolate beast octopuses had arrived. They seemed to have come out in full force. Dragon Commander Yicha was trapped in the chaotic battle, seeing the reinforcements of the Xianxia octopuses, he felt miserable. What enmity was this, what grudge was this? The other immortal zombies felt wronged, what was going on? But they had to save Xianxia first. Persevere. Dragon Commander Yicha shouted, he was no longer stingy with his immortal essence, crazily expending it. Blazing Heaven Demonis was very powerful, the immortal zombies did not dare to disobey her orders, they could only grit their teeth and persevere in the chaotic battle. What made them rejoice was that this Ko-Ho did not hide under the heavy soil belt, instead it went berserk, its enormous body twisted and turned, creating waves of wind. The immortal zombies did not dare to fight it head-on, they could only attack from afar. As time went by, the Ko-Ho's flesh was torn. Originally, the situation was very clear. Even though the Ko-Ho was an ancient desolate beast, it was not Dragon Commander Yicha and company's match. But the Xianxia octopuses came to disrupt the situation, it became a 3-way battle. You fight me, I fight you, they restrained each other, the situation was chaotic. The Xianxia octopuses had the most numbers, they surrounded the immortal zombies and the Ko-Ho, forming a thick layer of encirclement. Xianxia, you must persevere. You must hold on no matter what. Landlord Thunder Rain shouted. Even though he was very unhappy with Fang Yuan, but thinking about Fang Yuan dying here, he broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety. The immortal zombies were worried. At the same time, the person in question, Fang Yuan, was sneaking into the camp of the Xianxia octopuses. The Xianxia octopuses usually lived on the cliffs on both sides of the earth trench. On the cliff in front of him, there was a huge protruding mountain rock. This large group of Xianxia octopuses dug out caves on this mountain rock, turning it into their home. Fang Yuan hid himself. He crawled into a relatively large hole. The entrance of the cave was very wide. After all, it was for the Xianxia octopus to enter and exit. A desolate beast Xianxia octopus. Its size was already enormous, much less the ancient desolate beast Xianxia octopus. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the cave, a strong oily smell assailed his nostrils. The underground cave stretched forward. Looking into the cave, there was only darkness. However, Fang Yuan's investigative methods were extremely rich. This bit of darkness was not a problem for him. He reached out and touched the walls of the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in black oil, which was extremely sticky and slippery. Why would there be black oil in a cave that was originally dry? This had to be explained from the habits of the Xianxia octopus. The Xianxia octopus was a ferocious beast that liked to play and hunt in the earth trench's black oil river. So on them. It was covered in sticky black oil all year round. When they entered and exited these underground caves, the black oil rubbed off their bodies and onto the cave walls. It was the oily smell that Fang Yuan had smelled earlier. It was emitted from this black oil. In the black oil, there were many strange weeds or thorny rotten trees. They were rooted in the cave walls, and the black oil provided them with sufficient nutrients. Gulp, gulp. Just as Fang Yuan touched it and pulled out a long string of black oil, a voice suddenly rang out. Not far from his hand, the surface of the black oil stuck to the cave walls. Suddenly, bubbles appeared. Then, dozens of little ladybugs smaller than a pinky flew out of the bubbles one after another. They were alarmed by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, landing in the black oil on the ceiling of the cave. The black oil was like a gel. It was extremely viscous and stuck to the walls of the cave. Not only were there rotten plants, there were also large numbers of insects. The size of the insect group was so huge, there were bound to be some wild goo worms. Fang Yuan only took a glance and found that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 earth path goo worms, 1 dark path goo worm, and 1 water path goo worm. Of course, these were all mortal goo. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yicha can raise large numbers of Xianxia octopuses. Is his immortal aperture an imitation of this structure? Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered as he thought about it. Dragon Commander Yicha's cultivation secret also made Fang Yuan curious. After all, an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead, it was filled with death energy, it was not suitable for raising living creatures. How did Dragon Commander Yicha do it? Maybe by researching this environment, he could find out some of Dragon Commander Yicha's secrets. But now was not the time to investigate. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and continued to move forward. After half a cup of tea's time. Hell, before the beast died, it let out a painful cry. But this cry only resounded in a small area, it quickly vanished. The culprit who killed it was Fang Yuan. He had used goo worms to restrict the sound of the cry. This was deep inside the Xianxia octopus nest. Not only was the black oil on the walls 7 to 8 inches thick, there were also some fierce beasts living in the cracks and corners. These wild beasts were mostly black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds mainly ate rotten meat and bones. When the Xianxia octopuses returned from hunting, they only ate fresh meat, they would not eat bones or rotten meat. These black stomach hounds ate the leftover food waste of the Xianxia octopuses. The Xianxia octopuses were happy to do this, there were cleaners to clean their nest. This was the wondrous coexistence of nature's creatures. The first time Fang Yuan discovered the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Xianxia octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and explored deeper. But these black stomach hounds had their own territories, their territorial awareness was even stronger than the Xianxia octopuses. Fang Yuan was attacked by the black stomach hounds, he could not fight in his human form. If the cave was split into 2, from top to bottom, Then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the upper half. He was in the lower half. However, the clues regarding the inheritance had not appeared yet. There were forks at every set distance in the cave. These were the residences of the Xianxia octopus group's members. They were all connected to each other through the cave. Underground, these countless caves formed a path that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He started to discover the Xianxia octopuses guarding the nest. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. If Fang Yuan used his true strength, he would definitely be able to take them down. But Fang Yuan bypassed them one by one, even if it was a waste of time. He did not fight the Xianxia octopuses. He could use mortal goo to kill the black stomach hounds. He could conceal the commotion without anyone noticing. But against desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the commotion of the battle. He lured most of the Xianxia octopuses away. But there was still an ancient-level Xianxia octopus left. Several desolate beast Xianxia octopus. If Xianxia octopus was alerted, it would be terrible. Time passed, but there were still no clues. Fang Yuan started to feel anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to go through a lot of trouble the next time. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it openly in Dark Flow Giant City. After all, the commotion caused by activating an immortal goo was not small. Within the detection range of a goo immortal. It was not just some light effects, the aura of the immortal goo was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. And during this period of time, Fang Yuan had to stay in Dark Flow Giant City to refine goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him go. He could not leave her sight. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, the whole situation would be affected. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88 Jinyang Tower would soon be known. Fang Yuan did not know that Central Continent's investigation team had already left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited. If the battle over there stops. If the mouth earthworm is dismembered, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest do not see me. That would be hard to explain. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Time was limited, he only had 30 minutes at most. Right now, he had already used up 80% of his time, but there was no result. Fang Yuan had to make use of his time and increase his speed. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Xianxia octopus. It was snoring like thunder, evidently, it was in deep sleep. Immortal goo aura. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this Xianxia octopus. It turned out that this cave had existed for a long time, and this Xianxia octopus was the oldest. After a long time of accumulation, a wild immortal goo was born from the parasitic goo worms on its body. The joy in his heart had just faded when Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not lure out this Xianxia octopus when he caused trouble earlier. If this Xianxia octopus appeared, those immortal zombies would go crazy from excitement. Capturing wild immortal goo would make them go crazy with killing intent, they would disregard their own safety. But there was only one immortal goo, no matter what the outcome was, they would definitely come back to explore the cave. Maybe, this was the reason why Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black belly hound, carefully approaching Xianxia octopus. If the wild immortal goo on this Xianxia octopus could coincidentally expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be terrible. But this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. The cave is huge, there are countless caves, but this is the deepest part of the cave, it is most likely to be here. Right at this time, the Xianxia octopus king's tentacles that were intertwined with each other suddenly untied. The Xianxia octopus king's eyes opened a slit, and in its amber pupils, Fang Yuan's black stomach hound form was reflected. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it, he walked around Xianxia octopus's body, walking behind it naturally. Behind Xianxia octopus was a pile of white bones, there was still rotten flesh on the bones. The octopus king closed its eyes again, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind shook, it is here. The Dao marks here are leaking, this is a sign of a goo formation. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture, immortal essence was expended rapidly to unravel this goo formation. Soon, Fang Yuan found out that this was a giant space path goo formation. Because it had not been maintained for a long time, there were traces of it. It is very likely that the treasure I am looking for is inside this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation, I need to use goo worms. There will be a huge commotion. It seems that I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a bone and moved away from Xianxia octopus. He quickly returned and stopped at a certain place, activating his immortal goo and attacking a nearby desolate beast Xianxia octopus. The intense battle was like poking a hornet's nest. The Xianxia octopuses that were guarding their home swarmed over. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. When he was about to reach the exit, he found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest part of the cave. Right now, Xianxia octopus was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan used every second he had to unravel the space path goo formation. The Xianxia octopuses roamed around the battlefield for a while, but seeing no enemies, they calmed down and started to return. They moved quickly in the cave. Fang Yuan's time was limited. Even worse, when he tried to unravel it, Fang Yuan felt the complexity and ingenuity of this giant goo formation. To completely unravel it, he would need months. Such a giant goo formation would take at least several months to decipher. If he just tore a hole, it would take about a month. Fang Yuan's fingers moved like flowers as countless goo worms flew around, deciphering the goo formation in front of him. His ears were trembling as he activated his investigative methods to their peak. Xianxia octopus was about to return. Time waits for no man, every second counts. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with a divine light, and the air in front of him suddenly emitted a dense fog of light. Through the fog of light, he saw a corner of the giant goo formation. Even though his vision was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the goo formation. Xianxia octopus had returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In such a short period of time, he could see the scenery inside the goo formation. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. If Fang Yuan had not reached Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, he would not be able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief as he turned around and retreated. The ancient desolate beast Xianxia octopus moved like a subway in the underground cave. The slippery black oil of the earth trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. The Xianxia octopus king returned to its residence and first scanned the place. It felt something was amiss. When Fang Yuan dismantled the goo formation earlier, he left behind a lot of aura of variant humans. The sensitivity of wild beasts made Xianxia octopus feel something was amiss. It frowned deeply. More than 10 large and flexible octopus tentacles moved its body agilely. It continued to move around in the cave. After a while, it did not find anything suspicious, and the aura left behind by Fang Yuan gradually faded. Xianxia octopus calmed down and returned to its nest. But this time it did not sleep, its eyes were slightly closed. But its eyes were still aslit. From time to time, its ears would listen to the wind in the cave. It trembled, listening for any sound. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's worries slowly dissipated, and he carefully retreated. All the way until it retreated to the upper half of the octopus's nest. This Xianxia octopus seemed to have the highest status in the beast lair. If it sensed great danger, it might let out a loud cry and summon the other members of its tribe who were fighting outside. At that time, not mentioning whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would become suspicious and be lured over, just look at Fang Yuan's actions in the lair. He would be greatly restricted. I'll choose this one. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the numerous tunnels. He hesitated. He activated fixed immortal travel again. Although that giant goo formation was set up by someone, when Fang Yuan unraveled it, he had already found out that it was an unmanned goo formation and had not been maintained for a long time. The risk of barging in recklessly should not be too great. In order to find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie state. This was a risk that had to be taken. After all, the longer this dragged on, the more danger Fang Yuan would be in. Maybe at the next moment. The matter of him collapsing 88 Jinyang Tower would be exposed. By then, the whole world would chase after him. Who immortal blessed land would definitely be lost. He would have to treat star form blessed land as his only home. In this situation, the earlier he got rid of the immortal zombie body, the more advantageous it would be. After all, an immortal aperture world full of vitality could be carried around. It was safer and more convenient than who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land. Moreover, ordinary goo immortals' immortal apertures could produce immortal essence once in a while. It was very beneficial to Feng Yuan's finances and battle strength. The immortal goo activated, green light blossomed. At the next moment, Feng Yuan vanished on the spot, appearing in the giant goo formation. Outside the goo formation, Xianxia octopus was lying on the ground. But because of the goo formation, it did not know what was going on. I'm finally here. Feng Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around. This was indeed the corner he had explored earlier. Barging into a goo formation was a very dangerous thing. It was normal to be attacked by the goo formation. But Feng Yuan was not attacked. This meant that the goo formation was not being controlled by anyone. He let out a sigh of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. The goo formation without anyone controlling it was still operating. Maybe there was a will left behind by a goo immortal in the core of the goo formation. Like in 88 Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a will. This was a giant goo formation that focused on space path. It was specially created to create a space. In this vast space, there was a ground made of purple sand and an egg-yellow sky. The purple sand seemed to be very fertile. Dense vegetation filled Feng Yuan's vision. It was like he was in a tropical rainforest. Great history grass, plentiful origin peach, immortal bean, blood-tide flower. Feng Yuan took a quick glance and saw dozens of immortal materials. Even someone as steady as him could not help but feel shocked. Most of these immortal materials were rank 6, with a few rank 7 immortal materials, but the density was astonishing. These immortal materials come from the 5 regions. They are not limited to Earth Trench or Northern Plains. What is the origin of the great expert immortal zombie who created this place? To gather such a large amount of immortal materials, how much manpower and resources would it take? Moreover, immortal materials were not cabbages sold on the streets. The gathering of immortal materials was often inseparable from battles and bloodshed. If the collector was not strong enough, they could not do it. Don't forget the 5 regional walls. The stronger the goo immortal, the harder it would be for them to pass through the regional walls. Don't tell me. Feng Yuan had a guess. He had thought that this was the inheritance of a great expert immortal zombie, but now it seemed that such a huge expenditure was not something a single person could make. It needed at least an organization. And this organization had to be huge. Because a small organization with 2 or 3 goo immortals simply did not have so much money and energy. Looking around, as far as his eyes could see, there were countless layers of immortal materials. Feng Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. Such a huge amount of wealth, it is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to refine immortal goo dozens of times in the future. Over 100 times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch had obtained this huge amount of cultivation resources and rose to prominence. It even suppressed Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. The immortal materials here were like warehouses, directly stacked together. The total value was hard to estimate. Feng Yuan only knew that this number was huge, extremely huge. If he relied on his current monthly income of 2,000 immortal yuan stone to accumulate, he might not have such a result. Even if he spent 1,000 years. After all, he still had to consider the expenditure from his cultivation. The higher the goo immortal's cultivation, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations. But compared to the countless immortal materials, this huge goo formation's value is even higher. This huge goo formation's value is even higher. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had great ambitions. He was very knowledgeable. After reacting, he realized the value of this huge goo formation. In this goo formation, there were countless immortal materials from the 5 regions. They coexisted harmoniously and did not interfere with each other. Fortunately, I did not rush to dismantle this huge goo formation, otherwise it would be too late for regrets. With this goo formation, I can plant countless immortal materials. It is even more useful than an immortal aperture. Feng Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards the great expert immortal zombie who set this up. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead, but this predecessor could actually set up such a goo formation. To a certain extent, it could replace the function of an immortal aperture. However, this goo formation's defense is weak. It cannot be moved, it is far from being as convenient and safe as an immortal aperture. The purple sand here seems to be quite strange. Fang Yuan bent down. He grabbed with his hand, immediately grabbing a large amount of purple sand. This sand was very fine. Some flowed down from the gaps between Fang Yuan's fingers, they looked like they were made of crystals. As they fell, they fluttered and emitted a bright light. But the thing I am looking for, where is the method to revive? Where is the method to regain life? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand in his hand, thinking about his main objective at all times. He was not in a hurry to collect immortal materials, he started to fly in the air, searching. Time passed minute by minute, the joy on Fang Yuan's face slowly faded, the feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger. Something is wrong. He suddenly stopped, floating in the air, looking at the vast amount of immortal materials below him. After inspecting it again, he found something unnatural. This place is too quiet. There is no wind, no sound at all, it is even quieter than my immortal zombie's dead aperture. And there are many places that are very strange. For example, the immortal bean needs to grow in extremely clear spring water, but it is actually growing in the purple sand here. Also, where the Feng Yuan peach grows, there must be snake-tail monkey groups. Every immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only immortal material plants, there is not even a worm. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He descended and landed on the ground again, trying to collect a stalk of great history grass. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. When the great history grass was growing in the purple sand, it was fine. But once Fang Yuan pulled it out, it immediately withered, turning into fine sand in the blink of an eye. And this sand was exactly the same as the purple sand under Fang Yuan's feet. How can this be? Fang Yuan squinted, trying to collect other immortal materials. The result was that once the immortal materials left the sand, they would turn into purple sand. These immortal materials were all problematic, they could no longer be used. Strange. Strange. The reason why immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain abundant Tao marks. When the Tao marks are destroyed, when these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, there is no movement at all, it is completely silent. A chill rose in Fang Yuan's heart. If immortal materials were like this, then the immortal zombie body with Tao marks could also be considered an immortal material. Would it also be assimilated by this vast land of purple sand? Looking at these boundless immortal materials, flowers, and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a corpse sea of immortal materials, the bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Fang Yuan immediately flew into the air, maintaining his distance from the purple sand. He looked at the sky again. The giant goo formation that created this place must be very strange, if I don't touch the purple sand, it might not be enough. The changes in the immortal materials should be related to the entire goo formation. Before I understand this place, I need to move quickly and find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie body, then quickly leave. Swoosh, Fang Yuan was like an arrow that had left the bow, creating a huge shockwave in the air as he flew forward rapidly. Below him were immortal materials as far as the eye could see, but Fang Yuan did not even look at them. These dead immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. A desolate beast suddenly appeared on the horizon. This wild beast was as big as a hill. It lay motionlessly on the ground. It was a scripture turtle. Fang Yuan was no stranger to this wild beast. Not long ago, he had successfully captured one in the central continent's starry sky grotto heaven fragment world. Slowing down, Fang Yuan bent his body slightly and flew toward the scripture turtle. When he got closer, Fang Yuan found that it was a scripture turtle that had been dead for a long time. It lay on the ground with its head hanging down. A small part of its head was almost buried in the soft purple sand. The scripture turtle's state of death was as if its spine had been broken. Looking at its limbs, one could clearly see that its flesh was extremely loose. But when it died, its expression was very calm, even serene. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a trace of strangeness. Among the countless dead immortal materials, there's a wild beast's corpse. Fang Yuan tried to collect the scripture turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He looked at the hard corner of the turtle's shell turn into purple sand in his hand and sprinkle down with the wind. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. After a few breaths, he left and continued to explore in the air. Soon, he saw a second wild beast. This was an earth chief. It had a human body and a snake's tail. Its face was like a bat's with a pointed nose and ears. Its body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 flesh whips on the earth chief's chest, each more than 6 feet long. The surface of the flesh whips was densely packed with suckers. At the front of each flesh whips, there were also chrysanthemum-like holes that sprayed out milky white liquid at critical moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms. It could directly drill into a person's pores and enter the body to cause destruction. The Earth Chief's corpse was extremely lifelike and well preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the immortal materials from the Earth Chief's body, the scene from before happened again. Fang Yuan was no longer surprised. He only muttered, "The hidden essence turtle is a desolate beast of central continent, while the Earth Chief appears in northern plains. Let's leave this place and continue exploring." Fang Yuan soon made a new discovery. It's sandalwood holy elephants, and there are 3 of them. Fang Yuan sighed. The sandalwood sacred elephant was a level higher than the scripture-concealing turtle and the desolate beast Earth Chief. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant's battle strength could rival rank 7 Gu immortals. A long time ago, in the auction that Qin Baixing organized that involved almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world, someone bid for a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. It caused quite a commotion. In the 5 regions, sandalwood elephants were already quite rare, and it was very difficult to see one. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, there were 3 sandalwood elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were lying on the ground in 2s and 3s, surrounded by countless beautiful or lush immortal material plants. Howling moon heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark centipede, ice spiked divine ape, white hoofing dragon, 9 palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragon fish, sharp tusk boar, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, they could all be seen here. It was like an exhibition of strange specimens. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses Fang Yuan found, the more they were in shocking numbers. Northern Plains unique coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas magnificent smoke turtle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from the 5 regions. It could be said to have everything. This is a ruin bat. Fang Yuan could not help but slow down. This ruin bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It could not compare to the immemorial ruin bat that Fang Yuan saw in Northern Plains Taiqiu. Half Moon Qilin. Fang Yuan's body froze. In the current Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised as a treasure by the entire Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This ancient desolate beast seems to be Remnant Heavenly Hound? Fang Yuan confirmed it. He confirmed this answer. He had not seen Remnant Heavenly Hound personally, he had only seen its appearance in records. This ancient desolate beast was a fierce beast that only appeared during the day. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became numb to it. He could be considered knowledgeable, but he did not recognize many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. And the space here is so vast. I have been flying for so long, but I have yet to see the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had tried to decipher this giant Gu formation before. He knew that this was a giant Gu formation that focused on space path. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of the space inside, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the power of this Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and decipherments have not reached the true core of the Gu formation. Who is the one who created this place? This is simply shocking. There are so many immortal materials, it is simply a vast amount. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have the ability to set up this alone. Because of the 5 regional walls, rank 8 Gu immortals were isolated from the other regions. This was also the reason why Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals for the collapse of 88 Point Xianxia Tower. Of course, at rank 9, they were invincible and could look down on everything. The 5 regional walls could not obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then it must be a superorganization that set up this place. This organization is spread across the 5 regions, only then can they gather these immortal materials. Even though there was jewel yellow skies, and Gu immortals could use jewel yellow skies to transact. But such a scale could not be made by jewel yellow skies. Because such transactions were not only huge in scale, they were also continuous, they would definitely be recorded in the history of Gu masters. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, there were no records of such transactions. Even though he went deep into the Gu formation and explored for a long time, this place that he had been looking forward to was shrouded in a mysterious fog that was getting thicker and thicker. Fang Yuan did not have a deep understanding of this place. In his previous life, he had attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but he had never set foot in this place. This was only something he had heard in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became stronger. It even suppressed Eastern Sea's headquarters. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's explanation was that this was the Earth Trench inheritance. They said that it was left behind by an immortal zombie grade expert, and contained the method for immortal zombies to revive. Because of this, many members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance turned into living humans. They had all turned into living humans, attracting countless wild immortal zombies to join them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's force was growing. But this did not last long. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's prosperity was destroyed by Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan was not familiar with this place. What he saw made him even more curious. My direction of exploration should be correct, because the immortal materials I am seeing are getting higher in rank. Who was the one who set up this place? It is simply too terrifying. Even the Celestial Court might not be able to do such a thing, right? The Celestial Court was an organization of Central Continent. It firmly occupied Central Continent, and did not have many spies in the other 4 regions. In his previous life, during the 500 years of turmoil, all sorts of monsters appeared. Fang Yuan knew this. Or rather, every superorganization had their own development strategy. The Celestial Court's strategy. It was to firmly control Central Continent, open and aboveboard, supreme and supreme. If the one who set up this place is an organization, then this organization has spread across the 5 regions, hiding in the dark and stealthily. That is. Fang Yuan suddenly discovered that far away, there was a patch of purple. This was a barren land. It was all purple sand, there were no immortal materials like before. The barren sandy land formed a giant, regular circle. It was at least 3,000 square kilometers, there was no wind or sound, it was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. This is the center of the Gu formation, a terrifying explosion had occurred here before. It was this explosion that created 3,000 square kilometers of barren land. This had been here before. It should have been filled with immortal materials, but now there was nothing here. As he got closer to the edge of the barren land, a flash of light on the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed on the ground and found a thin wing stuck in the sand. This was not the wing of a bird. Because it had no feathers and was translucent, it should be the wing of a dragonfly or cicada. This cicada wing emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan swallow his saliva. This was the aura of an immemorial desolate beast. Even though it was only a remnant, it was truly shocking. This cicada wing was already in tatters, but under the light, it was as smooth as a gem. Occasionally, under the light, it would shine with a dark golden light. This is the light of metal path Dao marks. The main body of this cicada wing definitely had an extremely terrifying foundation of Dao marks when it was alive. Only the accumulation of quasi-rank 9 Dao marks would be visible to the naked eye. In other words, it emitted the light of Dao marks. Wait, this might be the wing of a tiger-striped bee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he had a guess. This guess caused his mind to shake. Tiger-striped bee, this was a creature recorded in. They were all the size of a leopard, the markings on their bodies were like tiger stripes, gold with black spots. They were extremely powerful, even verdant great sun was not its match. And the honey wine made from it was sweet. But not greasy, it was fragrant and delicious, it was an absolute delicacy in the world. If it was a leopard-sized bee, this wing would be perfect. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled bitterly. He was not sure. His past knowledge was extremely narrow and shallow in this place. He casually picked up the wasp wing or cicada wing. An unexpected scene occurred. This cicada wing left the purple sand and was undamaged. It did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was surprised and happy. This was an immemorial desolate beast's body part. It was a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. It could even emit the light of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, this was a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu immortal material. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement. The immortal material in his hand was of such high quality that even in his previous life, he had never seen anything like it. A quasi-rank 9 Gu refinement immortal material had a lot of Dao marks. The light it emitted could even be seen with the naked eye. Even though Fang Yuan was not a grandmaster in Gu refinement, he understood one thing: the reason why immortal materials could be refined into immortal Gu was because they contained abundant Dao marks. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu were the carriers of the great Dao. Why did they have power? That was because these tiny Gu worms contained even more Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth, thus, activating Gu worms would have all sorts of mystical abilities. The more Dao marks a Gu worm had, the higher its rank, the more mystical and vast its power would be. To refine an immortal Gu, it was to extract the required Dao marks from countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, then gather them in one place. Right now, the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand had a lot of Dao marks. In theory, it was enough to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. In fact, even a small fragment could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu had tens of thousands of times more Dao marks than rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this is the wing of a tiger-striped bee. It mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I want to refine metal path immortal Gu, this will be very useful. Unfortunately, it is not very useful for refining star thought immortal Gu now. Fang Yuan stored this precious immortal material. He could not use it now, but that did not mean he would not use it in the future. Even if he could not use it in the future, such a high-quality immortal material could be placed in jewel yellow skies. It would definitely be a treasure that would shock people. He would not have to worry about not being able to sell it. Since entering this Gu formation, I finally have some gains. Fang Yuan's mind started to move. He had an idea. He did not rush to the center. Instead, he started to search in this desolate purple sand. As expected, after a while, he found something while flying in the air. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that looked like a handkerchief, entering his eyes. He quickly landed and observed. Joy surged in his heart. The aura could not be faked. This was another rank 8 immortal material. It was just that the quality was lower than the previous bee wings. It was slightly inferior and did not produce a halo of Dao marks. Fang Yuan picked it up. Indeed, after this immortal material left the purple sand, it was not damaged. Looks like an immortal material of this level isn't something that the violet sand can assimilate and decompose. Fang Yuan used his hand to pinch it, and discovered that this immortal material's texture was extremely soft, and he could knead it and change its shape at will. So this isn't Shawan. It's a cloud? Fang Yuan observed carefully and was greatly surprised. This looked like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Could this be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he activated his Gu worm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of ordinary water mist. This piece of immortal material was shrouded in mist. Instantly, it floated away from Fang Yuan's palm. It floated in the air and turned into a small cloud in the shape of a phoenix. The phoenix wings fluttered slightly. The white clouds fluttered leisurely. Fang Yuan's body shook, and then he was overjoyed. As expected. This is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a creature of the 5 regions, it was a mystical species that only existed in White Heaven, one of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with the phoenix bloodline, it was an ancient white cloud that had not been destroyed in White Heaven for tens of thousands of years. After being tainted by the aura or blood of the phoenix, it gradually turned from a white cloud into a living being. Thus, its body was very special. It was not made of ordinary flesh and blood, it was like a cloud but not a cloud, like flesh but not a flesh. The cloud phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was probably not even 1/10,000th of the cloud phoenix's true body, but the cloud path Dao marks contained in it could be used as the main material to refine rank 6 cloud path immortal goo more than 10 times. The discovery of the cloud phoenix fragment confirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued to search. After a while, he had almost circled the entire purple sand desolate land. His gains were huge. After counting them, he found a total of 18 such immortal materials. The Dao marks covered most of the goo paths. Among them, there were 3 immortal materials that contained rich star path and wisdom path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining star thought immortal goo. It could be said that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could completely abandon blazing heaven demonis and refine goo on his own. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe would also have to change drastically. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He had the light of wisdom path to use. He was also a wisdom path grandmaster. Deductions were not difficult. These immortal materials that I have collected, even though they are extremely precious, they are only a portion of the main body. The goo immortal who set up this place actually used so many precious immortal materials. Is he trying to refine a rank 9 immortal goo? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he gradually discovered some clues. In this purple sand desolate land, there was once an extremely profound refinement path goo formation. Combined with these fragments of immortal materials, it was very likely that the goo immortal here had a huge scheme. He wanted to refine an extremely powerful immortal goo. But unfortunately, the goo refinement failed. There was a huge explosion. Not only did the refinement path goo formation crumble, only leaving behind some remains, most of the immortal materials used for the goo refinement were destroyed, only these fragments were left. No matter who it was, or which organization it was that set up this place, they are likely to have died from the explosion. If not for that, this huge goo formation would not have fallen into disrepair for so long. The fragments of the immortal materials would not have been scattered all over the place, nobody would have picked them up. Even though they were the remnants of some immortal materials after the explosion, their value was huge. When it came to rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 immortal materials, even rank 8 goo immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui who knew that Fang Yuan had so many precious immortal materials, he would definitely throw away his pride and rush over to find trouble with Fang Yuan. In order to refine rank 8 Fortune immortal goo, even though Ma Hong was the main refinement material, old ancestor Shui whose demand for other supplementary immortal materials had already reached an extreme level. If not for that, he would not have disregarded his status as a rank 8 grade expert and personally went to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie bodies to replace the other immortal materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worries eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful goo immortal, or perhaps goo immortal organization, was already dead, the risk of this trip had undoubtedly decreased greatly. Fang Yuan looked into the distance, looking at the purple sand desolate land in front of him. He had a new feeling. Sigh. In the long river of time, who knows how many historical truths have been concealed? How many world-shaking figures have fallen in obscurity just like that, unknown to anyone? The wind dissipated, the legend was gone. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan arrived at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the only place in the entire desolate land that he had not explored yet. Even though there were so many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still a little disappointed. In the rumors of his previous life, he had not found the method that could allow him to get rid of the immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan had an intuition. The center of this desolate land should be the center of the goo formation. If there were no gains here, there would be no other places. Looking around, there was only fine purple sand at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than the surrounding area. There were no immortal materials here. At first glance, there was nothing here. But under Fang Yuan's various investigative methods, some remnants of goo formations deep under the purple sand were discovered one after another. This is indeed the core of the entire space. Amazing, so it is a multi-layered compound goo formation, such an exquisite arrangement, it must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected and was inwardly shocked. It turned out that the entire space was mainly made up of refinement path goo formations. And the space path formation that created this space was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path Gu formation. Other than the space path Gu formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive Gu formations, some food path Gu formations, and even phantom path Gu formations. Food path had never been strong, it was even rarer now. Fang Yuan did not know much about this, he only heard that food path was best at feeding Gu worms. The supplementary food path Gu formation here should be used to feed these Gu worms. After all, a Gu formation required countless Gu worms to combine together to form. There are still 2 or 3 food path Gu formations here that are still active. It is hard to imagine that after the explosion, there were still Gu formations operating here. Precisely so, the outermost space path Gu formation is still active. This discovery solved one of Fang Yuan's mysteries. This is a phantom path Gu formation? As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path Gu formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal Gu left. They were buried deep in the purple sand, motionless and on the verge of death. They were only relying on the food path Gu formation to survive. Fang Yuan did not know much about phantom path. But during the Battle of Taichou, Dongfeng Naganori had set up a phantom formation on the ruined bat corpse. If not for this, Fang Yuan would not have been able to recognize this Gu formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire Gu formation into a phantom form, to prevent external attacks from destroying the Gu formation. Maybe it is because of this phantom formation that these Gu formations survived the explosion. Refinement path Gu immortals with deep attainment have their own refinement path Gu formations. They also set up many supplementary Gu formations on top of the refinement path Gu formation. Using these Gu formations, refining Gu worms is much easier, it saves a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path Gu formation. It is said to be the #1 Gu refinement formation of Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this Gu formation is a compound Gu formation with a total of 12 different Gu formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. He could also set up some refinement path Gu formations. But these Gu formations were very superficial, after all, they involved formation path cultivation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person's energy was limited, time was even more limited. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in some aspects, but in other aspects, he would definitely be mediocre. To be continued, the Gu formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Shuihu. Copy web address. Even though he was a rank 8 grade expert, he could not set up such a Gu formation. In order to set up this Gu formation, old ancestor Shuihu personally invited the #1 formation path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Minglu. Sun Minglu was a righteous path Gu immortal, he had a strong personality, he did not want to be a part of this evil. Old ancestor Shuihu knew that he could not be forced, he put down his pride and invited him several times. After a total of 7 invitations, the last time, old ancestor Shuihu used Lady Wan Shou to convince Sun Minglu. Although Sun Minglu had an unyielding character, he valued friendship very much. Old ancestor Shuihu set up a refinement path Gu formation for his beloved wife, he was deeply moved by his sincerity, thus he took action. This matter had caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Minglu fought intensely with the Central Continent Gu immortals, he set up a Gu formation and prevented the Central Continent Gu immortals from advancing for several days. But eventually, the Gu formation was broken and Sun Minglu died. After his death, someone wrote his biography. Had detailed records of old ancestor Shuihu's invitations. According to the remains of the Gu formation, this Gu formation in front of me has at least 30 layers. That Sun Minglu had set up 12 layers of compound Gu formations, he was publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. The Gu immortal who created this place was definitely a great grandmaster. There is even a possibility that he is a supreme martial grandmaster. Supreme martial grandmaster, the realm above great grandmaster was transcendent. For example, the 3 supreme grandmasters of refinement path, long hair ancestor, old immortal Kong Ju, and old eccentric Tian Nan. Every single one of them was unique. They had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and perhaps no one would be able to achieve in the future. Food path goo formation, phantom path goo formation, metal path goo formation, strength path goo formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with divine light, his gaze pierced through the purple sand and saw all the traces of the goo formations inside. His heart gradually sank. From the beginning to the end, he had never forgotten his original purpose. Based on the current situation, the chances of obtaining the rebirth technique were getting smaller and smaller. And inside these goo formations, they were on the verge of death. Mortal goo that were struggling at death's door, there was not a single immortal goo. Maybe it was because the wind blew, the explosion destroyed the immortal goo. Or maybe these 2 or 3 food path goo formations could not feed the immortal goo. In the following period of time, the immortal goo starved to death. Finally, Fang Yuan was in the deepest part of the ground. He found a damaged wisdom path goo formation. This was the 7th wisdom path goo formation he had found. The goo formation was already very damaged. This made Fang Yuan even less hopeful. But who knew that when Fang Yuan looked carefully, he had an unexpected harvest in this goo formation. In this goo formation that was on the verge of breaking, there were actually some thoughts preserved. These thoughts were in a state of absolute stillness. It should be the effect of this wisdom path goo formation. As long as they had a thought, they could naturally communicate. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he used all his strength and started to unravel this wisdom path goo formation. He was very careful, because this wisdom path goo formation was like a building that was about to collapse. Fang Yuan had to move slowly. Fortunately, he was already a wisdom path grandmaster, his attainment level was high. A moment later, he understood this simple wisdom path goo formation and successfully infiltrated it, gaining control of this small goo formation. Next, he let out thoughts into the goo formation to communicate with these still thoughts. After more than 80 years, this goo formation is finally completed today. In the next few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, I will be refining goo here. After becoming an immortal zombie, even though I got rid of the limitation of lifespan, but his brain was not working very well. Thus, I asked Yellow to add this small goo formation to store my thoughts and help me think. This goo formation is really useful. Not only can it help me refine goo, it can also block Providence's senses. I only used 200 years to refine 8 soul path immortal goo. There are 6 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. They come here to me every year. Large amounts of immortal materials were delivered. It's hard to imagine that I still have a time when immortal materials can't be used up. I have countless immortal materials, I am truly too blessed. Maybe I should try those incomplete immortal goo recipes. There was an accident when I was refining goo today. I tried to fill in the incomplete Devour Soul immortal goo recipe, but I refined an immortal goo with unknown effects. Although it is also a soul path immortal goo, I think I should leave the testing to someone else. The goo refinement failed. 3 of my defensive goo formations were destroyed, even the main refinement path goo formation was damaged. That swindler of jewel yellow skies, that unscrupulous merchant. He actually used tampered immortal materials to deceive me. I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive to vent my anger. That unscrupulous merchant has already been punished. Azure is really good. These days, Yellow came to fix all the goo formations. I can refine goo now. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure is in trouble. So that unscrupulous merchant goo immortal who deceived me was actually a pawn of the celestial court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not able to destroy it. It is the accomplice of this wretched heaven. I will destroy it sooner or later. Azure's trouble is getting bigger. There are 7 of us, sacrificing any one of us will be a huge loss to each other. Sigh, I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I should try that aspect. Before leaving, he took away that soul path immortal goo. So this is the effect of an immortal goo. I hope it can be of help to him. Azure failed, his outcome is extremely tragic, he is only a step away from death. Yellow barely managed to keep him alive, his injuries cannot be healed, they can only be healed over time. This time will be hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me understand that the previous path was impossible. We are born with flaws, heaven and earth cannot tolerate us. It seems that as green, I need to understand the profundity of life and death. no one is more suitable than me for this task. Only by truly reviving and having an immortal aperture that is filled with vitality can I start anew. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, this is a mysterious and powerful organization. The members are called by their codenames, among them are yellow, azure, purple, green, a total of 7 members. Their codenames should be the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, right? Let's call this organization 7 Rainbows. Fang Yuan stopped his deductions. He continued to send his thoughts into the goo formation, communicating with the thoughts that were still in the goo formation. The following thoughts were empty, they were no longer as coherent as before, it was as if there was a long time between each thought. I've succeeded. Today, I found another rebirth technique. However, to me, what's the point of such an ordinary rebirth technique? I don't need it. Blue obtained a goo immortal inheritance. It was actually left behind by old immortal Kong Ju in Central Continent. He had deep research into the 10 extreme physiques. I gained a lot. Yellow and purple worked together to obtain an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. As expected of Limitless Demon Venerable, his achievement in Rule Path can be said to be unprecedented, even I am inferior to him. Limitless Demon Venerable was right, with life comes death, with death comes life, life and death can be transformed into each other. But under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is very natural, it is like flowing with the current. But turning from death to life is extremely difficult, it is like rowing a boat against the current. And immortal zombies exist between life and death, they are the descriptions of the profundities of life and death. Life has its benefits, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture is a dead aperture disaster land, it can avoid calamities and tribulations. This is the huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct, I should move forward in this direction. I feel that I will definitely have an astonishing harvest. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable had amazing talent, he was actually only a few steps away from success. An immortal zombie's calamity aperture deathland is extremely precious and useful. If this result were to be known, it would shake the entire goo immortal world. Even I myself was shocked by it. Next, Fang Yuan became more and more shocked as he read, his eyes shined with bright light and his face was filled with shock. According to the records in these thoughts, when goo immortals cultivate, they should first become immortal zombies and obtain their own dead immortal aperture. After that, they would revive and obtain the life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture was divided into 2 layers. One layer was life, one layer was death. Life and death were interchangeable. It was immeasurably helpful to the goo immortals' cultivation and tribulations. Ordinary living goo immortals were filled with life force, they could not control death. Ordinary immortal zombies had death energy in their dead aperture, they had no life and only the profundities of death. The former had too much life force, they had too many blessings and attracted the wrath of heaven. Thus, every once in a while, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would descend and cause severe losses to the goo immortal. The latter was filled with death energy, there were no tribulations or calamities, it was constantly breaking apart and could not store any cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained during his goo immortal ascension had already collapsed by more than half. In time, it would completely dissipate and the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have a mortal dead aperture left. But according to the cultivation method recorded in these thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the revival process, condensing them into one aperture and forming a life and death immortal aperture. I can control life and death to a certain extent. With this life and death immortal aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face in the future will be reduced by half. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain after the calamity will not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. Any goo immortal would be extremely moved. If this method is real, then it will indeed shake the entire goo immortal world, it will be an earth-shattering event. There was a buzzing sound. In a certain corner of the Xianxia octopus's nest, a jade-green light shined, as the surrounding darkness faded. The jade light flashed, and at the next moment, a figure appeared at the empty place. It was Fang Yuan, who had just escaped from the goo formation space. He was using fixed immortal travel. And this place was specially set up when he explored the Xianxia octopus's nest. He had set up many mortal goo here, forming a simple goo formation. There was no helping it, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was not high, he could only set up a goo formation of this level. The goo formation could only conceal most of the commotion, but fixed immortal travel was an immortal goo. With Fang Yuan's arrival, this mortal goo formation broke apart, but aura still leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly worked, trying to get rid of these traces. But soon, there was a roar of a desolate beast, the Xianxia octopus's movements could be heard from the cave. The nearby Xianxia octopus has returned? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He moved quickly, before the Xianxia octopus arrived, he got rid of the immortal goo's aura and quickly left. The Xianxia octopus sensed the immortal goo's aura and came over, but by the time it arrived, it was already gone. It simply searched twice, and the hesitation on its face completely disappeared. It then turned back. If it were a goo immortal, it would not be so easily deceived. The desolate beast's intelligence was not high, it was easily dealt with by Fang Yuan. A while later, when he returned to the mouth earthworm's battlefield, it was a mess. Most of the Xianxia octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be seen. There was a huge ravine. It was like a terrifying wound on the wall of an earth trench, it was in Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, he smiled silently. He knew that this ravine was created by the mouth earthworm. The mouth earthworm was a type of underground creature. It hid underground all year round, only when it hunted would it come out. After swallowing its prey in an instant, it would shrink back into the soil at lightning speed. It did not move. At the same time, its body would shrink to a shocking size. It was as if he had suddenly become as thin as a bamboo pole from a fatty who weighed a few 100 pounds. At this time, the thick walls of its flesh would tightly squeeze together. The unique organs growing on the flesh walls were countless steel bones and sharp teeth. It spun unceasingly, grinding its prey into blood and bones. This mouth devoured me, but I immediately used fixed immortal travel to escape while I was inside its body. It had failed its hunt, and with an empty stomach, it would definitely be enraged and fight against the northern plains immortal zombies. The mouth serpent was not a match for the combined strength of the immortal zombies, it had no intelligence, it would definitely lose. However, this kind of beast's instinct to escape was also very strong. Once the injury reached a certain limit, it will burrow back into the ground and quickly escape the battlefield. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to make use of verbal abuse. He escaped from the vision of the immortal zombies. The information he had gathered in Dark Flow Giant City showed that Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest did not have an effective method to deal with the burrowing mouth serpent. Their investigative methods could not surpass the abundant earth path Dao marks on the mouth serpent's body, thus, Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel inside its body. Thus, Northern Plains immortal zombies had many people and strong battle strength. But they might not be able to deal with the mouth serpent in a short period of time. Especially when the mouth serpent did not want to fight, it only burrowed into the ground to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat, his battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the goo formation, he had to invite Sun Minglu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were the same. In the history of goo immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo. Goo cultivation paths blossomed in all directions, they were brilliant and varied, it also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited. Unless one had a lot of time, or had a fortuitous encounter. The mouth serpent burrowed into the ground to escape, the Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly, thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen, deep craters caused by intense explosions, there was a lot of blood in the ravines, it should be the blood of the mouth serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The mouth serpent risked its life to survive, it was a great help in concealing Fang Yuan's tracks. One side escaped, the other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. The mouth serpent is escaping, it must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good, the more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Fang Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light, they were in a sorry state, they had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xianxia lost his life, how can we answer to Lady Blazing Heaven Demonis? Sigh, we have already tried our best. We chased after the mouth serpent, we passed through 5 fierce beast territories, 3 of them were occupied by ancient desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment, that mouth serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xianxia has no chance of survival, we cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xianxia was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly, only the leader, Dragon Commander Xianxia, was silent. He had the highest status in this group, he was the leader, Xianxia's death was his greatest responsibility. Thinking about how he would have to face Blazing Heaven Demonis when he returned. Dragon Commander Xianxia's heart was extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet. Fang Yuan turned into Xianxia, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xianxia? Dr. Xian raised his voice, his gaze filled with joy. The other immortal zombies were the same, even Landlord Liu felt that this old man was very pleasing to the eye when he looked at Fang Yuan. How did you escape? Soon, an immortal zombie asked. This question was also on everyone's mind. Several gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared. He explained the reason, I am ashamed. After I fell into the mouth serpent's stomach, the surrounding flesh walls pressed down on me. Countless sharp fangs followed closely behind. In a moment of desperation, I quickly used an immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, sealing myself inside the star ice. This is my strongest defense. It is not a problem to defend against the sharp teeth. But there are many drawbacks. Firstly, I cannot move, not just my body, even my thoughts cannot move, I cannot think. The star ice can only exist for a moment, but I believe everyone will help me. But when the star ice melted and I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under a pile of rocks. So that's it. Dr. Xian realized at once. It must have been when we were chasing the mouth serpent. During the chaotic battle, the mouth serpent's body was destroyed, and Xianxia escaped through the hole. So close. So close. Xianxia, you can be considered to be blessed with great fortune. The immortal zombies did not doubt him. Dragon Commander Xianxia also let out a sigh of relief, that's good, do we continue to search for Star Knight Mucus? Fang Yuan's expression changed, he showed a hesitant expression, forget it. Our luck was bad this time, we will go back and reorganize. We will come again after we rest. The immortal zombies looked at each other. They were laughing at Xianxia's cowardice. But after such an intense battle, their condition was not good. Thus, they agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City to rest. As for the missing Star Knight Mucus, they could only worry about it later. Several days later. Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was operating, emitting a bright radiance. The radiance shone on Fang Yuan's face, but he seemed to be absent-minded at this moment. This can work, this can work. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. On the surface, he was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials, but he was actually inside his death immortal aperture, controlling all sorts of goo worms and experimenting. He was a vigilant person, even though he obtained the revival method in Earth Trench, its origin was mysterious, Fang Yuan had to test it first to verify its authenticity. The results of the test proved that this revival method was indeed feasible. Feng Yuan was both excited and moved. Looking back, in order to collect the revival method, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Feng Yuan had been working tirelessly. He first collected the Time Path revival method, man as before immortal goo, and used it with Time Anchor immortal goo to revive. But even though this method had great prospects, it was only an idea. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and the rest. It would take too much time and effort. Next, Feng Yuan obtained the possession method from Dongfeng Naganori's soul. He could use this method to get rid of his immortal zombie body. But if he used this method, not to mention whether the body and soul could adapt to each other, or the aptitude of the body, just the second immortal aperture that Feng Yuan had painstakingly obtained would go to waste. Next, Feng Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible. It was most suitable for mortal goo masters. Feng Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull goo, he had Dao marks and could not be raised by mortal goo. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Feng Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal goo? Feng Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal goo, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Feng Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, they all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Feng Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Since the creator did not name it, Feng Yuan named it Life and Death Immortal Aperture Rebirth Method. The value of this method was absolutely immeasurable. Once word of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire cultivation world and change the situation of the world. Countless goo immortals, be they secluded cultivators or rank 8s, would immediately research and cultivate it. Once it was truly grasped by most goo immortals, then from now on, the number of goo immortals in the 5 regions would rise sharply. It would be an unprecedented situation. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the profundity of life and death, it could reduce the power of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Furthermore, the degree of reduction was as high as 50%. What did that mean? Goo immortal cultivation had always faced 2 obstacles. One was lifespan, the other was calamity. Higher cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Goo immortals could only find other methods to extend their lifespan. Not to mention it. The main point was the calamity. Goo immortals had to undergo calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations were like blades hovering above the goo immortal's head. During peaceful times, most goo immortals died from calamities and tribulations. Countless historical facts and real examples around them constantly reminded goo immortals how terrifying and fatal this threat was. Not only were the calamities and tribulations hard to predict, but their power wasn't the same. Instead, it was gradually increasing. To undergo tribulation, goo immortals had to cultivate and raise their strength continuously. Cultivation was not just empty talk. It required real cultivation resources. For example, immortal materials, immortal goo, immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses, and so on. Immortal apertures were the best places to nurture immortal materials. Because the environment here was unique. He had many Dao marks and could nurture immortal materials suitable for the goo immortal according to the goo immortal's situation. And in the immortal aperture, time passed very quickly, much faster than in the 5 regions. The number of times immortal materials matured was also much higher. Another point was to nurture cultivation resources in the immortal aperture. It was more convenient to carry and safer. Put it outside. It was too unsafe. Not only could it be easily seized by others, but it could also be destroyed by experts like the Blazing Heaven Demonis even if they couldn't obtain it. However, every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would have a huge negative impact on the immortal aperture. It was not easy for goo immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. It was almost impossible to protect the immortal aperture. The cultivation resources stored in the immortal aperture would often be greatly damaged. If Gu immortals wanted to continue cultivating, they would need to accumulate cultivation resources again, some even had to start from scratch. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. Accumulate resources. Cultivating, growing in strength, transcending the tribulation, accumulating resources once more. Cultivating, slowly growing in strength, transcending even stronger tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were getting heavier, but resources needed to be accumulated again. This greatly delayed the growth of Gu immortal strength. Many Gu immortals did not have enough strength growth, they were stagnant. How could they deal with the increasingly terrifying calamities? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost to heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. He died and his Tao vanished. Fox Immortal was a classic example. She had survived the first 4 calamities, but on the 5th one, she encountered the blue charm shadow and perished. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu immortal blessed land, which was eventually obtained by Feng Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Feng Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, a woodpath Gu immortal might move all his woodpath resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a fire path calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected, many fire path down marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the woodpath Gu immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture, they could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the woodpath resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a woodpath calamity and tribulation. In the end, the woodpath down marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure, as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point: leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away. It was more beneficial to the Gu immortals' cultivation. Feng Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity, and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path, it was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Baiyunqing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, he still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture. Because the immortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads, they needed to cultivate continuously, they had to improve greatly at every stage. They had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%, the might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced, the loss of cultivation resources would be reduced, but the gain of down marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu immortals' cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation, on the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength, and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, the Gu immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse, resources could not be accumulated quickly, there was no hope of progress, it was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle, the Gu immortal's strength would snowball, the more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era, it could change the Gu immortal world, it could change the entire world, it could change the history of Gu masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method, it had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method, it was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation. After modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu master cultivation methods had been passed down since Renzu's era. There were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used, it was like Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu immortal, they might find it hard to accept, they might even think it was wishful thinking, it was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status, but this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Feng Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth, he was open-minded, traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward, history is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science, it develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie-grade expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, he also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kong Ju. He used Rule Path Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements, and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Feng Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Feng Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good. But he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Feng Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple, it was very complex. Because every Gu cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different Gu worms. For example, Feng Yuan's strength path revival method needed a vast number of exert strength Gu, countless disappointment Gu, and all sorts of supplementary Gu to construct a multi-layered Gu formation. Feng Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt it was very interesting. When mortals started cultivating, they needed hope Gu to open their aperture. This method needed disappointment Gu, and also exertion Gu. Without hope, where would disappointment come from? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts were opposites, but they coexisted. They were like the concepts of life and death. Without either, there would be no meaning in the existence of the other. Feng Yuan planned in his mind, disappointment Gu and exertion Gu only require mortal Gu, they are not hard to collect. There are also corresponding Gu recipes here, I can order the hairy men in the blessed land to refine them day and night. Even if the requirement is too high, I can complete it in 3 months. Once I complete it, I can immediately reincarnate and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. But the life and death immortal aperture obtained this way was not satisfactory. Because Feng Yuan's strength path immortal aperture had already collapsed by more than half. If he used the remaining dead aperture as the foundation, the life and death immortal aperture would naturally be weaker. Be it the area, environment, or foundation, they would all be worse. Especially when Feng Yuan was forced to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains, his immortal aperture's foundation was not high to begin with, it had 5,180,000 km2 of land, compared to the 5 regions time flow, it was 1 to 16. Low-grade blessed land had an area of 3 million km2, it could only produce 10 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time, it was poor in resources. Middle-grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million km2, it could produce 20 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time, it was rich in resources. Feng Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a middle-grade blessed land. If he directly reincarnated this time, it would definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and most likely, it would be the lowest grade of low grade. Undoubtedly, this would be disadvantageous to Feng Yuan's future cultivation. And in this life and death immortal aperture revival method, there was a paragraph that moved Feng Yuan greatly. During the revival process, he could use the corpses of other strength path immortal zombies as immortal materials and refine them in the goo formation. The grade of the life and death immortal aperture would rise. It was not a problem to return to middle grade from a low grade blessed land. As long as there were enough strength path immortal zombies, it was possible to become a high grade blessed land. After the immortal zombie's dead aperture perishes, the Dao marks in the immortal aperture would land on the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies that were rich in Dao marks were unique immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui who would not have sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal corpses. At the end of this paragraph, it was clearly recorded if he collected the immortal zombie body of the great strength true martial physique and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture would surpass a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land, and after the immortal zombie is reborn, it would also transform into the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lulan had ascended to Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique and had a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan had a lot of understanding of this. Super-grade blessed land has a huge area of more than 5 million km2. Every year, it produces over 50 beads of immortal essence. Time passes very quickly, and the precious resources can be harvested very quickly. And the great strength true martial physique can increase my strength path battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. From this point, the life and death immortal aperture revival method was also a superb method to raise a Gu Immortal's aptitude. 10 extreme physiques, although they were powerful, the drawbacks were even greater, because time passed quickly, calamities and tribulations would come even faster, more frequently, and their might would be even greater and more terrifying. This was a huge taboo for Gu Immortal cultivation. Looking at history, it was known that none of the 10 venerables had 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu Immortals, it was extremely rare to find one with 10 extreme physiques. In other words, the 10 extreme physiques could be invincible in the same rank, and could even challenge those of higher ranks, but without the potential to develop, they could not survive for long under the attacks of calamities and tribulations. But this biggest drawback did not exist for Fang Yuan. There was only one reason: he had the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And the calamities and tribulations that the life and death immortal aperture faced would be reduced by half. This was completely acceptable. It was a virtuous cycle. If I collect ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies, I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land. But if I can collect an immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can obtain the great strength true martial physique and obtain a super-grade blessed land, and the calamities and tribulations will only have half of their power. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I will be able to ascend to that rank 9 throne. Fang Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. If he could become a venerable with one of the 10 extreme physiques that had never appeared since ancient times, wouldn't that mean he would be the number 1 among rank 9 venerables, the number 1 in the world since ancient times? Don't forget that I still have my first mortal aperture. If my revival is successful, I will use this method to walk on time path and transform my first mortal aperture into a super-grade blessed land. By then, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the Guyue Desaladin physique. 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. In time, a venerable with 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life, in this life, he wandered from place to place, taking risks between life and death. Finally, today, at this moment, he found a bright path that led to eternal life. Eternal life was an illusory goal, but without sufficient strength, it was even more impossible to pursue. There are very few strength path immortal zombies to begin with. I have also joined Zombie Alliance. I cannot deal with my allies. How can I find a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie? There is only one ideal target in front of me. That is He Lulan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. Even though I only managed to escape Imperial Court blessed land by cooperating with you, and gained many benefits afterwards, it is quite pleasant. But for the ambition in my heart, I will sacrifice you. A silent smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Heartless. Cruel. End of chapter 946. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.